the Roman Catholic Church, Buzia Junction, the Bethel Baptist Church at Sakaman, as well also participate. And the final 3 polling stations will be that of the Presby Church at Odoko, where there are 4 centers, then the Church of Pentecost North Odoko, 2 centers, and finally the Church of Pentecost North Odoko at 4 as well. And so these are the 19 polling stations where more than 6,000 votes are at stake. And the point that we are making at this point in time is that if you are a registered voter at any of these 19 stations that we have run you through, it means that you ought to go over and vote, because unfortunately your vote on December 7, we are unable to account for it because of the challenges that the Electoral Commission explained, which they have encountered. And so you'd have to make your way to vote.
We know that throughout the period from January, there had been a number of, I have to say, truths that had been tried to be brokered between whether it's the protagonist or the antagonist, etc., the parties involved in this. And we're talking about the Electoral Commission on one hand, and then also the key individuals involved in this dispute or context. And we're talking about the MPP and the NDC as well. So they try to do both sides. So we will try to look at that. We'll go back to Akable subsequently also to look at, when we're talking about the story so far, what is it? What can we recall? And what do we have by way? Because a number of actions have been undertaken already, we told, and that is that just over the last 24 hours, the Electoral Commission has sought to again, based on the declaration to undertake today's polls in 19, what then out of the 281 are the sum of votes based on the polling station result on December 7. Okay, so from 1 to 281, and then you subtract the 19. So the remaining, what are the total, so to speak, for all candidates? And we'll go back there. But again, just to acknowledge you, we want you to make sure you join us on the stream across social media, particularly whether it's YouTube, Facebook, etc. I see a couple of you. Please make sure you share the stream. And then also, Awute is also there, Daniel Akabo. Make sure you share the stream. I see a couple of you as well. Prince Nanaya York, key individual also interested in this. Various political stakeholders. Good morning to you. The Minister for Tourism, Ablekuma as well, particularly giving us great feedback for our content. And Schofield, Ali, I see you as well. Please make sure you share the stream. But this is what transpired. And Electoral Commission, the NDC, a truce, the latest we have, they also indicating why this rerun is very crucial and important.
In another attempt to complete the collation process, 25 polling station results were added to the collation. All the 25 carbonized polling station results were received from the MPP. It is important to emphasize that the said 25 pink sheets were not scanned pink sheets, but carbon copies from the MPP. Even though the NDC collation agents reported late that day, that is the 21st December 2024, the carbon copies had been authenticated. After the carbon copies had been authenticated by the returning officer, the NDC agents were allowed to review and verify the 10 carbonized copies of the results presented by the MPP. Following that, the remaining 15 carbon copies were authenticated by both NDC and MPP agents for that day. The number of polling stations collated thus became 244. 37 polling stations became outstanding. On the 5th of January 2025, 17 polling station results were added to the collation. All the 17 polling station results were received from the MPP and confirmed by the NDC agents. This brought the number of polling stations collated to 261. It should be noted that the decision to accept the scanned pink sheets from the parties was unanimously agreed upon by the Commission and the political parties, that is the NDC and the MPP. This decision was reached because of both parties admitting that they no longer had carbon copies of the results in their custody. The Commission arrived at the decision to rerun the election in the 19 polling stations because the 19 scanned polling station results used for the collation, though approved by agents of both political parties, were not verified by the presiding officers responsible for those polling stations. The Commission was able to secure the confirmation of 18 presiding officers of their scanned pink sheets. The Commission was of the view that once its officers were legally charged to conduct the elections at the polling stations, and they have also confirmed the scan results, there was no need to rerun the elections in those polling stations.
Well, there have been assigned reasons from all sides why it looks like for the Electoral Commission and its position, and based on that narrative, that they could not identify physical copies, which had been in some of those constituencies the key features before declarations were made, where distractions to physical ballot papers resulted in verification being undertaken by or using soft copy, so to speak. So it also means that, just like you heard from Bosman Asari of the Electoral Commission, they had scanned copies, either on maybe devices like tablets or phones, etc., and not the physical copies. So this is what also transpired within the period when the election was taking place. Distraction to ballot papers, as well as a number of documents, perhaps could include some of these pink sheets, so to speak, that transpired after the voting. Let's do a recall.
In the spirit of transparency, the Greater Accra Regional Director of the Electoral Commission informed representatives of the MPP and the NDC about the Commission's intentions to relocate the ballot boxes. However, in the early hours of Tuesday, 17 December 2024, party supporters invaded the premises of the Kwashiman cluster of schools and set fire to the library where the ballot boxes and BVDs were kept. All the ballot papers were destroyed in the process, thereby denying the Commission the opportunity to use the ballot papers to complete the collation. To date, the gentleman who perpetrated this crime, though he recorded its illegal act and circulated it on social media, has not been arrested.
Well, so here we are today. And so, well, this is what we need to do. Again, tell you that we want you to join us not only physically or mainstream, but also on social media. We're live, not only on TV3, but also 3FM 92.7, streaming live as well. Please, for our regulars, Branda Shal, the rest of all those viewers, whether it's Edmond Otuyeboa and all those who are watching us today, we're here for you. And we're live in that constituency. 19 polling stations being rerun by the Electoral Commission of Ghana, and up to the minute information right here on your election command center, live on 3FM 92.7, and then also TV3. Early on, we had Armstrong Gold, who was at one of those polling stations out of the 19, giving us the latest updates. We will do just that, go back to him, get the latest from him as well. And Joseph, what can you tell us?
To a police station over here, we are told it's one of the hotspots within
these 19 constituencies, within these 19 police stations that will be casting their ballots, and I can also see at least no less than 150 police personnel being deployed to this place. And this particular place, I can also see an FU van positioned right next to the where the PO or the electoral officers are gathered. You can see not far from where I am, you see an FU van positioning here with some police personnel also detailed very close to it. And not too long from now, so many police personnel were brought in here to assess the situation, and they are patrolling all the 19 police stations. And these police personnel are coming all the way from the headquarters to support the police personnel we have in this particular district. So the EC currently is preparing to start with the process. Some few minutes from now, you see the process will start. And you can also see that many of the electorates who will be casting their ballots today are already gathered here, but they are preventing them from coming anywhere close to the police station yet. So you could see them all scattered from that angle. And indeed, this police station, Asiedu A, is a place to look out for due to the story we've heard so far. So let me talk to the PO. PO, and find out the number of people who are expected to cast their ballot here. Pio. Okay, so they are currently about to open the ballot box and see if everything is intact. And so the process has started now. Let's listen to them exactly and see what is going on. And I will continue to give you up to speed what exactly is happening here.
3-9. Take more Electoral Commission. ECTH.
Checking the
Live pictures or visuals coming to you. Joseph Gold Armstrong, live in one of those polling stations out of those 19 that the Electoral Commission is going to have a rerun on. And in some of those 19 polling stations, we expect that in the next 5 minutes, the Electoral Commission will commence the voting process. But before that, the key activities will need to be done, just standard operating procedure, making sure that they affix some of these locks to ensure that for security purposes and ensuring there's transparency, these ballot boxes as well as other documents that will be needed within the period are well put together and then effectively held tight by these locks, again being witnessed by party agents as well as other observers. Well, you know, relatively is a very small number when it comes to elections and its observation or coverage, but Armstrong is so ready to continue. Armstrong.
Yeah, I can hear you.
See that a number of activities are being undertaken. For the rest that you've been to, or based on the conversation you've had with some of the Electoral Commission officials within those 19 polling stations, are they all going to start on time? Or as usual, we're going to have just a number of them starting before the others follow through?
Roland, so it appears the Electoral Commission team was prepared because I've been here since dawn, and so far all the 19 polling stations I've been to, you see all of them have their electoral materials already on time, because where I am now, these materials arrived here at least and all the 19 polling stations I've been to, they've all received their with the materials inside intact. Right now they are opening to confirm if the tools are all intact. And indeed, so far I've been to 5 already to check what is happening. And so far, both agents, NDC and NCC, says they are okay, they are satisfied with the process so far. But the electorate here have some concern. Their concern is the fact that there are too many police personnel deployed to use constituency. For them, this is just some 19 secretaries they are going to vote in. So why so many police deployments? They are not too happy, and those are some of the things they spoke to me about. When I get opportunity, I'll just out of the polling station area to speak to them and find out why they are not too happy with the number of police personnel that have been deployed to this land.
So just take us through the number of polling stations you have cited so far.
Hello, Roland.
Yes. Some of the polling stations you have cited so far.
No, Roland, please say that again.
Can you take us through the number of polling stations that you have cited, or perhaps been able to ask some information about who are involved in this rerun by the Electoral Commission today?
So far, I've been to some 5 polling stations. That is, I've been to DVLA, I've been to Weja police station. Also, now I'm here at the Asiedu police station. So far, all the POs that some of them took part in the previous election. That is the main election. But I'm here to see any of the national officers from the Electoral Commission here. I've not sighted any of them so far. I'm sure maybe before the kick starts, before the process starts, many of them will be here and we'll get to speak to them and find out what exactly we are to expect between now and 5 p.m. But all I can speak to you now is that all the police stations I have been to so far, they all have their electoral materials ready, and we're just waiting to start exactly at 7 a.m. the electorate to be allowed to kickstart the voting process. So you see, all these people you see standing not far from me are people who are waiting to be allowed to form the queue to start the voting here at the Asiedu electoral area.
Well, thank you very much, Joseph Gold, who is making sure that he's having a run-in on these polling stations. Remember, 19 of them are stake averagely, and according to what the statistics were, the registration numbers for each of those polling stations for the 2024 general elections, as announced by the Electoral Commission of Ghana, were just between 500 to 600, just to make sure that we didn't have crowding up of people at the various polling stations in excess, just to make sure also the declarations were done in time. But didn't happen in a number of these constituencies, and sharply, this one is in focus, Ablekuma North. If you're joining us once again, please make sure that you also comment. We're also live, not only here on TV3 across our social media handles, but also on 3FM 92.7, and same for social media. We are taking a break, but please join us. Many related analysis to be done, correspondent in those 19 polling stations across that constituency, Ablekuma North, will be coming through. And your election command center will bring you up to date with the latest issues up to the minute. Stay on, we'll be right back.
Got you. And you're welcome back. You're watching TV3. We're live. We're bringing you a very comprehensive coverage of the rerun of elections in some 19 polling stations in Ablekuma North today. The polls have opened. We showed you pictures earlier live from some polling stations where the EC officers are there. They put out the boxes. A few people are around to vote. The elections will take place in 19 polling stations, and the two contenders are the NPP's Nane Kufuor and the NDC's Irabuna Obin. And we know that since the announcement by the Electoral Commission that a rerun will take place, there have been some back and forth between the parties, the NDC stating categorically that they are prepared to participate in the elections, and the NPP saying that they are not going to participate. However, as of last night, we saw during our live Ghana Tonight an interview with Rabana, Nane Kufuor of the NPP, stating that she is taking part in the elections. She has actually been on the ground speaking to the eligible voters in the constituency to come out and vote for her today. Now, we want to take you on a journey just so we properly understand how this matter has traveled since the declaration of results in December, through some legal issues that have gone on in the courts in Ghana, what the courts have said, until the announcement by the Electoral Commission that the rerun will happen today, July 11th. And Joseph Akable is here to help us with that. Joseph.
Yes, and so what we need to start with is the fact that this was an election that was keenly contested between two candidates, and we have them right on your screen right now. We're going to walk you through this within just a minute or two for you to understand where we've come so far. And so, Irabuna Obin representing the NDC up against Nane Kufuor, a former member of Parliament, herself seeking to return to the House there. And what we are going to tell you the story is the fact that, well, voting took place on December 7, 2024. At the close of polls, there could not be a declaration because of the fact that the process that took place at the collation centers were scattered as a result of that particular process that were taking place there. Now, in terms of what happened on December 10, there was a declaration by the Electoral Commission. The EC declared Irabuna Obin as the winner of the elections. And this is very important. It's important because contrary to what many may think, that the initial level, we didn't know who had won the election. At the initial level, there was a declaration that was done by the commission. But this declaration was set aside by the Electoral Commission because the Electoral Commission took the view that the declaration was done under duress. They also made the point that in terms of the complement of the results that the presiding officer had to have to declare the results, he did not have that. And so they took the view that what they were setting aside the declaration that had been done by its officers at that particular time. So that took place on 20th December 2024. Then started the legal hurdles, multiple court cases, right from the High Court to the Supreme Court. Initially at the High Court, the question that was being asked was the fact that the EC, by way of a mandamus application, should be compelled to perform its duty under law to conclude the coalition process, which it had started. And so that also became a thorny issue. The High Court initially granted a request. Mind you, it was not just Ablekuma North, it was Soundwave by other constituencies that had the same challenge of the EC not being able to conclude that particular coalition exercise. And so the order was granted by the High Court to that effect. The matter eventually went to the Supreme Court because the National Democratic Congress took the view that they ought to have been heard in that particular mandamus application before the court issued it. And so remember, the Supreme Court set aside the decision of the High Court and asked that the matter goes back to the High Court for the matter to be litigated by way of whether or not the EC should be compelled to complete the coalition process. The matter went back to the High Court, and the High Court issued the order for the coalition to be completed by the Electoral Commission. It is this January 4 order that the Electoral Commission have been attempting to conclude so far. And you recall this week, the opposition New Patriotic Party took the matter back to the High Court by way of a judicial review action, asking the High Court to review the move taken by the EC to run the elections in the 19 stations once again. And you remember the MPP lawyers had made a point and had made reference to this particular court order to say that to the extent that the EC has not been able to comply with this particular court order, they cannot decide to undertake another rerun without complying with the court order and completing the process. They also made reference to various statements by the Electoral Commission, both in Parliament and outside Parliament, where they had suggested that, well, the only 3 outstanding stations that were to be completed. We know that the High Court rejected that particular application by the NPP candidates, Nane Kufuor, giving the EC the green light to go ahead to run the elections in the 19 polling stations where the election is taking place. And so this is how we have come so far. It's a simple story that we are telling you this morning. The simple story is that from December 7, when many of you went out to vote, the constituency of Ablekuma North, unlike the other constituencies, is without a member of parliament just because the EC could not collate and complete that collation exercise that started right from the close of polls on December 7 now.
What is the effect of the January 4th decision by the courts? That's one of the reasons the NPP cited for not wanting to participate in the elections. The EC was instructed to collate and declare the results, which they have not done.
Yes.
And rather, they've called for a rerun. What is the effect of that January 4th decision as of now?
I mean, it's difficult to tell at this point in time because those arguments and what it means and the impact were canvassed at the High Court. And mind you, what they were trying to do at the High Court was to stop the EC from conducting the elections today. And what the High Court did was the balancing act. They're trying to find out in terms of who stands to suffer the more if the decision is taken for the election not to take place today. Because, mind you, the substantive judicial review action is still pending at the High Court. The question of whether by failure to complete the collation as had been ordered by the court, whether it's an issue that makes the decision to rerun the 19 stations, it makes it unlawful, it makes it a breach of procedure, and all those matters, whether it's arbitrary and capricious, all those matters that we hear the lawyers talk about a lot of times, all those are issues that are still pending before the court by way of the substantive judicial review action. But the court simply answered by saying that, well, if the election does not take place today, who stands to suffer more? The court says that, well, if we decide to go ahead, we can always set it aside, and if it's compensation or whatever it has to be, by way of that, this can be done. But you, the individual, a single candidate, that you don't want the election to take place, in the event the court comes to the conclusion that the election should have taken place today, are you in a position to make up for the loss the entire population would have suffered if that did not happen? And so that is the balancing act that the court undertook and came to the conclusion that, well, the election should go ahead.
All right. Well, we're going to come back and do some more discussions in studio. But in the meantime, we did promise that we'll be bringing you live updates from the ground in Ablekuma North. And my colleague, Lord, is on standby. He's coming to us from the God First International School in Dakuman in the Ablekuma North constituency. Hello, Lord.
Hi, now.
Good morning, Lord. Thank you so much for joining us. Just confirm the constituency, the polling station you are at right now.
Right. Now, so I'm here at the God First International School polling station here at Dakuman, one of the 19 polling stations undergoing the rerun of the Ablekuma North constituency. Now, so far, I've gathered that 428 electorates are expected to vote here. As I speak to you, 18 persons have voted, 13 male, 5 female. According to the presiding officer who I spoke to earlier, he indicated that they started exactly at 7 a.m. And indeed, now when I got here, things had already started in earnest. And if you're looking carefully, you realize that there are 2 barricades, one ahead of me and then one behind me. I can count not less than 30 police personnel here. This place is heavily secured because of everything that has panned out so far. I spoke to some of the police personnel, and they have indicated to me that they have the FPU here, and then there's the Odofo police as well as custom officers. So it's a joint operation, mainly making sure that this place is well secured for the rerun and then the elections, which is specifically. If you're looking behind you, you realize that there's someone behind the booth who's already engaging in the booth. Things are going on in earnest. It's been peaceful so far. Things are going on as usual. I see a shop attendant opening her store. It's a cloudy day, and so we are just hoping that it doesn't rain, but if it does, we'll still be here. The presiding officer, Emmanuel Neokai, says that they're expecting things to go on peaceful and as usual. He indicated that they will close the polls at 5 p.m., but if by 5 there are more people, they'll engage the police to help them to break the line or stand behind the last person so that they will not have multiple people voting after the close of polls. National.
Have you had the opportunity to speak to any of the voters who have come to vote this morning?
I was hoping I'll speak to one of them shortly. Once I get to, one of them just makes voting, I'll speak to them and see what's been happening, especially because we've gotten confirmation by way of people sending screenshots that they have been, for want of a better word, induced, giving mobile money to use for transportation. So I'll be getting more some voters to confirm that to me shortly. As I speak to you, there are no persons who have joined the queue. So once that comes up, I'll speak to more people and then I'll channel it through.
All right. Well, we'll be on standby while you try to speak to that voter there. We're also going to cross over to speak to my other colleague, Stanley Niblewu, to find out what's happening at the police station where he's also reporting from in Odoko. But we're going to take a quick look at an interview with one of the EC officials, still on the rerun of elections in Ablekuma North this morning. Let's take a look.
The total turnout that you're expecting today, what the challenges are since you came. I know it's early, but what has been your observation so far?
Oh, so far, I think we just started, and we started exactly at 7 o'clock. And then this is God First International School, Ablekuma 1.
Okay.
And we are expecting on the register, we have 428 voters to come. So we are expecting about 428 people to come in.
Have you experienced any issues or challenges since you started? Notice there's been heavy security
Yes,
over here.
yes. The security men are also in this section, and also we have all our PAs around, so we are on course.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. What time are you expecting polls to close?
So polls are expected to end at 5 o'clock. Yes, so if by 5 o'clock there's nobody around, and that is when we can close. But if there are people still in the queue, then we ask the policeman to stand behind the person. That's the last person.
Okay.
Then if he or she casts the vote, that will come for them. So we are expecting that by 5 o'clock we should.
What the challenges are since you came? I know it's early, but what has been your observation so far?
Oh, so far, I think we just started, and we started exactly at 7 o'clock. And then this is God First International School, Ablekuma 1.
Okay.
And we are expecting on the register, we have 4.
All right, and that's the presiding officer there. It's an interview that my colleague Lord conducted with him earlier this morning. Just as voting began at 7 a.m., voting has begun in earnest. Everything seems to be smooth and running just as we hoped in some of the constituencies in Ablekuma North this morning. Yes, the elections, the rerun will take place in 19 polling stations. We're going to speak to my colleague Stanley Niblewu, who's joining us from the Methodist Church, Odoko Methodist Church, one of the 19 polling stations this morning. Hello, Stanley.
Hello.
Good morning, Stanley. What can you report from the Odoko Methodist Church this morning?
Okay, so just as it has been in the media space that today the rerun of the Ablekuma North elections within 19 polling stations have taken off here at the Odoko or Ablekuma North constituency, and this is one of the polling stations that the elections is actually taking place. So just behind me, you can see the Electoral Commission officials and then the polling station, the polling booths and everything here. And already, I must also say that the process had already started with about 20 of the electorates coming in to partake in the process. Today, I spoke earlier to some of the electorates that came around, and for them, they are resolute to make a decision to have a representation in the legislature. And so that is what had actually gingered their interest in this whole process. And so for them, they are coming in, but they are not coming in as expected because, well, it is early day yet. And so we are expecting that by the end of the day, all 464 registered polling electorates or voters that have actually registered in this polling station would come in and then exercise their civic franchise. But I must also indicate that this morning when I came here, something spectacular happened. So this is the Methodist Church, Odoko Methodist Church. And in the 7th December 2024 elections, this very polling station served as the collation center, and all the violence that broke out started from here. And so this morning, not knowing what happened on December 7th, actually pained or disturbed the church authorities. And so this morning, the church authorities didn't say anything to the issue officials and the constituents. But when the Electoral Commission officials moved in this morning to set up so that they can kickstart the process, then they received a message from the church authorities that they are not going to allow the process to take place because of the election or the violence that happened during the December 7th polls. And so they had to call the Electoral Commission in Accra, their headquarters, so that they can intervene. And they were able to speak to the church authorities, and now the process, they gave permission for the exercise to take place here. And so currently, the exercise is ongoing, but at the close of polls today, this place is no longer going to serve as a collation center because of the incident that happened on December 7th. And so by 12 o'clock, the NDC and then the MPP officials will be expecting a delegation from the Electoral Commission to move in here to explain or tell them where or which place had been earmarked for the collation of today's exercise.
All right, and can you confirm how many voters have already arrived to vote this morning?
Yes, like I did indicate earlier, currently we have about 20 of the electorates moving in to come and then exercise their franchise. So already we have about 20 people voting so far. But also the security arrangements here, I must say that right from the entrance to the auditorium where the exercise is taking place, we have a lot of police personnel. Some are armed, some are unarmed. And so they are here to ensure that the process takes place in a congenial manner or a congenial atmosphere. So that is what is happening here currently.
All right, thank you so much, Stanley. We'll come back to you as the day goes by, and we will be corresponding and connecting with all our reporters on the ground in the 19 polling stations to bring us updates on what's happening all day. Voting has begun in earnest in a lot of the polling stations already. We see that the security is tight on the ground. The Ghana police is present, and they're doing their work. But in addition to bringing you the report, we also did promise discussions and analysis on what's happened in Ablekuma North so far this year since the December 7th elections and over the years since 1992. We've got our panelists in the studio, some very heavyweights here with us, and Roland Walker will lead that discussion. Over to you, Roland.
Well, so comprehensive coverage again. Let's emphasize, we're not only live on TV3 Ghana, but also across social media with same name, and then also 3FM 92.7. So stick and stay. Make sure you follow through, and then certainly share the stream, and just to make sure that we also get you along as our loyal viewers, not only mainstream, but also social media. I'd want to do some key considerations of acknowledging your presence and then your commentaries over the last 2 hours or so since we commenced this comprehensive coverage. Your election command center, as always, we promise to bring you up to the minute information, and 19 polling stations being rerun by the Electoral Commission, just again to make sure that they get everything right this time. Will they get it right? But we are monitoring the process as we always do. And well, we have a couple of you already watching, and we're grateful. Obrimpong Kaba, thank you for watching as well. Julia, good morning to you. Julia, you know yourself, just to make sure that I keep your identity anonymous. And then Agongo Roja, you say you're watching live from Bolga Central. Greetings to Isaac Adongo, you say. And Samuel is also, Kanwe Samuel is available. Samira Atre Ajete, good morning to you. FOS Tutor is also available. And make sure you share the stream. Let's have some great conversations so far thereof. Ama Kokonsa, Adjoa Jemfi, Vida Norshe, and all of them there. Please share the stream. Let's have some great conversation so far. But let me just quickly do the introductions. From my extreme right in the studio, I have Abraham Amaleba, legal practitioner or lawyer, currently the Executive Secretary for the National Road Safety Authority. Good morning to you.
I'm Director General.
My apologies to you, Director General. Let me just do the introduction. Director General, the National Road Safety Authority, also a lawyer by profession, Abraham Amaleba.
Director General holds more weight than Executive Secretary.
My apologies to you, sir.
Yeah.
One also holding weight by way of his achievement, not only in academia, but also in the political space, is our regular right here on TV3, Dr. Joshua Jebuntie Zato. Good morning to you, Dr. Zato.
Good morning, Roland.
Thank you for joining us. And then Lawyer Kwame Jantua. Good morning.
Good morning.
And of course, I have Ebo Backman, who is here. Ebo.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm fine. No?
Yeah. Today we're not talking the economy, finance, and business and marketing as well, but we're talking pure politics.
Politics,
right?
And you know I've been in politics since 1992.
Yes,
so,
yes, indeed.
So I understand the game.
I've known you, strong member of the MPP at the time. He says he's temporarily left to the movement for change, but he'll be back when things are right.
you are saying it. I have not said anything like that.
Okay, I withdraw my comments. But in the meantime, again, Neo Dick, Atukwekwe, stay with us. Sandra Opoku, Ni Odeyamo, great guy. Isaac Jude is also available. We're grateful for your time. But the conversation really is about what should we be expecting, knowing what has transpired from December 7, all the stories, the drama, the conversations, the concerns that have been raised by both sides of the political divide. What should be our expectation? And it's where I have to say that I start with my two main people on the side. And Dr. Zato, you have to say that this is a... Okay, so you have to say that this is a keen contest, won't you say? But hold on there, as we always do for Election Command Center live coverage, an incident happening, and this one in one of the polling stations.
Give the phone. Just come on your phone. Just come on your phone. What's your phone?
So come and take it from here. Come and take it from here.
Well, so an incident at one of those polling stations, and well, Armstrong is there. We'll get the latest from him. A number of reporters, not only from TV3, but also Unia and other subsidiaries of Media General also there. So we'll get to see what has led to this confusion in one of those polling stations where we have presence, and also get to have the discussions ongoing as it is. And it looks like well heated. And Dr. Zato, it is because we have swamping of these areas by everybody else that matters in NDC and MPP. And so, not surprising. But would you say tensions are high for this?
Thank you, Roland. Good morning to you and good morning to my fellow panelists. I just want to put on record that in the middle of the program, I will leave. I'm not running away. I'm leaving because I've been already told so. When you realize that I am no more there, just know that I've
Let me
already
just hold on to you. Following
leaving.
this incident, Joseph Armstrong Gold is ready. Joseph, what can you tell us? Joseph.
So, Roland, what just transpired here is police official, for that matter, asked that one young man who was cited in military uniform, the state enforcement officer, and that did not go down well with some other men who were coming by, and they will not allow the police to arrest the third man who was found in the military uniform. So currently, one of the respondents here trying to speak to them is something that just transpired here right now. So I'm going to here. I'm going to find out from the police what exactly led to this, even though it happened right in front of us, and why other unidentified security personnel will not allow the police to do their job. Type of what just happened right now. I'll talk to this man. Please, how are you? Can I get you? My name is Mr. Armstrong from CC and I'm on air right now. So the police personnel, for that matter, that's somebody in the military uniform. You know that one. But when you work with the police, by your make allow the police to why?
Yeah, I know him. That's why.
Which of the uniforms do you identify as military uniform?
I saw the young man wearing more or less like an army uniform, even though it doesn't have the description of army, but we can all tell what an army uniform is.
So you've already answered your question that it looks like a military uniform, which is not a military uniform.
But you agree with me that in such period where we're having such volatile election, people should be mindful of what where, so we can identify who a professional security personnel is.
And so with the question that you are asking, were they on the field or were they close to the polling station? This is my house. And so I asked them to sit in the house. So they were in the house when the police approached them. You see, I'm also going round.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, the said man was standing some few meters away from the polling station, all right. But who are you? Which group is this?
Which group?
Yes.
A group.
I can see
I'm a constituency chairman.
Constituency chairman from this place?
I'm from Ayawaso Central, but I reside here.
You reside here?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is a communal labor for NDC. That is why.
Is it more or less like a tag? You want to put it that way?
It's not a tag.
You never mentioned something like a group or something.
I said
it's a constituency
chairman.
Okay.
Yes. And so they are all constituency executives.
Okay.
And so during the elections,
including those we are seeing in what looks like a security uniform.
Yes. They are executives. Yes. So
they are not from national security.
Who mentioned they are from?
Some few people here.
There are national security agents around, but I did not bring them.
But would you have allowed the police to just do the work and then later approach them instead of trying to more or less like attacking the police?
No, nobody attacked any police. Nobody attacked.
I saw it.
Okay, so I did not see.
I saw it.
I did not see.
So what we are saying is, next time, if you see such things, you want to allow the police to do a professional work. Do you agree?
Next time, is it like something like, are you warning me or what?
I'm not warning. I'm just advising, sir.
You don't. I will not take this advice.
Tell what's your name, sir.
I'm Honorable Harry Otu Hesi.
Honorable
Harry Otu Hesi.
from
Ayawaso Central Constituency.
So how many of your men are here?
I can't tell. I can't count as well.
I'm grateful you could talk to us. Thank you so much, sir. So he says he's from Ayawaso West, Wogon, and Ayawaso Central, I beg your pardon, Ayawaso Central, and he's here to ensure that, well, they monitor this thing. Let me talk to the senior police officer that this thing transpired with, and let me find out from what exactly happened. Sir, but this thing happened with you. I'll go to the commissioner, but please tell me, were you manhandled by any of these men? No, sir. This is critical that you should be able to tell us something. Let me talk to the commissioner, their leader here. Sir, good morning. You are live on TV3. We need some explanation what just transpired here and how you intend to handle this.
We have been able to talk to those who probably were agitating that their brothers have been picked in uniform.
Are you able to identify who they are?
I really don't know, because you saw the crowd and the way the tension is. We just want to make sure that the polling center is free from any violence, so that we'll be able to go on and then they do the elections peacefully.
Come on, first of all, let me get your name and then where you're coming from.
I'm Theodore.
You are?
I'm Theodore.
You are from the
ACP.
ACP.
I'm the Director of Operations.
Director of Operations. So please help us understand what is that, because I can see a lot of other men here. I don't know whether they are national security people in other.
The police center has been cordoned off, which you see about 100 meters away. Nobody is supposed to go there. So the police is doing their best to ensure that nobody comes closer to the police center for now.
So this task force have no role to play here?
No. I haven't seen any of them here. Those who probably were in uniform, some of them have just moved away.
Do you have any advice for?
Yes, I've advised some of the leaders.
Like maybe national advice?
Right. I think we want to have a peaceful elections of this rerun at Ablekuma North. So for now, we have made a lot of police deployment, and we want everybody to come down and observe from far. If you are not a voter, don't just get closer to create any confusion. The police are there. If you joke, we'll pick you up. Thank you very much.
Do you know the number of police personnel we have here? Those who have been deployed to all the 19 police stations?
We'll have about 100 policemen at each police station. The deployment is done in phases, so the rest will be done whilst we still go rounds and see where tension probably will be mounting up, then we'll be increasing in Anoma. So that's it. Thank you.
So far, aside what we've witnessed here, has everything been peaceful across the 19?
You can see it for yourself. It's peaceful.
Thank you, Director of Operations. Thank you so much. We could talk to us. So basically, these are the men that we have here, and then they've all said they are going to ensure that the police will be allowed to do its work peacefully. But these are the men that the police thought they could try and then prevent them from coming close to the scene. So currently, I can say that they are a little bit far away from the police station, some 100 meters away from the police station. And they are trying to make some peace now with the police hierarchy here. And this is what we all want to see, so that at the end of the day, there can be some peaceful environment here right now. And I can say now that everything has been brought under control. And these men, I can also report that they are scattered across all the police station. I heard some of them spoke about the fact that, well, we all witnessed what happened at Ayawaso Wogon and that we've not seen anything. And they are not here to do anything of that sort, but they just want to monitor the process and ensure that what happened at Ayawaso West Wogon will not repeat itself here. See, more policemen have been brought in here, carrying guns. But let me say the police have been very professional in handling this situation. If not, this probably would have escalated into something else. But thank God the police command was here to ensure that it did not escalate into the manner in which it was going to actually disrupt the rerun election here at the Asiedu school currently as I speak to you. So initially from the beginning we did spoke that this place is a hot spot to look out for, and indeed less than 2 hours into the entire election, this is what we've witnessed. So you see the leader of the task force trying to make peace with the police officer that they tried to manhandle from the beginning, and exactly I think peace has been they've managed to smoke the peace. But boss, thank you so much for talking to us. My name is Joseph Armstrong, and thank you so much for making peace with the police personnel. And sir, I guess everything is in order now. Everything is in order. But yes, I've spoken to your boss.
I can't say anything whilst he's here. That's why.
But I just want to be sure you're okay because I saw how
we're very okay. I'm very okay.
You're okay.
Everything
Nobody hits you. Nobody.
Nothing.
Everything is in order.
Nothing has happened to me. Everything is in order.
We are grateful.
Since you've spoken to my director operations, I don't have anything to say.
That is fine. So the police personnel in question says he's very okay. No, I'm just trying to be sure he's okay. So exactly what is happening here right now, we've seen the NDC parliamentary candidates, we've seen that of the NPP parliamentary candidate also very busy, well focused, very determined, moving from police station to police station to ensure that, well, everything is in order. I might say so far the Electoral Commission has been very professional, also trying to ensure that they control the movement of electorates coming to the police station to vote. And the police too has done some great job, how they barricaded the place, and the crowd is not allowed to come into the yard where the people are voting. You come in as at when it's your turn. So far I can report that everything is in order, and if this can continue this way, by 5 p.m. We are likely not to record any disturbances here outside what we've seen some few minutes ago, and then it's like we are not getting so much crowd coming, but one after other electorates are coming to the polling station to cast their ballots. So far I've been to some 10 polling stations already, and already they are recording some high voter turnout. It's early days yet, but hopefully by 5 p.m. we'll be able to get to the final point where we'll know the number of people who turn up to vote. But let me also say that what just happened has put some amount of fear in some of the electorates that would have to run for their life, because they are like, this place is a peaceful environment and they wouldn't want to record any disturbance. So if I'm coming to vote and then this is what I'm going to witness, then I'd better go home. I saw some women running for their lives, because indeed myself, I almost ran for my life, because these are men we are referring to, men who are well.
Well, Armstrong Gold giving us the latest from the Asiedu school polling station. And we know that it's one of the 19 polling stations where the rerun in Ablekuma North is taking place. And following that scuffle incident we had, based on the report and the sites in that live coverage, reinforcement by the Ghana Police Service. And we know that we're still going to monitor the situation. And now we still have more reporters on ground, don't we?
Yes, we do. We did promise to bring you live coverage from all of the polling stations. We've heard from about 4 polling stations so far. Now we're going to cross over to the Radiant Way Preparatory School, where my colleague Portia Gabor is on the ground. Hello, Portia.
So I'm currently reporting live from the Radiant Way Preparatory School. It's one of the 19 polling stations where the rerun is currently ongoing. As we speak now, about 15 people have currently cast their votes. There are party agents here, the presiding officer is also here, and there is heavy police presence here. Unlike the previous election where we had long queues, we do not have long queues this time round. This time, voters are just trickling in individually to vote, and we have some party agents. Let's go closer and speak to them. Is the process of that? Very much. Okay, everything's fine. And the previous election, there were issues with the validation process. What are you doing this time around to ensure it doesn't occur?
Okay, this time around, we're making sure that whatever we can, what is what. Secondly, we have to produce the statement of full sheets that we popularly call full sheet. After that, what I will do, state that
All right, we're going to bring back that feed from Portia Gabor, who's at a Radiant Way Preparatory School. They're bringing us a live coverage. But from the pictures we saw, it appears that that polling station is relatively calm. There isn't much happening so far. There is, however, heavy police presence. We can see there are barricades in the pictures there. And similar to the other polling stations we've seen, it appears the Ghana Police Service has actually come very prepared with a lot of their barricades and personnel to ensure that this rerun of elections in Ablekuma North runs smoothly, or, without any eventualities, so to speak. So far, we've seen confusion erupt in one polling station, the Asiedu Jedu polling station, where Armstrong brought us that live feed and some interviews there to explain exactly what was going on. But before we wrapped up that conversation with Armstrong, calm had returned. The police had been able to handle the situation and everything was all right. So I will continue to bring you updates from all of the polling stations as we go. My colleague George Quaining is also joining us from the Presby and Pentecost Church, another polling station in Odoko in the Ablekuma North constituency, one of the 19. Hello, George. George, can you hear me? All right, we'll bring George Quaining back on the line there, who's reporting live from another one of the polling stations, the Presby and Pentecost Church in Ablekuma North. And by the way, we are interactive, so with the hashtag Your Election Command Center, you can let us know what's happening, especially if you are at or any of the polling stations or you're in the constituency, if you're planning on going out to vote.
A very good morning, and we are coming to you live from the Church of Pentecost, North Odoko 2, at one of the 19 police stations where the rerun is taking place. And so this is the current visuals here, and the police visibility is quite high here, and so there's some sort of decorum here. And when I came here this morning, I saw the Accra Mayor, Michael Bako Alote, and he was trying to direct traffic because of the election. There's some sort of traffic here, and so when I saw him, he was trying to correct that very traffic. But I would want to engage him. Honorable, I would want to engage you. I know one thing I saw here this morning was there was traffic. And you're trying to, whilst you're trying to do your election start, you're trying to sort the traffic here. So how bad is this traffic situation here?
I'm not going to say because I'm here, that's why the people are here. But it looks like the party people who are not voting here, when they heard I'm here, all of them are here to, and they are the one causing the traffic. But I'm trying to talk to them, and I beg them, if they want to help me, they should go to their houses and bring their people out to vote. Not to come and stand here and be shouting mayor, mayor. I beg them.
But you have street love, you know that.
I know. I'm from the streets. This time that the mayor Mahama chooses this time, it's for the streets. So I'm from the streets. So you can see the street boys here. It's not.
But it's actually safe to say that this is more like a stronghold of the MPP. But how sure are you that you can unless this is for the party?
The mayor has never lost before. So I will not.
You're so confident?
Yes.
So Michael Pakwalote is the Accra mayor. And yeah, like he said, he has street love. But I would want to engage some of the street guys here. There were some people that were making allegations. Good morning, how are you doing?
Joseph Nwama.
Mintiga, Utitri.
I'm Joseph Nwama.
And I know, say, who vote to her?
Pacho broke to Laren.
Into what way?
Pacho me 2 years. I know you see into
and I know, sir, you've been here. MPP has been in power for a very long time. And for you, who is a bet on?
I say a rubber na winning, but sana nyamako no. Yen wo to ebia yenim da nyame betumi ayenti yenim say to me no me wo rubber ho and if you yesu si onti ase and I say on fan kokko nyama enti yen tu we no na yen hwe nyakopon na efa or enti yenim say bomis.
Personally, as a constituent, how did you feel? For a long time, months, you didn't have a representation in Parliament. How did that make you feel? How did you feel?
Oh, to me, when I say, me feel it, say, Anna Bibi Bessie. But to me, per se, Yana into Yan per se, into Quataqua Beba, and
who should try we put to a Bibia, they are saying, to be trapped.
Yeah, say, Bibia so better.
So here's the constituent here. Ibi Bright is right here. She is the Tama Mayor. Good morning, good to see you.
Good morning, Jack.
It's always a pleasure.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to see you, but it's a beautiful day for me.
What does your presence here mean to Arab Norbin?
I think she understands what it means for all of us to be victors over this kind of oppression. You know, there's always a time for revelation, and today is the day. So we're here in full support. Last time when we went around together, she's like, "Hey, I'm overwhelmed," because we all understood while we went on our journey to Parliament, it was a very busy time. Everybody was preoccupied with their own business. But right now, we're all here because we can afford to take time off and come and support our sister. So, I mean, it's a beautiful day for me because this is a walk-in for her. And for those of us who are waiting for our turn, you know, this is, I mean, it's like, okay, you know, this is how it's going to go. So I'm glad also for the opportunity to see from someone who's going ahead of me how it's possible that mine will play out.
You're very confident. Since 1996, the MPP has won this very seat. How sure are you that you can annex this seat for the party?
No, the time is up. I mean, their time is up. Their time was up before December 7th, 2024. So, I mean, you know, we all know the journey to this point. It was a given. But beyond that, my sister has worked hard. She's worked hard to win the hearts of the people of Ablekuma North. Probably before her time, we hadn't invested as much energy and as much faith in this seat. And the same thing with Tema Central and a few other places. And that's why they felt that, I mean, if they couldn't hold on to anything else, those seats will be excusable for them to have those kinds of irregularities and get away with it. Before we went into elections, I believe very strongly that the MPP knew that it was going to be a tsunami against them. But they had to strategize because, you see, wherever they're stronger, it means that they have a network, most probably of corruption and control. And so if all else fails, that is supposed to be a fail-safe fallback for them. It didn't work in December. It won't work today. And so for those of us who, you know, it wasn't quite clear, this process will make it clear. And my day in court, you know, tendering in evidence, hardcore evidence of falsifications and forgeries, will make it impossible for this to continue to be the standard of our elections.
Did you wish you also had a rerun of the Tema Central elections?
I mean, however the scenario plays out, I'm the winner of the elections in Tema Central. So whether it's a rerun, whether it's an examination of the facts that are already on the table, I think that this process is costly, it's difficult for everybody. If we didn't have to do this, we wouldn't do it. If we could just examine pink sheets and prove that this is the situation like happened for Domi Kwabenya and happened for some polling stations, even in Ablekuma North. If we can go through ours conclusively like that, I don't think there'll be any need. But if this is what we have to do, I know that we're ready to do it. I know our party is ready to do it. And I know that our colleagues and the full support of our political architecture will be behind us to get it done.
Thank you so much, and congratulations on being the Tema Mayor. All the best. Yeah. So Obi Bright was the parliamentary candidate for Tema Central, and now the mayor for Tema. And then her presence here means a lot for the parliamentary candidate. That's Arab bin Padimi. So as at 7:55, 11 people had voted, and total number of voters expected to cast their vote here are 67. And so 11 have so far voted. And so this is the scene here. Has caused some lot of traffic here. And the Accra mayor is trying to rectify that because the road is actually very small. So clearly it's understandable that it will cause a lot of traffic here. But I still want to engage most of the electorate here to really have their take on what exactly the expectations are of this very election. For some time, for months, they've been denied representation in Parliament. And so this, of course, will settle the dust and actually bring some sort of quiet to this very constituency. And it's safe to say that it's the stronghold of the MPP. Since 1996 to date, the MPP has actually held this very seat. And so people who are on the part of the NDC are confident that the party, looking at the development and then the trajectory by the Mahama administration, they will annex the seat for the NDC party. But I think you can speak to this very gentleman. Good morning. Etiseng. You are live on TV3. My name is Old Twaba, right? What about?
But I'm young too. The I'm already said me kwako. But nyama me say ekoso no. Mr. Ghana government say obi an here obi an embompa because Ablekuma North no. Ade a nkranfo no pese omo ye no enye.
How many percent?
Nkranfo no ade omo pese omo ye no enye. Sesi aye gina na obi vote here and original and a mayor or this 100 man. Was I can say, and I can say,
and so you started the umpe.
Mempe, into Adam come for me vote to
me who are person to MPP.
But I'm to my MPP.
And so so MPP in Brapa, why wouldn't you vote? Because okay, I understand so who evidence, but open say MPP man, why would you say you vote?
Because of me person me party in Brapa and I'm going to sacrifice actually now my vote to you.
But for some time now, from 1996 to this time, MPP na I then Atanaso. But you see who put will be our inti almost almost come to man.
And no cremo ba say see who foot will be our MPP abanso our Ablekuma and throw because I say NDC zone, NDC strong zone pa Ablekuma MPP NDC strong zone.
No, if you look at the way voting partner MPP 96 MPP SAR 2020 is MPP. The facts are there. Why would you still insist?
But still they
vote for MPP.
No, they are not voting for MPP.
But Osha for months, who say Parliament to focus on MPs, how does that make you feel?
Okay, I don't know. Omudos were Parliament in changing anything in Casano. But now,
MP. Like, how do you feel? Say MPC Casamo because of
because person for mommy. Nana also affiliate and misunderstanding Tina Urban is about to say and
okay, allegations. So I think I would have to confront the mayor. So with this very allegation, I would want to confront the Accra mayor to really settle this. If really is what it is. Mommy Mintiga, I hope to be country. Until consensus, that's a willful.
Oh, we both here. Now, near my question, I'll be one of and ya kwano so no say e vote aha e hu omo biom 28 years ni ye hu hwe wa ha we ye vote ma omo a omo see omo di bottles wono mo na say odi omo flag no chichiri omo a omo ba wini nti no amaya ngira ya bre wa ha
ntu be so hu then like this a development
me be say rablamla no be on be say ha
MPP na I was for almost how many years open development that means anka
woman ya hwe
rabla NDC okay sure
obi to say a free here over to oni shilaba test gira no wa owini ye no wa trans kura na ojo ko she China oti say be vote bi tam no so na wa san aba na obeche ska bebre akwan yi ama no no e na ono odi sa ne ama nyi aba enti empa ne
okay be hu ne say sisia na that means you have the right now to decide with your vote. Say the air cost young pent you vote in the ebeche.
Me vote in ebeche vote man ya wini. It's also on winning. And I for 2020 pen sheet buy ye. E wo Pentecost. Sorry, Methodist. And e kasa bebre 2020 pen sheet on the buy na boys no etisha no say yem pesa wa ha. Won winning ye. E den na wakwafa say when winning aka den na wakwafa 2020 pen sheet buy ye. Uti we winning. And wo mu dwane call ye.
Mbacho bra. I don't want. I say I am more like counterweight. Who MPP ni? I know you in this. And now all parties say there's been development here. What you see the development here? But who is MPP? Omo ya dia wa.
Omo nya shi. By 30 do be 12 years wa ha. No. Prior confirm platform.
Very good, very good. Since that time, JJ,
I think sometimes we should also leave that political.
Odoko pro more than 60. Odoko pro more than 60 years.
See, Odoko running Seba, so now why? Running Seba, me one second, Rollins second coup. Our 45 years to see, I'm catch on.
Boss, where are you?
But you 42.
That means
yo, and I'm about 45 years. Or no me one second Rollins ni kunumu. And I'm one to him time Rollins be the president in po.
Yes, we are called.
I know me me tell man.
Rollins be here ni ku no ba first no. Boys guess be we nim Rollins. We won nim me background nim Rollins. What I say? Now Rollins be ba no now Kromu hano na Kromu han ti say na ha ya krase
me ti wasia onya politics o medi no kre amo ye voti mo ma eso
ya ni obedi no kre no ye pe no ono ni Rablan if say MPP for no 28 years ye hu hwi wo mo no mo say wo ma konwa wa ha na hu hwi nti ye mpe MPP ni bia wa ha bio if say every year no ojo no ko share China and I wo be test ka bebre anko ye ama no na ni abrisa no
Very good. So as some I am American, the idea you near my man dear. But so see MPP and Badia, you're trying Asher. The battle is the Lord. And Yankupon Kasa, Yanni Kasa. So you're trying me. You're trying Yankupon, and Yankupon. Yeah, because anyone, Yanni.
All right, interesting conversations there with my colleague George Quenin, the Accra Mayor Michael Bakpo Alote, and some constituents of Ablekuma North, where this morning elections have begun in earnest in some 19 polling stations, and the rerun as scheduled is going on smoothly. So far, only one report of confusion has been reported, but the police are present and are conducting and handling affairs properly, if you ask me, because calm has returned. But back in studio, as promised, our analysis and discussions will continue with Roland Walker and the team.
Well, certainly, and we know that on social media also a lot of comments in there, but this is what we intend to provide you up to the minute update from each of those 19 polling stations, a number of them. Joseph Akable had told you the names of those polling stations, and so far we have begun a comprehensive coverage. What we promise you is to make sure that we carry you through all the events, the sight and sound, the incident that could happen, and then the key stakeholders in these elections rerun on their observations, their commentary, what they think, and look at, well, everything else that would ensure that we cross all T's and dot all I's. And Dr. Zato, early on, your own observations so far about events till today.
Once again, good morning to you, good morning to our listeners, and good morning to my co-panelists. Before I spoke, I said that I will leave in the middle of the broadcast. If I do, it's because I just want to pre-inform you so that when you don't see me, you know that I've left. I think it's good that so far the voting is going on well. I'm also glad that the small incident or whatever it is has been carefully dealt with or professionally dealt with. I hope we don't get an Ayahuasca West wagon. I hope we get a very peaceful, boring election. In fact, there's a bigger one to come in Equator, and I hope that whatever lessons that the police will learn from this, they'll transfer. The election should be boring things. It should be normal things. People should be able to walk to a polling station, make their choice, and get back home. The time when we are apprehensive about elections, the time when we think it is elections are do or die, should be the thing of the past. And I want to believe that the Ghana Police Service have learned a lot of experiences from this. And I also want to believe that the political operatives, especially the elected officials and unelected political or partisan officers, behave, cooperate with the police and the security agencies to make sure at the end of the day, the will of the people of Ablekuma is carried out. The only important indicator today, the only important factor today is the will of the voters. The only important ingredient today is what the good people of this constituency want. The only important indicator is whom they want to represent them. And I think that has now come down to 6,000 or so voters. So let's give them peace. Of course, the tensions are going to be high because it's a parliamentary seat, and all the political parties will want to have that seat. The tensions are going to be high because, you see, when you have all these huge politicals converge on a very small place, tensions will go high. When you have a lot of money, and we know a lot of money has been poured into this small place, tensions are going to rise high. And when you have politicians, for instance, there are politicians from opposition political parties who may be eyeing future elections, who may be eyeing bigger position in their parties, who think that this is where they need to cut their teeth, this is where they need to go and show, so they are all going to converge there. You have politicians and politicals within the ruling government who may also think that this is the opportunity to catch the eye of the party or to work hard probably to get an appointment or something like that, who all converge there. So they are so we have the local, ordinary local interest, as in these people deciding who represents them in parliament. That happens there. They will also have the interest of other people, in this case, politicians from both political parties, jostling for different things. So not everybody in Ablekuma North today is there for Ablekuma North. The interest of other people, in this case, politicians from both political parties, jostling for different things. So not Ablekuma North of interest. People begin to realize that maybe their interests are not being protected. That's how soon as you see these scuffles happening. I pray and hope that everything will be peaceful. I pray and hope that tensions will remain low, and I pray and hope that the voting, the counting, and the declaration of the results will become a very boring thing. Having said that, we need to also go back and try to ask ourselves, how did we get here? And what can we do to make sure that we never get into a place like this?
How do you mean?
How did we get to this rerun? And how do we make sure that we didn't get to this? All of us, as Ghanaians, have a responsibility to look at some of these things and say, let's do all we can in our power to make sure that we don't get back to here. Let's do all in our power to make sure that the elections are normal, the elections are simple, we do that, we declare results, we go back home, and that we don't have any need or any cause to come back and try to have similar side things again. So those are my preliminary remarks.
Okay. And we know that we'll have a lot more to say on this subject. But Abraham Amaliba as well, and Dr. Zato rightly puts it, the stakes are high because apart from what the stakes are, there's even time. This is a small number by way of the voters. So everybody has stooped in. We're seeing Kendi Japan on the other side, executives of the MPP as well. We have all those also from the NDC side, either thronging, visiting, etc. Stakes are real high, aren't they?
That is so, but it will be foolhardy for any miscreant to think that he can have his way today. Because today, all security agents are heavily there. And how powerful are you going to be than the entire security machinery? During elections, they are scattered. So this would have been just 2 policemen here. But the whole entire police security force is out there. So miscreants, take note. But have you realized that this mini by-election, this is a mini by-election. Don't call it by-election.
Mini by-election?
It's a mini by-election, yes. Have you realized that this mini by-election has exposed the MPP as a party in disarray?
Is it a by-election?
No.
No.
I think he's calling it that. That's why I emphasize mini by-election.
So I'm christening it as a mini by-election.
Okay.
So this mini by-election...
What do you mean by it has exposed the MPP and so to speak?
Yeah, it has exposed them as a party in disarray because the political party issued an edict saying that they were not going to take part in the rerun. Then all of a sudden, 360 degrees, you find that the parliamentary candidate is defying those instructions or those orders. Not only here, you find a presidential candidate in the last elections who is their front runner to become candidate again, Mahmoud Bawumia, donating monies. Then you find his rival, Brian Champong, also donating monies, virtually competing among themselves as to who would donate more than the other.
Mr. Maleba, what's your point?
The point is, a political party, properly so-called, will not have its members defying the instructions of the party. You get my point? So, I have been an executive of a political party, and I'm still a member of the functional executive committee. When the party's headquarters issues instructions.
Okay, hold on. Instructions is where I go. Let's go to George Queening. George Queening, what can you report? You're giving us a report that an incident has happened.
Thank you very much, George. I'm Banai from G1 Television. I was just sitting behind the woman who sells the maize. And then the officer came to ask me to go out. I said, no, I can't just go out like that. And then he was forcing me to go. I said, no, I can't go. Then he slapped me in the face for no reason. I have not done anything bad or anything unethical to what is going on. But he just came and asked me to leave the premises. I said, no, we are all watchmen. So we are all watching the election. But he just came and asked me, forced me to go. I said, no, I can't go out. And he slapped me in the face for no reason.
Actually, I can see blood.
I have not done anything wrong. I have not done anything unethical.
Okay,
look, I have evidence here.
Yeah, we've actually heard your side. So they said book no the light. This man was, you saw everything. So tell us exactly.
Yes, when he came in, he told this guy that the guy should go out. He said he's working. So later, when he said, who's that guy? So the guy said, no, he's working. Then he slapped the guy because he's wearing space. That's the mark of that mutant.
I don't know if my cameraman can just, zoom into it. So there's this mark here with blood stains there. But how far do you want to go with this?
Yes, I want to report him to the regional commander myself, roughly by Monday, coming Monday. I'll go and see the greater regional commander, then report this issue to me, or it's either I'll write a petition to the commander's office for them to respond to the matter, or I'll take it far.
But is this showing any sort of remorse?
No, the man is trying to defend himself. But for me, George, I've not done anything. The issue is here, I've not done anything wrong to anybody. I was sitting there quietly, and he just asked me to go out. So, no, I can't go out just like that. I'm a media person. We are all watching on the ground. And he just came to slap me in the face for no reason. I've not done anything.
I wish the AMA, but Accra Mayor, I wish the Accra Mayor can actually, have a take on Mayor, very good man. But we are live, man. So this is my media guy there. He's been slapped in the face by a police personnel. And I don't know if you want
the policeman, I don't know, he has a very high temper.
Yeah.
I was standing here. He tapped me to move. And I said, I'm the mayor. Then he jumped back. Imagine me being arrogant too, like I'll come on upon you. So we don't want the police to listen to us and bring someone who is very calm here, because the place is calm before the policeman. This man came in. So they should bring a new person here to force law and order here. We beg them.
Someone might be saying this line, but I can actually see a scar on his face.
No, he has slapped the guy. He slapped the guy because the woman confessed he slapped the guy. So we beg that we don't know why, we don't know the color of the police, because it looks like he has a different color. It looks like it's an MPP man, because the way he tapped me here, he has his colleagues can tell you. He was tapping me to go out. Then he realized I was the mayor. Then he relaxed. You don't do that. You don't treat people anyhow. You don't have to treat people. You have to know people before you treat them right. We are all Ghanaians. We are all Ghanaians. We are all Ghanaians. No one is above the law. Me, if I'm the mayor today, it doesn't mean I'm above the law. But the man there trying to mishandle people anyhow, it's not right.
But Mayor, what is the immediate solution now? Look at this car.
I can see he slapped the guy. So we beg the police, they should move the man out from here so that they'll be calm here, because we're having our peace here before this man came in. So they should move this man from here for everybody to have peace. Thank you very much.
Michael Bakwalote is the Accra mayor, and that was his take on this very issue. But let me take the final words from the media personnel. You said, how far are you going with this one? I just want to take your final words.
I want to report this issue to the regional commander at Accra and see what, because currently, George, the issue here is I've not done anything wrong to anybody. And I'm here as a watchman, and we are all here as watchmen, okay? So I've not done anything wrong to anybody. So if he just comes to approach me to leave the premises, we are all watchmen here. So what if something happened at my back? How would I report the issue? So I'll just tell the commander that this is what happened, and I'll make sure I'll capture his name. Understand? So that I will, master, look, what is going on here is very bad. The man just came here and slapped me for no reason. So I have witnesses here. That's what I can say for about it.
Use your final word. You are a witness. You saw everything. It's say no. Almost say journalist. Almost TTSC. How do you feel as a citizen?
Well, the way the officer did is very, very bad. Because I was there. I was standing with this guy then. I was standing with him. When he pushed that guy says no, he can't go anywhere. He's working.
But did he protest?
Who?
Like, was he trying to protest?
No. It doesn't. So it doesn't.
So he is a witness to the incident, and clearly the media personnel wants to go far with this one, ensure that he writes a petition to the IGP to act upon this very issue. But according to the Accra mayor, would also insist that the police officer is moved from this very area to ensure some sort of calm here, pardon me. And so this is the scene here. The traffic has been cleared a little, and so, people are still voting, and so we'll update you accordingly.
Well, George Quinn just giving us an incident being reported, a policeman slapping a reporter of GH1, and that interaction also leading to the reporter then saying that the report by him will be lodged to the Accra region of the Ghana Police Service, and we'll follow through on that again and get to identify those individuals involved in some of these scuffles, so to speak. But you are on a point as you comment on this. Yes, sir.
In this one, I wish your cameraman could have zoomed on that policeman. This is unruly. This is unacceptable in a democracy. I think the police administration should withdraw that man immediately, because it is giving them a bad name. You have powers of arrest. You don't have powers to be beating people. You don't have those powers. And that's an unscrupulous behavior on the part of the police. And I think if the IGP is listening this morning, he should withdraw the man. And I don't want us to have a repeat of Ayawaso. NDC campaign against that. We don't want such policemen there. But on the substantive matter
of the national officers.
And you can see...
So what's your point? That the national officers can hold a position and then the individual candidates as well as the leading members. Why not?
It doesn't happen.
Why not Abraham Amaliba?
If you have a party that is strong and party members are to adhere to the edicts or the orders of their party, you don't have the national executive issue an order and then party members will defy it in such a way. This defying of the order is so massive. It also tells you that the executive have lost control. That's what it means. The current executive have lost control. It also tells you that the followers of the party have lost confidence in the executive. So I think that where we have gotten with the MPP, they should do what they know best. The MPP should do what they know best. Because after the 7th December election, the MPP has never been the same. This MPP you are seeing cannot be recognized. What they can do is to change their name.
I don't understand. There's Justin Frimpong, who is the general secretary, has been around. The minority leader is there.
My chairman, my founder said that they metamorphose and change their names. This is another point where they should change their name. Because are they now going to, after these elections, going to haul Baumia to the disciplinary committee? And you notice, anytime they haul somebody to the disciplinary committee, it is aborted. Anytime they haul a member to the disciplinary committee, it's aborted. Some even sit on radio stations and insult them, Abronya. Insult the executives.
What has that got to do with the election?
It tells you that the executives have lost control. This election is being conducted at a time that the party says they will not go for the by-elections or the mini-elections, the mini-by-elections. So the issue now is, the people on the ground, are they going to listen to the party? The MPP people in Ablekuma North, whom are they going to listen to? The party or the candidate who is defying the party?
The candidate is defying the party?
By agreeing to go for the elections. Because the party has not withdrawn that edict that says that we are not going for the elections. But you see, it also shows that the MPP, and for that matter, the people of this country have gotten to a point where they think that the MPP doesn't matter in our political equation. What is happening now is that the people of Ablekuma North are being called upon to choose between going to hell and going to heaven. That's what they are now called upon to choose.
Well, those are your choice of words, and you're entitled to them.
And clearly, the people of Ablekuma North know that if they vote for the NDC, that is when they can get development. And so this is cut out for the people. This morning, the people will be called upon to exercise their vote in a way that will bring about development to them.
Well, they'll make that choice. We'll be monitoring the process in itself, but so far, your observations, incidents, and then pre-voting utterances, posture of both sides of the political divide going into this rerun.
Yeah, Roland, let me say good morning to all of us here. Good morning to Mr. Alan Chamanten. Good morning. Mr. Philip London, Commander Hobson and the wife, Gifty Empress. And let me also say good morning to a childhood friend of mine who is now the headmaster of Academy of Christ the King, Cape Coast, the SHS, Robert Reynolds.
Robert Reynolds.
Yeah, Reynolds. And he's having a problem, you know. Let me quickly say this, that encroachers are taking over the land of the school.
The Christ the King?
Yes, Academy of Christ the King, SHS.
In Cape Coast?
In Cape Coast, to the extent that I'm told even somebody has put up a pub just at the gate of the school. And for me, some of these things should not be allowed to.
Our reporters will take a look at that.
They should have to
on the
take
substantive.
It. Yeah, but you see, Roland, the MPP just to continue from where Amalaba ended. The MPP is in this election as a political party that is suffering from what I call PDS, post-strongman disintegration syndrome. The party at a point in time was in the hands of one person. He was the value of the party. He was the principle of the party. He was the law and the constitution of the party. So in his absence, the party is in a total, disarray. That is why you can have a situation where a party will take a position and individuals within the party will go against the decision of the party. I mean, this is a clear case of a party that is in a different state altogether. I
have to be very intrusive and ask this question. Why is it that the posture and then the position of the leadership and then the position also taken by the candidate should be a matter on a day when we are going to have the rerun? Because how would that affect people?
No, but you see, but the point is that the party has taken a decision and a position for that matter. And so that position of the party is the one that has to be respected.
Does it matter?
Oh, it matters. But if you have a political party and your decisions are not respected by your members, then why are you existing as a political party? So next time, this one, people will take you from this and also be defying the orders of the party. And when it happens like that, people will be looking for how those people will be treated as well. So, as I said, they are really suffering. I mean, you could see a clear case. We witnessed, at a point in time, we were witnessing a comedy, more or less, like a comedy of chaotic confusion. The party says A, and the members, including those who want to contest for an election, a presidential election in the party, they are all defying the orders of the party. And unfortunately, Ekua, at a point in time, became a pawn in this political game of chess, where people wanted to take advantage, use a situation to, as it were, opportunistically capitalize on a situation to make some political gain for themselves, like national executives and now the how do you call it, the presidential aspirants. They are all taking advantage of the women's situation for their own gains, not because they are really interested in the woman winning the election. Because if they really wanted the woman to win the election, this issue of the woman shouldn't contest or we are boycotting shouldn't have come up. They should have, from day one, they should have allowed the situation, the EC...
But if there are grievances, you would agree that those grievances should be aired and remedies sought. Is that not the case? But just hold on there, because it's still unraveling a lot of activities ongoing on the grounds when it comes to the various polling stations. During this rerun in Ablekuma North, our reporters by your election command center deployed across these polling stations, just on guard to make sure we bring you the latest. And now we have more to report.
Yes, we do, Roland, as we promised, bringing you live reports from the grounds. We're told that the Odoko Presby 4 polling station has seen some disturbances as voters have asked for the polling station to be moved from the school to the police station. My colleague Mawina Egbeta is on the grounds to tell us exactly what's happening. Mawina.
Hi, Na. We're so live at the Odoko polling station 4, where the expectation really is that any moment from now, the polling station, which is inside, will be moved outside. The concern from a lot of the individuals who've been gathered here has been one and one only, that they do not want the polling station to remain inside the church because they want to be able to see every activity as it happens, and then they can observe as well. That's been the concern which has been raised. The municipal chief executive for the area came around, interacted with the presiding officer. At a point in time, this entire ground was filled with a number of these supporters who were making that demand and asking that. They've been insistent on it since morning, that they want the polling station outside so they can observe. In fact, if you go inside where I have been, both reps of the NPP and the NDC are all seated comfortably, taking stock of the numbers as they come through. But for the observers who are outside, they have one simple demand, that bring this polling station outside, because as we're here, we can't see what's happening inside. And if you know our voting system and its demand and the insistence on transparency by a lot of individuals, the task has been quite simple. And so we'll gauge the mood of a number of them, because you're already seeing some of them speaking. But the concern from the officials is that there could be rains. And so really, let's keep it in an area where it's safe, because there are no tents and all of that have been provided. All of that insistence is what I've seen the police reinforcement come through, and then the area barricaded. And so I think when we started, you saw a number of individuals were being ushered into the church. Those are persons who are coming in to come and vote. And so now there's been a number of police officers who've come to, barricades have been introduced to keep all of these observers outside, so that the voting process can continue peacefully as well. But for a lot of these individuals who are here, the argument is simple, and the insistence is just for one thing. They want the polling station brought outside, and then as well, they say if it's because they are worried about the rain and all of that, they will provide tents. We will engage a number of them for you shortly as well, and then pick thoughts in relation to what it is that we're seeing, because they are insisting that they wanted. So, boss, what is your demand?
We want them to pause the voting so that they will bring everything outside. So then we start everything so that everybody would be vigilant. We see everything, what is going on. We won't change what we won't do. If you want to do vote for this one, the other one, each one, just we want to be vigilant. Be your brother's keeper. Know what your brother wants to do. Which is having correct this thing, then we know he is trying to vote 2 or 3 times. We will know that this guy has already voted, so we won't allow him to vote. We want that you can be behind, you can be this, but we all want to vote, we see what is going on.
But they say that it could rain. I mean, in our season, it could rain.
Pentecost, it's not only here. It cannot rain. At this place, Pentecost, then you won't. Here, then Pentecost is at only 300 few meters. So why? So bring this outside. Pause. You have to pause. Then we are very serious about what we are saying. We know them. We will know how they are. 28 good years. We have seen nothing in Ablekuma here, so we know what we want to do. Won't change and see what will be happening next.
So you want it brought outside, and that's
outside.
All right. Let me hear from you. So you say this place is the
main problem, where the problems are coming from. So all we want them to bring everything outside so that we can vote outside. We want to see everything going on correctly. All the police are around. They will take care of everything, every problem that comes out. The police are around, so we have no fear. They should bring everything outside so that we vote here, we see everything, we confirm everything. That's all. All we want is we want to vote outside, or else we won't vote, we'll go home. We want to vote outside.
Do you vote here?
Yes. No, I have my card here. So I want them to bring it outside, we vote here. This place is the main problem. The reason why we are saying that anytime we vote here, problems come here. So we don't want it that way. We want everything to go smoothly. So we want to vote outside. Simple.
In December when you voted, did you vote inside or was it outside?
Outside. We vote outside. Even when it is raining or shining, we put canopy here. All we want is outside. Simple.
And they are bringing the canopy.
All right.
They should pause.
Doc, here. There is no vote that we vote inside.
That's the reason why we are here.
Church or anywhere. How we vote outside. So we want it that way. Simple. The police are here to take care of us. So we want to vote outside.
Will be free and fair.
Simple.
Right. Thank you. So that's opinion sample just quickly from two of the individuals. One of them says they vote here, but they are not going to vote until it is all brought outside. I want to speak to one other person. What about you again? Bo nimba nake okay akani aba outside. Miniji problem anyone okay akeba.
I'm a boy Julia Giame. I'm a best suba. If you are not vote to Abuela, me no be an echo to Nagaya to me. My view, my Janaga MPP Yojibona. I told me
over me Minchu canopy baby. Ona more ebanye disturb process ewo asani nyehani be police bi a monitor no fia no MPP agent NDC agent we agent
no we no kwa ma we okay can you mo ba no Pentecost na vote to je canopy je ndi o sa le mo no twi ma me canopy je no ni canopy be je mi no la vote to agbo na agaja canopy aba nígbà nẹ́gà fi àwọn ọ̀nà àgàwọ̀ yín ẹ̀dọ̀ yìí nẹ́gà fi àwọn ọ̀nà àgàwọ̀ kura ní agaba àgbo ẹ̀nà náà agaba àgbo ẹ̀nà agaba kò ṣe àvótò olólùlù ní amẹ́jú wọ̀ ní amẹ́mẹ́ni kí àvótò àgbẹ̀ náà ẹ̀ka àwọn ní agaba àgbo ẹ̀nà akẹ́dẹ́ abakane ṣíṣí mọ̀ júwẹ́ jí àmẹ́ síta bí ẹwọ́ kẹ́ ẹ́ lẹ́dọ̀ wọ́ kẹ́ ẹ́ lẹ́
yé. Thank you. So he is also making the same point and making it quite strongly that if you go to the other polling station, which is not so far away from us here, it's a similar situation. They don't have canopies, but voting is happening in the open, and so they don't understand why voting should be happening in an enclosed area like this. And so that is essentially what's happening, and we'll try to get a bit more in terms of the reaction. But for now, it looks like voting is proceeding, even as they continue to make the argument strongly that they want all of the activities brought outside so that they can observe now.
All right, that's my colleague Mawina Egbeta there. Bringing us a live report. Mawina, if you're still on, have you been told the reason the polling station was this time? Do we know why?
Well, there's been no official reason by the officials of the Electoral Commission, the presiding officer and all of that, who are all here. Perhaps we'll try and gauge that, because the individuals say from the onset that they had tried to have all of that done from the beginning, and the insistence was it be done inside. But this is inside. This is where all of the voting is happening at, as both party agents all here seated comfortably, monitoring the process, and it's been all calm. As of the last time of checking, there were 19 plus people had voted. Now I believe the numbers have exceeded 19, and so far I've tried to get one or two from him in relation to that. He shied away from speaking, and so that really is just a concern, possibly about the weather. But outside of that, we haven't really gotten a concrete reason as to why we're seeing it happen inside. And initially, there was an agreement of some sort that they would try and have it brought outside. But the presiding officer again reiterated that would disrupt the voting process if that were to happen. And so it's continuing even after the barricades were brought. But now we don't know if, based on the sentiment and a lot more of the reinforcement, we're seeing Mr. Kofi Sapon, who is one of the senior police officers as well, come through. That's been what we're seeing, and more in terms of reinforcement from the police coming around to ensure that the process is smooth. There hasn't been confusion. That we must state clearly. There hasn't been a need for fisticuffs and all of that. Just the people insisting very strongly that the process has to be brought outside so that they can as well observe. But that's just it, as we've been observing as well here now.
All right, thank you so much, Mawina Egbeta, and we will come back to you so you let us know if the people have been granted their wish to bring the polling station outside as they are used to. But we're going to cross over to Kwashibu now, to the Lord's Pentecostal Church, where there appears to be some chaos. My colleague Crosby is live. Hello, Crosby. Yes, Crosby, what can you report from the Lord's Pentecostal this morning? Yes, we can hear you.
Great. So this is the Lord's Pentecostal polling station. It is the polling station number C in the Kwashibu area. And it's a C because ordinarily it should be 3 polling stations that should be, having the elections here. But of course, in the 2024 elections, it was only the polling station C that had its result in dispute. Hence, the rerun of the election in only polling station C at the Lord's Pentecostal polling station. So far, the process has been largely smooth. I spoke with the presiding officer earlier, and he tells me that he's expecting about 563 people to cast their ballots today. As we speak, somewhere close to 60 people have been able to go through the process. The only concern he has is that there are some people who are from their homes to come and vote, but it appears they are not supposed to vote here because wherever they voted for in the 2024 elections, they voted after the 2024 elections, there were no concerns there. So they would not have to vote here. It means they voted in either polling station A or polling station B. Hence, it is only polling station C people who are voting here. And that is also made up of people who have the surnames are coming from M up until Z. So people come here thinking that they have to re-vote, but it turns out that they voted peacefully in polling station A and B. So they will not be allowed or they cannot vote in polling station C. So far, we've seen the NDC parliamentary candidate here, Rabna Obeng. She came a few moments ago. She interacted with some of the supporters around, interacted with the police officers around, engaged with them, found out from them how the entire process has been. It was to her satisfaction, but she declined speaking to the media. However, as she was about to leave, it appeared that she handed over something to some of the supporters. The thinking is that that should be an amount of money, and that the sharing of that package that she appeared to hand over to some of the supporters is what resulted in some chaos. Yeah, there was some near fisticuffs around because the sharing of this money became a little problematic. But eventually, after about 10 minutes, it was resolved peacefully, and all the supporters, they are still observing the process smoothly. At the moment, we've seen some increased police presence, and I should tell you that it is a regular visit by some of the top security apparatus to find out how the entire process is going. Not to say that anything untoward is happening or anything untoward has warranted the presence of these top security officials. Their thinking is that, and their engagement is that they are only coming to observe. So after a while, these police officers would leave and will be left with, the regular officers who have been here since morning. So if you come to the Lord's Pentecostal polling station at Kwashibu, polling station C, that is what has been happening. A smooth process so far, but for some chaos that came as a result of some items suspected to be money handed over to some of the supporters, and the sharing of that resulted in the chaos. It's been all peaceful here at the Lord's Pentecostal polling station C. Nashako.
All right, Crosby, thank you for bringing us that update. And we're going to keep a close eye on these polling stations that have reported some confusion. But we should also commend the Ghana Police Service for their presence across all the polling stations and for being able to restore calm where there has been confusion. But we're back in studio now, and I'm going to hand over to Roland to continue our analysis part of our coverage.
Just conclude for me on the subject, and very instructive there. If you want to comment on that as well.
Yeah, but then some of the things that came up, from the conversation, something is clear, and I think politicians would have to learn from what the people were saying. If you listen to them, it's like 28 years of MPP, nothing much had been done. in the constituency.
But that's just an opinion.
No, but if you see... If
you know the
listen
constituency
to,
very well.
Yeah. So I'm saying that if that is the reason why the constituency that used to be MPP stronghold is now in this kind of situation, then the political parties must, especially NDC that is in power, if people vote for you, they expect you to do something for them so that they would also vote for you again. So for me, that is quite. But the point I was making before we went to the street, the third, was that the MPP itself, I think in this election, they've not conducted themselves well. Prior to the election, how the party seemed confused as to whether to contest or not to contest. And the issue that I also want to raise finally is the issue of the people arguing that the process should be brought out in the open. Of course, our elections are premised on transparency. So if at a point in time people have a problem with the issue of transparency and asking that it should be brought out, they should consider it, because the walls are opaque. People cannot see through what is happening there. So it is important they listen to them and bring the process outside so that at the end of the day, people will be comfortable with the process.
Jantwa, events so far, and that you think will have a bearing on today's polls from both sides, both camps, so to speak, narrated in the media, you have monitored, and then also those conclusions you can make.
Good morning to my fellow panelists. Good morning to our viewers. For me, the major question is, what went wrong in the tenure of President Akufo-Addo to the MPP? What has created this kind of challenge within the MPP? Because once upon a time, anybody who tried to disobey party executives will be suspended. Let's give thanks to the MPP candidate for insisting that she's going to stand.
Why?
That is what has brought a competition.
Why?
It's brought a competition. If she had gone according to what the party wanted, forget it, there'll be no competition. We won't even be sitting on this set, because it'd be a foregone conclusion, wouldn't it?
You're happy he has defied his party?
Sorry?
You're happy she has defied the party?
I'm just saying it has brought competition.
Okay, on one hand.
Elections are meant to be a competitive event, and may the best person win. I am not in favor of a one-sided governance system, because it is not possible. Whatever you do, one party will go and another party will come. So I ask the question, what happened in the tenure of President Akufo-Addo that has brought the MPP to this particular stage? Because I ask, are there no elders in the party? There must be elders in the party. The days of Darocha and all those, you won't have this. Because you'd have expect all those flag bearers who are marching up there to pay money, they would be the ones to tell the party, no, we have got to go. The court has said A, B, C, D, E. We can't defy the court. Let's go. Let's go and put our best foot forward and try and win. So let's say, and we don't know who's going to win, let's say the lady wins today, the MPP lady wins today. What is the executive going to say? If any country, the executives will resign. Straight away. Straight away, because you got it wrong. And you'd have caused harm to the party. So I don't know the kind of confusion in the MPP today that is creating this kind of thing. I don't know what it is. Because if a general secretary can come and tell everybody, we are not standing, and then the candidate defies, and then when the candidate defies, flag bearers and potential presidential candidates troop out there and give money to support her, where are the executives? What is their power?
You mean that it shows a different kind of communication out there, or what?
Not communication. If Vice President Baumia has gone out there to give her money and the party said we are not standing, who's to be trusted? Who is to be trusted? Who has control of the power? Because if for nothing at all, once the party said we are not standing, and the presidential, the MP, the potential MP decides to stand, you shouldn't have big guns going there to support, because you all go according to what the party tells you. Those who went there to support, Brian Champong, Baumia, Kennedy, have they defied the party? Would you say they've defied the party? Of course they defied the party.
They have defied the party?
Yes, they have. What did the party say? We are not standing. We are not standing. They're on the media. Even up until yesterday, they were saying they went standing. So what went wrong? So for me, there is some kind of crisis in the MPP that they need to look at. Look, I have been saying that the MPP should try as much as possible to start building confidence within the people. The 2024 elections devastated the ranks of the MPP. And this is for you to now build that kind of confidence back, heading for 2028. Heading for 2028. The MPP should be sitting around on this table. They should be here. Look, I'm not an MPP, but if I were in their party, I would tell them, don't let us boycott any media house, because it's the voice of the people. That is what the people listen to. That's what the people hear. That's what the people express their opinions, both radio and TV. So don't let us boycott. We might not like some of the things they do. However, it is a mouthpiece for us. It's a mouthpiece where we can build the party back up. But what do we see? Even those who are MPP, who come here, and you discuss MPP matters with them on other states, and they come here, they don't want to associate themselves with MP, because if they do, they'll be pointing fingers at them from the executive. It's wrong.
Who told you that?
It is wrong. We know. I don't want to give examples, but we know. And it is wrong. They need to start building their party back up. They are the largest opposition party in the country. The largest opposition party in the country. And their actions, people are watching. What did the lady say? She said, all these years they've supported MPP. They haven't seen development in their area. Is that not a blight on them? Isn't this something they should take on? Isn't this something where they say, okay, we are coming to stand this time round. We will show you if we win. Even in our opposition, we will fight for you. Are we saying that? No, they are rather telling their candidate not to stand. I don't understand the mechanics of that. What is a political party there for? A political party is there to win elections. A political party is to make sure that people see the likelihood of you being able to do what? To handle the country. And I'll talk about my own party, the CPP. People don't have confidence in us.
They don't have confidence?
They don't.
Because?
Because of the way we have handled ourselves. They don't have confidence in us. And as I continuously say, it's up to us to make sure that we can build confidence within the people. And how do we build confidence within the people? As a party. Ours is splintered. Come together. Stop all the things that we do and show the people you can do it. And unfortunately, the MPP is gradually following our footsteps, which doesn't bode well for our politics. They should try as much as possible to bring unity. That is what is important. Bring unity. Ghanaians like seeing a unified party. Unity. But what they are doing, it doesn't show it, unfortunately. So, I'm interested to see how these elections are going to go.
What can you say about the incident so far?
I think that policeman should have been shown on television for everybody to see.
Why?
Why? And he should have explained himself. And I expect the police hierarchy to take him on and expose him. Yeah. And if they have to suspend him, suspend him. You're a policeman. To what? Protect the people. That is why it is not a police force, but a police service. You are there to what? Protect the people. What is most sad for me is the kind of low ebb trust we have in our politics today. So, the voting is being held, is it in a church?
A number of churches.
Yeah,
yes.
well,
There's Pentecost Church.
The one that they showed us. It's a church. It's a school.
Yeah.
What is wrong with that? It's because of lack of trust in our politics. Because I don't see anything wrong for holding it there. We should be able to hold our voting anywhere we feel is adaptable. So, okay, we bring everything outside. The rain starts falling, coming down. We then now take everything inside. Confusion everywhere. But it's a trust element. And I hope and pray that one day we will stop sharing money. I hope and pray. One day we will stop sharing money and let the best person win and win transparently. What is the sharing of money for? What does it do? And even now, voters have even seen through this thing. They'll take the money and they will not vote for you. So why you, the politician, why are you going to waste your time to go and find money to come and share to people? And anyway, how many people are under this election? About 6,000 people.
Plus, just a little.
Yeah, well, even let's say 7,000 people. Are all the 7,000 people going to vote? Are you going to be able to give money to all the 7,000 people? And that is what I kept saying. And I said it through this duration. Go down there, let the people know what you can do, gather the people close to you, and convince the people that if they vote for you, the kind of development that you are looking for, you will get. So, may the best person win.
Dr. Zato, your observation so far from this morning and then what we look forward to as stakeholders.
Oh, thank you very much. One question kept coming up. If you look at what is happening as to why there seems to be, let me say, a certain disjoint between the actions and inactions of the NPP's National Committee and then the candidate.
State that again. I didn't hear you.
There seems to be the question of there's a disconnect between the NPP National Executive, the decision they took, and what is happening right now with their candidate who is campaigning there. That question has been raised. For answers to that question, we need to look at what we call rational choice theory.
The rational choice theory.
Or rational self-interest theory. Economics and political scientists have used rational choice to begin to try to explain why people do what they do and how people do they do. The first thing that all politics is about interest. Politics is basically fundamental about interest.
Please, what you mentioned, rational
choice theory or rational self-theory.
Yeah.
Rational self-interest theory. You can look at it.
There's also rational self-interest theory.
Yes. Rational choice, rational self-interest theory is similar. It's almost the same, depending upon where you are looking at. Its basic definition is that rational self-interest is the principle that individuals, when given the choice, will take actions to make decisions that will maximize their rational self-interest. It's a fundamental decision that, given the choice, individuals will take decisions that will maximize their self-interest. Of course, it has a lot of assumptions as to whether the individual must have all the facts, the complete information in a market mode. But I'm not going to go through all that but the purpose is that when you are seeing is rational self-interest being played out. One, at a very national level, you are seeing a national, what's the name?
Choice.
The National Council of the NPP saying that, look, we have been given a raw deal. We have been, one, betrayed and maltreated and disrespected by the Electoral Commission. That the referee in this field has not treated us well and failed from the beginning. And that is not good. What the referee has done to us has betrayed our trust and has made us to lose our trust in the referee. And because of that, we don't think that we should go ahead and justify or give the referee what the referee really wants. So that is at the national level. At the local level, the rational self-interest level at the local level, this candidate is saying that, look, I already have some votes in the ballot box. And I think that considering everything I've put inside it, I stand a better chance of winning this seat. I shouldn't just throw all those votes away. If I do,
from the individual side.
Yes, I've left the National Council, I've come down to the individual side. Yeah, look, I've already got votes in the ballot. And I think the last time they were saying what is Collation, she seems to be leading, or is it she says
48
that? Yeah. So she says, look, if currently I think I'm doing well, and probably she has said that, look, considering my options, I can win. So why should you quit? In her case, then the question could be, why should I quit when I'm leading? Why should I quit when I'm winning? So from a rational self-interest, you can then understand why she will personally then think that quitting when you are ahead is not in her best interest. So you could say, but then you can then also look at the other people in this, and I made this point clear.
So what theory is there between when the individual who is the member of parliament, former member of parliament, the candidate who has to make that choice, and then the national decision-making body that takes a position, where the individual defies the position of the overall body, which is the MPP?
At the end of the day, all politics, that's the second point I was coming to, is local. All politics is local. So you are saying that this lady, once again, is making a very rational choice theory or a very rational self-interest theory. Saying that, look, all politics is local. I know my constituency better than probably you at the national executive level. I understand my constituents better than you at the national level. I was the one whose picture was on the ballot paper.
Or notice of poll.
And so far, after this have done, I am the one that have been talking to, living with, campaigning with these people in my constituency. So I understand them better than you are doing. And once all politics is local, she's saying that, look, I understand that you want to take a decision in the corporate image of the bigger institution, but I also understand the local implications and do this. So that is where she is coming from. And I've also explained, those in the middle, those aspiring to lead the party, they have an interest. Of course, they want to lead a party, so they don't want to be seen. There are delegates in that constituency. There are delegates there who will be voting.
Okay, let me hold you on to that. Earlier on, an incident was reported, the Odoko polling station, where we had Mawina Egbeta giving us the latest from the agitations from voters saying that they wanted the location for the voting to be brought outside so that there could be what they perceive to be transparency. And now, what's the latest?
Yes, so reports we're getting from the ground is that the polling station, as was requested by the voters, they asked that it be moved from inside the church to outside the church. We're getting indications that that move is currently ongoing. Let's cross over now to Egbeta to give us more information on that. Hello, Egbeta.
It was a very busy time. Everybody. It was a very busy time.
Egbeta, can you hear me?
Yes. So yes, I can hear you now. I can hear you now. And so right now, there are attempts to have the polling station fixed outside, which was the demand of the teaming supporters or observers who are here. In fact, it had to take the Greater Accra EC boss to come in, and then the moment she walked into the scene, she told the presiding officers there's no way the polling station can be inside. It has to come outside, and that must happen immediately. And so voting has paused while tents are being mounted to ensure that the polling station is fixed outside for voting to continue. And so that's what's been happening. She came and ordered immediately and was in the immediacy working as quickly as possible to was asking questions, where could tents be acquired as quickly as possible to have them ensure a certain level of protection as and when the rains come through, which was by and large the concern of the presiding officer who was here. But she said no, there is no way polling stations are expected to be inside in an enclosed environment. It's supposed to be out in the open, and so immediately everything had to pause. In fact, I've seen persons who've come through trying to come in and vote, and the police officers have cautioned them to just hold on while the area is prepared so that voting can commence immediately. And so that's what's happening right now. And I'm just hoping I can get a few words from her again, though she said quite strongly that she didn't want to go on air, but perhaps she'll give us a bit more words as to why she decided in the immediacy that all of that must come outside. But for now, in your shot, you can see preparations quickly underway. That tent is being mounted, just briefly, you came and ensured that everything came outside. Just walk us through the decision and why you asked the presiding officer to bring everything outside.
Actually, I had a call, that they had mounted a polling station in the church. So I came and sacked them from the church because we don't mount polling stations in the church. We mount polling stations outside so that everybody can see what goes on.
And so now that's happening. It's paused voting a bit. Some will say it's disrupted the process to an extent.
Oh, it has not disrupted the process. At least we can give them, I don't know, but if we spend about 10 or 15 minutes to get back, we would extend the time to about 15 minutes. So maybe we'll close around 5:15 instead of 5.
You've been to other places. What have you observed? Have we seen similar? Because the concern from the people here was that it was inside and they wanted it outside. Have we seen similar, or it's been relatively smooth in all of the night?
The only place that I've seen that they have mounted the polling station inside. This is the only polling station that I've seen that they have mounted. I had a call. I was outside. I had a call. That's why I came here.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Right, and so that's the Gladys Pinkra. She is the head of the Greater Accra EC, and coming through and ensuring that in the immediacy these tents are being mounted. Perhaps I'll try and go back to some of the individuals I spoke to and gauge their opinions as well, because they were vehemently opposed to the polling station being inside. Now their wish has been granted, and so perhaps we can pick a few thoughts from them as well as to what they make of the decision to have it brought outside. Tents have been brought in as well, and any moment from now, you heard Madam Pinkra mention that voting possibly could be extended. There is what is like private security as well coming through, where the police says they will not allow that. They will not allow that to happen, or allow them into the inner perimeter. But interestingly, Mrs. Pinkra, who ordered that the polling station be brought outside, is not still receiving a lot of support from these persons who are here, which is quite surprising, because she came and granted their one wish to have the polling station brought outside. But let's speak to this man. He was one of the individuals who was boss initially. Now polling station I
am not the one.
Okay.
The truth must be told. Before time, we both agreed, because of the rain and other things, we should do the thing indoors. Two polling agents each. We all agreed. Voting was going on smoothly, more than close to an hour or so later. Then people came and they said we should bring it outside. My question was, we both agreed, two leaders agreed to have it inside. So if you are bringing it outside, there should be consensus. If there's no consensus, how can one person decide to bring it outside? In the end, we judge peace prevailed. But our suspicion has been met. As soon as the box was brought down, look at the confusion and what's going on. Because we knew this will not happen. Initially, we agreed after the voting, we will bring the ballot out, count it for everybody to see. That was what we agreed. Now they said we should bring it outside. We are not afraid. It's election. We are confident we will win. We can even take it to heavens. We will still survive. What we want is peace. But our suspicion has been met. We knew if this thing come outside, this thing...
Well, for now, what it is that we're seeing is they are trying to set up the polling station because it has been brought outside, and then voting will proceed. Do you have any concerns that when it's brought outside there could be something?
That is our suspicion. We believe the police will follow the law, act strictly, and adhere to the rules and regulations of the poll. That's the only thing we want, because we suspect after the election, pandemonium will break loose here.
Because I hear in December, this was one of the areas which was very hot.
And that is why when we agreed to make it indoors, you were here. If you people be truthful, everything was going on smoothly until this thing happened. But we are ready to do it. We just want the police to protect each and everyone who will come and vote. Simple. That is all.
Thank you very much. And so let me see if I can get right. You also have something to say. What are your concerns?
Yeah, my concern is the attitude of our opponent, how they are taking these elections to be. We are confident that we are winning these elections. The MPP, how they are taking this election here, all point to the fact that they are losing elections. And probably since they are losing elections, they are using all foul means to delay the process, for which we are confident that Radman is going to win.
Well, to be fair, the Madam Gladys Pinkra, who is the boss of the EC, says that polling stations are not supposed to be in an enclosed environment, and so she's asked that be brought outside. That is what prevails.
Very well. See, so this thing should be both parties need to agree on it. So one party cannot decide what to do, whereby the other party is not well certain with it. So probably we all need to agree to the fact that this the box needs to be out for each everyone to see what is happening here. That's what we stand for. We know we are winning elections, so we are not cautioned or worried about what our opponents are doing. So we are well clear in our mind that Radman is going to carry out the day at the end of the polls.
Thank you very much. So let's try and go outside. Let's try and go outside and then pick a bit more thoughts from the da. Ofana nkabo wie ni oke ota ni aba outside. Akeba outside bi Antone.
Agaba outside so wonder new machine. Gaga ameyeju ameye waka ame kokoko. MPP party ele waka ame ameyo waka ma fi waka ame.
Okay. So
ATS bien ko poto kusu ko fe moto ATS. We are fighting for. Yes, you my desk waka ame. So the poor you for mo.
Thank you. So they are
the issue can go either side. It depends on how you communicate with your people and then influence them to vote, looking at the development at the constituency. So I think it's a dicey.
It's a tight race.
And a very dicey one. Kind of run. So let's peace prevail so that at the end of the whole kabudo, the best person will emerge.
Thank you as well. Thank you. And so that's by and large everything in relation to all of the reaction to bringing the polling station outside of the church and all. We are waiting for voting to now officially begin, and I get the indication that it's now begun again, and so the process has been properly cordoned off. The officials of the Electoral Commission are back doing their work. Persons are being verified. A number of persons are in the queue as well. They are being verified, and then they will get the opportunity as well to vote. And so voting is back. Action has commenced again, and it's all going smoothly. I'm seeing the lady as well using the indelible ink, and then she will be issued her ballot paper, and then it will be crossed off. A gentleman as well just voted. Boss, you just voted. How was the process? Well, he says he's not interested in having a conversation, and so that's all well and good. But he's voted, he's made his way out, and a lot more persons are getting the opportunity to vote. As of the last time I checked again with the presiding officer here, he mentioned 30 plus individuals, and a lot more persons continue to come through for voting to proceed. And so now it's mixed reaction, but the last person I spoke to indicating quite clearly that it's a tight race, and so you can understand. And there's a history of some sort to this particular area and the polling stations here. 4 polling stations, just one has come up for the rerun, and it's courted quite the controversy during the December elections, and so we can understand why interest continues to peak at this particular point, at this particular area, I should say.
For bringing us that update from the Odoko Presby 4 polling station. If you missed our earlier report, what happened was that the Odoko Presby 4 polling station was sited inside the Presby Church building. Now, the voters protested, even after a few of them had voted, and said that they did not understand why the polling station was inside the church building and asked that it be brought outside. The update we just got from Mawina Egbeta suggests that the polling station has now been moved outside the church building and voting will continue shortly. But earlier also, we saw a disturbing video of a police officer slapping a gentleman who's reported to be a journalist. Let's just take a look at that video again, and then we'll come back to the studios.
Wow.
The video you just saw, it's a video from the Presby and Pentecost polling station in North Odoko, where a police officer physically assaulted a journalist at the polling station this morning. And we're going to cross over back to our analysis desk, and I'm sure Roland and the team would tell us exactly, I don't know, why something like this should happen, what should happen, and how should this be handled moving on.
Yeah, so you can clearly see that it's a moment of temper that just went bad. And certainly that level of restraint that was needed was not exhibited. Clearly, you can see from the rank of the policeman that he's a senior police officer, a commissioned police officer at that. And so he might be the gentleman who is responsible for the security situation and making sure that peace, law and order is maintained at this side of the polling station. A very unfortunate incident, but nonetheless something that shouldn't have occurred. And typically, well, we'll go by what the reporter from GH1 did say, that he is formally going to file a complaint with his superiors, and we're sure that some truce or perhaps justice could be brought on the subject. But talking about that, Dr. Zato, you were saying you support the decision of the MPP leadership. Is that what you said?
I was trying to explain how or why some organizations make the decisions they make the way they make them. And I was trying to do that through the perspective of rational choice theory. And so that is the first choice. And then, so based on that theory, and if you look at that, you can understand why, as a corporate entity, the MPP, the National Executive, would have made the decision they did. Secondly, if you look at that theory and you look at it as an individual level, that the MPP candidate thought that this is the best way to maximize her rational utility interest, they should have made the same decision. So that's the first thing. The second thing I want to talk about is that all politics is local. So again, you can say that it's true that the National Executive MPP is kind of removed and touched from the situation because they are not in that constituency. This was the woman who stood for elections. She had votes in the ballot boxes right now. She has votes counted and she's leading marginally. So she may think that, look, you don't quit when you are ahead. You don't quit when you are winning. And since the elections of December 7th up to now, we don't know how much work she's put there. But she's put on work. Probably she has spoken to more voters because she has been able to repair the places that she didn't do well. Maybe she has been able to show up her own votes and everything. So she said, look, I have put in so much sweat, energy, to just walk away.
Is that that's what she told you?
No, I'm just telling you that all politics is local, and that you can understand these things through some very theoretical perspective, try to understand better how people make decisions. Okay. The concept of rational choice is a decision-making process that people can make. So I don't know this woman. I've never seen her. So I'm just trying to explain to you from where.
So what do you make of a situation where the individual, based on the theory that you're analyzing in relation to the decision she decided to make, even gets the support of the leading individuals who want to be the next flag bearers or flag bearer of the MPP,
including
even Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Japan, Brian.
So that is where I'm going next. So I said all politics local. So from local perspective,
go there.
She would say that this is what is. Now, again, I mean, these people you've mentioned, they are contesting. They are contesting for elections or they want to contest with the APP. This constituency is full of what? Delegates. There are delegates there. So one, they may be going there to test their national campaign messages. They may be going there to test their national campaign strategies. They may be going there to try to get delegates. At the end of the day, they are also making decisions that will maximize their rational utility. They are also making decisions that they think that at the end of the day, depending upon how good or what lessons I learned from here or what I gain here, I can use it for my eventual campaign. And so from that perspective, you can then understand why they too will be invested in, they too will participate in it. And so ultimately, people are making decisions to maximize their rational utility. People are making the decision that they think that will be good for them going forward because nobody intentionally makes a decision to hurt himself. So I can understand that it is a conundrum where you are asking yourself, what is this the national executive decision? These are the individual decisions, and these are the decisions people are making, maximizing them. So I can understand that. The question
I just want to understand.
No, ask.
No, let him finish.
Let him ask. Yes.
No, you take it as a reaction.
Oh, no, it's a question.
No, we're not in a political science lecture here. We're doing analysis. Please go ahead, Dr.
Okay,
Zato.
but he's using that as his analysis.
No, Jantua, please.
Now, you can also then begin to ask, so what will motivate these delegates or voters in Odoko to make the decision? So I've talked about motivations and what will motivate them. I don't know whether it will be local issues. Mostly we see local issues. So is it about their roads? Is it about their hospitals? Is it about their clinics? Is it about their sanitation? Is it about the environment? Is that what will motivate them? I hope and wish that we have what we call exit polls. And sometimes, and that is where I think that is one area where in our democracy so far we've not invested in. We've done the polling, surveys too, but I'm yet to see exit polls of voters telling us why they voted the way they did. I would have loved to see. So I want to know, this election, is it all dominated by local Ablekuma North issues? Or issues like their schools, their healthcare, their roads, or the past records? Or is it dominated, or are they also being influenced by national issues? I would have liked to see that because that will help us to know. And look, whether we like it or not, politics and campaigning is a continuous learning thing. When you win elections, you still want to continue learning. So I'm sure that the NPP would like to know how or why these people voted the way they do. I'm sure that the NDC also want to know how and why these people vote the way they did. Because remember, immediately after this, both parties are also meeting or converging at Akwetia. So they would like to understand. If this vote was dominated by local issues, then probably when they go to Akwetia, they will place emphasis on local issues. And if these people are dominated by what? National issues, then when they go to Akwetia, both parties, they also want to focus on what? National issues. At the end of the day, I think that both political parties and we researchers must invest in what we call exit polls so that it can help us to better analyze this and make better decisions.
I like that, the subject about exit polls. In 2016, though, which usually doesn't happen, the American exit polls said that Donald Trump will not win. He did win. So I don't know about that. But at the end of the day, we have to analyze it in terms of the leadership and then the decision that was taken based on his responses. And then the individual decision by the MP deciding to say, I will go in today. And just 12 hours before that, a flurry and massive support from key individuals who ordinary voters of MPP look up to. What do you say to that?
You see, the rational self-interest theory is a fallacy when it comes to politics. And I'll explain. He's a lecturer. I was once a lecturer. The fact that I don't carry that cap again doesn't mean I don't know what I'm talking about.
Okay, two lecturers. Okay, let's get to the point.
You see, the rational self-interest theory is applicable more to economics and not to partisan politics.
It's
once again, to economics, where you would drive benefits as an individual, then you go in there and do that.
But is it not also more also linked to decision making? And so in this
decision making in economics, it is not in decision making in partisan politics. Let me now tell you what partisan politics is. Your interest is subsumed under the interest of the entire group,
which is the umbrella body. The political party.
Political party. And in politics, and for that matter, the individual's interest is to support the policies of his party. You don't step away. You don't do that.
I wish we could
have you heard of a collective interest?
Debate about this.
Have you heard of collective interest in politics? And that you are collectively, responsible, collective responsibility in politics?
Why is that important?
That is important because you are not there as an individual. You are there to champion the cause of the group in politics. So it doesn't apply here. If we had this political, rational self-interest in politics, political parties will disintegrate. Political parties will disintegrate. You'll be pulling this way, I'll be pulling that way, this will be pulling that way. But in partisan politics, what you do is that you are slow or you are reluctant to compromise the broader interest. You should be slow. And that is why in politics, if people are unable to continue with the policies of their party, they do what? They resign. Like my brother did, Ebo. Ebo said that when there was once a tyrant in charge of the MPP, he felt that was the wrong thing to do.
Is that what you said?
And then, yes, we're talking about that. That the style of Akufo-Addo is what has brought them to this point. So I can understand where it's coming from, but in politics,
where am I coming from?
Oh, let me talk.
No, please.
I can understand where it's coming from, but in politics, that interest is not pronounced. That's what I want to tell him. It's not pronounced. You do that, you are giving the marching orders. You do that, you are sacked. So, as it is now, and I earlier on asked the question, after these elections, will you hold Bawumia to the disciplinary committee for defying the party's stand? Will you?
I don't understand.
Will you also hold, because what is all happening now is defying the party's stand. Are you going to hold all those people to the party's disciplinary committee? Will you do that? Will you? Will you hold Kene Yepong, Brian Champong? And you see also, and I also made that point clear, that on the ground, I'm sure the MPP supporters or MPP followers will be confused. Am I going to follow what the party said, or I should defy the party like the candidate? All this is confusion, Yama. It's confusion. So I think that it is clear, and why we are at pains to explain this is because of how high the MPP has fallen. This wouldn't have happened during the days of Darochenko.
How low, not how high.
How low, rather. How low they are falling.
But you don't.
The height from which they are falling, that's actually
These
what I
are
want
the
to
crop
say.
of current leaders they have.
And that is the problem. How did we get to this point? How did we get to a point where the MPP had that high standard? Didn't they nurse people to take over? What is the gap? Why is it there was a gap? Or why is it we have this crop now? Where when they issue instructions, they issue edit. But you see, was this even thought through well? Did they, the executives, because I am a party executive, I know that first it would have been bounced by the Council of Elders.
Mm-hmm.
The candidate's office will be involved. The function executive will be involved. Did they do this consultation? And so when a decision comes out of that consultation, nobody goes against it. In fact, the candidate, in our case, when we were having problems with question, he was always in the meeting when decisions were taken. He was part of it.
So that.
Then we asked him, what do you say? Can you? Even the one that he has to go, when they removed him, he has to go. We asked him, can you? He told us that yes, his father's popularity, because his father was a Nkrumah what do they call
Maybe
them?
district commissioner.
District commissioner. So you elicit the views of the candidate. What is happening now, I'm clear, they didn't even elicit the views of the candidate.
But the question I have to pose to you, why is you so much interested in the issue of the
We
MPP
are
and not battling
building,
your own?
we are building a democracy, for God's sake. We are building a democracy. And we want all our parties to be strong. I am happy what is happening to them, because today, this is a cool chop. But going forward, we need to have a strong opposition. We need to have an opposition that can hold government accountable. But what is happening now is a clear case of a party that is in comatose, a party that cannot, as it were, stand on its feet. And such a political party is a disadvantage to our growth as a democracy.
So the point is that
I'll beg you, Mr. You give me 1 minute to just say something small.
The narratives now have created a certain situation where the position of the executives and then the decision of the candidate today that have resulted in individuals at the top leadership now rallying for the candidate becoming problematic. Is that the reason why we're seeing it looks like misreactions by even some key individuals in some of the MPP strongholds when it comes to the polling stations that were reporting this morning?
But Roland, it is
Mr.
clear.
Bachman, I told you said I could take 1 minute of time.
Oh no, let me flow.
If you take a minute, then I will not have been fair to Lawyer Jantua.
But I
All right.
said
So please go ahead.
Yeah, so the point flowing from Dr. Zatu's argument, it is clear that I think he seems to admit that MPP has become a lawless party. Because if the top, the hierarchy of the party takes a decision, and an individual defies that decision, clearly it's a sign of lawlessness. Because no serious organization...
He hasn't mentioned the word lawlessness.
No, I'm saying that flowing from that is my deduction from what he said. Because, you see, but the truth has to be told, that since Nanado became the leader of the party, the only person that was respected in the party highly was Nanado. The national executives were only rubber stamps. I mean, people... that is why today, they can't even sanction people who are out there destroying the image of the party. They've lost it completely.
I don't understand.
I mean, there are people who are destroying the likes of Abonye and co. Do you think the MPP that I joined in 1992 would allow this thing to happen? Under whose chairmanship would this happen? So it's so clear that we are having the new potato party is now off the table. What we have then, the Nana People's Party is still in charge of the party. So you could see clearly that when it comes to the issue of decision making, even the decision of the party national executives are not respected by the individuals within the party. And that is very dangerous, because moving forward, if people also begin to defy orders of the party, what will happen to those people? Dr. Bawumia has defied the order of the party. Brian Champon has defied the order of the party. Duchum has defied the order of the party. I mean, you could see chaos, complete chaos in the party now. Because the strong man, that's why I said MPP is suffering from what I call PDS, post-strong man disintegration syndrome. That is what the MPP is going through now. That is why it's like, I mean, the sector cannot hold, because the big man, the strong man, is not there. And I agree, maybe it is not about change of name, but they would have to look at how they can restructure the party, they can rebuild the image of the party, and to be able to position the party to be very relevant in subsequent elections. Because at the end of the day, I was even wondering that what was going to be their campaign message in these elections. Because obviously, if you listen to what the people were saying, the party, I mean, for 28 years. You see, when political parties have advantage...
Campaign message? There's an MP, is it Gloria something? She says that if the NDC candidate wins it to be... There'll be something in Parliament.
No, but you see,
there'll be LGBT.
If you carefully listen to the people, they were talking about developmental projects in the constituency. You see, political parties, when they have control over a constituency and they call it stronghold, they neglect the constituency, because they know no matter what they'll be voted for. And when the constituency is also not their stronghold or a stronghold of the opposition, they tend to neglect. So they end up doing virtually nothing. They only come for themselves and all that. So, yes, once again, MPP has become a lawless party, and it's rather unfortunate. They would have to reinvent the party's structures and also make sure that things are done properly. Let me put it that way.
All right. Lajantwa, why is it that the decision of the individual is now being measured against what the position of the party is going to this election? Would it affect anything?
The decision
especially
of the
analyzing it with the theories that have come on board
when
today.
When you say the decision of the individual, you mean the candidate?
The candidates.
You see, what I wanted to find out from
Dr. Zato.
From Dr. Zato, I needed him to explain something to me based on the theory that he was using. Okay. The theory that he was using has got to do with personal responsibility, it's got to do with self-improvement, and it's got to do with others understanding that personal responsibility, that's personal, personal responsibility and improvement that individual wants to do. But there is an umbilical cord between the individual and the political party. The individual is there based on the political party. So if this is what you want to do, where does the political party stand? That is where it creates the kind of confusion that you have disobeyed the party. I remember in my earlier submission, I indicated, so Dr. Baumia and all the others, where do they stand in all this? Can they be hauled to the executives? Can it be that the General Secretary today, because of the stance he took, should resign, executives resign? And I even asked the question, if it so happens that the MPP candidate wins, what does it make of the executive? So it's a very fine line, because she, as I'm not sure whether it was Dr. Zato or Amaleba who said, has invested in that particular constituency, has seen herself get votes in the last voting, and now they are asking her that come back and vote again through Electoral Commission, and she feels she has the right to stand, and the party is saying we won't stand. So it creates a challenge. So the theory he was using, I wanted to see that umbilical cord which links to the party. How does that work out?
Can I answer that?
All right, we'll have to go to now before you come back, Dr. Zato. And now we're getting more incidents
more happening.
Or updates from the ground. What do we have now?
Yes, more happening on the grounds. We're going to cross over to the St. John the Baptist polling station, where our colleague Abba is on standby, Deborah Abba, and she is with the aspirant for the NPP, Nane Kuai-Afriye. And I think we saw how Akumsin earlier, also at that polling station. Deborah, can you hear me? All right, Deborah cannot hear me now, but she spoke to the NPP aspirant, Nane Kuai-Afriye, earlier, and this is what she had to say. Let's take a look.
God will let justice prevail. Because like I've always been saying, I want this election. But they say they wanted to take it really well. God will. How has the grounds been? Very wonderful. Very, very wonderful.
Have you toured other polling stations so far? So far, what have you observed?
I'm still. Odoko Pentecost. I learned the NDC guys are there causing confusion. Yes. So I feel the police should be able to curb the situation there. But so far, I think it's okay.
Are you so far impressed with the police presence? Looking at the
yes. Yes. God will let justice prevail. Because like I've always been saying, I want this election. But they say they wanted to take it really well. God will.
How has the grounds been?
Very wonderful. Very, very wonderful.
Have you toured other polling stations so far?
I'm still going
so far, what have you observed?
I'm still. Odoko Pentecost, I learned the NDC guys are there causing confusion. Yes. So I feel the police should be able to curb the situation there.
That is the NPP aspirant, Nanekia Mensah, Nanekia, I beg your pardon, if Free is speaking there. And she says that she believes in God, and God would ensure that justice prevails. At that same polling station, we saw earlier Hawa Kumsin also there. We're going to bring you more from that polling station when we're able to raise my colleague, Deborah Abba-Mensah, back on the phone lines. I will cross over now to the Presby 4 polling station where Mawina Egbeta is on standby with more updates. Mawina, what can you report now?
Voting is continuing quite steadily. What we've just witnessed is the NDC Observer team, along with their deputy national communications officer, as well as a deputy general secretary, all as well coming to receive briefing, because when we carry that bit of news about polling station inside and whatnot, they've come as well to receive briefing. So let's just get quick updates from Mr. Akogan. So, I mean, you've been round, observed. What can you report? Is the grounds looking positive for you? It's 19 polling station. It's quite dicey.
Yes, but we are very confident. And then you see, going around, you can tell that everybody is holding the register. These elections, yes, we know that we are trailing by 100 votes, but your ability to pull people out to come and vote gives you the victory. It is not a noise, it's nothing. So we are identifying the people, calling them to come and vote. So we are even calculating the numbers we are having now. Every hour we know the numbers that we are having. We are very confident of winning. Generally, you see the process being slow. Like as we speak, there's only one person going to cast the vote, no queues here and all that. It tells you that if you are able to whip up your people to come out and vote, you are done. It's not the numbers, it's nothing, it's strategic.
A strategy. You've admitted to being behind with 100 votes. This is the stronghold of the NPP. You haven't won since '92. In fact, the opinion of the NPP suggests that this entire rerun has been orchestrated somewhat to favor you, and despite that, they saying they weren't going to be a part of it. Still, the odds will be stacked pretty much against you. It's a daunting task.
We know this is a seat we've never won. We admit it. But 2024 told us something, that there are seats that we never dreamt of, but we won it. Dome Kwabenya should be an example that everybody to see, and we are going to repeat it here. You see, whatever the MPP are saying, for me today, it doesn't matter. What matters is what is before us. What matters is the votes that we are going to cast and we are going to count. That is all that matters to us. How can we be behind 19? Listen, when the Electoral Commission even said that it's left with 3, what pink sheets were they referring to? They were referring to the MPP pink sheet that we objected. The same with ours that was objected. So it was just both sides. So I beg them, they should come down, let's work and then declare NDC winners, and then everybody will know that it was a fair deal. This is not a by-election, it's a continuation of a process. It is still the 2024 elections that's going to be concluded today.
I'll leave you. It looks like you have to be on your way again, but that's Gordon Akogan with the NDC Observer team. We're waiting for a lot more persons to come around as well, so that we'll continue to monitor the process. But from us here, voting is proceeding smoothly now.
They're reporting from the Presby 4 polling station, where we earlier heard that the polling station, which was initially sited inside the church building, has now been brought outside and voting has resumed. Everything is running smoothly and all is well, and we hope that it continues that way until the end of polls today. We'll continue to bring you the live coverage across all 19 polling stations. We've got our reporters on the ground, and we are grateful to those of you on the ground in the various areas in that constituency who are also sending us live updates. Please keep them coming through with the hashtag Election Command Center. We're happy to read your messages and connect with you and let you know what's happening on the ground. But back in studio, of course, Roland Walker is still here with the team. Back to you, Roland.
And Dr. Zato, what will be your own reactions so far? Your expectations and the reactions you wanted to give, and what will be your best caution?
Thank you very much. Honorable Amalaba is not here, so I don't want to look like I'm talking behind him.
Oh, no, please, you can.
Rational interest theory is a broader theory, it's economics. But it's applied to decision-making. Now, the version in political science, public administration or politics, is public choice theory. And it examines how people make decisions. It examines political decision-making between politicians, political architects and candidates, bureaucrats, that is the executive, and then even voters, how voters behave. So when I say that it's a rational choice, sometimes we use them interchangeably, but the fact remains that, look, and I'm saying that applied to how you can then begin to see how the national executive of the party would have made a decision to maximize their rational utility interest, how the candidate at the local level would have also made a decision to maximize her utility interest, and how all the candidates running for various in fact, it's not only the national flag bearer positions. There are people also there who are running for general secretary, chairman, youth organizing position in the party, who are also there. They are all there trying to maximize their interests and national interest, some trying to market themselves, reshape their strategies and politics. So that the whole concept, that theory applies to decision making. But there's something that my friend Ebo said, and sometimes whenever I sit here with Movement for Change people, there's something. There is a deep fixation on the MPP. Like, it's just like without the MPP, the Movement for Change seems not to have any energy, any oxygen to go on. You will say blah blah MPP, blah MPP, and they're always deep. They will bend down Akufo-Addo's name, and bend down. He was a strong man. He did this. But ask one question: that strong man, when he appointed Alan Chamante as Minister of Trade in 2017. He took it. Nobody said anything. He said, under this strong man, why did he accept a position under this strong man?
How does this relate to the election?
After 2020, the same strong man appointed Alan. Alan again took a position under him. And God, if he was that bad, if the MPP was that bad, why did they accept positions under him? It seems the only time you've seen that he was that bad is because the voters, Alan lost President Primary and left the party. The moment he left the party, then Akufo-Addo is a bad man. Then MPP is a bad man. Then MPP has disintegrated. My point is that when you do that, you forget about the point that whatever happened to the MPP up to now, Honorable Alan Chamante was a key factor in that he helped make those decisions.
So do I get it that, Dr. Zato, you're saying that they are just aggrieved members or ex-members of the MPP?
Well, I'm not saying that, but you've put it eloquently. My point is that when you always sit down...
It's not an opinion I share, it's a question I ask.
I didn't say that.
I'll rephrase. I will ask the question again, Dr. Zato, please. Dr. Zato, do you want to come and moderate? Because I want to
I'll be nice. I've never done that before.
Great. Well, that will be fine. So the question I ask is, are you then saying that based on the utterances they seem to make regarding whether it's Nana Addo and the state of the MPP, they are just aggrieved ex-members of the MPP, and that is why they posit some of their...
No, I will use aggrieved because I'm not into name calling. I'm simply saying that it seems that whatever problem they have with the MPP is time specific. It's time specific. It's not general. The time is that when Honorable Alan Chamante was Minister of Trade, they were happy with MPP.
He wasn't the leader of the party.
They were happy with the MPP. When Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who was the president of the country and who was the leader of the party, appointed Alan Chamante, they were happy. When Nana, and for 2 times, then after 2020, when the same Nana Addo we've seen appointed Alan again to go to ministry, they were happy. They never had any problem. I've never seen anything them say that, oh, Nana Addo, you were a bad man. Why did you appoint Alan? Nana Addo, you were a bad man. Why did you give him 1G, 1F? Nana Addo, you were not good. But the moment delegates voted against Alan and he resigned from the party, oh, Nana Addo, you are a devil. Nana Addo, you are wicked. MPP, you are not going in. When you make that, there's people that begin to ask, where are your principles? Where are your ideas? You cannot just use the years that Alan was not in the party or left the party to try to because when the people then begin to what? Question your motives, your intention. And that is what I'm saying. Okay. Let's understand. If you didn't like the MPP for us, talk talk about the whole MPP period. Talk about, like, the NDC will talk about MPP period from 2017 to 2024. I understand that because they're looking at the whole term. You are just focused on the national period, and when you do that, it's completely disingenuous.
Okay. Following following your conclusion of ingenuity, I want to ask you. You still haven't answered the question about the decision that was taken by the National Party leadership. And then also the individual for which we have key leaders of the party now seemingly supporting the party, so they have no confidence in the leadership of the party.
No, but I said that if you look at the context of the broader public trust theory, politicians will maximize their electoral interest. So
Ablekuma is defining his leadership.
I'm saying that he's maximizing his national interest. He's maximizing. They're all doing it. They're all making decisions that they think will benefit them. I've made that. Okay. You see, there's a difference. The theory talks about.
As in they are disrespecting their leadership.
The theory, rational self-interest is not the same as being selfish. There's a difference between the theory, well documented. But I'm saying that I can understand their decisions from that perspective, that theoretical perspective. What was your question, please? I want to answer before I
No.
Okay. You go ahead. I'm okay.
I asked about that umbilical cord between the candidates and the party. Your theory is based on being able to satisfy your own personal interest. Yes. But there is an umbilical cord between the party and the individual. And that individual is there because of the party. All they do is based on the party.
Agreed.
So how does that...
Thank you. Very good question. Right now in the U.S., the biggest legislation that Donald Trump has presented in the U.S. is what he called his big, beautiful bill. In the House, there were Republicans who voted against it. In the Senate, up to 4 or 3 senators, Republicans themselves voted against it. If you ask why they voted, they had personal things against it. We're talking about your president.
What did Donald Trump do to you this morning?
No, I'm trying to talk about the fact that it is normal in political parties for individuals to make decisions against their national party. It's normal. It happens all over the world. No, it's not different.
It is different.
This is a bill that your president has presented to in fact, it was so bad that the vice president had to go to the Senate in the U.S. to break the tie. It is normal and common. It happens. Politicians, sometimes you could be that you are either too conservative or too liberal, and you think that the policy that has been brought is in the middle, so you don't want to sacrifice. People have different, even within political ideologies, they are extremists and then they are moderate. So you can vote against a bill because you believe that deeply inside you, it goes against you. When you vote...
When you look at the history of the MPP, such things don't happen.
No, I'm not... Wait. The MPP is growing, and there are new people coming to the MPP.
Wait. It has been shown that those who have tried to defy party been suspended.
Maybe that's wrong. That's high-handedness. If you're a party and you are trying to grow, you don't go firing people just because they've expressed a divergent opinion. My point is that politics is about numbers, and sometimes you try to grow and grow out by being tolerant of divergent opinions. The MPP knows that what is happening right now, there's a woman fighting for her seat that essentially has won. And there are also people that are competing in running in different elections. They are making choices and they are making differences. What would have happened is that if any of these people had gone to Ablekuma North and they are campaigning against the MPP candidate, that would have been, if you ask me that would have been catastrophic.
I'll go to Naba. I asked you a question. You didn't answer, so I'll rephrase my question. I asked you by the support shown, whether it's donation, presence on the grounds, and supporting plainly the incumbent candidate, does it mean that these top leaders are defining their own leadership? And what kind of signal do they send to the grassroots or the mass members of the party? But now we have some intrusions. What do we have latest?
Yes, we're reconnecting with Deborah Abba-Mensah, who is at the St. John the Baptist Church, to give us updates from that polling station. Deborah, can you hear me? Hello, Deborah. All right, Deborah doesn't seem to hear me, but she's at the St. John the Baptist Church. We brought you some visuals from that polling station a little earlier, where we saw Nanekia Ifriye, the aspirant for the NPP, speaking about her faith in God today, saying that justice will prevail and God would ensure that that happens, and see that she emerges victorious today at the end of the rerun of the elections in those 19 polling stations. And we also saw Hawa Kumsin earlier in the pictures. But let's listen to what Hawa Kumsin said earlier when Deborah Abba-Mensah spoke to her.
Yes, they are supposed to be two at a time. And when I came, I saw one person, which I needed to verify and know why. I think the explanation was that the other one just got up to excuse himself. But at every time and point, there should be someone on the standby, so that when a person is getting up, then he can take over for just some few minutes. Because within a second, anything can happen. So that was the concerns I raised. So I'm happy he's come back, and I've also advised him that at least he should make sure that when he's leaving, there will be someone to just change over with him.
Okay, so can you tell us how confident are you about
I'm confident. I know by God's grace, Epiphany will come out. Yeah. You know, fortunately, or unfortunately, it's just 19 polling stations.
And that was Hawa Kumsin earlier speaking to my colleague Deborah Abamensa, who's back live with us on the ground. Hello, Deborah.
Hello, Na.
Yes, Deborah, I'm glad we finally got through to you. What can you report live now?
Okay, so I'm currently at the St. John's Baptist Parish polling station where they are casting their votes, and the parliamentary candidate for the NPP has been around. That is a PFA, and she came here with Samia Uku, and we've also seen some members of the NDC also around. Mustapha Bande and the rest, MP for Tema East as well was here. Currently, Hawa Kumsin is still around with Mustapha Bande. They've been having some friendly debates about who is going to win the election. Each of them is confident that their candidate is going to win the election. And so far, it has been smooth. Some allegations have been made for some disruptions in other polling stations by the parliamentary candidate for the NPP. But so far, from what I have observed currently here, it has been a smooth process.
All right. Well, that's good. We're happy to hear that the process has been smooth so far. And we're going to ask you to please stay on standby. We'll come to you and you can let us know how things are going as the day progresses. We're going to come back to studio now and cross over to Roland to continue the very interesting analysis with the team.
Well, so we have to then continue, and you wanted to have some reactions.
It's unfortunate Dr. Zato is not here, but the example he was giving relative to the U.S. situation is certainly different from what is happening in Ghana. The U.S. situation has to do with the government, but this one is the party. There's a clear distinction between the political parties, how they are run, and how governments are also run. So as a political scientist, I was expecting him to know that governmental decisions are different from political party decisions. So on that score, his point was neither here nor there. But on the issue of movement for change, people always bashing Anado. Of course, Dr. Bawumia himself agrees with me, because if you remember during the store, he said some of the decisions Anado took caused the party. He himself blamed the defeat on Anado. So if those of us are also saying the same thing, why is he crying now? But the point has to be made that the party has become a very weak political party because of the fact that they had a strong man. At that point, even they themselves, they know that that is the cause of the party's woes at this time, that the party's leadership has lost total control of the management of the party, to the extent that now nobody takes them serious. Because the man they used to take serious is no more. That is the problem the party is having. So, yes, they probably, you see, let me tell you something interesting. You see what the woman has done. I did a similar thing.
You mean an A3A?
Yeah, but that one was out of political party. When I wanted to contest election in Cape Coast for assemblyman, I approached the party. That time I was a member of the party. I approached the party and told them I was contesting. They told me they had a candidate, so I shouldn't contest. I told them this is not about internal party politics. This is about me wanting to become assemblyman. I defied them, contested, and had about 70% of the total votes.
So you won?
I won massively. I had about 70%. So sometimes, yes, but when a party takes decision like what has happened, it is different from the example that I gave. If indeed the woman has taken the bold step to contest, I was expecting the party to now come out and say that the earlier decision we took, we've rescinded, and now we are taking this decision. We are going to support this woman openly. But the party is still quiet on this issue. That is what makes the whole thing confusing. That's what I'm saying. The party, we are witnessing a comedy of chaotic confusion in MPP at the moment. So let me land by saying that normally constituencies would want to align with ruling government for the sake of developmental projects. And elections of this nature...
Even strongholds?
Yeah, strongholds, especially when it is by-elections and elections of this nature. They would want to, especially if you listen to the argument that over 28 years, they've never seen any tangible developmental project in their constituency. So they would want to align with the ruling government so that they can have some development in the constituency. So it's going to be a very difficult task for MPP to go through. And also the way the party itself has not done well in managing the situation, giving the impression out there that the party is not contesting, it is contesting, it's also going to affect their fortunes today.
Now, let's look at the security, and then also it looks like there are, well, mild issues about monetization in some respect, of course, not visible, so to speak, because there have been donations, concerns that perhaps maybe somebody might have given somebody 100 Ghana cedis or something like that. How should we deal with such phenomena, especially in such instances?
Can we deal with that phenomenon?
Why not?
It's strewn through our political
history.
It's strewn through it. It would take the people to stop it. But even it's been handled in a much different way today in terms of, politicians pay the people, but the people do what they want to do in terms of who they want to vote for. And if politicians can then see the light and say, so that is what you're doing, so we're not going to do it again, that is when it starts to die out. But money is money. Money is power. Everybody wants money. So it would continue. And politicians, would pretend that they don't know, but will do it. Because a small certain percentage could be convinced by monies given by politicians. What I was trying to describe when Dr. Zato was giving, the theories that he was indicating to us, I was looking at a theory called democratic centralism, which in the CPP is practiced. And in most political parties in Ghana, it's practiced. And what has that got to do, what does that mean? It's an organizational principle and decision-making approach that combines democratic participation with centralized leadership and discipline. So it is my democratic right as a member of the party to stand and go and vote. But I'm linked into a political party, and that political party takes decisions on my behalf, although I have the right to do it. So I am mandated not to go by what I want, but go by what the party I'm standing for wants.
Do you think, in this instance case, that should have been the case?
No. I think the party should have stood behind the candidate and gone and voted.
So you're saying, as a result, that press conference should have even been convened?
They shouldn't have even gone down that. The moment the court decided that the Electoral Commission should go ahead with it, they should have just all gone and followed the lady to help her vote. Aren't they stooning towards her? Aren't they giving her money? Aren't they doing things that would inure to the benefit of the party? Yes, they are doing it. When you talk of the security issue, I think the security issue has got to do with how police handle people. Not only voters and not only journalists, but generally, the body language of the police service can dictate how things would go. Look at how that policeman slapped the journalist.
On impulse?
On impulse. On impulse. It was uncalled for. He could have held his shoulder and said, oh boy, you are going against the law. So when I say move, move.
No restraint.
No restraint. So you think because you're wearing a police uniform, and that police uniform you're wearing, it means you are an embodiment of the law, and you wearing it should respect the law and not do that. If every policeman went around slapping people, who would respect the police?
So would you say it's poor exhibition of emotional intelligence or character?
What kind of emotional intelligence? He himself has no self-control. Those kinds of people shouldn't be left in the police, no matter your rank. Because can you imagine what he's doing to his juniors and how he's talking to his juniors? Look, the police service is a service of humility. It's not a police force. There's armed forces, isn't there? What does that mean? They do everything with force. If you try, they deal with you. The police service is a service.
It used to be police force, right? And they changed it to police service.
I don't know when we've been a police force before. But it's always been, so far as I know, it's always been a service.
I'm told that he's the Adentan Police Divisional Commander.
Then his people are under pressure.
I just got a source within the service who said
people are under pressure. If that is the way he acts, he should be sanctioned.
Yeah, the
IGP should sanction him. And he couldn't even be bothered that the cameras were rolling. Just out of nowhere, slapped the journalist. And I think the IGP, the new IGP, when he came, he talked about relationships between journalists and the police. How do we then trust and believe that what your boss has said, you're able to act? They need to go through a lot of training because it's humility. Look, in life, everything is humility. Look, when I was trying to ask, what do you call it, Dr. Jato, what did you say to me? You said I should, you won't allow me. I could have said, oh, Roland, stop. I want to ask them because I kept quiet.
Or even slap me.
Yes, I could even slap you because I want to ask my question. Not that I will, but if you give me the chance, I will. I kept quiet. So humility is key, especially in the...
Okay, just hold on there. Let's go to Ms. Egbeta. Ms. Egbeta is speaking to the chair for the NDC, Esiedun Ketia, currently. We'll go there live. We are at the polling station where the chair of the NDC is. You can also see in the picture there the municipal chief executive for the Tema Metropolis, Ebi Bright, as well as other individuals at the Presby and Pentecost Church polling stations, Odoko.
Has as well just made his way here, taking stock of happenings as an observer, and obviously he's one individual. Many argue that outside of the president, nobody is more popular than he is in the NDC, and so, as to be expected, he's come with a lot of individuals, crowds, persons following him, and the likes. Even the media presence here as well has gone up a notch higher with respect to the flurry of activities surrounding him, even as he goes through the paces, having conversations and getting an understanding as to exactly what it is that's happening. He's been interacting with the officials of the Electoral Commission as well, and then the party agents, and getting a sense as to what's been happening. We're just going to try and get a few words from him as to...
Chairman, some have argued that the EC yielded to pressure from incumbents because of the...
This is not the time for such... time for that. This is not the time for such interviews.
So essentially, what he's saying is it's not time for a lot of the speaking. And, I mean, the nature of the chaos which surrounds him with bodyguards pushing and shoving individuals away, and the loud cheers that he continues to receive is indicative of just one thing. He is a very popular individual when it comes to Ghana's politics, a member of parliament himself in the past, and so he as well has come through to observe. I must mention as well that a number of observer teams from the NPP have come around, and they've as well left, but it's not been as flamboyant as what we're witnessing. Johnson Esiedun Ketia, who's the chairman of the NDC, come around and then witness what voting has been like. He came with a number of individuals. It was a packed entourage, and they will be leaving pretty shortly. But again, I mentioned this place has become a center of attraction for quite a number of reasons, from the initial decision to keep the polling station inside until the subsequent decision to have it brought outside, and then it being known historically as well for a bit of misunderstanding when it reaches a critical point of counting and sorting and all of that. And so it's piqued a lot of interest, and it's no surprise we've seen two separate teams from the NDC come through wanting to see for themselves exactly what it is that's happening. I mentioned there was a team from the NPP. When they came around, it was just one individual who I know quite well. I asked questions about their presence, and he indicated that they are around, they are observing and making sure that everything goes smoothly. It's 19 polling stations. We know Madame Ekefrie has been reported in different polling stations, speaking as well confidently of the victory she's expecting to chalk, amongst many other things. But this is where we are at this particular point in time. Another big wig from the NDC comes through with members of parliament and all, and we will continue to keep our eyes peeled and monitor the proceedings from here now.
Well, so Eric, with the latest update from that polling station, initially, Isiedu Nketia, that's the chair for the NDC, was at the Pentecost polling station, then subsequently also the Presbyterian polling station, and now at this polling station where Eric Mawina Egbeta is, and Lajantua. Okay, now let's hear from the gentleman, the journalist from GH1 who was slapped or was at the receiving end of that slap from the senior police officer.
It looks like you'll not be able to work.
Yes, I can, because one of mine is shaking here. The rest is shaking. I don't know what happened to me.
So what are you doing? You're leaving?
Do a medical checkup.
Work.
Yes, I can, because one of mine is shaking here. The rest is shaking. I don't know what happened to me.
So what are you doing? You're leaving?
Do a medical checkup.
Our colleague there from GH1, Banahine, and we'll get the latest update from him, and having that interaction or speaking to George Quaining, and it's the incident site where the event happened. But in the meantime, please make sure you also share a number of the streams that we have. We're also live on 3FM 92.7. More importantly, we're also here as well, TV3 on social media. So share the streams, and then let's have some great conversations thereof. Many of you just commenting on a number of the points we've have been discussing over the last few hours. And I just have to acknowledge your presence as well. And Elizabeth Antonio says, when money is needed to fix the country, you see party leaders just distributing them left, right, center just because of an election. And this one also coming from Patrick Kubesika on our stream, who says the constituency is full of spare parts dealers. Okay, what do you mean by that? And okay, so money and number of them. Okay, so we see a number of individuals. How do you see and all of you? Please share the stream. Let's have some great conversation. And if we now want to transition and take a look at what clearly have been the position and then also the posture of the individuals as well, whether it's a Rabna or being on one side, and then also Nanekwe Free proud to this in terms of their interest or not. Perhaps would it send some positive signals to the voters or some negative signals in terms of how they react to come out and vote today? What do you think?
I haven't seen any ultra-virus, if I can use that word, attitude from either of them. In fact, on the NDC candidate, I haven't even heard her. I haven't heard her speak. What I heard during the week was that the MPP candidate was going to sue the EC in court after the verdict. But then I asked the question, how can you sue her in court when the court has already said the election should go on? Roland, I think the bigger picture that the MPP are not looking at, which they should have taken into consideration and not even come out to say they're not going to stand, is that if the NDC win this particular contest, they have 2/3 majority in Parliament. And they can do whatever they want to do with that majority. Whatever they want to do with that majority. And I hope when they get that 2/3 majority, the decisions they make are decisions that will do what? That will push the country forward. And I think the MPP should have looked at that side. And it can also, if the MPP cannot get out of their woes before 2028, and I feel this electoral flag bearer race that they are going to have can affect them going forward if they do not handle it properly. If there are machinations and insults and quarrels within the supporters of that grouping, it can contribute to 2028. And so they should be very, very mindful, because if President Mahama is able to stick to his agenda, stick to his vision, and leapfrog the country into another realm, it's going to be difficult for the MPP to contest them in 2028. And then come 2032, a lot of those who want to stand now would be obsolete. The MDC would have already had a candidate there for 4 years, and that candidate, if she also is able to move the party forward and move the country forward, would create another challenge for anybody who wants to contest. But let's see. Politics, you sleep with odd bedfellows. Let's see what can happen. But now, you should know that if the NDC do win this election, straight to 2/3 majority, and they have the power to do whatever they want to do.
Uncontested. It's come up in the messaging, especially from the MPP side, and particularly, is it Gloria Usu, the Member of Parliament for Trubu, in that insert, which has since gone viral on social media, also said because of the likelihood of that sharp majority, for which if you want to take decisions, whether even for some articles in the Constitution which would need some 2/3 approval from the House, such decisions could be coming from the government of the day. Do you think that there has to be some level of circumspect in exercising that power of discretion, because a 2/3 majority, if the governing party should win?
But you see, because we have elections to run every 4 years, even if you have 2/3 majority, you have to use it rationally, reasonably, because it's not your power. The power does not belong to you. It's the purpose power that has been given to you. So you are expected to use the power rationally, and so that the people would be excited that the power we gave you is being used properly.
But it hasn't been in the past.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
I'm not saying they won't use, NDC won't use it rationally, but I'm saying in the past, when you look at the history, it hasn't happened.
Yeah, so that is why, you see, one thing we also need to learn, that the Ghanaian voter today is entirely different from the Ghanaian voter yesterday.
Yes.
The youth are wild on the streets because, of course, when it comes to the issue of bread and butter, the youth are so much concerned about it. So if you are given the 2/3 majority and you don't use the 2/3 majority to do what will benefit the youth, they will rise up against you. So it is not just, but if it is going to be used positively, if it's going to give the government that power to do things right, then it is good for the country. But if they're also going to use it negatively, then I can assure them that the youth, they will have to be accountable to the youth once again, and the youth will show them pepper.
All right. Now, what do you have by way of the latest?
Yes, we're still on the ground speaking to our correspondents and reporters at the various polling stations to let us know exactly what's happening. And we're going to cross over to the MTTD Divisional Police Station, where our colleague Evelyn Tingma is on the ground. Hello, Evelyn.
Hello, Na.
Evelyn, what can you report from that polling station?
Hello, Na.
Hello, Evelyn. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome. What can you report from the MTTD police station?
Right. No, so now I must say that the voting process here has been very smooth since it started early this morning. And of course, we are expecting some 113 voters to cast their ballots here. And as we speak, 27 have done that. And we are expecting a lot more people to do that by close of day. And of course, as you can see, the place is very quiet. This is a police station, and so the things here are being done very orderly. And so we have here where the police have mounted a barrier where the voters pass through there and then go into the voting area where the EC officials are seated. They go through the process and then finally cast their ballot at that particular station, and they move through this particular barricade that have been created here for the voters to come out. And so everything here is in order. And so we have lots and lots of policemen here who are here monitoring the process. We also have other voters and other observers who are here to monitor the process. And so we've also had quite a number of party people and executives coming here to observe the process here. So Patrick Boama, MP for Okanko was here. We spoke to him earlier. He is saying that so far he's been to 4 polling stations before coming to the Odoko police station here, and the process has been smooth in all the places that he has been to. Rabina Oben, the candidate for the NDC, also just left here, and she was also saying that, I mean, this is a done deal for her because in the last election, December 7th, she won the seat, and of course, this is just something to endorse her, and there's no really a contest, and so she's very hopeful of taking this particular seat from the NPP that has held it since 1996. And so for this place, divisional police station here, the voting is going on smoothly. Nothing at all has taken place here now.
All right, Evelyn Tigma, thank you so much for that update. Coming to us from the MTTD divisional station in Odokho, one of the 19 polling stations where the rerun of the elections is happening this morning in Ablekuma. Throughout the day, we're going to continue to bring you the live updates. But questions have been asked about the relevance of a win of this seat in Ablekuma North. What would it mean for the NDC? Do they really need it to achieve that 2/3 majority? My colleague Akable is here to help us with that analysis. Joseph.
I mean, earlier in the conversation, Roland and Council and Ebo were making the point about the use of that particular majority in Parliament. I mean, what we've seen play out since December 7 is the fact that the NDC MPs are more often than not even in their numbers in Parliament. But the point really about this particular rerun that is taking place is that no matter which political party wins, it does not really change anything by way of the current parliamentary makeup significantly. Okay. The fact of the matter is that the numbers shows that the NDCs are now, per their arrangement with the independent candidates, they already have the 2/3 in place. And so we are going to walk you through the numbers right about now. So the parliamentary seats, we have 276 seats currently in Parliament. The National Democratic Congress, the governing party, has 183 of those seats, whereas the MPP has 87. Mind you, we've heard them say 88. It's 87 now because we are placing one alongside that of Ablekuma North to make it vacant because of the death of the Akwetia MP, Ernest Kumide. And so that is how come the MPP number has dropped to 87. And so the point being made is that we know there are 4 independent candidates. And the 4 independent candidates so far, in terms of their activities in Parliament, they've indicated that they are caucusing with the NDC. And so it means that as it stands now, the NDC comfortably can rely on their caucus. They have the 2/3 that they need, which is just 184. What a win for the NDC will significantly mean is that they can call on their own members, 184 of them, to form that 2/3 majority that they need. So their own members will be 184, which will be the 2/3 majority. But as it stands now, they can do that by way of business because of their alliance with the independent candidates. The MPP, on the other hand, if they win, they just take their number to 88 and hope that, depending on what happens with Akwetia, if that by-election takes place and they're able to win that as well, then they will take their numbers further to 89. Then it means that they have increased their seats by way of 1 from that of the 2024 elections that took place. And so, in terms of the numbers, significance-wise, nothing will really change in terms of the workings of Parliament. But what we know in terms of how things are playing out now is the fact that there's a lot at stake. It's an election. The political parties always want the bragging rights, a chance to demonstrate who has control. You heard the NDC make the point that, look, what we did at Dome Kwabenya is what we want to do at Ablekuma North. A chance to show that we've defeated you in 2024. 6 months on, we are still the dominant force. We've defeated you again
in
at
your
a stronghold that we've not held since 1996.
Yes.
So a lot more at stake. It's more of the bragging rights than real numbers in Parliament, because in Parliament, nothing will change significantly.
Yes, and when we listened to some of their members earlier, they did say that they want to show the NPP that they can't defeat them in their strongholds. And so that is what it means for the NDC, beyond the dynamics in Parliament and the decision-making and the numbers. But so you're saying basically, it really does not affect the decision-making power of either side.
It doesn't. I mean, it doesn't. Parliament will just basically look the same. The descriptions that we've all associated, majority, minority, will still be the same way. The caucuses will not change significantly. The NDC has the numbers already. But then it comes down to the key bragging rights that are at stake. And that is how come the NPP would want to also hold on to this particular seat, just to make the point that, look, we are a strong party still, despite the challenges that we are having. It would also have the impact on the internal politics of the NPP as well, because, mind you, we have the leadership of the party publicly state that, well, we don't want to contest in this particular area. They decide to go to court, and after the court, there's no formal communication from the party as to their decision to now back the candidates to contest the election. And the candidate, at all material points, has made a point that, well, she wants to contest. She says that she actually won, and as far as she's concerned, the results will vindicate her. And so in terms of the party's own introspection, the opposition party's own introspection, after this particular process, it would also mean that they would have to take some steps to address that cohesion and that central command and central control of the internal party, for that matter. Yeah, for the NDC, if they manage to claim it, then they would look at now solidifying their control of that particular seat, an unfamiliar seat.
Yeah, exactly. But I think you raise a very interesting point. What will happen if the NPP wins? Will the party claim it as a win for the party, seeing as they categorically said that they will not participate in the elections?
I mean, we know what the political parties do all the time.
What will they do?
They like to always spin it, and they're going to tell you that it's a confirmation of the fact that they won in December and they are winning again. Can be one narrative. The other narrative can be that, well, it's their stronghold, and so they are still holding on to it. And the numbers show quite clearly that it is a stronghold of the NPP. They always win.
Over the years.
We saw Kwamina Battles do 3 terms. We saw Joe Appiah do 2 terms. We saw Nana Akua-Efiri herself do one term. And now Sheila Battles also did a term. And now Nana Akua-Efiri is trying to go back and do another term as well. But the substantive issue is that they both want to win. And that is how come, no matter what the party has said, the candidate still has decided to go out there and try to grab this particular seat.
Well, we'll see how it plays out. And they have said that, well, it's no longer a question of if side A or side B will win, but by what percentage. And that will go to tell or go to show the hold that the particular party that wins has over that constituency, as the NPP hopes to continue to own that seat and that constituency. The NDC say that just like they did in Dom Kwabenya and other constituencies, they are slowly taking over the seats which have been known to be traditionally won by the NPP side. But, well, we'll see how it plays out. The clock is still ticking. The hours are still moving. Up till at the moment, we have seen that voting has begun in earnest. There has been a few reports here and there of some confusion, but the Ghana Police Service is on the ground. So far, they seem to have done well, except for that one constituency where a police officer was seen to physically assault a journalist there from GH1 TV. We'll bring you matters arising from there as well. And our reporters on the ground will also let us know exactly what's happening in the polling stations and the areas earmarked for today's rerun of the elections. Rerun Walker is still here in the studios with our team. And we, on this side, Blair and I, will also continue to bring you some analysis from the board. I see you have here the history.
Yes, this is a graph from the year 2000. I mean,
all right.
And we have 2000 here when Kwamina Battles was seeking to do his second term. He won by 62.9%. When he came back for his third and final term, he did 65.4%. Then afterwards, you have Joe Appiah taking over, doing 57.5%, and again 59.7%. Then you see the trend again continue for 2016, 66.8%, and 2020, 64.2%. So this is what the DC will be trying to beat and change the trend. And the key difference this time around is that it's not the main general election, and so voter turnout will be a big problem. And we've been looking at the numbers with regards to Ablekuma North generally. It is a very interesting constituency by way of voter turnout. Generally, the voter turnout is better than the national average. In years when the national average is around 60%, sometimes less than that, they always do more than that, with the exception of just 92, that the numbers were slightly lower. They always record significant turnouts. The problem now is that the fact that this one is just for 19 stations, we know that more than 6,000 votes are at stake, but it will still come down to the fact that there will be challenges. Not everyone will have to even be able to identify that they have to participate in the vote. In fact, there are some of the stations where there are 2 voting centers. The results of one center is available, that of the other center is not available. We all know when you go to the polling stations, you'd have to be shown which of the centers you are supposed to vote at. So there's also the danger that you may think that you are participating, you get there, you're not actually supposed to vote because your votes have been accounted for already. And so that in itself presents another challenge, because we did not even do a process that ensured that those who are participating are well aware. So that means that there will be challenges for voter turnout. And the question that many would ask is that, well, if the voter turnout is low, who does it benefit? Because over the years, when the general election takes place and the voter turnout is high, we see a single story playing out. The NPP exerts its dominance and it wins. And so the question is, if the numbers are not going to be as high, will it inure to the benefit of the opposition and DC? That's a question that would have to be asked, and we'll know the answers once the polls close and the collation begins to take place in those particular centers. Well,
I was listening to Musa Dankwa last night from Global Info Analytics, and he said that if the voter turnout is low and the constituency being an NPP stronghold, what it means is that the NPP people are not voting. And so that could play against the NPP if the voter turnout is not great.
I mean, that's a fair mathematical point. I mean, if 10 people show up to vote and 7 vote for the NPP, 3 vote for the NDC, if the number drops, it only means that the person who gets the lion's share is likely to have it drop. And that is how come late last night we even saw some key individuals within the ranks of the NPP go over and try and assist their candidates undertake their campaign. And the challenge for the NPP side obviously will be the flip-flopping, if you can put it that way, the earlier decision.
Of the decision-making,
we're not going to contest, whereas the NDC, they have been clear from the onset that they would want to do that. And so even as voting is taking place, the political parties, we expect them to do some more mobilization to try and get people out to come and vote in those particular polling stations.
Well, we'll see how it goes, and our reporters will continue to let us know exactly what's happening on the grounds. From what they have reported so far, it appears that voter turnout is slow. However, we cannot say it's low because today is a Friday. People will go to work. People are going to work. And so we cannot expect that the same turnout as we see on election day will be what will be the case today. But they are coming in their numbers, few as they may be, but as the day goes and as the hours run by, we'll continue to bring you the numbers. And you've noticed when our reporters connect with us, they first tell us how many people have voted so far. Voting started at 7 a.m. this morning, but for one polling station which had to wait, the Presby 4 polling station which had to wait or pause voting for some time to move the polling station from inside the church building to outside the church building after the voters complained that they had never seen a polling station sited inside a building. The EC officials ensured that the station was brought outside so that everybody could see exactly what was happening. Voting paused for a little while. But from our last report from that polling station, our colleague Mawina Egbeta did say that voting has resumed at that polling station and everything appears to be going well and smoothly. That is the aspirant for the NPP, Nana Ikuya there. She spoke to us earlier and she says that God will ensure that justice is done and that she will come out victorious. We've also received some reports which we will shortly verify and probably hear from her, alleging that there have been some acts of intimidation against her. We'll bring you more information on that as and when we get it. But we're going to cross over to Roland and the team now to bring us some more analysis on matters arising. Roland.
Yeah, great analysis there, introspection that need to be made, really, if the numbers go south or north, depending on what the outcome will be. Your Election Command Center live on TV3, 3FM 92.7 as well. We're streaming. That's a good thing about it as well. So in real time, wherever you're walking, driving, or are, you can always watch us, and you watch us live. Well, make sure that you also give us your messages as well. We've been joined by one of the best brains as well. Well, used to be a regular runaway, I have to say, in my own terms. And Dr. Ishmael Norman is not only with the Ghana Armed Forces Command and Staff College, he's also a disaster preparedness security expert as well. I know that he has the Institute for what's your institute again? Institute for Emergency, Security, Disaster, and Emergency Studies. Yeah, man of many letters. Are you also a lawyer?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So, what
I don't practice.
Yeah, sure. It's always easier, right? Because you don't do politics.
No.
But I want us on this leg, as we wrap up for our team, as we wait for Kemini and the rest to come and take over and take us for the next few hours, let's look at perhaps a worrying incident in the last election. The issue of pink sheets became topical, a subject in our national politics and electoral voting process from 2013. And how vital that document is became known to everybody who is a stakeholder, whether it's media, voters, general public, you, the academicians, and the stakeholders or the politicians. Now, we've had a wrap-up of incidents that we, even as Election Command Center, reported at the tail end of the declaration process, where even declarations were made for some polling stations without the fiscal pink sheets. And the pink sheets were needed after verification to authenticate whether the votes really are evidence on the sheets. Now, for this instant case, we are told that pink sheets apparently, that maybe whether it's both parties or one side of the political divide had, were soft copies. The fiscal pink sheets could not be found. It talks about then us getting worried about organization of the elections, security of the elections, and whether really we're safe going into the future. What do you think? Let me start with you. Dr. Ishmael Norman, welcome.
Thank you, Rem. I believe that we have rules and regulations in this country as a democratic nation, very organized system that we are running. And if CI 127 doesn't say that electronic copy is allowable, you can't use it because you have to follow the procedure. If CI is amended somehow to allow electronic copy, Roland, then you can use it. So for me, I think the tendency for people to manipulate soft copies, you can do a lot of manipulation to soft copy, but the hard copy, the moment you try to finagle with it, the evidence will become clear. And so that is why, because we don't have a national tendency to tell the truth when it comes to election time, that it is better we rely on the hard physical copy so that nobody can say that what is on it is not what was reported. Because we have seen situations in Florida during Al Gore and George Bush. There was also a soft copy kind of manipulation of election result that ended up in election petition all the way to the Supreme Court. Justice Atuguba, ruling on our election petition, also relied upon that case. And that is why he said, elections are won at the polling stations, nowhere else, not in a soft copy domain, but rather on what has been produced by the people who are observing the election in situ, period. So I think if we want to rely on e-copies, then we need to amend the law and make it possible.
I see. So then we've got into the situation where, we've got into the situation where this has now created, or the situation created a dilemma for the Electoral Commission, because the pink sheet physically were destroyed, or whether somebody had hidden it from both sides of the political divide. And so even the soft copies were used in some of those times to do declarations.
I believe the Electoral Commission from the word go should have stated we're going to rerun the elections. But the gaps, we will do it, we won't do it, we will do it in only 3, we won't do it in all. And then all of a sudden you come and say we're doing it in all, is it 9 or 19 polling stations, created some kind of mistrust for the Electoral Commission. And I hope, and you see, a lot of this is, these things happen out of the fact that people don't show trust in the system. I mean, why should political parties do what we did in the last election? Pink sheets are the standard, what do you call it, documents that you use to declare if somebody has won or not. You paste it outside the polling station afterwards. How many of those pink sheets were posted? Where were those pink sheets that were missing? How is it that political parties rather had scanned copies instead of originals? That goes to show that the election, you could not have based the election on those pink sheets we had. So wasn't the best thing to rerun? And some people even said, and I think Duncan said, rerun the entire election in that area, that constituency. So that trust bit, and I hope we are gradually getting towards the situation where we trust the body that runs it, and we ourselves don't put ourselves in a certain situation that makes it difficult to trust the results of the election. Was it 2020, where the presidential election was announced how many times with different figures?
2020.
2020, with different figures. It brings some mistrust. It shows a degree of incompetence on the side of the Electoral Commission. And the Electoral Commission is a body that needs political parties. Without political parties, there's no Electoral Commission. And the Electoral Commission, their responsibility is mandated in the Constitution. And so there needs to be a situation where we trust the Electoral Commission, and overall, with this constitutional review, the question as to who nominates the Electoral Commissioner should be handled. Because look at all the Electoral Commissioners that have come in this Fourth Republic. Any time an Electoral Commissioner is put in place, they say they are aligned to the party in power. Anytime the only one who was able to extricate himself from it was Aferi-Jan. And he had to go through some difficult challenges to be able for people to now agree that he was the kind of Electoral Commissioner who wasn't on either side. And today, can I call him an institution of our electoral process? He is, because he does give lectures, he does show the way, and we should listen. Because he's been there, I'm taking he's the longest, serving. So he has that institutional knowledge, and we should build on people like that, their institutional knowledge. I have always said, the Constitution should be changed in such a way that ex-presidents should be part of the Council of State. They have experience. What experience doesn't President Kufuor have? What experience doesn't President Mahama have? What experience doesn't President Kufuor have? If they are part and parcel of the Council of State, would it not be better for the country? So there are certain things that this constitutional review should look at so that it doesn't put certain institutions in a difficult situation and create the people to play mischief. Because half of supporters, they will try their possible best to play mischief.
So we're bringing to you live pictures of Odoko polling station, or the Odoko police polling station. Okay. The Methodist Church in Odoko, so the Odoko Methodist Church. And this incident is happening live, and it looks like an incident has erupted. Some level of chaos. And Stanley Niblewu, what can you tell us, Ni?
A couple of minutes ago, but let me report what is happening now. As I speak to you, the entire electoral process has come to a halt because a couple of minutes ago, some thugs came down from a pickup. Now they are about to fled the scene. They've gone back in the pickup truck and they're about to fled the scene. But then when they came once they alighted from the bucket of the pickup, then they started assaulting people. I must say that the police have been so helpless, despite their numbers on the ground. They've been so helpless to the point that the thugs that came in were able to forcefully barge into the auditorium. That is the Methodist Church polling station. They were able to barge into the polling station, where by then Hawa Kumsin was also present at the polling station. They beat this woman in the pop. They kicked this woman and they kicked her in the groin. She fell down and they started beating her into a pop. It was, the entire situation was so messy. As I speak, another fight has broken and another fight has broken. This is free for all fight. At a point, a journalist from Joy News was even assaulted in the process because she was taking shots. As I speak, Charlie, it's a pathetic thing to see. It's thing to see actually, because it's been like a free for all fight. Everybody is fighting. Both NPP and NDC tax are fighting. They have actually seen the process, and the police are here in their numbers. They are most of them, from what I'm saying, they are not armed, and so they have to call in some reinforcements this time around to augment their numbers so they can show this the violence that is actually being perpetrated here by the tax. For now, I can't say a fact that it's NDC or NPP tax, but what I can report is that these people, once they came in, they started assaulting. As I speak, our commission has been taken to the back of the premises so that they will come here down so that they can resuscitate her. I can't tell the condition, the situation or the condition in which she is in now, because some police officers are with her over there, and the entire process has halted, and I don't know for a fact that this thing can continue today. Some NDC members are here, NCP members are here, and actually the situation is so messy. It's so messy.
Describe the messy situation. So, Hawa Kumsin, on the other hand, is there, but these individual tags, where did they come from? And is anybody around the incident site where you are that seem to know them or relate to them in any way?
No, I don't know them because they came in. There is this information that I spoke to Samir Uku earlier, and Samir Uku said in that interview that I posted on the page, Samir Uku had said that the NDC tax are actually intimidating them. NDC tax are actually intimidating them, and so this time around they are not going to. They come with their full act now to support their member of their parliamentary candidate so that she can win. So currently, as I speak, the tax are fleeing from the scene. So that interview, the police gave the impression that they have been. Samir gave the impression that they have been
Stanley Niblewu, the police, the tags are known. They've entered the premises. The police are not clamping them down or swooping on them and then arresting them. You mean the police are incapacitated?
Like I did indicate earlier, the police were so helpless. They couldn't do anything because when you look at the forceful exuberance that these people exerted on the police at the gate, the police shield or wall that they've erected at the gate to the premises, they were able to overpower the police and they just backed in. Currently, as I speak, the electoral officers who are representing over the entire process have actually fled the scene. They've left the ballot box. 3 police officers are now policing the ballot box. Everybody has left. The police are scattered, and if I should say, they are so helpless at the moment. There must be a reinforcement to calm the situation.
Okay.
What we saw was that we saw some Muslims enter
the woman. I don't know what she's doing anymore.
And again, we're bringing to you pictures of this incident, and it is the Odoko Methodist Church, the polling station there, where we're now reporting Stanley Nible, who our lead reporter on ground, is indicating and narrating that a gang of individuals, looks like macho men or thugs, on the back of a pickup truck, invaded the premises of the Odoko Methodist Church and then quickly swooped onto the polling station there that's being managed by the Electoral Commission, with, it looks like, now running helter-skelter, personnel of the Ghana Police Service just incapacitated or incapable of stopping them, leading to even the former Member of Parliament as well as a former Minister, Howard Kumsin, in the process being run down, kicked, and we're told that nearly passing out, according to what is being reported by our reporter. There's every indication that she then had been unwell, would have to be attended to. Whether resuscitated will be another matter. But so far, there's every indication that chaos has erupted. The Odoko Methodist Church polling station, voting disrupted, now halted in the meantime, and we want to get towards the end of this matter, or the end of this matter, to get to know whether arrests have been made. Clearly, you could see the police service personnel just now even holding themselves back and not even getting close to the action area that ideally should have been their type of responsibility based on their rudimentary training, to be able to clamp down on these thugs who had invaded the premises of the Odoko Methodist Church. Doesn't look good, hasn't looked good since the narration by our reporter on ground. And we will get to know where these thugs are coming from and then expect the police to effect arrests as soon as possible. And talking about the police and the decisions that need to be taken there by the hierarchy of this police concerning operations and the incident so far. This is the second incident in a row. The first being a journalist from GH1, Banahene, slapped by a senior police officer sent there for supervision at that polling station, and we're being told he is in charge of the Delta Police Command, and subsequently the police Public Affairs Directorate has issued a statement. It indicates that the police has monitored the viral video. But apart from being a viral video, there was a live video right here also on TV3 and 3FM Election Command Center, in which one of, they say, officers were seen assaulting a reporter. This reporter is one Banahene with GH1, and they go on to say the officer concerned has been withdrawn from the ongoing election duty that he's posted to at Ablekuma North, and is in line with internal disciplinary procedures, has been interdicted and referred to the Police Professional Standards Bureau, as the PPSB, for investigations. They then conclude that the police service would like to assure the public that a thorough investigation will be conducted into this vexed matter, and further actions will then be communicated based on updates clearly signed by officials of the police service. And in this instance, Richmond Mensah, an assistant superintendent of police for the Public Affairs Directorate, he's a director there, has signed the statement. And this is just coming in thick and fast. A lot of actions being taken, more that needs to be taken by the hierarchy and the operational command that has been detailed for this rerun. And again, the rerun is just at 19 polling stations, and we're told that the individuals on the roll should not be more than 6,800 or so. So just in excess of some 6,000 voters on that voters list to cast their ballot today. And doesn't look good so far. The first incident where the reporter from GH1 trying to hold his ground, that he was just performing his duty, and it looks like within that period, a slap coming on the face quickly towards his eyeballs or the eye socket area. And if you look at the close-up pictures that has been taken by our reporters on ground, indicating there's been some blisters. And subsequently, we have coming in from the police public directorate or public affairs directorate a statement that is communicating not only to the media but the general public that an action of interdiction and thorough investigations will or has been taken against this police officer. And our own sources is indicating this police officer is with, if not managing the Adentan division of the Ghana Police Service. Well, we're still on this matter, and who was on? Okay, you. What do you make of this?
I mean, this is
not shocking, but again, not expected.
The fact that only 19 polling stations, the police couldn't manage this, and this thing should happen is clearly a pointer to the fact that we have a long way to go. I believe that, of course, our democracy is still evolving, but if after 32 years or 33 years, we still have this kind of situations at hand, then it means, as I said, we would have to do things. For me, you have to have a real look at our electoral processes and laws to ensure that some of these things are kept. Other than that, every 4 years or every other time that we will be having elections, we'll continue to see some of these things. So for me, it's an eyesore. I mean, the fact that Madam Kumsin was, beaten like that, the fact that people were allowed to enter the premises and do some of these things, for me, it doesn't give us a good image as a nation, especially when we are talking about only 19 polling station elections. This is very bad. It's very bad.
Well, again, we'll tell you another journalist and report of another colleagues of ours assaulted. She is a Joy News journalist. Reports for Joy News, the multimedia group. Again, that brings the number to about 2 in a row. One with GH1. Secondly, then we have one of our colleagues with Joy News who clearly seem to have been assaulted. Closer look also indicates some blisters just below the eye socket area. And being calmed down, there's some level of apology, and the tax are now apologizing to her. And again, party tax, despite a law clearly banning the formation of all forms of tax by the political parties, in force, in the full glare of the public, in the full glare of journalists and live cameras, undertaking assault, swooping in. Now, again, we're recalling that incident where they enter the Methodist polling station area in Odoko, full glare of the police. The police seem to be incapacitated.
Of course.
Almost like useless at that point. Some of them are even afraid to go to the action area.
I saw someone
clearly against their own standard operating procedures.
Yeah, but you see, these people, these guys prepare very well when they are entering, because they look at your numbers and they strategize to come and face the numbers. But I'm saying I'm not finding an excuse for the police. No, I'm not trying to find an excuse for the police. I've already made a point. And I'm saying that if I say they prepare very well, the point I'm making is that the police must be up and doing so that we don't have such situations.
Did they not envisage it before they came there? Is this the first time this has happened? Did it not happen now? Ayawaso West Wagon.
It's very bad. I mean, what is happening? What is happening?
I tell them they didn't know, and they didn't foresee something like this happening. And when they saw the pickup coming, they didn't ask questions.
19 polling stations. We shouldn't have had this situation.
So in a situation like this, what should the IGP do? He should be making a statement now. He's quiet. What kind of politics have we?
But I'm also excited. I'm also excited that that policeman has been interdicted.
The policeman shouldn't have even raised his hand.
Yeah.
There's no excitement there. He shouldn't have raised his hand in the first place.
I'm excited that he is being interdicted. And he has to be dealt with. He has to be dealt with.
Wait. Who is going to try him? Isn't it their own? Isn't it their own?
But I believe the gentleman should take the matter up and probably...
If the gentleman takes the matter up, how far can it go?
Because the police people are one.
There were people who demonstrated in front of the police headquarters. Those people who were beaten, what has happened to their case today? We should stop this.
Let the media, let us follow through this one and see how it's going to end. Because this one, I mean, if previously we've had situations where people have been allowed to go scot-free, this time on, I think the media itself must take serious action towards this issue.
It is not the media. The IGP today, 12 o'clock, he should come on TV and make a statement.
You made a point that they will be the one to be trying the person. And I'm saying that the media must follow through, because this is something that's happened to one of their own. And we shouldn't let some of these things continue.
They didn't have a preparedness plan. They didn't see some of these things can happen.
It's unfortunate, but I think the police...
But I blame political parties. One finger is pointing at somebody, three are pointing at them. And let me ask you the question. When these people, these parliamentarians, when they win, do they know you?
No.
Do they come back to you?
I don't even know why this has become life or death issue. I mean, somebody going to become an MP, the person may not even know.
All right, so let's So, all right. So, what ideally should be the expectation from the police personnel deployed there by way of security?
My view is that the Ghana police just failed massively. This shouldn't have happened at all. Because for this event, 19 polling stations, there should have been simulation exercise. What about if the group that jumped out of the cabin of the pickup had guns on them? Well, what if they were terrorists? Or cutlasses, or bottles. What if they were terrorists? This tells me that there is too much brouhaha about the preparedness of Ghana police for simple incident like this.
Yeah.
This morning at another station, I said I had immense trust in the new IGP, and
what's your level of trust now?
My words again, and I shall never make a statement like that, because within the very short time you have been in the Ghana police all your life. In your professional life as a policeman, you couldn't control this event, you couldn't prepare for this event, and you allowed the people to encroach in the area of voting. That's shame on Ghana police and the IGP personally.
Yes. He should be talking. Let's hear him.
You mean we need live updates?
Yes, he should be talking about this.
The
buck stops with him. It doesn't stop with anybody. It stops with him. He should be on TV. He should be taking the phone and calling you, telling us what he's going to do about it. We take people for granted in this country too much. Just because we have the power. And you are there to do what? To do a job for the people. That's why you are a police service. You are not a police force. We are sick and tired of this. Come 2028, it's even going to be worse. Now the MPP are going to have the elections. That plays through. There's kata there. Don't we learn?
Conclusion.
I mean, clearly it's an indictment on the police service. I think that.
This one you kick her in the groin. What? How? How can you kick a woman in the groin?
Would you do that to your sister, or your wife, or your mother?
How can you kick a woman in the groin?
We shouldn't get to that point. We shouldn't get to that point. And that should tell you, even this one, 19. So we are just imagine Akutia, where you're going to have the whole constituency by election. So these are some of the problems here. But I will not. Let me just sign off by greeting Mr. Fifi Forata. I don't know him. Fifi Forata and Jason. Yes. Of the bypass pub.
All right, so we hand over to the next team, and thank you, Dr. Ishmael Yoma. You will be with the next team as well, and Lajanto, thank you as well.
Thank you.
And of course, Ebo Backman, a regular.
I was hungry. I'm not hungry anymore.
You're not hungry anymore.
Me too. I'm not hungry anymore. I was very hungry.
Anyway.
The hunger has become anger.
So we're going to have our colleagues come in, and Martin Esiedu Date, as well as Beatrice Edu and Helen Apia Ampofo will be with you for the next few hours. And Martin.
Well, Roland, good morning. I think we are still in the morning bell, so good morning to you and to our viewers who have stuck with us, and yeoman's job you've been doing since the dawn. And between now and when polls do close, we have men stationed on the ground, and in studio we have our resource persons who are all ready and poised to bring you critical analysis of what's happening in the Ablekuma North constituency. And I'm sure by now it has become more like a cliche that the 19 polling stations that elections are being rerun in at the Ablekuma North constituency have had some skirmishes, and we've had reports of attacks on journalists and people not finding their names on the voter roll, etc. What we are going to be doing between now and until we get to know who is representing the good people of Ablekuma North constituency is we are going to be taking you step by step through until we get to see the final decision being made by the constituents in that particular constituency. I am Martin Esiedu Date, and I'll be joined by Beatrice Edu and Helen Apia Ampofo, and we are going to be handling this bell, so do trust that we have got you covered when it has to do with anything politics, especially because of today's development. What does this mean for the numbers in Parliament? Would it make any significant changes? And what exactly is happening now that voting is ongoing? We are told that about a number of senior executives from both parties, the NDC and MPP, are also on the ground testing the polls, still campaigning undertone, although it's illegal. But we'll try and weigh all of that when we return from this break. Do stay with us. We are your Election Command Center. some confusion again. But before we bring you that, Eduji Tamaklo of the NDC is speaking to Eric Maunag, but let's connect to that feed. Then later, we can get some more from the grounds.
The 48 seats, 48 votes. So that's what we are determined to get. That's the outcome we are looking for. We are for peace. Remember, we are in government. And so the responsibility is on us. And we will do everything to ensure that there's utmost peace. Yes.
Thank you. And Director of...
So, yes, that's Godwin Eduji Tamaklo, who as well has been speaking to us, providing details as to exactly what it is that's been playing out. And they are not even allowing the media to be present. What this has done is to an extent as well affected the process as well, in terms of what it is that we're witnessing, the voting process as it continues to play out. The big question which will be left to be asked is whether or not persons who are expected to vote, persons who are expected to come through, whether or not now they will be wanting to make their way here. But as at now, as we speak, it does appear that there is a certain level of calm which has reached this Methodist Church, Accra Diocese of St. Peter's Society here at Odoko. It's been a tense last few minutes, I must say, as we've had the trouble of seeking to, as ourselves media persons, ascertain really what it is that we've seen play out. As it stands, it looks like the ballot paper is being protected by officials of the Ghana Police Service. We're getting indication that there is another set of guys who are moving towards this particular polling station. There's been police reinforcement. We've seen 4 police unit trucks that have come through as well. And then there are more and more supporters who are now by themselves marching in a direction which we do not understand. And that's Malik Basentale, who I believe is walking with his men or his supporters, and we'll seek to get an understanding as well pretty shortly as to whether or not they are here as well to partake in the process. But there are a lot more police officers which we're expecting to see, a number of them in the buses there, as some continue to protect the ballot box, which has a number of votes cast in it already. It's been a tense few minutes where we will shortly speak to eyewitnesses as well and get first-hand accounts from persons who were here and witnessed everything play out. We will try and return to Godwin Eduji Tamaklo as well shortly, and then bring his perspective to you as well again, because there's been series of allegations or a number of claims made by different individuals, claims of pepper spray coming into effect at this particular polling station, allegations of assault against individuals and persons in the opposition party, amongst many other things. A lot of things have been said which will require a bit more understanding from us in relation to what played out. And so what it is that we're going to take you back in studio and then show you what exactly it is that played out here, which has resulted in all of the tension, the heightened security presence, which is currently ongoing. So let's take you back in studio, see for ourselves what exactly it is that played out, and then we'll return to the grounds and begin to get first-hand account as to what really happened and why we're at this point with all of the tensions and police presence as well. And so let's see that, and then we'll return shortly.
Right, so clearly it tells you that it's not been easy, especially trying to provide security for a very simple civic exercise of just go and cast your ballot and go home. Let's engage Mawana Egbeta again, who is on the ground. Egbeta, we saw that where you were standing, there seemed to be relative calm there, and we've just seen what must have been the situation before we crossed over to you. What can you tell us at the moment? Is the situation the same or relative calm is returning? Right, so we are trying to get a connection to Eric Mawana Egbeta, and from what you saw a few minutes ago, it tells you that although it is just 19 out of over 200 polling stations, it simply seems to justify why up until now, 7 months on, a constituency does not have a representation in Parliament, because either the people or the parties or the leadership of the parties or those in charge of security have reneged on their responsibility. And right through yesterday, when we were building up to today's coverage, we got information from a number of key voices who advised the police to take this very seriously. It was a test of the Ghana Police Service's ability to provide simple security for a national exercise. Let's see if we have a good connection now to Eric Mawana Egbeta, who is our man around the Methodist polling station, polling center, where we've seen quite some chaos break out right from the time voting started. But reports we've got from the other polling centers indicate that it's been very peaceful and smooth since 7 when voting started. And about 4 hours into the exercise, a number of the polling stations are proving difficult for the police service to manage. And although there is backup, probably they are trying to read the situation properly before they ask the backup to also come in. We have some experts on our desk who will be helping us do those analysis. But Eric Mawana Egbeta, I was asking whether where you are reporting from the situation is better now. And so all these are images from the Ablekuma North constituency, various aspects of it, and you know that 19 polling stations within the constituency are having their election rerun for various reasons, and the EC, we're told, got there as early as possible. So you can still see that although this is more like a playback of what has happened, it's become quite an uphill task for the security services, and hopefully Egbeta can hear me now. Eric, what can you report? Do we have a better situation now?
Na yebu mai ye tietia ha kumse na yebu ai Chris no mu nkofo a mo kobai. What is that? Anu na ehwe na ugiri se wu komfo no ai na ntwe ai ne dua ankar na tui na wu komfo ya waje a wode komu se ebedu nsa na dodo se ne bedu nsa. Ananu se bisi wo ye friend say ayewa so west wo gon na senya na senya bisi wo ha 19 police stations and then ye bubu ni mu twa bi ni mu so kan brio man so na ya frɛ oba besi antini ya frɛ mema pick up bed 20 na ya bebu oba enti ye meme na mo ya me ma me awo mbema ba ko pa me dem ma me ensam na wo bu mi nua bai. Sa me pay NDC, I will sure say, Echina Mako to Abama NDC. Some people are sure say Chinamaka to about NDC. What is that? We are coming to
who near see who near see Anna.
Yes, Mahu. Yabu bin Munamina. Yabu a how comes Yabu to who river fence also. Butu to me. Say one matter about now Busa, I mean, Minia Antony Nikonua. Busa Antony Nikonu, what to about her? Me, Minia, a branch say, a minimum is one baby, new Yeminian. Me, one Mbua, about her. I don't know how Kwamba had ya and a taboo. What is that?
Pacho, made us say, let's try and get. Okay.
I was here. When I arrived at the scene here, I learned she has been here already. And they've allowed her to go straight to the center. And she went back and came, like, she wanted to go to the place again, which the police are not supposed to allow her. So imagine, you are not voting over here. We are all here as supporters, right? So if the people are even coming with force, you're not supposed to even start using pepper spray on them. And you can't resist. They are men. There is nothing you can do. So all of us, we are here to support. We are all standing outside. You've been there already. So why are you going there for the second? What are you going to do the second time? That's what is causing the chaos right now. What is she going to do the second time? You've been there already. All of us, we are here as supporters, coming from Konkatamazu constituency. I'm here to support my party. All the way from, you've been there already. What is she going to do? So she's the cause of all this one.
And the people said,
right?
They want her out. That's all what they want. Yeah.
So that's what that
pepper spray. That means she came well prepared.
Right. And the intel we are getting, she
okay. Thank you. So we'll try and get a bit more in terms of what has happened, because the accounts continue to differ, and in a very politically charged atmosphere like this, the accounts will be different, and so we will seek to get a bit more as well from everyone and what's played out. But also now I say they are now here.
Oh, na me hu ya ne say how akunsin ba hanom en won be kasa wa ha kakra. Onu ba be kasa be dem se kasa na anko ye. And na ma akoma no story ya bibia ye pintim wa ha. And so kakra me so me hu ya.
Before Obebano na had to say
na haiku bibia idadin wa ha. But oba no aka say no I say the din ye da baby dada. And oba ha san be ye niam ba ku mienu wa ha na anko ye no. E na ma akoma no ko soro a bode ya bon kakra. Ya bon kakra.
Me da say no panyin also dey na hu ye.
Oh, dey mi hu ye nyina na say Ghana police nyaade. Because how comes in Abaha, Patra for constituency before Ansana Oba say. And to say a question about a to no crowd, and you obia or Docobia to be. Ye only probably or Mutubi. And you didn't count, and now money remarkable super spray. Ever Hama, Oyene as you are say. And you can say, Ghana police Mujina near Boo be crowd Mutimin Koso because government or honey to Yamukan Mutimin Koso, or maybe a nipa. Bibisa Sia. BBC says Ghana police more almost on them. No, we just say Yababu be a prana sana, Jafana hospital. That's it.
Right, and so that's his version of account as well. Martin was seeing a number of the individuals continue to mount up along the entrance to the polling station. Not quite clear what is prompting them to return to the entrance again, but this is the situation as we have it, Martin. A lot more persons continue to come in. I've seen the former NHIA CEO who was also present, and for now it's a lot more of persons affiliated and associated to the NDC who continue to be around. For now, voting has almost come to a halt at this particular spot, even as we continue to observe the happenings in and around this place, Martin.
Egbert, I'm sure many who are following also want to find out what's the genesis of all this. How did it start? Was it because of the presence of one person, or clearly something must have triggered this unfortunate confusion we are seeing at the moment. And now we see a lot of bystanders who are also observing. But can you tell us the backstory of what must have started all of this?
So, right. So, Martin, what it is that we're learning of is that the presence of Howard Kumsin appeared to have raised the tension levels a bit high. So, from the eyewitness accounts we've received, she made her way here first for the first time and was accorded the courtesies and made her way inside and observed proceedings and then left. And returned again shortly to witness again what was supposed to happen, which is like making a second appearance again. Then the supporters affiliated to the NDC said they did not want to see her at the polling station again, and they began to get a bit aggressive, getting close to her amongst many other things. And from the eyewitness account, when she felt a bit unsafe, she brought out a pepper spray and used it on these individuals, which then triggered a lot of what we've seen, which is allegations of assault and the likes, which has been widely reported. From the eyewitness account, that is what has generated into this controversy. And then there's been a lot more of supporters who've gotten wind of the fact that she's here, and there were tensions simmering amongst many other things, which has piqued their interest, and they've all made their way here. Reason for which, for over the last 30 plus minutes, voting has come to an end. There's been reinforced police presence as well, and everything has pretty much come to a standstill of some sort. When we were inside a short while ago, we saw that the police had taken absolute control of the entire area and were guarding even the ballot boxes as well, and it simply meant that voting is not happening as we speak. Eduji Tamakula as well was here. He spoke to a number of the individuals and was calming tempers and insisting that what must happen is that they are the government in power. He was speaking to journalists a lot earlier that they are the government in power. It's not in their interests as well to see things degenerate, and so it's urgent for calm amongst a number of the persons he identified to be affiliated with the NDC, Martin.
Eric Maanagbeta, thank you for keeping very close tabs on that for us. We'll definitely be coming back to you as and when we have new developments. But like we indicated, we have men dotted across those 19 polling centers, and I will be updating you as and when something does come up. But we'll be with you between now and until polls close and counting, sortation and declaration is done, because we are your election command center. Like I indicated also, I am here with my colleagues Beatrice Edu and then also Helen Ampofo. She has her guests with her, and we'll dive straight into the conversations. We are your election command center. Hello, Helen.
Hello, Martin, and thank you for that, and you are absolutely right. This is your election command center. We're making sure that you're kept abreast with every single thing that happens in the Ablekuma North constituency. But let's come back right here in studio. I'll introduce my guests to you, and then we'll get talking. A lot is happening across the different polling centers, some 19 of them, where some 6,000 constituents will be taking part in these elections. The NPP's Nana Ikuya Owusu-Afriyie facing off against the NDC's Irabna Orbin, who takes the day. We're watching very keenly indeed. Well, in studio, I've got Musa Dankwa. He's the Executive Director and Head of Global Research, Global Info Analytics. Mr. Dankwa, hello, good morning. Hope you're doing well.
I'm doing very well, thank you.
I'm very eager to find out how some of your analysis and the numbers you've been putting out will play in today's, shall I say, saga. We'll wait to see. All right, I think we have to head back to Mawena Egbeta for some more. He's speaking with Eduji Tamaklo, part of the legal directorate of the NDC.
Most of them using my video no na mon fampa obi acho my ne yentimi nto awe.
Right. 19 polling stations I would already about.
Out of 19, Hankwan and noise no, but we are getting everything sorted.
Right. If we could just briefly run it all up in English on TV3. And so what we've seen and what we've seen play out, voting has been affected.
Of the 19 police stations, this is the only place that appears, but we've calmed things down. The point of disagreement had to do with the presence of Howard Kumsen. Thankfully, the police used the exit door and gotten her out of the place. And so things will be calm now.
There was an allegation I was trying to get a response from you on a lot earlier about your colleagues on the other side alleging that hoodlums from your party had assaulted her. How would you want to respond to that immediately, amongst many other things?
Staffs are coming back, so we are making progress with them now. With the Electoral Commission staff, they are coming to continue with the process, and I think that's a significant development.
Don't you think, or wouldn't you agree with a lot of people that this could affect voter turnout at this particular polling?
No. The people are, in high spirit to have a representation in Parliament. I think that's the utmost.
You didn't respond to the allegations by the other side that hoodlums from your party have assaulted Howard Kumsen, who you admitted the police had escorted out of the place.
No, when I came here, I tried to find out who specifically did what. Unfortunately, there's no such indication. But the concern raised had to do with her presence. So I pleaded with the police commander that if her continuous presence will create an issue, there's an exit that she can use out. There will be definitely MPP agents here together with the police so that we can have this process run through.
The allegations of the use of pepper spray and the likes, you've been here longest, and so it will only be appropriate to get your understanding of events as they played out, which resulted in the EC agents and all of the likes.
To be fair, when I got here, the concern was that she had put a pepper spray. I wasn't comfortable with that narrative. So there was a search. I said, no, nobody will be allowed to enter. Let the police do their work. Listen, we are in power. The responsibility to ensure peace is ours, and that's exactly what we are doing.
Have you spoken to the supporters who came around? Because a number of them are...
Constituency chairman I've spoken to them, that I'm pleading with them. As director league, I don't want any problem. And I think that the cooperation is better now.
All right, thank you very much. That's the Director of Legal Affairs mentioning, amongst many other things, that yes, indeed, officials of the Electoral Commission as well have made their way back. When we were inside a lot earlier, you could tell that indeed the police had taken absolute control of the entire area, and so they continue to still guard the ballot boxes. You see, they are very much in charge of that area. We're seeing the officials of the Electoral Commission as well now seeking to, amongst many other things, bring back and rearrange the ballot papers and the biometric verification devices and all of that, which would then pave way for voters to make their way here. Unfortunately, we don't even know the numbers expected to vote here because we can't get access to them immediately to get an understanding as to what happens. The big question really out there for a lot of people to seek to get answers to is what happens to voter turnout from here on in, because we've seen it happen in the past where incidents like these tend to affect the morale of persons wanting to come out and vote. We're seeing a number of individuals again as well seeking to make their way into the area. We're just seeing as well the defense and then interior ministers all making their way into the area, and they are speaking to the former speaking to the former NHI CEO as well, and seeking to get an understanding of what it is that's played out as they go around taking the salutes from the respective police officers here, seeking to understand for themselves as well what it is that may have played out, reason for which we've seen what it is that we've seen. I'm sure, and the expectation is that they will receive some briefing as to what it is that's happened, which is what we're seeing play out at this particular point in time. They will receive some briefing, and then we most likely will, if possible, get a word or two from them as well. But again, I was talking to you about what this could mean for voter turnout amongst many other things, and so we will seek to try and get an understanding as to everything that's played out, even as they continue to receive that briefing from officials of the police who are present here. We've seen Dr. Omanebuama and then Muntaka all present and also witnessing for themselves, getting first-hand account really on what it is that's happening. And so that's what's happening. The presence of the police continues to be quite heightened, even as they continue to receive the briefing. And we're seeing a lot more of the top police hierarchy as well come through and be present and be counted to ensure that security is tight and they ensure that peace and tranquility does prevail. And so that's what's playing out as we continue to monitor exactly what it is that's happened here over the last hour or so. We've seen Madame Juliana Obey as well, all around. And so it's the top hierarchy of the police really seeking to provide some level of briefing to the ministers, and then we can get a sense of what really played out. But as we speak, it's all calm. The police presence is heightened. Members of the National Form Police units all present, witnessing for themselves what it is that's transpired as they continue to get an understanding as to what's transpired. Getting a word from the presiding officer from here as well. And so it continues to be a calm after is what? How would you describe it? As the calm after the storm? And so a lot more of police presence as we hear the loud sirens blasting all through, amongst many other things. But the EC official appears to be providing some briefing, if we can tap into that as well.
If we have to start, a suggestion. That media encounter going on there is very bad. We started having intel that even the voters, after voting, they will have to go there and grant interview. We're hearing a lot of bad things that have not happened here. They were saying it. So that media encounter, that stand over there needs to be dissolved. I don't know. I've granted all the interview, all the things they wanted to know. I've given it out. So I don't know.
Why they had to mount?
Yes.
You want to tell the media?
Yes. So you seem to have a problem with the
voters, those coming in. I explained that this is a ground for 3 polling stations. But fortunately enough, we are doing one, only for one. That is the 12A. So we are human. Somebody will stay in the house and realize, oh, Methodist is voting, let me go. That person will come with a card. Then we will tell the person, we are not driving the person away. It means the person is not part of this exercise.
Are you blaming the media for the violence?
I am not blaming that stand there. We had intel before the violence. That interview, somebody came to tell me, you are saying we are driving the voters away. And I'm saying, no, that is not the issue. So please, give out the right education. We are not driving anyone away. The election is being held for only one polling station. In a normal day, I'm coming. And you know the register? We have 4. Yes, that is 1A, 1B, and another AB, 13A, 13B. This is 12A. The 13A, 13B is secured. The 12B is also secured. So this is the only center we are having. But we are human. Your mother can just hear, oh, I vote at Methodist. Your mother will come. When the person comes, we will in turn ask the person politely. That is what we've been doing from morning.
You have the polling agents here.
Yes, we have MPP 2 and then NDC 2. We started everything with them. And Siadun Ketia has...
But they have an agent.
Yes, the MPP accused some officials of destroying their register. And that in a lot of ways, started all of the violence that ensued here. Is that the case that some voter register for the MPP was destroyed here?
Are you saying I should tell you the right reason why the violence came? I cannot tell the violence. I don't have any account. I was just, you said, and I'm saying my things are secured.
So no voter register was
Do you want me to, I have answered you. You are still want, I don't know what you want again. All the things are secured. It means we were not hurt.
Right. So that's the presiding officer stating clearly that there was no violence or anything. Let's try and hear from the defense minister as well.
It's obvious the military is not involved, and that is how it should be. This is a civil exercise. We are not at war, and so we should not get the military involved. And as you've seen around, it's been the police, the Ghana Immigration Service, the prison service. They fall under the Ministry of Interior. And we believe that that is the way to go. What we experienced in Ayawaso West Wogon should not be repeated. What we experienced in the year 2020, where 8 Ghanaians were killed just because of elections, should not be repeated. And this is the way to go. And this is what President Mahama wants. It should be a peaceful exercise, and people must just exercise their franchise. We should note at all times that it is not the entire constituency that is voting. It's only 19 polling stations. And because of the clustering system, you may have different polling stations voting at a particular location. It doesn't mean yours is part of the 19 polling stations that are voting today.
The police were helpless at the time these well-built macho men stormed here. Based on order in Sudan, do you still stand by your decision not to deploy military persons? 2024, December, pink sheets were bent here. Do you still stand by your decision?
I don't think you are being fair to the police when you say the police were helpless. The police are a very professional institution. When you don't see them reacting with force, it doesn't mean they are helpless. This is where you may go wrong, just lowering the threshold to invite the military. If it becomes abundantly clear that the military should restore order in any part of the country, the military will do it. But the military should not be the first point of call. We have seen it in this country, where the military was able to storm the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Is that what we want? Is that the democracy that we want? This cannot be this cannot be the democracy under President Mahama. President Mahama is different from President Kufuor. You understand? So let us give the police the maximum cooperation. Is the reason I'm here jointly with my brother and colleague, Minister for the Interior, to observe things for ourselves. Let's give the police the maximum cooperation.
What's your assessment of the process so far, particularly here?
All the polling stations that we've been to so far, I would say so far, so good. Any challenges will be addressed by the Ghana police. I'm saying that any challenges will be addressed by the Ghana police service, and trust that they will do it. they are capable. Thank you.
That's the Defense Minister, Dr. Edward Omane-Boamah, speaking there and also interacting with the officials of the Electoral Commission, amongst many other things. Helen, we're going to hand it all back to you right now in the studio so the conversations can continue, even as we continue to monitor the proceedings from here. And so we're all now being asked as well to make our way out of the place. And so back to you in the studio, Helen, as conversations will continue.
Certainly. Thank you so much for that. That's my colleague, Eric Mawena Egbeta. He's in the Ablekuma North constituency and particularly in Odoko at the Methodist Church where some fracas has ensued. You were listening there to the Defense Minister talking about what the processes are going to be looking like moving forward. He was also speaking there with the Director of Legal Affairs of the NDC, Eduji Tamaklo, weighing in on some disturbances that we're told involve the former Member of Parliament for Ewutu Senya East, that's Mavis Hawa-Kumsin. We know she has now left the area, but there are still scores of security personnel in Ablekuma North. It is the hottest constituency this morning in the Republic, or this afternoon in the Republic. We're keeping the steam on all of the various polling centers, all 19 of them, where some 6,000 constituents are expected to cast their vote today. But let's come back in studio. Let me introduce my guests, and then we'll get talking. Musa Dankwa is the Executive Director and Head of Global Research, Global Info Analytics. Mr. Dankwa, hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
How are we doing?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Good afternoon, shall I say. It's because the morning has been so long, but good afternoon. Good afternoon. 7 after 12, as the time reads. All right. Also in the studio with me is Emmanuel Kuting. He's the Executive Director, African Center for Security and Counter-Terrorism. Mr. Kuting, good to have you on the program. Thank you for joining us. Also with us is Dr. Ishmael Norman. He is a security analyst. We look forward to your perspectives this morning, Doc.
You're welcome.
And also in the studio, Mohammed Naziru is the Deputy Executive Secretary of the National Identification Authority. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Great. It's my pleasure.
Doc, I want to start off with you. We've seen what has transpired, at least so far this morning, a number of disturbances. We saw a slap being meted out to one journalist. The processes so far, they haven't been smooth. In another jurisdiction, it would have been just another Friday. Processes might, well be over at this point. But on home soil, we're seeing an entirely different scenario. Are you surprised by the level of disturbances so far, the amount of security presence we're seeing in Ablekuma North?
Yes, Ellen. Thank you very much. I believe that looking at things objectively, and Dr. Omane-Boamah is my boss because I work at GAFC, but I like to disagree with him simply because, first, the police should have designed a worst-case scenario going to Ablekuma North to see if people rush in with guns, with bottles, with weapons, whatever, what they would do. It looks like that wasn't done. Also, allowing so-called distinguished member of this country, Honorable Hawa-Kumsin, to come the second time. What was she coming to do the second time? She came the first time, she's giving the courtesy. She comes the second time. That is tantamount to making people suspicious of what is her intention. And that triggers a reaction from the people. The police didn't handle that well because they shouldn't have allowed her to come the second time. Then she pulls out pepper spray.
We're told allegedly there was some pepper spray coming from her.
Allegedly, she pulls out pepper spray. That needs to be confirmed.
Indeed.
Now, pepper spray is a weapon. It's an immobilizing weapon. Some people can even die when you spray them with pepper spray because of allergic reaction. So it's not just to push people away, but it could kill. So this activity cannot just push aside because the police should have stopped all of this. They didn't. The reaction when the confusion started, the reaction of the police was a detached kind of reaction. They were not even reactionary. They were detached from making sure that the perpetrators were withdrawn. But maybe because they were NDC members, they were protecting their police jobs by going after them. Now, President Mahama just last week told the IGP that the previous election-related violence should be investigated and the cases brought to a close.
Indeed.
You have just opened another one. This also has to be added to it. And I don't think President Mahama will cover it up and protect the police. He will never do that. So, for me, the reaction of the police to the violence, the beginning of the violence, all of that should be situated on their desk. They didn't do a good job, and I will never cover it up.
So for you, the blame should be put squarely, directly on the door of the IGP?
Directly on the IGP and his team that organized that event. Because we were told, and this morning, I praised the police because of what I saw on another station. And then I came here and I saw that my praise was a little bit too premature. And I felt disgraced by that kind of praise. Seriously. Because if you cannot intend to create what your reaction will be in a worst case scenario, which is what we are seeing, just 19. One polling station has brought the image of the whole exercise into the gutter.
Doc, thank you for your preliminary thoughts. Mr. Kutin, let me come to you next year, again, from where you sit as a security analyst. And we've seen scores of security personnel, shall I say, let me borrow this term, storm Ablekuma North. We've even seen immigration personnel suited and booted in the area. I need to ask, who is protecting the rest of the country? It appears the whole security personnel there in Ablekuma North. What do the optics then suggest to you, or what do the optics mean for the rest of the day as this rerun is happening in Ablekuma North?
Well, Beatrice, thank you for having me, and good afternoon to your production team and my colleagues here, especially my senior daughter, Norman. And I can't help but agree with Doug. The police were simply unprepared. Yesterday, I raised the red flag that we have not had any briefing from the police directing the indigents from these 19 polling stations about the security arrangements. And in the democracy, policing or security is about the need to know. So if the indigents in this 19 police station doesn't know what to expect from our security operatives, it means that operation-wise, they were not ready. It is this morning, they came out with the roadmap, and I feel it was so belated. Because how do you get the information sync with the people and the level of communications if there are disturbances of this nature? And I'm so scandalized as a security practitioner that in an election of this nature, there were no parameters or layers of security where you will not even allow anybody to get closer to the ballot boxes if you are not a voter. Such that, you know, I saw somebody even from my constituency as far as Saboba.
You recognize somebody
Yes,
in the shot?
I saw Mr. Muzu here.
They are from Saboba?
Saboba. So you can imagine the whole Ghana is in Ablekuma North. Even the party people who are not voters are even more than the population of Ablekuma North. So you can imagine the security challenges this will bring. So to me, the buck stopped with the IGP, and I'm so disappointed about the behavior of the police in this scenario. Because how did Howard Yakubu get access to the ballot box area? It should be a no-go zone for a non-voter to begin with. No matter whom you stand, your status in society. I understand they accorded her some respect because, in quote, she's a national figure or stuff like that.
She's a former member of
It's
Parliament.
true,
She's there to throw her weight behind her colleague.
When we are dealing with serious national security issue of this nature, nobody should be above the law. Even the president of the defense minister and the interior minister here is unprecedented. To me, it was so unwarranted. I don't know political positions they are holding. what is their independence here? They only came to boost the morale of their party people. What I'm not happy is that where is the IGP in all of this? The IGP should be here. Where is he? You see, look, I have one principle, and I have to disclose here. You know somebody I have a personal relationship with, and I like so much. But on this one, he has gotten it wrong. I praise him on his activities on the Galamsey.
Yep.
But on this very one, he has gotten it wrong.
If you could score him out of 10, what's the score that you're giving him based on what you have seen
I'll
so
give
far?
him 4.
4 out of 10.
I tell you honestly, because this thing shouldn't even allow to happen. Look, we have a situation where Ghana will have to contend with an international embarrassment of a woman big kick at the groin because of someone being elected as an MP. Are we looking at our international reputation or not? If these measures were put in place, this woman wouldn't have been able to get there in the first place. The alleged pepper spray they are saying she had, if there were searches, depending on the security parameters they put in place, this thing wouldn't have occurred. And in security, senior, you know, we preempt. And it's cheaper to prevent than to allow the incident to happen and you are now dealing with the aftermath. So to me, we have a lot on our hands. And look, Edoji Tamaklo has become a national asset. Take it or leave it. It doesn't matter the party he belongs to. It's a good brother, and I admire him so much. But he made a statement, and I think that statement is so unfortunate. When he said he directed the commander that the presence of Hawa Yakubu was not needed and there's an exit, he should go. If the presence of Hawa Yakubu is not needed, Hawa Kumsin, sorry,
yes,
is not needed at that place, on what basis is it there? Look, let's call a spade.
You're talking about Eduji.
Eduji, yes.
He's
On
the
what
director
basis?
of legal affairs of the National
Hawa
Democratic...
Yakubu is a senior member of the NPP.
Okay.
Let's call a spade a spade. So sometimes we shouldn't, Hawa Kumsin, sorry. So we shouldn't, you see, Hawa Yakubu had been my role model as a child growing up. You see that Hawa, she was the iron lady of the time. And we were all, you know,
you are forgiven, Mr. Putin, you are forgiven.
I understand.
Yes.
You know, I have a soft spot for women, given that our leadership in Africa has been dominated by men. So when you see women trying the leadership space, we do everything possible.
So you must
to
be
support
excited
them.
then with what we're seeing today.
Yes, 2 years and to us. 2 years and to us. One from the MPP, one from the NDC. And to me, may the best candidate win. And in these elections, the way things are going, I'm afraid the ending will not be good. If we should get an overvoting, even one vote, it will invalidate the entire process. And the second aspect I'm afraid of is that we have one election, different verification mechanisms. So if anybody loses these elections and decides to go to court, we'll have another sword in our hands. And that's why me initially I've called that the entire constituency should be rerun.
So that we do more than the 19. But Mr. Kutin, you see what has happened even with the 19. Imagine if today it was the entire constituency that was headed to the polls. But thank you for those preliminary thoughts. Let me go to Musa Dankwa on this one. I was going to ask about a specific post you put on X. But before we dive into that, because you have been doing some tracking in the area, what are your thoughts on what you have seen so far? Did you anticipate this level of disturbance in Ablekuma North?
No, I didn't. In fact, last week on one of the programs, I said that I don't think there will be chaos and there will be violence. So I was quite optimistic about the police. I've also taken my words back, unfortunately. I have not seen leadership from the police on this issue. I think the IGP should have been here and not the Interior Minister. Why the Interior Minister is there shows that, I don't know, the IGP should be the face of this issue. I mean, there are his men who are in charge, and there are issues. He should be there, I mean, issuing command and making the guys feel that our boss are behind us. So let's go and enforce the law. Now, probably the police don't know whether they should enforce the law or they should sit back and look at chaos happening. I think this is just unfortunate. They should enforce the law, regardless of who is involved, and they should do so sensibly. And I think, as they mentioned, there has been failure of layer of security. You should have first layer, second layer, and third layer. Before you get the ballot box, you must have gone through several layers. So if you're coming close to the inner perimeter, are you a voter? If you vote there, you're allowed to come through. If not, nobody should be allowed. It doesn't matter who. And they've kind of allowed this to degenerate into a bit of brouhaha, and it's very unfortunate.
For example, what Mr. Kotin is saying, he's even spotted somebody from Saboba. I mean, it's a Friday afternoon or morning. They have found their way in the Ablekuma North constituency.
There are less than 800 people voting in that constituency. But those who are around the polling station, probably outnumber the people who are supposed to vote.
They are.
All right, Mr. Dankwa, thank you for your thoughts on that. Mohammed Naziro also in the studio with us. I'll also pick your preliminary thoughts. Do you also have to take your words back? Were you also full of praise for our security personnel and now you've been put to shame?
Well, not entirely so. I want to believe that my fellow panelists who have security background are looking at this election from the security point of view. As a politician, I'm also looking at it from a political point of view. First of all, to disagree with with my colleague here as to why Omane Boama insists that the military may not partake in this exercise. I want to believe from the political point of view, consistently political parties have raised issues with the presence of military men at polling stations or voting centers. It's sought to deter people who have some reservations, and the presence of military always scares other people. So I think that's one of the reasons why we are doing as much as we can to, exclude the military in our, voting and political activities, such that it could be free and people will feel free to partake in the exercise. Also, we cannot quickly run to a conclusion if we want to to make a fair judgment of what is going on. Out of 19 polling stations, the voting started as early as 7 o'clock this morning. This is one incident that has happened at one polling station. And to round it up and sort of blame the police entirely.
Well, I beg your pardon, Mohammed, there have been some different instances. We started off this morning, we saw there was a journalist who was manhandled, two journalists manhandled by policemen. It's on the screen now. If you're watching us, of course, you have noted that as well. We've seen that there was in, I believe, Presby 4, in the Ablekuma North constituency, where there was a polling center actually inside a building. It took a lot of effort to then have the material come outside in the full glare of the public. We have this situation here involving Mavis Hawa Kumsin, where we're told there was some alleged pepper spray involved. So it's been more than 1, 2, 3, even 4 instances. We were told, my colleague Stanley Niblo, and he was speaking to us also in Odoko. He said there was an incident involving some members of the NDC, some motorcycles. He alleges, were causing some fracas there with the police. So it's not even 1 p.m. and we have a litany of infractions, a litany of issues to contend with. Is that not enough basis for us to say things are not going well?
Well, I still maintain my position that is not enough basis. On the basis of the fact that, you see, what is happening at Ablekuma North is election. It is not, excuse me to say, war. It is not a chaotic situation where we're expecting one faction to fight the other faction. For the fact that it's an election, we have certain rules and procedure that we need to all follow to ensure and encourage that people exercise their franchise. And that is why I am of that view. I continue on that view because also of the fact that, you see, I'm just coming from the ground. I have gone round some of the polling stations from morning before driving here to partake in this exercise. And it's been generally peaceful at most of the places we have attended. It's very unfortunate. Even if it is half an incident, it's still an incident that we would not love to encourage in our democratic exercise. If we want to continue to be the beacon of democracy on the continent, we will not allow all these things. But it brings to question the issues that have unfolded some time back. I remember in the Awaso West Wagon incident, where the young men who were shot were accused of not being in that constituency, and what were they looking for at that constituency. And today it is obvious that people come to buy elections from different constituencies in order to help the candidate they support and to ensure the candidate wins.
Right.
So that has muted the previous argument of the Awaso West Wagon victims. For me, that is an issue we should look at very well and ensure that moving forward, party executives and all officials, EC officials, everybody must ensure that we do or conduct such exercises in a manner that would encourage people to come out to vote. Because this whole exercise will be an exercise in futility if, as a result of this chaos, people refuse to come out to exercise their franchise.
That's right.
And at the end of the day, it will be a work in equity to achieve vanity, which we don't want to get to that level. I would continue to insist and talk to the police. Since experts have issues with the police, I would also love to see the police react quickly to ensure peace prevail, and then the exercise continues.
Certainly. Mohammed, thank you for your thoughts there.
It's so interesting,
Mr. Kuti, what's going on today? It's Helen.
Helen, sorry. It's so interesting, right?
The coffee didn't come.
The coffee didn't come.
I see that.
Yes. You see, it's so interesting how politicians have the appetite to defend state security institutions when they are in power. Look, some few months ago last year, NDC saw everything wrong with the operations of the police, right? We have been in studios like this discussing some of these things.
Because they were true also.
Today, the table have turned. Everything about the security agencies is okay.
Well, is that really what they're saying, Mr. Kuti?
It means that there is an underlying problem about the true independence of our security institutions. And it goes to the fore of what we've been talking about, the politicization of our security institution. How come that macho men can empower the police, kick an innocent woman in the ground, and are able to leave the scene without any arrest as we speak now? I'm sure the police, if they were on top of their duty, to keep Ghanaians and the entire system and processes and reassure us that the situation has been normalized, they should have released something to indicate the affected from arrest. Correct?
Yes.
The police officer they interdicted, to me, is cosmetic. How many police officers haven't they interdicted in this country, and what has come out of it?
You say it'll come to naught.
It's cosmetic to me. So I think that seriously, as a country, the foundation of our democracy is shaking, and we need to look at it
Dr.
holistically.
Norman,
yes.
thank you for that.
I mean, if I would react to his position...
In about a minute for me, please.
Yeah. I still stand by the fact that it will be unfair for the police institution that has, assembled over 1,000 people to 19 polling stations, where each polling station
It's not about the numbers.
People. No.
It's about the strategy. Numbers don't do anything. With these numbers, look at what is happening.
If you allow me to speak,
it's not about the numbers.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But for you to round up at a conclusion that when a party is in power, it tends to support the activities of security, the state security, is also not entirely correct. I mean, in my presentation now, I insist that the police should also lift up the game, especially when people who have eyes to see issues of security are raising questions. I expect the police to also lift up the game. My position remains that, look, the whole point is to exercise franchise, to enable people come out freely to vote clearly who they want to lead them.
Do you see that? Do you see that playing out? Because we see that there are a lot of disturbances. I'm trying to situate what you're saying, given what we have seen this morning, and I listed for you a number of incidents that have happened. And Mr. Naziru, you say still for you, we should give a thumbs up to the police personnel.
I'm not saying a thumbs up to the police person, but criticizing them, putting them all in a lump and say that it is entirely wrong will not be fair. I mean, that is my position.
Anyway,
they put in effort, and the effort is yielding results. As I told you, from morning, it's been fairly peaceful. I mean, people are going about their voting, peacefully and leaving the stations. Everything was going on well until this incident. It is expected that by the end of the elections, you may find some pockets of violence, which immediately the security service, not only the police, the security service in its entirety with the national security must do something immediately to arrest the situation, to ensure that the exercise for which the entire country today is watching goes on smoothly. That is my point.
Thank you for that, Mr. Naziru. Doc, let me come to you again. Typically, when we think about Ablekuma North, it doesn't feature as one of the hotspots. Would you then, is it easy then to assume that that's why we didn't see so much proactiveness from the police, or is that simply no excuse? An election is an election, and that foresight needs to be there, that anything could happen at any time?
Helen, if they were actually aware of the situation, the holistic situation surrounding Ablekuma North, they should have declared it a hotspot. Because it's a very contested election. And we had pink sheets missing and a lot of debate going on and on, 7 months. So in any real security conscious person, it should have been labeled as a hotspot. Because if there is no security, there is no vote. No matter how generous you want to be about the Ghana Police Service. They are a vehicle through which we express our popular democracy. When they go low, the democracy suffers. So no security, no vote. No safety, no vote. We have to be aware of that. I didn't say, the gentleman was saying that I disagree with the Minister of Defense because of the army not being there. I wasn't addressing the army not being there. I was addressing the responsibility of Ghana Police not being so conscious of the potential for violence and allowing the Honorable Howard Kumsin to go in twice, and even to the point of pulling pepper spray. What about if she had a weapon on her? Would she have pulled it as it happened in Kasua? Would she? Probably yes. In self-defense, yes. So for me, it's the fault of Ghana Police. I don't care who thinks I'm wrong. My idea of the situation, the way I perceive what is happening, the way I understand it. If the Ghana Police had done its work well, our Kumsin should not have been allowed to go there twice. Nobody should go so close to an election polling station when you are not a voter. What is she doing? What was she doing? To influence voters or what? So for me, I think we need to identify the issues and help Ghana Police to become better. Because the point of all this discussion is to help to educate Ghana Police itself and the Ghanaian public so that the next election will be peaceful, not to condemn anyone. And if people don't understand it from this point of view, then they don't understand public risk communication.
Doc, thank you so much for that. Musa Tanko, I'd like to come to you. 6 hours ago, you put a post up on your X page, and you said that in the July 2025 tracking poll, a small sample deployed in the Ablekuma North as a constituency as part of the Greater Accra constituency selected may have given us a sign of what to expect from the remaining 19 polling stations whose elections will be concluded today. You end that post by saying it is very likely from the responses of voters in the constituency that the seat will flip when all the votes are counted today. Now, we know that historically the Ablekuma North seat has gone to the NPP. In fact, over the last 20 years, I don't believe that the NDC has gotten close to even 40%. Their best showing was some 38%, with the NPP consistently in the high 60s, 67%. And so you would have expected that this was or would be a shoo-in for the NPP. But from what you say, today we should be expecting the tide to turn. Tell us more.
Thank you very much, Helen. You see, when it comes to data, you see evidence over time. Nothing just happens suddenly in any election. There are evidence that builds up before you see what you see. Domi Kwabenya has never been NDC stronghold. It is the biggest constituency in the country which NPP had control for years. What did we see? It flipped.
That's right.
There's no longer a safe haven for anybody in Greater Accra here.
I mentioned it earlier, yeah?
That's right.
There's no safe haven. And you look at what even happened in Tema Central. They nearly lost it. And still have been in contention.
Even Tema West.
Tema West is gone.
That's right.
Ablekuma West is gone. So that kind of perception that is our stronghold and that we can hold it. And indeed, if it was their stronghold of MPP, we shouldn't be in this situation now. Because from what they said themselves, that they were leading with 414 votes. A constituency you've always won with not less than 27,000, 30,000.
That would typically be the margin.
That's the margin.
Thousands.
Thousands. And now you're saying you've won by 414 or 10. It tells you something has happened. Look, prior to the elections, 2024, about 34% of voters across the region who in 2020 voted for Nanado and MPP have switched camp to NDC. 35%.
35%?
Yes. And from this 35%, about 20% were MPP voters themselves. So they couldn't hold their base together. Their base went away, voted with the NDC along with other party supporters. And that's why we are where we are today. So, and beside that, if you look at the polling data we just kind of view from Ablekuma North, just 3 weeks ago, it was taken between 19th June and 27th June. Just a few weeks ago.
Right.
It shows overwhelming support for the president in that constituency. Nearly 86%. Nearly the same number are saying the country is now headed in the right direction. 81% said their living standards has improved over the last 12 months.
81%?
Yes. Everything is showing that that constituency has kind of bolted away from the MPP, from that survey. And that survey includes 30% of MPP respondents. So it wasn't like you lined up and interviewed just NDC people. About 30% of the respondents were MPP. Yet, less than 1% said the country was headed in the wrong direction.
So,
Helen, with this, and you ask these guys to vote, and if they are rational voters, where do you think their votes will go?
So in Ablekuma North, they also reflected that trend across the country.
Absolutely.
So 86% of residents in Ablekuma North say that the country is headed in the right direction. Only 1% say it's headed in the wrong direction. And you have 13% who didn't have an opinion either way. But Mr. Dankwa, over the last 24 hours, we're told that a plethora of goodies have been raining on the constituents in Ablekuma North. Is it a mobile phone that you're after? Allegedly, if you were there last night, you might have gotten your hands on that. If you were a student, you might have walked away with a brand new, shining, spanking new laptop. We're told motorbikes were being given away. Wow. In your experience, how much of an impact does that have on the average Ghanaian voter? Or are we going to see what we saw in other places where they said, we'll collect the goodies, but you will not see that outcome reflected?
Let's start with Asinov. Give us a glimpse of what Ghanaian voters are going to do in the future. They took money and they voted their own conscience. Fast forward, in fact, before the elections, we did several polls in which we asked voters, what action would you take when offered an inducement to vote for a candidate? Only 7.5% said they would take the money and switch their vote. 7.5%. If you are investing millions, the return is 7.5%. Look, people are smarter these days. The Ghanaian voter is no longer the ones we saw during Rawlings' time. No. In fact, the voters we have now are different from the ones who voted in 2016. So a lot has changed. And if these politicians think that they can use money to influence things, I think they are delusional, absolutely delusional.
Let me invite Dr. Norman here. Do you agree with Mr. Dankwa that the average Ghanaian voter really cannot be induced at this point?
I like the words he used. If you think you can influence the Ghanaian voter with your presence, you are delusional. For me, I believe it sums it all up. Because the Ghanaian voter has suffered. Children were suffering, teachers were suffering, businessmen and women were suffering. And then after that, you come and give me a TV to vote for you, I will collect it, but I won't vote for you. Because if you think that after 8 years of lying to me, stealing, corruption and all of that, that your TV will cure all the suffering I've suffered for 8 years, then you are delusional. And as the Mental Act of Ghana says, such people should be arrested and put in mental hospital for psychological evaluation and cure. Seriously. So I totally agree with Mr. Dankwa.
I think that brought about the fall of the MPP in the last elections. Because they felt they had incumbency, they had so much money, and they can use the money to get their way through. And like you said, I can't help but agree with you. But all of these things, NPP brought it upon itself.
Yes.
You see, the true leadership is about having the spirit of forgiveness. Look at ex-President Kufuor, the people he assembled in his cabinet. Look at the current president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. You remember when they removed Haruna as the minority leader and Mutaka as the minority chief whip?
Indeed.
People read all kind of political meaning. Today, they are the beneficiaries of John Mahama's government.
In fact, we were told that by that very decision, it was about to be the undoing of the NDC.
Exactly. So you see, but with the government of Nana Akufo-Addo, that forgiving spirit was not there. No. If you look at his cabinet at the time, it was like a father and his children.
Yeah.
They didn't have people in there that can object or constructively criticize him. And if you are a leader and you don't have people say no to you, then you are heading in the wrong direction. And look at Professor Frimpong. When he dared to be different, you also saw what happened to him. So I think MPP is standing on one leg now. I was thinking Ablekuma would have been a rallying point to show their unity and purpose of direction. But unfortunately, I saw the national chairman there and other national executives there. I didn't see the general secretary of the MPP in Ablekuma North. As we speak now, I didn't see Nana B, who is the national organizer of the party there. How do you abandon this woman at this point? So to me, we must give credit to the lady. She has shown some leadership spirit by standing true to herself and saving the face of the party.
You mean Nana Ekuawusu-Free, who's the parliamentary candidate of the
If
NPP?
she hadn't initially defied the directive by the General Secretary, I think the NPP would have been in a much damaged position than now. But I believe that the woman, given her leadership style, she could still benefit from sympathy votes. And I think that she may still win at the end of the day. But to me, whoever wins doesn't matter. We want to have relative peace and, we can move away with our life.
Certainly.
Akotia is looking at the corner and it will be another,
In fact, Mr. Kuti, one foot in front of the other. Let's get through today before we even think about what happens in Akwetia for that by-election. But Martin is standing by now at the Magic Wall. We've talked a little bit about the way in which Ablekuma North has voted over the years. But Martin will seek to dissect that for us further. Martin, over to you.
Yes, certainly, politics, they say, is a game of numbers. So we want to look at some numbers. We've looked at voter turnout in the last few years of elections. And this time around, again, we do not have specifics of 2024 because, again, that particular constituency, it's now that they are hoping that by close of day, voting would have ended. Then they can tabulate it as part of what happened in December 2024. But the historical story that we are looking at today about the turnout in the Ablekuma North constituency is pretty interesting. I think it's just a very cosmopolitan constituency, and they like to come out to vote because they really do turn up. If you look at 2000, for instance, we're actually comparing Ablekuma North turnout to the national average. In 2000, for instance, the national voter turnout was 57.2%. In Ablekuma, it was 61. I beg your pardon. The national turnout was 61%, 61.7%. Ablekuma was 57%. In 2004, they actually came out more than the national average. So 85.3% of constituents came out to vote in Ablekuma constituency, and the national average in 2004 was 85.1%. So just about some 0.2 percentage point difference between those that came out and the national average. In 2008, Ablekuma constituency, 66.2%. The national voter turnout was 69.5%. In 2012, 80.3%. Again, if you look at the national voter average turnout, it was 80.2%, which meant that some 0.1 percentage points more constituents came out to vote as compared to the national average. And when we come forward to the 2016 and 2020, the voter turnout for the Ablekuma constituency, 68.4% in 2016, 69.3% for the national voter percentage. And in 2020, 74.5%. Again, that same year, the national voter turnout was 79.0%. So you can tell that averagely, constituents of Ablekuma, except in 2000, have always come up above 60%. So if you look at the numbers again, 2004, 2008, 2012, 85, 66, 80, and then 68, and then 74. So it looks as though the populace within that catchment area love to come out to vote, and we are actually monitoring to see how today will end. The general total population, voter population in the constituency is about 121,000. For today's exercise, it's just about 6,000 people who are expected to turn out to vote. So that is why many are questioning how come we are unable to manage just 6,000 people who are coming out to vote. If it was a general election within the entire part of the constituency, it might be even probably more chaotic or hectic for the police service to handle. So this is just by way of numbers and what we should be expecting. We do not have, like I indicated, a 2024 figures because it is yet to be tabulated, where we'll add today's turnout to what happened on December 7, where 262 specific polling centers, that has been calculated and tabulated. We are just waiting for today's figures. Then we can have a general idea whether or not the percentage of voter turnout in Ablekuma will be more than the national average, which was also hovering around 60%. So, yeah, that's what we have by way of the magic word and the numbers that we are crunching for you. But we indicated that we'll be crossing over every now and then to find out what's happening on the ground. And in the jiffy, Beatrice Edu will be engaging Armstrong Gold Alogbe, who is also in and around the Methodist polling center, where we've had reports of some unfortunate breakout of violence. And so hopefully we'll get that information for you shortly. This has been your Election Command Center. And like Helen indicated, our guests have also shown and talked about what their expectations were, which ones have been met and which ones are yet to be met, especially those that hover around issues of security. And again, if numbers are anything to go by, looking at the people who have poured out on the streets and to the many voting centers, it is very likely that the turnout might be probably above a 50% average, but it would all be after voting and counting is done. Then we can agree to, do the math and come up with the specifics regarding Ablekuma North constituency.
Quite interesting voter turnout data that, Martin, you've just given us. But one interesting point I also noted, though, aside from the 2,000 numbers that you gave us, was 2016. And it shows you that end of the 8-year term, because the number dipped as well as compared to the usual one, to an extent that it seems for the first time the national figures were higher than that of the constituency. Quite interesting there. But I want us to go now to the Methodist polling station, because like Martin Esiedudate just told you, we have Armstrong Alogbe there. Earlier, he spoke to some party bigwigs. I want us to go back and watch those, and then we'll bring you the latest from there as well.
Unidentified guys trying to move from one place to the other. How do you take this? What have you observed? Would you say this process has been smooth so far?
So far, the process has been smooth. At least the time is 12:35, and the election hasn't been disrupted. If you remember, during Ayawaso West Wagon, by now the NDC had pulled out of the election because they brought tags and identified men to disrupt the whole process. But so far, the exercise has been peaceful. See how everyone is happy. For the first time, we are in power. We've been in power for just 6 months. Okay, the goodwill, the euphoria, everything is there. And trust me, the NDC is capable of doing anything they want to do. I want to respect governance and want everybody to exercise this franchise. See how everybody's happy, because we believe that we should vote on our track record and not by the gun.
You said the police has been interdicted.
The policeman has been interdicted, and that alone is governance. I mean, they've interdicted him. They are going to question him to understand why he assaulted a journalist. And the journalist will also be invited to also explain what transpired. But in the first place, the police are afraid. And so even the police themselves are confused as to what exactly occurred. They don't believe that we'll get to the bottom of it.
Then again, we saw one young man pull down the former minister for fisheries. How are you seeing on the ground? Have you seen that? And what have you to say about that?
The last time I saw Hawa Kumsin and assault, it was Hawa Kumsin's boys who killed a boy from Lima during the 2024 election. I was part of the burial, myself and Ibrahim Ahmad. Since then, I haven't seen anything of that sort, because I know
she's here. We saw how she was
known for assaulting a lot of people and even killing a lot of people by a guy. Boys, the last time she was being investigated, were pulling out a pistol. So I don't know which incident you're talking about. Is it the one she made the boys kill Lima boy?
It happened just some few minutes ago.
I have not seen the video yet. I'm yet to see it. But if I see it, in all things, we give thanks to God.
Finally, what would you say to the other men, unidentified men in some kind of...
And you just watched right there Malik Basintale. He's the CEO of the YEA. And if you've been following us since morning, I'm sure you have realized that a number of NDC party bigwigs have been there to give support to their candidate, Irama there. But let's go back to Armstrong Alogbe, because he's still there with us. Armstrong, can you tell us the latest? Because earlier there was some chaos and we saw the police trying to calm situation down. What's the situation now?
Well, right, Benis, if you come to the
Asiedu, one police station once again. Nothing new has happened outside Basintale. Come here with his entourage. So much people coming to the place, leading to some kind of, I wouldn't say tension, but the whole place was packed with a lot of people following Basintale to this place. So far, they've moved from this place, so CAM has been restored to this place again. But what I can say again is it looks like people are not showing up to vote at this particular police station, probably because of the earlier disruption that took place over here. So far, as at this time, I just checked with the presiding officer, and he tells me only 173 electorates have come to cast their ballots out of 418. Only 173 have so far shown up here to cast their ballots. And so far, you don't see anybody in front of the Electoral Commission officers trying to cast their ballots. Speaking to some of the electorates around, they said some kind of fear have been put in them, and it's difficult for them to come forward. Also because you can see so many police personnel, see prison personnel, see fire service personnel, immigration personnel, a lot of security personnel being deployed to this place, and the electorates are saying that the numbers from the police service and the other security agencies is making it very difficult for them to turn up to vote. So, if I may say, it appears maybe after some time the electorates may want to come back to vote. But as it stands right now, nobody seems to be coming out from their homes to cast their ballots. Beatrice.
You're saying that a lot of deployment happening right now. Does it indicate that perhaps the police is picking information, things could degenerate beyond what we have seen since morning?
It is. I can report that so far what we are seeing on the ground is not too good for our democracy, especially having a lot of unidentified men dressed in the different security attire. You cannot really tell whether these are national officers or these are private officers or these are tax. And the police seems to be handicapped. They are unable to control some of these guys who come in, and anytime they make up their mind that they are crossing the barricade or they are breaking into where the election is happening, they're able to do that so easily. And the police, I don't know for which reason, try to stop them, but at the end of the day, these so-called guys who we don't know where they are coming from are able to break through to where the election is taking place. And this, I might say, is what is probably putting fears in many of the electorates who are not willing to come out to vote now. So for the police, they are here in their numbers, but anytime those guys, whether they are tax or private officers, decide to make their way to any of the police stations, they do so successfully without any challenges. Well, I've seen an FU van park right here at this police station. It has not moved, it has not done anything. It is positioned at where it is with the police officers all stationed there. But anytime these young men come around in their numbers, they are able to swiftly do whatever thing they want to do, and they succeed in doing it without the police being able to pick any of them up, probably for a security reason that may be best known to them. Beatrice.
Joseph, let me ask you again. I mean, looking at or listening to what you're saying, it means that the 133 people who have shown up to vote out of the 400 plus, I mean, over 400, is indicative. I mean, looking at the environment, is indicative that they are not coming out to vote because they are afraid for their lives. That's basically what you're saying, essentially.
If you see there's nobody here right now trying to cast their ballots, the electoral officers currently are having a field day out of the 418 electorates expected to cast their ballots. Only 143 have done so far, and then nobody is coming in now. And once in a while, you see these guys on motorbikes riding, making so much noise here. And indeed, if you're electorate watching, it will be very...
We'll have to come back to you, Joseph Armstrong. Keep an eye on what's happening and bring us the latest later when we come to you. But let's cross over now to George Koenig, who is also having to face some chaotic situation where he is. George, what can you tell us?
Yeah, very good afternoon. We're coming to you live from the Church of Pentecost, North Odoko 2, and one of the parliamentary candidates is here. That's a KFA. Would want to pick a word from her. Good afternoon. How confident are you that you're going to annex the seat for the party?
Let's go ahead. We'll address the press. We'll do it ahead. We'll do it ahead. We'll address the press.
Well, so the party executive said they will address the press, and so she denied to talk to us. But this is the scene. So currently, the MPP parliamentary candidate Sekwe is actually heading to the next polling station. That's the Methodist Church. And I'm sure she's also going to engage electorate there. And she's very confident that she's going to annex this very seat because this, of course, is a stronghold of the MPP. Since 1996 till 2024, the MPP has really won this very seat. And so it's safe to say that as a stronghold of the party. But as at 7:55, just 11 people had voted, electorate have voted. But what I'm told is that this very area, there's sort of an apathy when it comes to voting. But when it gets to around 3 o'clock, that's when most of the electorate come out to vote in their numbers. So it's just a usual thing here. People don't really come early to come and vote, but they do that later after 3 o'clock. But the election will actually close at 5 p.m. So there's some sort of more time for these electorate or these lukewarm electorate to come out to vote in their numbers. And of course, this is a competitive one. And this, according to the NDC, will determine that the electorate here in this very constituency really voted for their candidate. That's Rabina Albin. But the MPP is also confident that they're going to win because they've been doing this for a very long time. The constituents are also divided. In terms of development, the party has not been able to do a lot here. So why would they still vote for them if they are not really giving out their best? So this is what it is. It's a critical election, and we can't wait to really get the result of the aftermath of this very election. And if you just tune in, we're coming to you live from the Ablekuma North constituency, precisely the Church of Pentecost. We're moving from one polling station to the other. That is the Methodist Church, where the former MP for which that's how Kumsi was assaulted, and the ministers of defense and interior were there to actually come to the rescue. What really happened there to the rescue of that matter. But it was my also police station where the journalist was assaulted, the EIB journalist was assaulted. We are told that the police officer, who is Officer Lumo, has been interdicted. He will be investigated accordingly. But what's the name? The journalist in person has actually gone to the hospital for treatment, and he had an issue with his left eye. And when he was leaving, he complained that his left eye was shaken as a result of the slap by the police officer. So we will also follow up on that very development and get to know what exactly happens with his eye afterwards. So this is live visuals from Ablekuma North, and is the rerun of the Ablekuma North Parliamentary constituency. And we bring it to you live, like we always do, with detail with our reportage. Extensive reportage. You cannot get it anywhere but here on TV3. My name is George Quenin, and I'm bringing this visuals live. And earlier I wanted to, talk to the parliamentary candidate for the MPP. She declined because the party says they would actually have a position on this. They'll come maybe after the elections. They would actually address the media what the issue was. But initially, the party confirmed that they're not going to take part in this. But as you can see, they are here in their numbers to give some sort of support. Yesterday, we were told that the MPP flag bearer for the 2024 elections gave some 410,000 cedis in support of her bid. And also, somebody came from the former Minister of Education, Dr. Educhum, 200,000 cedis. And so that is also to support QF3's bid. And hopefully, they will all would go a long way to maybe either annex a seat for the party or otherwise. So we are moving from one polling station to the other. If my cameraman can pan and give you visuals of where how Akumsin was assaulted. So that is the Methodist polling station. We want to also see what is actually also going on after that very incident. The defense ministers and that of the interior minister were here to the rescue. And so aftermath, what really has transpired after this. So we just want to give you a fair idea about the situation here. I'm sure you're watching, you're wondering how the place looks like. Is it very calm now after the issue? We'll just give you all that. And I know there are some executives that we can actually speak to. I think, let's see if we can even talk to Brian Echampo, who has also shown indication that he wants to contest for the flag bearership race of the party. And good afternoon. I want to make a word from you. Rerun. Okay, so Kwesi Agyemang has declined. He was the former CEO of the GTA, and already would also know that the party wants to talk about this after the elections, which will be 5 p.m. And as at 7:55 a.m., the polling station where I am, that's the Church of Pentecost, just 11 people out of 67 had cast their vote. And it can tell you that this is a station where there's some sort of lukewarm when it comes to voting. But when it's after 3 o'clock, that's when I'm told that people come out in their numbers to vote. And so all those eligible voters in this area are likely to vote after 3 p.m., according to one of the election EC officers, confirming that very status of this very area. And so we actually here at the Methodist Church. And so there are people here in their numbers. I'm sure the scene actually caused a lot of human traffic here. People really want to come and see with their own eyes what really transpired here. And so you can see numbers are here. And also some also in anticipation to see the parliamentary candidates for the MPP. And that's a queer and free. I wish you could actually tell us something here, regardless of what the party position is, to really address the media. That's after the elections. And you can see in your visuals, that's Brian, a champion, former Minister of Food and Agriculture, and also given his intention of contesting the flag bearership of the MPP. And yeah, so we are here. We are here at the polling station, Methodist Church. It will surely get some words from her. So the party supporters or party executives have actually is supporting their candidate and giving some sort of assurance that, yeah, we've got this. But will that translate into the vote? That will be after 5 o'clock, where, you know, we'll get to know the aftermath of this very election, which is keenly contested by the MPP and the NDC. But for the NDC, they say it's going to confirm that they really won, despite the chaos and everything that, you know, ensure that these constituents of Ablekuma North were actually denied fair representation in Parliament. For more than months, they were denied representation in Parliament. So, of course, this will actually settle the dust, calm the storm, and gives us some hope to constituents in terms of development and legislatively, the expectations in Parliament. We're coming to you live from Ablekuma North, precisely the Methodist Church of Ghana, one of the 19 polling stations, which is having the rerun of the elections. And so, yeah, the parliamentary candidate is trying to get into the station. But obviously, you can see that it's actually turning into some sort of chaos. And the police is not allowing everyone inside. But of course, some insist that they were with the parliamentary candidate, so they have to be allowed entry. But that is actually triggering some sort of chaos. But hopefully, the police, you know, handles this one effectively without any attack or maybe abuse. Because clearly, we've actually witnessed one too many of this incident in this very rerun. So hopefully, they handle this in an orderly manner. This, of course, is a test of time and a test of efficiency by the Ghana Police Service. But obviously, emotions are high. Supporters, you know, have high stakes in this very election. So they'll do everything possible to ensure that, yeah, it goes in their favor. But these are live visuals from the Methodist Church of Ghana. We'll bring you updates, but I wish we can actually speak to some of the party executives here, and hopefully we get the parliamentary candidates speak to us, share one or two things with that. And Samuel Oku is also here, and you can see the big weights of the party are here to show support, solidarity. Even the former GTA boss Agyemang is here, and I see Miracles here, who was the former spokesperson of the campaign of the MPP, also here.
Brian Champion, right? And so my colleague George Quaining and a host of other leading members of the NPP. I see Miracles Abuaje. I've seen Abetifi Member of Parliament Brian Champong. All of them, I've seen Haruna. All of them have come to this Methodist church area, which has been embroiled in as much controversy as possible in the last 2 to 3 hours, and we're continuing to try and get an understanding as to their assessment of the situation, and as well what it is that's played up. Did you come with a woman? No, I came from there. And so it's Nana Kuefrie along with other leading members of the NPP who have all joined hands and have come around seeking to get an understanding as to exactly what it is that's happening. And George Quaining continues to be here and will amongst many other things get some details for you shortly on what is expected. But this is the situation. Leading figures from the NPP now present and hoping to, amongst many things, address the media just shortly, and we're hoping we can bring that to you just briefly as well. And so shortly there will be that all-important address for you just now.
Help me open up.
As the pushing and shoving continues, trying to create space for that all-important address. It will come shortly, and you can understand why there will be a lot of pushing and shoving, because space is being created so that there can be room from which the anticipated address can come forward, and then we can get an understanding as to what the strategy is for the party going forward.
Microphones, you bring in the microphones. Boss, cameras now. Just everybody let's go.
You let us start.
Scream.
We have all witnessed what has gone on at this particular polling station. Methodist polling station on Doko. This is where early in the morning the NDC hoodlums came in, attacked our agents, attempted to destroy the election materials, went after our party agents, beat her up mercilessly, attacked Honorable Hao Kumsin, who was standing far away with Honorable Dakwa Niman, and stood her ground. They numbered about 30 of them. The police could not stop them. I was there myself. I'm sure a lot of you have seen me on the City TV interview. They came in with guns and machete, and the police simply had no weapons, so they had to run for their lives. So far, we have been here, and it is quite clear that the elections has resumed. We are calling on every single person at home to come out and come and vote. At this point, it's been restored, and there's calm here. And so the candidates will now speak. But before the candidate speaks, please, it's very important that the Inspector General of Police gets to know what the NDC have been doing since morning, and know that we cannot afford not to complete and conclude the coalition today too. Because from the way things are going, just as we have done here at the Methodist polling station, we are going to protect every single ballot and make sure that the same way we restored calm here, there will be calm at every polling station for the coalition. If they fail to protect us, we will protect ourselves just as we have done here.
Yes. Yo, Medase. Say Obia Hunia, AC Ablekuma North. And then I have visited 16 polling stations. And all the 16 polling stations, with the exception of Odoko 4 and 5, everywhere is chaotic. Bebia Ubekono, the hoodlums, thugs, macho men, all over, almost about 200, every polling station. And now, almost voter, woman be babe to ama minebeko form. If it's obia him say, obia obe pie biano, obe to aba meku every year. These polling stations, obia obe to be obe to ama me. And Crawford, any abre. Now people are afraid to come out in Crawford. I feel so mobile. Send your mu treat you. Any a second, any a giant adeno. Yabe prano. Into your man Crawford is a fear. But me person make two. Me catch them and Crawford say. Mumpie, Obiamra number 2. Obie niwa, a bimbo, Abba, a bimbo or ho. Police for no Mesramo. IGP, so I won the Akoso. Yeah, 3 polling stations. What's the one to mean providing security? After 19, they also be provided. Yes, macho men are here with security. Ewa Ablekuma North. Bra wamo bro me call. Light of Gospel Miracle Church. Ewa Otaten. Bra wamo abuye agents. Wamo abuye nkro for Bakuda hospitals is here. Why do you have to do this? NTCC no. Yeah, beka ya bano. Wamo mijira and no be peja ballot box. Why?
As we speak, no. As we speak, it is important for us to know that there are people's lives that are at stake. From here, we are going to visit Honorable Kumsin, who is currently fighting for her life. Why should any citizen battle for her survival because of elections? There are 6 people who were injured. Right there, I was there, right before me, and they are in the hospitals. For now, we have remained resolute. We have been able to stand our grounds, and these hoodlums have run away, and everybody should come and vote. We are asking the Inspector General of Police to ensure that he sees what has happened as a precursor and put in place the necessary measures for the coalition. The guys are moving with weapons, and so if they are going to allow their men to be sacrificed, their policemen to be sacrificed, like goats and fowls, then we are in trouble. They should beef up and make sure that the coalition becomes peaceful and safe. Thank you.
And so no further questions. No further questions, but a lot more of the NPP's reaction is what we've just got. They say they remain resolute as they continue to proceed to other polling stations, seeking to, out of the many things, get support for a number of their agents who they say are hospitalized as a result of attacks by alleged individuals suspected to be affiliated to the NDC. And so this has been a very fluid situation in the last few minutes. Minutes will turn into hours, most definitely, but it continues to be one that we monitor very closely here and provide details of. And so they are moving on to the next polling station, which I suspect will be the Pentecost Church area. And I mean, moving with a large team. It's very difficult as a media person to get clean access and be able to solicit information, because a number of big shots, MPs, the candidate herself, party executives and the likes, and they are moving with such large numbers and heavily built men as well, providing all of the security you can find, and so it makes it a bit more difficult. a bit more difficult to get an understanding as to really what it is that's playing out. But that's what we have for you at this point as they move on to the next polling station. And my colleague George Quainin will be back again to provide a bit more details for you. But back to you in the studio as we continue our coverage here on your election command center, as we continue to monitor happenings and then developments as they play out.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Mawina Egbeta, there with George Quainin, comprehensive report there. And I'm sure you were monitoring all the speeches, as it were, from the bigwigs of the opposition MPP, from the candidate herself, Ekwe making some allegations of people who have been beaten and hospitalized. You heard Dennis Miracles Abuaje claiming that Hawa Kumsin, the former member of parliament for Wutu Senya East, is fighting for her life in the hospital. And in the background there, you saw Brian Champon, who is aspiring to be a presidential candidate for the NPP come 2028, and also Samia Wuku as well. And of course, the director of elections for the opposition MPP, Evans Nimakon. And like you just watched Mawina Egbeta tell us, the situation is quite fluid. And so we have promised you that we're going to be bringing you updates from these 19 polling stations currently witnessing that rerun of the election in Ablekuma North constituency. I'm coming back to you, Helen, and your panel, because I presume that you have a lot to talk about with what we've just watched and heard.
Thank you so much for that. And we are certainly on the beat. We have our eyes and ears firmly on the ground in Ablekuma North. But let me introduce a new player into the ring. Austin Kwabena Bracco Powers is a private legal practitioner, and he joins the table of men. Austin, hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are we doing?
Table of married men, or usually when they say table of men, you know that is what they are inadvertently trying to communicate.
I see.
But yes. That's
You're very welcome onto the program, and I know that you have been keenly observing what has been transpiring, or what has transpired so far in the Ablekuma North constituency. Let me also take your initial bites then on what you have seen so far, especially as far as security is concerned. It's a major issue. Since the polls opened this morning, it has been one disturbance after the other.
I think, Helen, as your colleague Beatrice well captured it, the situation is fluid, and there's tension out there. And I think this is expected, because if anyone out there believes or did not even imagine that something like this will happen, then the person really did not study the terrain. This was expected to have happened, and I'm glad it is playing out. All that.
When you say you are glad it is playing out, what exactly do you mean?
No, because we are now seeing the major issues and why the police will have to intervene immediately. Imagine what will happen if this had played out later after poll closed. That would be dangerous. You know, the panelists so far have been pushing out a major call. The police must intensify security in these 19 polling stations. This is a major clarion call that we are putting out to the security agencies. And this is because looking at the terrain and what is going on, the allegations flying left, right, center, it calls for intervention, it calls for alertness. The security, the IGP must make sure that his men are on the ground and they are not interfering with the process. Because that is important. Because you see, the work of the police is not to interfere with the process, because they are only there to ensure the protection and safety of individuals.
Right.
So I think, like I said, I'm glad this is playing out in the early stage for us to now go back and, you know, rework the line, make sure that we block every loophole that there is in order to avoid a major blowout when the poll closes at 5 o'clock. Major blowout, because you see, this is a do or die affair. And you should know this, the two political parties have a lot at stake.
Right.
The NDC is seeking that seat to strengthen its majority in Parliament.
Right.
You get it? Earning it the super majority, the title super majority. The MPP is also trying to protect its so-called stronghold, which I know many people have said that it used to be their stronghold, but looking at the trend and the vote so far, it appears it is slipping out of their hands. I have no doubt about that. I think this is a win-win for anybody. But we need to be careful. The police, and also I think it is important telling that we also caution the political players, particularly the party executive functionaries, and with their utterances. They are not helping matters.
You say it's inflaming the passions.
Yes, because they are not helping matters. You see, the thing is that there's one thing contesting for a seat, and another thing inflaming passions, causing people to go out there and cause commotion, and thereby, don't forget what happened when what happened leading to this current situation. When ballot papers were destroyed, the place where it was stored was set ablaze.
That's right.
I mean, these are some of the things that triggered such incidents. We should not allow that. We should condemn it. And I think the MPP, we saw inserts from your colleagues who are in the field. They are not helping matters. If you want to win, tell the people why you want them to vote or retain or vote for your candidate. But telling them someone had been hurt, someone is holding machete, guns, ammunition, and other things, that's not your responsibility. If you have anything like that, tell the police. But communicating out there, it's like you are causing people to come out. Because you see, there's no need for you to tell Ghanaians that this is what is happening when you know that the right thing to do is to tell the police administration. They are there, they are in the field, they are with you. If you notice something like that, draw the attention. ABCD is holding ammunition. ABCD is holding machete. Can you address the situation or can you arrest him? You see, we want them to put up a good behavior, deserving of parties that are indeed requesting the vote of Ghanaians, but not a party that is trying to cause mayhem in Ablekuma North. And like we've all said, we've all been concerned. Ablekuma North having had an MP for some months is troubling. We want the election to be finalized, but we want it to be done in a peaceful manner. And the responsibility rests on every player. The residents, that's the constituent of Ablekuma North, they also bear a major responsibility. Don't let anyone confuse you. Don't let anyone tell you to come out, bring out machete or anything, stones or stick, and harm anybody. Because you see, when you do that, the law will take care of you. But those people, if you notice carefully, in all the things they say, they are always safe because they know what they are standing on. And you, when the law comes for you, they may not protect you. So protect yourself, protect your family. Go out there, vote, and go back to your rooms and wait for the vote count. That is what we are supposed to do. We don't need to be, causing disaffection for any individual or any institution.
Thank you, Austin. That's a very important point that you also make to the constituents in Ablekuma North to simply exercise their franchise, go home, and not to, follow anybody that says come out. And I mean, the number of different weapons we're hearing, bow and arrow, pepper spray, cutlass, machete. I mean, so many different elements. Let me come back to Mr. Naziru. I also have to mention that he's the communications director of the NDC's Zongo caucus. Now, the NDC also, in the last few days, we've seen have been in Ablekuma North feverishly campaigning. This is at a time when the NPP had indicated that there was going to be a boycott on their part. They had indicated that they would not be participating in this rerun. For many people, the idea is that this is a shoo-in for the NDC. Why was it important then to really still be in the constituency selling their message?
I mean, it's an election. Anyone who has participated in the election knows it's not over until it's over. For that matter, if you expect the people to come and vote for you, you don't expect them to vote for you in a vacuum. They need to understand the reasons why they must give you their vote. Because what they are giving to you is like surrendering their sovereignty to you for the next 4 years. And they expect that you also handle it very well. That is why I am pleased that the NDC's message, when you go to the ground, is very clear that, look, you are going to vote for Arabna Obin to become the Member of Parliament, so that she's going to, first of all, join the majority where she would stand the advantage of bringing development to the constituency. She also can benefit from appointment because her party is in government. And if that appointment comes, she can also help the constituency and build the constituency moving forward. So it's a very clear message, unlike voting for the MPP candidate where you will not know where she's going to stand, if she's going to join the 88 or 87 members of parliament to continue the noise without bringing something substantial home. So the good people of Ablekuma North also understand this message and they are pursuing it. We value the vote. We respect the vote of the people. I mean, linking it to our earlier discussions before the break as to the dwindling performance of the NPP as a political party in our, political landscape. I mean, it is becoming very clear. I took a lot of lessons in the 2020 elections, and then it repeated itself in the 2024 elections, where it's become so obvious for me that the MPP as a political party, if care is not taken, will be, yanked out of our current political dispensation. Why?
The mighty NPP?
Yes. I mean, I am not just saying this. If you listen to former President Kufuor advise the MPP and make comments to the effect that we should know that our voters are becoming discerning. I mean, you cannot treat the voter, the Ghanaian voter today like they were treated in 1992. And that has been one major, block for the MPP's progress. If you listen to, speaker after speaker, even within the MPP, admit that something fundamentally went wrong with the immediate past administration of the MPP. So, given that this is the picture, and then you would see, I listened to former President Kufuor and made mention of how they won the 2016 election, and then the 2020 became very tough, 2024 worse. It means something was wrong. Something was wrong to the extent that, as I speak to you, the MPP as a political party is not represented in 5 regions. No representation at all. I mean, it's a strong message. It tells you that the party is not a national party. They have about 4 regions where they have only single representation. The party is not a national party. They have about 4 regions where they have only single representation. Single representations, like the ZANU-PFs of Zimbabwe, like the Zulu Natal of, South Africa, to become a very strong political party. And that is what I think the NDC should start looking at and building to achieve such an objective.
Mohammed, thank you so much for that. And I believe we have a soundbite from Rashid Tanko Computer. He is the Deputy Director of Elections of the NDC. Let's take a quick listen. We'll come back in studio and continue talking.
I mean, we went around most of the polling stations. Turnout is a bit low because of the cosmopolitan nature of the constituency. Some of them are workers, some are outside the constituency. And so we are engaging them to come and vote. So that's why the numbers look a bit low. It will pick up by midday, going to 2 o'clock. We are picking up interest and then around to vote for the NDC candidate.
Then the challenge so far, we've witnessed the assault of a journalist, another violent incident at the church also. What are you picking from the ground?
Well, journalists are people too much. I mean, their work is not a small job. Alive in the country, going on and all that. I mean, so it's an unfortunate situation that this thing happens. I hope the Ghana Police Service will find a way to resolve that issue with the about the issue. It's something that, as a political party, we will not accept. When they are doing their work, do their work. Give them the freedom, the support, so that they continue their work. I mean, so that one is, and it's an unfortunate situation.
All right, let's continue the conversation right here in the studio. And Dr. Norman,
yes,
the situation seems to now have escalated where I mentioned the different weapons that have now been introduced into the conversation, a bow and an arrow. That's after we heard about alleged pepper spray use. I mean, how alarmed are you about how this exercise is progressing?
Well, as it was, lawyer Kobina said, the end of the show is probably going to also review a lot more. And Mohammed just added his voice to that, and my brother Putin has already mentioned that many, many times on this table. I think we have to be concerned. And as Mr. Rashid Tanko just said, the Ghana police has to be a bit more alert than they have been. And expecting more people to come and vote when there is insecurity or lack of safety there, it's going to be quite difficult. So by now, some public announcement should go out there, mobilizing the community that everything is calm at that particular polling station. So if you haven't voted, please go out and vote for whichever party you wish to vote. Because for me, if I were going to vote and I saw on TV what was happening, I wouldn't go and vote.
You'd stay in your house?
I would stay in my house. I will stay in my house. There was a detachment on the part of the police when the wrangling was going on. And I just don't understand why a policeman would stand somewhere and let his colleague be pushed around. There is no esprit de corps. What I'm seeing there, no esprit de corps being displayed on the screen. There's one walking leisurely as if he's taking a walk in a park. When you are on assignment, as important as this. So, like Kobina said, it's good that we are seeing this happen now. Because during the bigger election, if we don't organize ourselves well, the future of Ghana is really, really...
We could see even more types of weaponry in there. Mr.
Yes.
Kuti, let me come to you on this one. The NPP had initially said we're going to boycott this rerun. Then, about some 24 hours later, we hear from the parliamentary candidate, Nana Ekuya-Owusu-Ofrie, saying that, you know, she's actually going to be a part of the process. Subsequent to that, you see a bit of a scramble there. A lot of big players now storming Ablekuma North constituency. Can we also put some of the blame on this late decision by the NPP, it seems, to rally around their candidates? Had they maybe started their wooing of the constituents on Monday, there would have been some opportunity for, I mean, every day another individual to go and visit the constituency. Now, they left it to the last hour, and you're seeing many of their big players going into the constituency. We know the kind of crowd that's going to attract. Weighing on that for me, I'm just thinking about that, seeing all their big players here now. Would you say that they lost that opportunity to send their message to the people of Ablekuma North, and now there's this mad rush and a lot of confusion ensuing?
In fact, Helen, if NPP loses this seat, the blame should be put squarely on the General Secretary of the party.
On this singular individual?
Exactly. You see, the process he triggered when they decide to go to court. When you are going to court, you may get the favor of the court or you may not get the favor of the court. So as a politician, you should have a plan B. So if you were convinced that the court was going to injunct the process, so you tell your people that we are not going to run, and the truth of the matter is that NPP followers believe what the General Secretary had said. So all of this process, if the parliamentary candidate had also listened, and in all of this, she is the loser here. She has invested more into this. And don't forget about the money she has pumped in. The psychological stress she has gone over the last 7 months alone is not easy. And in all of this, we were expecting that they will make the amends and quickly rally in when obviously it has become clear that they were not going to obey the decision of the General Secretary, and as such, it would have even damaged the reputation of the party. So to me, I commend the lady for taking that bold decision. And when Kennedy Ajapon and co went inside yesterday, I was thinking that it will be the rallying call of the MPP for people to show the unity we have been preaching for. Just imagine that if Dr. Baumia, Kennedy Ajapon, Bra Achampon, and other presidential hopefuls had come together with a common voice to Ablekuma North to make an appeal. That is their stronghold. That look, we knew we had won these elections, but because of A, B, and C, there's a rerun. Initially, we were convinced that the court will give us a favorable response, but we didn't get that. But as mature politicians, and in the interest of the country and our democracy, we are participating in this election. It's akin to saying that MPP is running away from a by-election, let's say in Ashanti region. How is that even possible? So moving forward, I think that we must look at how the end will span out. I'm making this call to our security agencies. They should, as a matter of agency, put the political heads together into a meeting of a sort and ask them to direct their green and blue army to leave Ablekuma now. If those blue and green army don't leave Ablekuma now, the counting will be chaotic.
So
it
you
will
say
be
that
chaotic.
we could see more disturbances.
Exactly.
Crunch
And look,
time.
lawyer, we passed the political vigilante law in this country. Have we enforced it? No. So if we are a country who waste resources to pass laws and we don't enforce them, then what is really the need? What is really the need? Because I am surprised that at this age and time, and given our past, Ayawasu and other by-elections, that warranted us to pass the Political Vigilante Act. Politicians or parties who allow one of their own to lead private security tax in the name of army, labeling them green and blue armies. What are we talking about? So it means that both the MPP and the NDC are playing the ostrich. Because if they don't reward some of these things, the young men will not get the appetite to do that. But certainly, in opposition, that is the way he has behaved. Has he not been rewarded? In time past and the MPP, is it not similar things that youth have done and they were rewarded with juicy positions? So are we saying that we have reduced our politics to a field when you are a young man and you can insult, or you can shout the loudest, or you can mobilize political tact? That is how we get rewarded.
But
So,
Mr. Kutin, I mean, the vibrancy of youth,
yes,
it has a place in our politics. Being able to rally your troops, as it were, let me use that word, in fact, advisedly, being able to rally your supporters. I want you to make that distinction for us. Are you saying that there's no place for a Basintali to whip up excitement, let the young people know that this is a party where young people are welcome? Where is that disconnect from whipping up excitement, whipping up your base, to there being a whipping up these supporters for violence?
Not in the manner it is done. When you mobilize macho men, I can tell you that today, a lot of the youth are in the gym training to build muscles, just to join political parties, because if you have the muscles, they will use you, and that is how you get rewarded. I listened to Mustafa Gbande, and you see the statement he made, that you give their followers 1,000 jobs, they still want national security rules. What does that mean? You have given them a particular set of training. What do you think they need that training for? So as a country, you see, Ghana has always been a stable democracy. And in the international arena, we have always been respected for that. But I think within, there are a lot of cracks and mistrust within our system. And the earlier we speak about same, look at how we can remedy same, the better for all of us. Look, democracy is not our thing. We learned it from international best practices. Are we saying in the West, the youth don't have leadership roles? Is that what they do to get there? For the avoidance of doubt, the Canadian Prime Minister, the youngest ever, and he has been there for all this while. Did you see him leading an army, labeling them as the Blue Army, or the MPP's army, labeling them as the Green Army? Even you are lawyers, the Constitution, how can you have army with, different armies within the state? So even the coining of the word the Green or Blue Army should raise suspicion. And you know, we are going to Akotia. So if we had to move these people there, is that what we want? So the security, the IGP, I'm still calling upon you. Get on the phone now to the leadership of both the MPP and the NDC and get them to get this tax off Ablekuma North. So that the processes can proceed. You see that there's a low voter turnout. It's because of this. And I would not say entirely because of that. There's also another angle to it. I've been there before. Many people are waiting for the last minute. Some trade their votes. They will put themselves in groups. You come and they say, okay, if you want me to go and vote, give me this. People who have voted early are the people who are looking for the change. I'm telling you.
So it's a strategy. The longer you hold out, the fatter your pockets.
Exactly, because when you go and vote and they see the ink here, you don't matter anymore.
Until next time.
Until next time.
Lost.
And
Very
you see,
interesting.
it goes to the heart of the nature of our politicking.
Yes. Yeah.
The MP comes, the aspirant comes with so many promises. When he or she win, you don't see him or her until the next elections. And I think these are things we need to address as a country.
Thank you, Emmanuel, for that. Austin, let me come to you. I see you have some figures, some percentages, and some numbers. I want us to also talk about the journey so far in Ablekuma North. We talked about how well the NPP has done consistently, shall I say, up until this point. Now, in times past, the margins would be in the thousands, 20,000 plus between the NPP and the NDC. Now it's reduced to a few hundred, if you will. When that pre-collation was done yesterday at the EC's headquarters in Accra, the number or the figure that stood between the NDC and the NPP, 48. What do you make then of that decision that initial decision of the NPP, as communicated by its General Secretary, to boycott the entire process, and what that has meant in terms of them playing catch-up in the last 48 hours or so?
I think, Ellen, let me be clear that the intermediate steps that the NPP took to prevent the Electoral Commission from rerunning the election, I think it was a good one. Just that they didn't succeed.
By intermediate steps, you mean court action?
Going to court to prevent the Electoral Commission from rerunning the election in the 19 polling stations. I think it was a good step in the right direction. But, like Martin said, the thing is that you just don't face your enemy. I mean, I'm just being careful. You just don't face your enemy with all your opponent with all your arsenals.
With
all your arsenals by your side.
In one basket.
You get it.
Right.
So you are going to this rerun with the expectation that you are going to succeed in court. I think it was so misconceived. How do you expect that you succeed in court when you know that there are two outcomes? You either win or lose. And you see the decision by the court or the judge, I think it was a good one. The Electoral Commission has a responsibility to conduct elections. Right. When you look at the Constitution, Article 45, when you look at Article 45C, they have a responsibility to conduct elections. So preventing the Electoral Commission will in a way affect not only the people in Ablekuma North, but it will also affect the Commission's work itself. So the judge had to do a balancing act, had to decide whether you stand to suffer more than the Electoral Commission. And the judge realized that no, the Electoral Commission will suffer, or the people of Ablekuma North will suffer more if the Electoral Commission is enchanted than you, but you can have remedy in damages. But you see, Helen, when you did not succeed in court, what do? The next step is to go to the poll, prepare your people, psych them up. That even though we didn't succeed over here, let's go to the polling stations and work. But you see, for a National Executive Committee to have met and taken a decision not to participate in the election, and failing to even involve the candidates in the decision-making process was a major setback for the MPP. Because you see, this is someone, like Otin said, this is someone who has invested huge sums of money, not only money, financially, psychologically. She's prepared for it. Look at the trauma she had to go through. Not only, she's not the only person who has to endure that. Rabina too endured similar fate. But she faced it. You, Justin Kudia, you didn't face it. Yours is to sit in the office and take decisions. So when a decision involves an individual, when you know the person had invested in the process, you must involve her. Let her be part of the decision-making process. But they ignored her, took the decision, and communicated to Ghanaians that we are not participating in the election.
Right.
Now, what that did was to, set the minds of MPP voters, set their mind down that we are not going to vote.
Some might have even traveled because they thought, well, what's the point of me even going to the polls? My party says that we're not involved.
Exactly. So you see, and it was because the party miscommunicated. I call it miscommunication because you see, you cannot put a message out there when you have not involved the candidate. The candidate said, I'm contesting. You didn't involve her in the decision making. To even, because you see, by involving her, you are just making sure that she now becomes a major part of the decision making body. Then she owns it. You get it? Ownership. Ownership of decision making is important. If you're a political party, MPP is not a private party. And I keep on saying, it's not a private party. And it's not a private property for anybody to feel that if I'm taking a decision, I can take it whether you like it or not. No. It's not a private party. It's a public institution.
Indeed.
So they must have involved the lady. And that is why we are seeing what we are doing. Because you see, like you were intimated. If they had taken the U-turn immediately, they lost the court action. And I'm saying lost reservedly because they didn't lose the court action. They only lost a process.
Okay.
So the case is itself in court. But they wanted the court to enchant the Electoral Commission, which the court said, no, we are not agreeing with you. So that side didn't go well for them. They should have taken immediate step. Convene a meeting, tell the people, we are going to Ablekuma North. Let's psych our people up. But you see, like you said, when you look at the numbers, I'm surprised. 2024, it looks like MPP, it looks like heaven is crashing down on MPP. Because you see, Ablekuma North, looking at the data, it's been a major out and out constituency for MPP.
Indeed.
But surprisingly, in 2024, the numbers started reducing and the gap started closing.
In fact, that's an understatement.
So, you see, so Helen, people are saying that when after the pre-collation, they had almost 48. I think it's more than 48. Let's not. 40. The difference.
The vote difference.
The vote difference between Irabina and.
This has not been, Austin. This has not been disputed.
No. So that's what I'm saying. That the thing is that. For now, we have almost close to 6,000 votes at stake.
At stake, yes.
Indeed.
And that can tilt the scales.
Absolutely.
Right.
So
Absolutely.
I think MPP just go out there. It's not late. Helen, it's not late. Even though they may have miscommunicated, even though they didn't take immediate steps, I believe this is better late than never. It's not late. They should just go to the polling station, go to the various polling stations, and just encourage. This is not the time to say, I'm sorry for what happened. Because apologizing now will not solve any problem. What will work is action.
You want to see him on the ground?
Yes, he should go. He should go there.
He and Nana B.
Nana B, and the major individual, they should go there.
We've seen Dennis Miracles Abuaje on ground.
Dennis is not a national executive.
He's not recognized by the Constitution.
He's a deputy communication director of the party.
He's appointed, not elected.
Elected deputy communication. Then he is.
No, he's not elected. He's appointed.
He's appointed. So the thing is that, you see, if we want to see Justin Kudia, he is now the face of the MPP because the chairman is indisposed.
It can't be easy for him to go and show his face in Ablekuma.
Because of what happened?
Because of what has happened.
No, he has
Then
to.
he's putting
he has to
himself
show,
before the party.
He has to show leadership. Because you see, the thing is that National Executive Council or committee made a mistake.
Yeah.
So by going there, you are acknowledging that they made a mistake. But you see, staying in your office does not legitimize what they did. Because you see, this is someone who has invested a lot in the election. You didn't want, but included in the decision-making process. And you expected to listen and obey your decision when it affects her. I think you should go to the field, go and work. Let the people know that you are sorry. Let your actions demonstrate to the people that you are sorry, not organizing a press conference.
Kennedy Japan, he cannot legitimize the party going because he said he appealed to the National Council to rescind their decision and it caught fire. Until that point, MPP members knew they were not going for a run. So Kennedy Japan ought to be commended.
So I think now we know Brian Champon supported it.
You mean financially?
Financially, we know Baumia also. I understand Baumia also.
Although
we've seen some distance saying that she never received any money.
Candidate Nana Ekwe Usufri seems to have a different opinion on that. I can't corroborate that at that moment, but
fair enough. Then that is what is being peddled out there. That she received some financial support from this presidential aspirant. Yes. Right. So, but. You know what, Elena,
but once Miracle Boji and Co are the spokesperson for Baumia, he kind of, yeah.
That's by extension.
By extension. He's a spokesperson for Baumia.
Let's let Austin land, because I do want to come to Mr. Naziru on the point of the EC, but Austin land for me, please.
So I think no form of apology is needed now.
Yes.
The milk is already spilled. Yeah. Let's go to the field. I think, like I said earlier, over 6,000 votes is huge.
6,000 potential votes. Because I don't know how many we've had so far. Because of the fracas we're seeing, will we even realize half of those votes given the disturbances? We're watching the space.
But Ellen, plus or minus, even if we get 2,000 or 3,000 voting, with the kind of difference that we are hearing, it will change and we will know, with parliamentary elections, it's just first
plus one, plus two.
We've seen a difference of even 3 to propel somebody into parliament.
Someone used 2.
2. Well, there we have it. Let me come to back to Mr. Naziru. In this conversation that we've had so far, we haven't mentioned the Electoral Commission. And we've seen how, again, this issue has traveled. We saw what happened when Bosman Asari, Deputy Commissioner, was on the floor of Parliament, adamant that there was going to be simply no rerun. Some 2 weeks after that, there was that official communique coming from the EC saying, well, now there will be a rerun. How do you think this sort of back and forth from the EC has affected the proceedings up until now?
Well, I mean, even before I come to the substantive question, there is a need for us to, just like my colleague was talking about, the constituency itself, the MPP in the Ablekuma North, and some of the issues that they need to relook into. One of them is the internal wrangling within the constituency, where you would realize that Ekwefri came back to take a seat that was taken away from her by Kwame Nabatel's daughter. So that tension is already existing in there. Kwame Nabatel's daughter won the election for them. So if we are able to change you from within and you lose the seat for us, I mean, that's accounted for the reason she insisted she would even go, even when the party was not ready to support her, because there are issues she needs to address if she intends to come back again subsequently, and that contributed a lot into that. And the flip-flopping position of the MPP in the constituency is something that, I mean, needs to be addressed with immediate effect, in the sense that we may have other by-elections, and if this position and this is how the MPP would go about things, it is going to affect them big time, and there's no two ways about it. The Electoral Commission, you see, My position about the Electoral Commission still remains same. I will not see the current setup of the Electoral Commission that has denied an entire constituency representation as the best of commission that we have seen since 1992. I cannot fathom how, after the 2020 election, when we've lost about 8 people, and the Electoral Commissioner can boldly look into our face and tell us that it was a free and fair elections. She didn't see anything wrong with it. For me to sit here and say something is right. The position we've held as a political party is now being reinforced by the MPP, because I've listened to them that the decision of the Electoral Commission to go into 19 polling stations was something that they cannot comprehend and they won't understand. It's part of the reason they went to the court to sort to block the Electoral Commission from carrying out the exercise. This being the situation, I want to believe that, yes, there is the need, because you see, the Electoral Commission plays a very significant role in our electioneering, in our democratic process.
Right.
Because everything begins and ends with the Electoral Commission, so that we can say the country is truly and indeed democratic. So if we have an Electoral Commission that, keeps wobbling in its job, it goes to threaten the future of our democracy, and we need to address it. I'm very happy today to hear MPP say they support the NDC position that something should be done to check the authority and the role that the Electoral Commission continue to play in our democratic dispensation. So, for me, the Electoral Commission, I still maintain my position. It is not the best. It is not helping our democracy. You see, for us in the NDC, we even thought that given the reasons the Electoral Commission, came out with, there should be elections in about 51 polling stations. After back and forth, we said, okay, we would agree for about 38 polling stations. Then the Electoral Commission now agreed that, look, we will do only 19 out of all the numbers you have raised. It is not the case that the NDC is pleased with the 19. We think that it should be about 50-something. Some people even think that, look, rerun the entire constituency,
Right,
which makes a lot of sense.
Let me just stop you in your tracks very quickly. We have to head over to the Methodist Church in Odoko. My colleague Eric Mauna Egbeta is still on the beat. I believe IGP Yohonu has made his way into the Ablekuma North constituency. Let's take a look at exactly what's going on.
So that's the IGP getting into his vehicle after having a brief conversation with the men on duty. I see Reverend Tim Fojo as well. I seen a member of Parliament and a former education minister as well. The IGP came, interacted with a number of the officials here, and then as well the EC officials seeking to understand exactly what it is that played out. We've seen a lot more barricades brought in by the police as well. But the IGP, largely criticized by members of the panel over the handling of some of the incidents witnessed. He's made his way here. He's now making his way out of the Methodist polling station, which has witnessed a lot of the chaos in the constituency, and he's made his way out, and so unfortunately.
All right, well.
But we see Reverend Tim Fojo as well, and hopefully maybe he will speak a lot later. But the IGP, following on the back of all of the developments which we've witnessed here in the last few hours, has made his way here and is now on his way. We do not know if he's visiting other polling stations, but he as well has made his way here. And I mentioned we see Reverend Tim Fojo. It will be interesting to hear what he makes of the police's handling. Remember, he's a ranking on the Defense and Interior Committee, and so it will be interesting to get quick reactions from him as well. Just quickly, Rev, thank you very much for speaking to us.
What were you saying to him in that engagement? Or what did he say to you?
No, so far the IGP and his men are going around to ensure that we have peaceful election. But all I'll say is that Ghana is all we have. It is so important that we make it a peaceful country, as we all know it, as we're all born into it. Democracy is one that must be an expression of opinion by voting to determine your decision. It shouldn't degenerate into the kind of violence we have seen happen today. We must condemn it in every word that we can find to condemn. And so what I'm saying is that, look, Ghana is all we have. Democracy is all we have. Let us continue to, particularly the key actors in our democracy, continue to make voting day a very peaceful day that everybody will look up to. It shouldn't be full of rancor, full of violence, retribution, reprisal. It is going to destroy the gains we have made in our democracy, and it's not good for the reputation Ghana has. We need to move beyond violence that is associated on election day.
Concerned that this violence broke out. We heard the defense minister say there was no need for the military to show up here. Based on all that you've seen, do you think it was the right?
No, we will have a full discussion on the assessment on security issues. But all that I'm saying is that for now, voting must proceed. We must encourage our people to vote, express their opinion. A verdict that was already known, a widow who has been robbed of her right to be declared, and a rerun has been occasioned. Nonetheless, we are on it, and we have some few hours to go. We're encouraging everyone to just go peacefully to their police station within the 19 and vote. When we are done, we'll have a very considered opinion on how everything went that we'll express.
This is not the only place.
That peace is what we need in this country.
This is not the only place we've seen these pockets of violence. What will be your general assessment of the security handling as we've seen deployed thus far?
My considered opinion, but I'm saying that we need to have the election done within the next few hours. Let's encourage people who have not voted yet to come out and vote. And let's continue. We had discussions, we had assurances that all the things are going to be put in place for peace to prevail.
Thank you. That's Reverend Tim Fojo as well, speaking just briefly as well in relation to his meeting with the Inspector General of Police. And so the IGP's been here, as he said, has provided a number of assurances to media, to him. That's Reverend Tim Fojo, who's a ranking on the Defense and Interior Committee as well. And the expectation is that there'll be a lot more peace going into the end of the polls, which is expected 5 p.m. We're still some 2 hours 52 to the close of that poll, and so it continues to be one that we'll monitor for you, but it continues to be peaceful here, and we'll continue to monitor across the 19 polling stations. And then back to you, Helen.
Thank you so much for that much needed update. And Mawina Eric Egbeta is stationed in Odoko, specifically at the Methodist Church in the Ablekuma North constituency. We know that there have been some disturbances in that area. IGP Christian Yohonu has been in the area. Will of course be following on exactly what is happening in the area. But back in studio, the conversation continues. But let me also say the YouTube army, the Facebook army, very much awake. A number of your comments coming through. And Emmanuel, a lot of people reacting to your critique of Malik Basintale. They say that we need that youthful energy across the various parties to encourage the youth to be part of our democratic process. Let me read out some of your messages. We'll come back in studio and then we will talk some more. Abubakar Al-Hassan says, is Ghana making progress democratically? Question mark there. Prince Kofi Bredu says the Basintali army is a humble one. All right, more of your messages. Charles Thompson says democracy is seems not to be a cup of tea for Africans. Some more as well coming through here. And Josephine says that the NPP has not made a mistake. Josephine, from what I gather in this message, is saying that this is also a strategy. She says that the NPP is looking or could lose that particular seat, and that is a strategy why they decided to boycott the elections. That was the earlier decision that they had put forth. Mutaru Tijani says, Malik Basantali is an intelligent man. He has carried himself accordingly and should not be accused without justifying said wrongs. Akwesi P. Lai says, our political space has been reduced to death whilst these political heads' children are schooling and they are living in peace. Okay, Bernard Bennington says, we only started seeing the blue army of the NPP just yesterday. Okay, you say that they're playing catch-up, given the fact that it took the parliamentary candidate to throw her hat back into the ring after the party had decided not to do so. Genuine Aho says, I agree with this man. I believe they're speaking about Mr. Kutin. He says that Basantali has not insulted anybody. He's just helping with the campaign. Also, I see a number of you asking about the weaponry that has been alleged to have been used in some of the fracas, and you say, where is the video evidence or the footage showing some of these alleged weapons? All right, let's come back in studio, and I believe, Mr. Naziru, you were landing on a point before I cut in.
Let's just correct this misconception.
All right.
Very important.
Certainly.
You see, as a security practitioner, guided by our constitution, you cannot have an army within the state army. I have not said Basatele have gone to insult anybody. I'm saying that given that he's now a public official, it's wrong for him to lead this kind of macho men in the name of Green Army and the MPP Blue Army. Even the political vigilante laws that we just passed some few years ago, it prohibits same. So you cannot be a public official and leading a lawless group calling them an army. Okay, then I must as well form my own pepper army like you suggested. And everybody goes to form an army. Look at the kind of things
you only very briefly. We're using this terminology army loosely to connote this group of people. I mean, when we say army, it could also be interchanged with group. It's just to, give you that sort of optics, if you see where I'm going with this, but not army in the sense that they've set up an independent army. It's a blue army, a blue green army, but a blue group or a green group.
Anytime you put these macho men together, you have no control over them. Some are armed, you may not even be aware. So in the process, if there's some misunderstanding like we saw the tax assaulting Howard Kumsen, who is to be blamed? And I'm happy that the IGP saw a video and acted quickly by interdicting the official. We have videos that show the ballot boxes being bent. Is that not it? Yes. Why I don't know acting on it? We have videos that we have seen on TV here showing tax assaulting Howard. It doesn't matter what Howard has done. You understand? They should have allowed the security agencies to do what they are mandated to do there, not to take the law into their own hands, especially given Howard is a woman. You understand? We expect that these processes all should be expedited to give some form of equity. You understand? We cannot pick and choose. And you made a very fundamental point here. Just last week, our president called for the IGP to investigate the past electoral violence.
Indeed.
This is one before us. So the question we ask ourselves is that, should the IGP even wait for the president to direct him? You remember when Dampari was there? The president invited him to the presidency and directed him to do the same. Has any investigation even come out? Most of us criticize the then IGP that If you have to wait for the president to direct you to do what you are supposed to do, then we are infusing politics into our national security architecture. So I'm a youth. I'm pleading with my fellow youth. Look, the bidding we are doing, these are older men. How many years have they got to live? And they are even sorted. It is our future we are, putting in danger. So we should be moderate in the kind of things we do and eschew violence. My point here is about we eschewing violence and don't allow the politicians to use us for their personal gain.
Emmanuel, point well made. Mr. Naziru, over to you.
Sure. I mean, we need to understand I think if he has reservation with the use of the word army, I mean, that reservation is there. I mean, he's entitled to it. However, when the NDC talks about the Green Army, we are talking about an amalgamation of youth organizers and various youth wing organizations under the umbrella. That is what have come together to form the army. I mean, it is the making of our youth organizer who is today the Minister of Youth and Sports or something. No, Minister of Youth Development, Paris Asari. So, I mean, that is how they put them together. And so far, since they emerged up until today, we've not had single incident where we can say that these people were involved in any act of violence or something that is untoward towards our democracy. So we need to define clearly what we mean when we talk about the Green Army. It is not, maybe they might come and some of them will appear well built in their bodies, but they are not just amalgamation of macho men, but youth organizers and youth wing organizations under I mean different security attire as in military. Yes. They are wearing military attire.
When they showed them, the reporter even confirmed that some of them were in self-styled military kind of attack.
You see, the individuals who are facing off against our security personnel and policemen.
Exactly.
Yes.
Right.
You see, so, I mean, that's the point. Let's get that point clearly. Now, to round up on the issue of the Electoral Commission,
right.
For me today, if we want to enhance our democracy, yes, indeed, we should do something about our Electoral Commission and ensure that the Electoral Commission take its rightful place and play the role of referee, just so all the political actors and players would have belief and confidence in the Electoral Commission to continue to move the country towards achieving its objective of becoming the beacon of democracy on the continent. If that is to be achieved, I think a lot needs to be done with our Electoral Commission. The positioning, the mindset, some of their utterances has not helped at all in our democracy. It goes again to surprise me a lot, listening to Reverend Intim Fojo talk about democracy being the beacon and the hope, the fulcrum around which the country should revolve. A very good message. But then I begin to ask questions. Did he know this when in 1992 we were looking for people to formulate, a constitution to guard that democracy, and most of them then lawyers with the Ghana Bar Association boycotted that action? Did you know that when in 1992, going to 1993, the first Parliament of Ghana, the MPP decided not to give the people of Ghana representation. The MPP decided not to challenge the party in power by boycotting it because they've lost election. Did they know that democracy? And democracy in itself means, like my brother earlier on said, you can win or lose. There is no middle playing ground. So that if you lose and you are a Democrat, that is where you go back home, organize yourself, come back because you still believe you have ideas, you have ways that can help Ghana achieve its objective in a very short time. And for that matter, you continue to participate in our democratic dispensation. So most of the things that the MPP did some time back up until 2024 is now coming back to haunt them, and it will haunt them forever.
Mr. Naziru, thank you so much for that. Of course, the countdown is on now, some 2 hours and 40 minutes left until the 19 polling centers are closed and then collation can begin. Dr. Norman, I also want to bring you into the conversation concerning the Electoral Commission. What role would you say that they have played in what we are seeing now on D-Day?
Ellen, Lawyer Jantua said something very important, that now that we are putting together recommendations for constitutional amendment, that position should also be there, that kind of electoral commissioner or commission that we want to have and going forward in the future. I think, what everyone has said, their communication hasn't helped the process at all. I don't want to see the blame being placed on Madam Jane Mensah, simply because as a woman, I am a strong supporter of gender equity. And sometimes people do not believe that when a woman is in a position of authority, she didn't get there because of meritocracy. She got there because of her gender attribution, sex.
Right.
Okay, being male or female. And for me, I think the expectations from Jane has been very high, well over and above her skill set. Because having not been an electoral commissioner before, just being a lawyer doesn't give her all the skills she needed to be able to run this. And when she came, I think she wasn't listening to good advice. Surrounded herself with people who were equally not experienced in the area. I don't even know how many times she consulted Dr. Farijan. So with that kind of dossier of experience, he should have been at least a member of that board to help Jane to do a good job. So the result that her stewardship had created seems to suggest that she's not fit for purpose. And I will be saddened if she is removed. Not because I don't know her. I don't have any relationship with her. But representing gender in this country in a very powerful position, I expected her to be a bit more humble, a bit more approachable, and available to new ideas so that she can do her job well. So far, she has performed on a scale of 1 to 10. Her performance is around 4.
You would score her a 4 out of 10?
Yes.
Given what you have seen so far over the period?
Over the period.
A 4
I'm not impressed at all. If NDC hadn't campaigned so well, determined to win, fair, and the people having supported NDC, this election would have been chaotic.
Yeah.
You mean the just ended 2024 election?
Yes, it would have been totally chaotic. It was the overwhelming victory of NDC that seems to have made her a bit of a heroine in the victory of NDC. But her performance, the way the polling stations were protected, ballot papers going up and down, pink sheets getting lost, polling station being burnt, she didn't do a good job at all.
But Dr. Norman, a lot of this seems to be put on the doorsteps of the Electoral Commission. We talk about there being a burning of the papers and so on and so forth. I mean, does some of that blame not go to our security personnel, the police, when it comes to ensuring that our ballots are safe? Why does it seem as though when we talk even about Ayawa, so it's always the EC alone that we seem to be fingering in this issue? Where then does the police come in instances like this?
The buck stops with the EC. Afarijan ran a number of campaigns. We didn't see this kind of thing going on. The buck stops with the EC. In election, you are the captain of the ship. And if you don't direct the people helping you to execute your mandate, the buck stops with you.
And she was the national returning officer.
Yeah, for the presidential election.
So you say you put the blame squarely on her doorstep. But
Squarely on the Electoral Commission, not because she's a woman, but on the Electoral Commissioner.
now let's talk about the NPP's, I was going to say seeming U-turn, but it's a U-turn. Now they agree with the NDC that this EC, they say, is not fit for purpose. What does that suggest to you? Because in times past, and I followed all throughout the conversations, the NPP said, well, the EC is doing a good job. We see nothing wrong with what is happening. Issues, seem to have abounded, but the NPP, from their standpoint, said the EC is doing a great job. Fast forward to 2025, and the tables have turned.
My dear Helen, when the NPP were winning left and right, whether they stole the election or not, of course the EC was doing a good job. But right now, I have a problem listening to anything MPP says with credibility. You said you were not going to run. That cannot be a strategy. That is an ambiguation of the party's policy. They have no plan. They didn't have a plan as to how to approach this situation. The confusion that they exhibited for Honorable Kennedy Japan to come out to say, support the lady, go and participate. Now, this is a man who is very careful about criticizing, doing anything in support of NDC. For him to say, let's do it right.
Wait, you're referring to Kennedy
Yes,
Japan?
Kennedy Japan. But he's actually come out to say fairly good things about the current government in the last few weeks.
Yeah.
And I'm quite surprised. So when he says, let's go, in the interest of democracy, let's go and do this election, in spite of your feelings. And as Lawyer Kwabena was saying, what they did was horrible. And for me, they have lost credibility. If I started with MPP credibility of 100%, today is less than 30%. Whatever they say, when they say look right, I look left. Because I don't trust them anymore.
Well, that's very dangerous, because we all are said here that every country needs a strong opposition.
We do.
To keep government on its toes. But
you have to be consistent. Consistency builds trust. And if you are not consistent and you are waffling like a little boy, saying this today, saying that tomorrow, who will trust you anymore?
And that is why the MPP says, well, they're going to go and elect a flag bearer, and then everybody will then rally behind said flag bearer.
They won't change
and
anything.
That should hopefully provide that figurehead for everybody to support.
That's the most dangerous thing to do politically. Let me tell you, it's the most dangerous thing to do politically.
Mohammed, why do you say so?
I say so. Look, you forget about the fact that
I think Mohammed will be the wrong person.
No,
I
I am even the best person because I'm the only active political player in this.
The suggestion is that, Mohammed, what has it got to do with you or your opponents are going through?
Because I am concerned with the fact that the country needs to have a viable opposition.
Wow.
Be it when we are in government or they are in government.
So that they can put you in
because
check.
that is what, if put together, will give us a good democracy.
You're willing to be kept on your toes?
Of course.
Certainly, why not? I'm a Democrat. There is the need for us to be kept on our toes so that we don't end up doing what MPP did for them to be suffering it today. There is a need for that. But what I am saying is
But I just said something in the interest of democracy. Your people are lambasting me. So
well,
you see
maybe the way you put it, because it's sought to create the impression that Basitale is a violent person.
No.
It's sought to create that impression. Maybe that's why they are reacting. But you see, my point is that if you are practicing real democracy, every delegate has its mandate of 4 years. So how then do you use one delegate to elect two presidential candidates before you can make decision on him? How do we do that? What is the intention? What do they intend to solve? Has someone, explicitly explained to the good people of Ghana what they want to achieve by that, except the general feeling that, look, it is one of the attempts by a political party to skew the activities of their party towards a particular individual. Apart from that, what else is there? It It is the most dangerous thing to do. And if they go ahead with that, I am telling you, that will be the beginning of the end of a political party called MPP.
Let me pick the thoughts of counsel in the studio. What is it going to take then to get the new patriotic party back on its feet? A lot has been said about this pending flag bearership race, whether or not the party should have opted to go from the bottom up, top to bottom. This idea that if you have a central figurehead, it will quell some of the tensions that exist. Weigh in on that for me as well.
Yeah. Before I attempt answer to this question, let me react to the bit about the Electoral Commission, the performance of the Electoral Commission, and whether I think the performance of the commission has been abysmal. Been very worse. This is the worst.
Out of 10, what is your score, Austin?
You know, Doc was charitable. Doc was charitable. He went for 4.
You give one.
I would have gone for 2. No. You see, the thing is that this is a constitutional.
You have been vindicated.
No. That's why I said Doc was charitable. Is he? Because this is a constitutional body.
Yes. Right.
That is taxed to protect our democracy. This is an important institution, and you see. Sometimes I get surprised when the commissioners behave as if they can do whatever they like.
Yeah.
Because see, Ghana is a delicate country. And we are surrounded by countries that are facing one attack. And other people are also being...
We are the only country who have not been attacked.
That appears to be responsible.
In terms of violent extremism.
Talk about what we see in the Sahel, what we see in our part of Africa.
So I would say we are the only country that appears to be a little responsible.
Or stable.
A little. No, a little responsible. Because you see, I'm using the word responsible because you see, the actions and the utterances of our political actors can tilt the scale tomorrow.
Easily. Oh, certainly.
Easily. That's what I'm saying. We are little responsible. So you see, when you monitor the political actors, sometimes when they are going overboard and you draw their attention, then they witness rude awakening. Let's calm down. Sure. You see, depending on who is in power and who is in opposition, they will be speaking different languages. NPP was in power. They were untouchable. NPP felt the whole country belonged to them. And they could do anything just by calling whoever they want to call. But today, NPP is now singing the songs of NDC when NDC was in opposition. But by and large, Ellen, I think the commission has been worse, and this is the worst electoral commission that we've ever had. But I'm a Democrat. And I believe that I'm a Democrat, and I believe that even though the commission has not been the best, I think I do not support any call for the commission members to be removed or the commissioners to be removed.
Even after what you say is an abysmal performance.
Yes, Ellen. The thing is that you can't address a problem by dismissing people. We acknowledge that there are issues for the commission to address. So let's single out those issues and get the commission to work on them. Because you see, what we are trying to do is that will be disastrous for us. Because you see, what we are trying to do is that we are trying to say that anytime a constitutional body witness a misstep or maybe they undertake and they carry out exercise which is not in the interest of Ghanaians,
right,
we will remove them. It's a trajectory I don't want us. It's a path I don't want us to take. Because you see, trying to justify the fact that the commission should be removed based on the fact that they didn't perform is not a sound argument for me. Let's not hide behind the abysmal performance of the Electoral Commission to call for their heads. I'm not in support of that. I think whether or not they are fit for purpose, I think we have a lot to do. And like Doc and other panelists have already said, we have a fine opportunity. The Constitutional Review Committee is still working. We can get some few works underway. We can get a lot done and make sure that we tighten a few loose ends. But the commissioners should be maintained. I am against any attempt by anybody. MPP may do a U-turn on their own position, and that is their own problem. But for me, my position is that the commissioners should be maintained. Let us not hide behind what has happened and justify any attempt by the National Democratic Congress to sack J. Mensah and their deputies. That is not a sound argument to say that because they didn't perform, because of the miscommunication or the worst handling of the Ablekuma North election or the entire 2024 election, by reason of that, the commissioners should go. I'm opposed to that. Let's identify the issues, tighten work out a solution. Because you see, I'm saying that if we justify this and if we want to sack the electoral commissioners by saying that they didn't perform better or they've not been at par, tomorrow when we have a new commission and they are also not performing, well, what do? Are we saying we are going to recreate the whole scene to be sacking people when they are not performing?
I think that if the system is not good, we have to reset.
What is the system?
Let me put it this way. In the last election, I think God saved this country. If there was not an overwhelming majority in terms of the turnout or the voter results, and the elections were that close, like in the 2020 elections, I tell you, this country would have been in flames. Because of the posture of the electoral commissioners before the elections. Look, the bizarre issue of the birth setting, it didn't sit well with anybody. You can see that was clearly politically motivated.
But that's a decision.
Secondly, you see, I want to be charitable with them here. I want you put the SAL squarely on them. I think the SAL was partly a government issue. The local government who created that thing were not ready to do certain things.
Right.
Where I thought J. Mensah fell short was when she was invited to appear before Parliament and she refused to go. Can you imagine an electoral commissioner invited by the People's Assembly and she can refuse to attend and nothing happens to her? The second thing is that my good friend and brother, Dr. Norman, when he talked about the gender advocacy, I'm part of that. Look, was Charlotte Osei a man? Look at the role J. Mensah played at IE when Charlotte Osei was the electoral commissioner. On what basis could the government have brought such a person as the electoral commissioner of this country? So to me, I agree partly with you. We need a reset. The reset is not maintaining them. The reset is government doing the right things. And what are the right things? Get an independent-minded person, a professionally minded person, someone who is not politically exposed to mount the commission. It is good for our democracy. It safeguards to our democracy. Look, on this table, unanimously, all of us agree that they have not performed. So if you have set of commissioners who are not performing, what do you need to do? They are not the only Ghanaians. You remove them. And removing them,
I'm opposed to.
Which you are opposed to.
Yes.
But as a Democrat, I believe that the right processes should be triggered. And it shouldn't be the case that it's a political vendetta because Charlotte Osei was removed. They are also removing her to bring somebody. Look,
it's playing out.
You see that most of the commissioners were politically exposed people. You remember Dr. Bosman was accused of a poll he made as the head of the political science department, projecting MPP to win.
Indeed.
2016.
Yes. And then MPP comes to power, and this person is rewarded as a deputy electoral commissioner. How can that person be independent? Which electoral commissioner is fit for purpose? When we are advocating for participatory democracy, an independent candidate like myself, 6 weeks to election, you ask me to change my symbol. If I don't change, you would disqualify me.
You're talking about your personal
Exactly.
experience.
My personal experience.
You once had an eagle.
I used an eagle. You accepted this at the constituency region to the national level. You made me to do my campaign, mount my billboards and everything.
With the eagle?
Eagle. And 6 weeks to election, you say, I should change my symbol. Then I say, okay, I will change it to a bird. If you say the eagle is a national symbol. And the eagle without the coat of arms is not a national symbol. Because we had an eagle party in this country before. The NDC, the umbrella, is not the eagle's head which is at the top. Then an independent candidate like me, I said, okay, I will choose the bird. You say no. I finally chose slippers.
Slippers?
Slippers, and they accepted. Just to make it difficult for me to campaign, to protect the ruling government's candidate. But fortunately, you know why? I beat the ruling government candidate. I was second.
In your area?
In my area. Just 6 weeks. You can imagine that. So to me, I'm not at pain. I'm saying this because of the public interest around it. And Dr. Boxman, right? Is a personal friend and a brother. Before he became the Deputy Electoral Commissioner, he was the head of research at my organization. I'm the executive director. So we have that personal relationship. But you see, we are doing this because the West are advancing because they don't think about today. They think generation ahead. So if we are leaving some of these practices behind, the children that we are giving birth to, what legacy are we leaving? So it's a huge call on the president. If he's doing the research, indeed, now the MPP has equally agreed that the Electoral Commission is not fit for purpose. It's enough grounds to have a complete reset at the Electoral Commission, but it should not be a politically exposed person who will be appointed there at the commission.
Mr. Cotton, thank you for that, and I'll come back in studio. Let me just say, we have some 2 hours and 18 minutes to go, and then polling centers, these 19 polling centers in Ablekuma North, will be closed. We are bringing you front and center as far as the action is concerned. This is still your election command center. Mr. Naziru, you wanted to weigh in on something.
My point is, I find it very strange that it is coming from a lawyer that he doesn't believe the electoral commissioner, if the commissioners should be changed. I want to believe that the electoral commission is a creation of law. Yes. They continue to live and in that office by law. And the law, if you violate it, if there is, we find out that you are violating the very law that created your office, we have every reason, irrespective of whether one government or previous government have done it before. When there's a clear violation of law, just as the issues we are raising, and one of them is incompetence, as the law clearly stipulates that you can take on an electoral commission on the basis of incompetence. And if we all agree that, including you, say that you can give them 2 or 3 out of 10, then clearly there has been some justification for incompetence in the role, the various roles they have played. And not only incompetence, I want to believe that, yes, I agree that it is even wrong for the NDC, my party, if any such opportunity comes, to start thinking of taking a politically active person in that role. I want to believe Afarijan and the rest were able to survive because they were seen generally as apolitical, and for that matter, people would believe and trust them. Now that we have people, I mean, if you are talking about Bosman, there is a gentleman who actively sat on radio and TV defending the MPP and the patron of the MPP's tertiary education. Yes, really? As one of the commissioners. I mean, IT director, yes, is a deputy electoral commissioner. I mean, he is there. Everybody saw him. He contested elections in the name of the MPP. And all this cumulates to the reasons why people would have enough reservation with this current electoral commission. And for that matter, if the need be that we should find a way and reason to restructure it, to win the trust of the people, we must do it, and we must do it now.
Council, let me bring you back into this. And I know, Mr. Quitton, I'll have you have your final bites. I know you don't have too much time left with us this afternoon, and you've been with us since morning. We're very grateful for your time as well. Council, you talk about this, you talk about the EC, and you say that they have shown an abysmal performance over the period. And this is being corroborated now also by the New Patriotic Party. Would you begrudge anybody the opinion now that the NPP is only echoing these calls because they feel disadvantaged? I want you to weigh in specifically on that. What do the optics then tell you? Initially, the NPP had no qualm, seemingly, with the actions of the EC. Fast forward to 2025, and now we have this corroboration.
Ellen, it's obvious. The NPP, for me, doesn't appear to me as a very honest political party, particularly with its position on the Electoral Commission. Because as you well intimated, few months back, the NPP was singing a different song. Yeah. The NPP was behind the Electoral Commission. Yeah. And they said the Electoral Commission was fit for purpose. What changed? The political dynamics. It means that the Commission is now doing something that is not in favor of the New Patriotic Party. But you see, this is a political party, and as individuals and as institutions, they're entitled to change their positions, which we can accommodate. The New Patriotic Party can decide. That's what I'm saying. That they are entitled to change their position, but they don't appear to me as a very honest political party. Okay. No, because you see, I believe that if you want to be respected and trusted, you must be consistent. Consistency with regard to your position on a particular matter is important. However, if you believe that something may have changed, maybe there are new dynamics, new factors, and the basis of which you think you want to change your position, it is acceptable. But the NPP...
And these new factors, if these new factors... It appears these new factors affect you. That's when you change your position.
Clearly, but you see, Ellen, these two political parties. You see, let's not pretend that the way the NPP behaves and the way the NDC behaves, their behaviors are justified based on
set standards.
Yeah, exactly, on neutral grounds.
Right.
Based on their own political.
Their interest.
Right.
No, but I mean, with the NDC, not just because I'm coming from the NDC, but I have, series of issues to point to that, yes, NDC goes beyond political consideration. One of them is from 1993 to 1996, we had only the NDC representation in power with few independent candidates. NDC could have taken a decision to even declare the country a one-party state. We didn't do that. We guarded the democracy, guarded the constitution up until today, and that constitution is still going on. And NDC, as we speak today, is the only political party that has presented a ministerial appointee to Parliament just for him to be called back because he didn't have a voter ID card, which wasn't right. And then it was a time that it is only NDC that was in Parliament. So we have shown commitment to nation building. We have shown patriotism all throughout our activities to be distinguished from the NPP. And today, that's, national or general saying that NDC, NPP are the same is not true. NDC is in power today and is justifying why it is different from the NPP.
So, thank you, Mr. Nazir. Land for me on this point.
So I think, you see, Ellen, it's important to point out that, like I said, the NPP is entitled to change its position. And you see, and the fact that they had a different position, a few months away, the fact that they have a new position a few months away does not in any way justify that they should maintain the same position, particularly when there are new factors and dynamics, as I well intimated.
Right.
Now, the commission is taking a part. And when you look at the whole issue, particularly surrounding Ablekuma North, I can say that the NPP is justified to call for the heads of the Electoral Commission. And the NPP is justified to change its stance on the Electoral Commission. Why? Because I have held that the Electoral Commission was not supposed to rerun the election in the 19 polling stations. Only 3 polling stations. And I maintain that And then this MPP too is saying the same thing. On that basis, I think MPP is justified to change its position on the Electoral Commission because they believe the Commission is taking a path that, in a way, will not inure to the benefits of Ghanaians.
Even before 3 days earlier, the Deputy Commissioner was in the People's Assembly in Parliament saying there was not going to be a rerun. So what changed? Just to support what you say.
Exactly. You get it. So, Ellen, I think let's not begrudge the MPP. And the fact that the MPP has changed its position on the Electoral Commission doesn't mean the MPP is not a respected political party or is not a party that we should take as maybe a serious political party. I think they are entitled to that. And looking at the factors so far that are playing out, their stance is justified because the commission itself has not really been a serious one. Because you see, and I have said that one of the important, one of the attributes, great attributes of an independent institution is to be principled. Being a principled institution, when you take a position, look at the factors and stand by it, but not when you are just blown away by sometimes maybe well-wishers or political dynamics. And I think this is what I want to tell the Electoral Commission.
Right.
You cannot please the National Democratic Congress. It is clear. If you are rerunning the election in the 19th police station to please the NDC, forget it. NDC is not pleased by what you are doing.
Is that what you are inferring from the actions of the EC? That they had, let's say, for example, they were listening to the national chairman of the NDC. They've been listening to other, actors in this space. And for that reason, they think that if they take the position of the NDC, their jobs will be safe. Honorable Fenyo Markin said that on the floor of Parliament. You agree with that sentiment?
Ellen, when you look at the whole issue, or when you look at what is playing out, the EC is playing safe. And the EC is playing safe because of who is now in charge of the country. Not who is in charge of opposition.
No, but
they don't care about who is in charge of the opposition.
There was an argument that was advanced that the Electoral Commission, after going through ECIs, governing elections,
127,
and the fact that they were relying on scanned pink sheets, and these scanned pink sheets were coming from a particular political party, that was the MPP. Then this agreed to some. Others they disputed. So they had to call the returning officers to come and validate the signatories.
And the presiding
officers. So they got to a time they realized they were breaking the law, and the right thing to do is to rerun the elections. So this is what the Electoral Commission should have done. Hold a press conference, admit their shortcomings, but not the press release they did, and subsequently when pressure came, that was when they held the press conference. You understand?
Yeah, I get it. But
your point about the deficiencies within the system, I want to address your minds to something. Do you know we had a component, the electronic transmission of votes?
Yes, they are.
When the NDC raised objection, I remember computer Tanko. The EC said everything was in
the IPAC.
The IPAC. This is everything. They had backup and stuff like that. So the question, even as a country, we should be asking ourselves, at this age and time and technology,
paperwork,
if we are still relying on paperwork, when we invested so much of the taxpayers' money in the electronic transmission of votes, then we are not serious. We are a joke.
But I guess also what I hear from council is that on the floor of Parliament, Bosman Asare was adamant. He said, we only have 3 polling centers to collate. We have everything that we need to go ahead. I mean, that had been echoed and re-echoed.
Do you remember when the majority leader got up to question Dr. Bosman? He raised certain fundamental legal issues. After listening, I told myself that no, the Electoral Commission is in a box now. And you realize Asare Bosman could not answer those questions. You understand? I'm sure they went back and did a review per what Honorable Mama Ayerga asked. And there were some valid legal, So to stop another sound repeating itself in Ablekuma, to me, I felt they ate the amber pie and decided that we'll do a rerun. And I have problem with the MPP because just for this time, you have not gotten it right with the EC. The EC is no longer fit for purpose. All of it.
What does that suggest to you, Mr. Kutin?
You know, otherwise, before the rerun thing, the position of the MPP had always been that they stand by what the Electoral Commission was doing.
And they should allow Electoral
Commission to do its work. Even when they went to the High Court for the recollation of the result, what was the position of the party?
It is okay to change your mind when presented with a set of new facts.
So that is why the EC changed its minds when they were presented with legal challenges they were likely to face.
Let me let Council land on that point that he was making.
The thing is that I said, the Electoral Commission was saying that some of the pink sheets were not verified by the presiding officers.
Yes.
But you see, I have pointed out that in the 2013 election petition, one of the issues the MPP took to court was the unsigned pink sheet. And what was the decision of the court? Nana Akufo-Addo versus Mahama. What was the decision of the court? The court said that there are two layers of signatures.
Authenticating the pink sheet.
Polling agent and presiding officers. When one is available and one is not available, it is okay. It doesn't strike at the core of the results. It doesn't affect the results. That is why I maintain that by rerunning the election in the 19 police station, the Electoral Commission is itself not being a serious institution because you have a law. You see, decisions of the court are laws. Decisions of the court are laws. When you look at Article 11 of our Constitution, it makes it clear. Others. So, the Commission was supposed to have rerun the election in 3 polling stations. Because you see, you were just close to 281. You were close to covering the 281 polling stations. Then you back it up. You said, okay, the NDC, because of political pressure, they received 2 letters from the National Democratic Congress. And that's what I'm saying that, Helen, that's what I'm saying that there seems to be clear
2 letters from the
Electoral Commission registering their protest.
Okay.
They disagree with the Commission on particular issues.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm saying that, you see, there are clear political undertones in this whole affairs. There's a new sheriff in town, and the sheriff is the National Democratic Congress, led by Sheriff John Dramani Mahama.
Indeed.
By reason of that, the commission is playing safe. And I'm saying that the Electoral Commission, Jemesa and her deputy, should stop trying to please John Dramani Mahama. He will not be pleased by trying to play fair or align the...
You say whether they boil it,
when they are doing the
it.
right things?
No, it's not, I'm talking about Ablekuma North.
No, the rerun.
The rerun.
Yeah. Right.
I'm saying that...
You disagree with
I'm
the
saying
rerun.
that rerunning 19 polling stations is a misnomer.
Okay.
It's a no.
Why do you say so? You see, because you need to also understand
I built the basis.
Yeah, but the basis you built took out entirely the fact that if we all agree that the Electoral Commission is a creation of law and all their conduct is guided by law. That is why every election will have a CI to run the election. In the laws of the Electoral Commission, they don't have the opportunity to use foreign materials to base their results on foreign materials. And the Electoral Commission is saying all these 19
but why is there foreign material?
Because it is not coming from...
No, copies of scanned pink sheets. Copies of pink sheets are as good as the pink sheet itself.
Yeah, but you cannot authenticate. You cannot authenticate that because there is.
So you see that when the disagreement came, you see.
So the presiding officer then would have to come in, and we're told that for some of these,
they identified.
Were identified, and for others, they
said
simply
no.
couldn't get presiding
and even
officer to
those
corroborate these scanned pink sheets. And we know that sometimes this can be replicated. But gentlemen, just bear with me very quickly. It is some exactly now 2 hours until the polling centers will close in Ablekuma North. Some 19 polling centers where a rerun is being undertaken. We see all your messages. Very shortly, I'll be handing over to the next team. This one coming from Dr. Palgrave Wache Dankwa, and he is a former government spokesperson on governance and security, and I'll read out his message very quickly. He says, as a member of the New Patriotic Party and former government spokesperson on governance and security, I must address the alarming chaotic incidents unfolding in Ablekuma North during today's parliamentary rerun. He says the violence, including the assault on former MP Mavis Howard Kumsim, attacks on various candidates and a party agent, as well as a TV journalist by a police officer, threatens the democratic process and Ghana's reputation for peaceful elections. And it goes on to say a lot more. I'll have to quickly skip over that because of time, but I thank you, Dr. Palgrave, for also lending your voice to this. You're calling for swift investigations into these incidents and enhanced police accountability, as well as stronger security measures to protect voters and candidates. And we iterate that call. It's very important indeed that we see out these processes in a manner that maintains the peace and sanity in our dear republic. We're wrapping up in studio very quickly. I think I can take some thoughts here. I know we were, still within the meat of the matter. Austin, let me let you finally land. I'll get a thought from Mr. Naziru, and then Mr. Kutin, you can weigh in for me as well.
Yeah, so Ellen, I'm just trying to, let James and the deputies know that just do your work. Operate by the laws that created the commission. But don't be pushed over by any political party. But what they are trying to do, like I said, NDC is just out and out to get you out, to get the commissioners out. You cannot please them by rerunning the election in the 19 police stations. When you know clearly that you were supposed to have run the election in only 3 police stations. So clearly, they should be careful with what they are doing. However, I am not in favor of any attempt to remove the commissioners.
All right, Council, I'm told that your sound is a little bit, we can't hear you too clearly, so I'll hold on with your thoughts. Let me come to Mr. Naziru. I know you were also intermittently weighing in on what Council had to say.
Yeah, you see, to create the impression that the NDC is out there to hunt the current electoral commissioners, is not entirely true. The NDC has problem with some of the things they have done, and we have continued to raise those problems. It should be noted that it takes only the law and only law to get someone into office as an electoral commissioner, or get him out, or get him or her out as the electoral commissioner. And the NDC will continue to abide by that. If in our advocacy for the right thing to be done at the electoral commission, just so we can enhance and safeguard our democracy, someone needs to get out by violating the law. We will not hesitate to do that at all. Why should we hesitate? We want to protect the democracy that today has helped Ghana, play among the League of Nations of its peers, and have made Ghana, a proud country. For that matter, we must do everything to protect that democracy. So my position is that the notion, yes, we have had problem with the Electoral Commission, but to think that just by that problem, our intention is to hunt them out is not entirely true. We have abided, we have continued to partake in activities irrespective of all transfers that we, as a political party, the NDC, have received, even from electoral commissioners. Some of the utterances, very unfortunate. But we will have continued to play the game and ensure that democracy strives. And that is what we will continue to do. And if you are found, guilty of breaking any law, that one we will not consider because someone has done it, because we want to protect democracy. If you are found guilty of breaking any law, that puts you into the office, we will take action about it, and then the right thing should be done.
Thank you so much for that. Mr. Kutin, in just about 30 seconds, wrap up your thoughts for me.
I think from all intent and purpose, it's clear that if we want to safeguard our democracy, we have to build our institutions. We don't need strong men. And some of these things, it's not only the Electoral Commission, we have the judiciary also on our hands and other sectors. And it must also be a reminder, especially political communicators, during elections, what you say. Many of your communicators say when they win, they remove J. Mensah. And rightly so, everybody agree they are not performing, and certain things will be triggered. And unfortunately, because of such pronouncement, it will be misquoted. But by and large, I want to appeal to the MPP once again. Their boycott of media general is doing a lot of disservice to them. This is a big platform, and I want to also commend media general that even though they are boycott still coming here in person, you still afford their leaders the opportunity to speak through your medium. That is good by your journalistic standards. And I think that they are giving the NDC a very unfettered access to communicate what they are doing. And I think that they should have a rethink about it. It's not too late. I think this is about the second time. This is about the second time I'm appealing to them.
Let me say a very big thank you to the gentlemen in studio. And I've had with me on this panel today, I've had Emmanuel Kutin, Executive Director, African Center for Security and Counter-Terrorism. Mr. Kutin, always grateful for your perspectives on these matters, especially in the security space. I've also had with me Mohammed Naziru. He's the Deputy Executive Secretary of the National Identification Authority. I must add also the Communications Director of the NDC's Zongo Caucus. Mr. Naziru, thank you as well for joining us in this discussion. Also in the studio, Austin Kwabna Bracco Powers is a private legal practitioner. Counsel, thank you also for your time this morning and for lending your legal expertise to the discussions. We also had Musa Danko, Executive Director and Head of Global Research, Global Info Analytics with us earlier on, as well as Dr. Ishmael Norman, who is a security analyst. But at this point, we pass the baton over to the next team. My colleague Alfred Okanse standing by now. Alfred, 1 hour, 52 minutes and some now 50 seconds to go until the polling centers are closed and we get closer, hopefully, to finding out who represents the good people of Ablekuma North, and what a day it has been so far.
Absolutely, and it feels like election day, is it not? This is just 19 polling stations.
That's right.
I mean, when we began the day, we're thinking by now the polls should have closed, and then perhaps the Electoral Commission, by any arrangement with the political parties, even had a declaration already. So we just wrap up and go. But it appears that we're going the full haul, and all the political parties, MPP and NDC, doing what they have to do to ensure that they have a clear hold of the constituency. But unfortunately, with what we have seen so far, majority of your time has been spent on the violence and the chaos that has characterized this process. And this was expected, is it not? Because of the high stakes in this particular election. And even before today, there was chaos around the entire process of trying to recollate the results of this constituency. So for the many who have been looking into the crystal ball, projecting into how today was going to be, this violence and the chaos we've seen comes at no surprise. But the next few hours ahead of us is crucial.
Absolutely.
Because we have seen in elections past in this country that the period that records violence a lot is the collation and the declaration period. And that's where we are going to right now here on your Election Command Center. And Apia Ampafo and the team, thank you. Thank you so much for holding it up until this point. We'll take over here on your Election Command Center. We're going to go straight to the grounds after this quick break. My colleague Joseph Akablay and also Kemini Amano is going to be joining me. And we will get straight into the next 5 hours ahead of us. It's a crucial period for the coverage of the Ablekuma North constituency, 19 polling stations rerun. We'll recall some of the incidents that have characterized this process since morning, the chaos and the disruptions, and how the state of affairs is as we speak now, and looking into how the next 1 hour, 50 minutes will be and beyond. My name is Alfred Okansi. Welcome. This is your Election Command Center. Stay with us. We're going to go for this quick break. When we're back, the coverage continues.
Reporting from the Takoradi Market Circle, from the heart of the Upper West Regional Capital,
from the heart of the Ashanti Kingdom,
reporting from Sunyani,
from the Central Business District of Navrongo.
The parliamentarians are on recess.
This is where it all unfolds, the moments that potentially alters the course of our nation, the world. These are the individuals we recognize, the voices we amplify, who appears on screen and who contributes behind the scenes. With professionalism at our core, we bring you news you can trust, impact journalism that makes a difference. This illustrates how diverse perspectives enhance our strength and reinforces our mission. This is 3 News. Leaders in breaking news, exclusive interviews, facts and analysis on TV, radio, online and digital. 3 News, first in news.
On recess.
This is where it all unfolds. The moments that potentially alters the course of our nation and the world. These are the individuals we recognize, the voices we amplify, who appears on screen and who contributes behind the scenes. With professionalism at our core, we bring you news you can trust, impact journalism that makes a difference. This illustrates how diverse perspectives enhance our strength and reinforces our mission. This is 3 News. Leaders in breaking news, exclusive interviews, facts and analysis on TV, radio, online and digital. 3 News, first in news.
And welcome back. This is a continuous coverage of that crucial day for the Ablekuma North constituents. By close of day today, they will know who will represent them in this 9th Parliament as their Member of Parliament. The day has begun with high expectations, high stakes, with lots of chaotic situations we're going to recall to tell you exactly how things are playing out. The next 1 hour, 30 minutes ahead of us is a crucial one because during this period, the dying period of the vote casting and as well as the collation and the eventual declaration of who will be the winner. And that's why we are here on your Election Command Center. My name is Alfredo Conce.
I'm Joseph Akable, and there's a lot of analysis to be done right here on your Election Command Center. We're going to talk to you through the numbers. First and foremost, we know that some votes are already out because the EC has been able to collate results for a number of polling stations with just 19 outstanding. What we are going to do is that we're going to build up, we are going to show you which main stations have the key numbers which you have to look out for and why some violence is taking place in those particular stations. That story is going to connect with the numbers to let it all make sense with you as we build up to the final collation to be undertaken by the Electoral Commission.
Absolutely, gentlemen. And listen, we're going to lace our coverage with conversations as well. I know in the last hours of the election, we expect that, we'll be on the ground heavily, especially because results will be trickling in. And the action we have seen already in the last 8 hours of the day, we expect that we'll see a bit more of that in the last hours of this very crucial election for Ablekuma North. But gentlemen, see how it turned out for 19 polling stations. I would not have guessed, not for a moment, that this was how it was going to turn out.
And you're absolutely right, Kemini. And look, it looks like election day, is it not? I mean, they're taking this as not just 19 polling stations. And we're seeing both political parties have their strongmen on the ground. Even though, to put it on record, the MPP as a political party have declared that they are not officially taking part in this election. They boycotted, but you see their big wish there. The party's candidate, Naneke Afriye, believes in her mettle to win this because she's a former member of parliament for that constituency. In fact, in 2016, she won that constituency with over 50,000 of the valid vote cast. That's her strength. And you can understand why she decided to now defy the party's orders, essentially. And it's important to note that none of the national executives of the party has been seen so far. It's just, the appointed persons.
Absolutely, and the former MPs.
That's instructive, is it not?
It is, absolutely. And, I've been saying that there could be a strategy to this. Why do I say that? The party could come up frontal and say, look, we do not want to be a part of this. We are protesting. overtly. But then also we could go, into conclave and decide that while we are not doing this, let's let our candidate, and again, this is not fact, I'm just making some permutations, right? Let's make our candidate go out there and fight. For what reason? We saw the vote that came out from, the result that came out from the 262 polling station. Yeah. And perhaps, Blair, you give us more of the figures, but we see a vote difference of 48 votes, right? 48 points. I would want to be in that election. So even if they took that decision in conclave and decided that, look, for strategy's sake, you go out there and say that you contest the election, it is a good idea because it's just 48 votes difference, right?
And I mean, the point that you make quite clearly is absolutely the difference between the two candidates. But then again, you have a situation where one party, the party that is going around and you're making the permutations as to what's accounting for that strategy, that party believes this is a stronghold. And so you may understand why, despite all what is happening, they know that, well, either way, if our people show up and decide to participate in the vote, it's a seat that they can simply take back because it's their seat already. Whereas the other party, they look at the numbers and tell you that 48, we can easily overturn that with a single polling station.
Indeed.
And when you run through the numbers, you know that 6,000 votes, more than 6,000 actually are up for grabs.
Very important point you make about the various polling stations and the numbers in terms of the eligible voter population, and Blake, that's what I want us to get into right now. And let's quickly do a recap, because as of yesterday, Kemeni, as you referenced, 262 polling stations recollated, or what the Electoral Commission captioned as pre-collation ahead of today. The NPP's Nana Akua-Freya polled some 32,512 of the 262 polling stations votes, as against Irabna Obin of the NDC, 32,464. That's a difference of the 48. But then again, Blake, let's get into a quick recap of the issues that have happened today. Unfortunately, we've seen some chaotic scenes that has resulted in some persons sustaining injuries, including journalists, quite unfortunately. But then again, it tells clearly the high stakes of this election, 19 polling stations. But even before today, there was chaos around the entire collation exercise, the recollation exercise. So it doesn't come as a surprise to many that this is happening today, is it not?
In fact, right from January 4, when the High Court gave an order for the EC to complete the collation, all attempts by the EC at its regional office to undertake the collation was marred by violence. In fact, the commissioners were heard publicly appealing for security protection to undertake this particular collation. And shortly when Kemni engages the security analyst, the security consultant on the other side, is going to make the point to you that everyone expected this one to be heated. And it's the reason why some of the things that are happening are not coming as a surprise. But some of the incidents that we've recorded so far, the point has to be made that generally in terms of the 19, across most of the centers, it's generally been peaceful in most of the polling stations. But there have been some isolated incidents of violence, and we are going to focus on those specific incidents of violence. The first is an assault on a journalist of GH1 and also a Joy News journalist. And I want to stay on that of the GH1 because, Alfred, some action has been taken in that respect that involved a police officer. We have that video for you, Alfred. That video that went viral. We show that video right here on the Election Command Center. The video of a policeman interacting with the journalist. And all of a sudden, before we see, he takes his left hand and he just slaps the journalist at that point.
Let's take a look at that video just to put the matters in perspective. And because clearly there is no indication in the video that we have of the journalist doing anything provocative, as it were, to elicit that kind of action from the police officer. We've got indication that the Ghana Police Service has launched investigations into this matter.
In fact, they have interdicted the officer involved. He has been withdrawn from this election exercise.
It has to be taken because there's been a number of instances. Latif Abubakar is still battling
injuries.
No, I just want to say battling for his life. He's still alive, but then again, he has life-threatening injuries that he is still dealing with. And then we have this incident. We cannot in any way countenance it in any shape or form. So it is good the police service has taken this swift action, but this is exactly what happened involving the AIB journalist. Take a look. So that's the information we have right now, and Joseph Akabley getting into that one about the action that the police are taking in addressing this particular matter. Then again, there was another incident now involving a former member of parliament, a former minister, charge of fisheries and aquaculture, Hawa Kumsin. That name brings back a lot of memories. You know, that is synonymous, unfortunately, to some of these chaotic scenes. But what exactly happened?
I mean, it's a video that we just see lots of individuals approaching her. We'll show you that video quite shortly. A lot of individuals approaching her. All of a sudden, she seems to be holding something, and she presses it, and some substances come out of it. We have seen those who have described it as a pepper spray already. But let's watch this video and see what exactly happened after that incident had happened. Incidents over there, and I mean, already this is generating a lot of conversation on social media. We have heard various politicians who have made reference to the individual involved. There are those who are saying that, look, she was defending herself. There are those who are also saying that, well, it is that act of her spraying whatever substance that is what it was. We've heard people describe it as pepper spray, as what triggered the attack on her. But very unfortunate incident. We saw her there falling over. She had to be held on her feet by the police officers. Then afterwards, they tried to pick up some of the individuals who engaged in that unfortunate incident that we saw over there. Alfred.
But Blake, you see, it's good that you put that matter into context, because the video we've all seen gone viral captures the reaction of the gentleman to an action that we did not capture, okay? Because that reaction of he diving, and the dive, for me, the first time I saw it, it looked quite unnatural to me. But look at the distance of where he was, and he diving all the way and getting to where Howard Kumsing was standing. And just for the benefit of the uninitiated, those who are watching the video right now, Howard Kumsing is the woman in the white long sleeves and the jeans trousers. And you'll see right there, the gentleman came from nowhere, because I see the police officers there as to why they were not able to restrain the gentleman, because there were about 6 police officers, at least, what we're counting in the video, were not able to restrain the gentleman. But this video doesn't give a full context to the happenings, because as I indicated, and Blair, you've been referencing what may have happened, because there's that report of she purportedly spraying something that is said to be what, pepper spray. But then again, did that then beget the kind of reaction from the gentleman as we saw it? The Ghana Police Service, in fact, the IGP was there just about an hour ago to also assess the situation there at this Methodist church polling station, and to also get a clear understanding of what next the step to take. But what we also do know, this polling station, and we're going to get into it shortly, is a crucial polling station because of the numbers as well. And so it's no surprise that these incidents are happening in there. But the Ghana Police Service says they've launched investigations into this matter. We've got to hear from them to know exactly what the full complement of the issues are, is it not?
Yes, and beyond this particular incident, Alfred, there have been bits and pieces of violence in various polling stations, mainly arising out of disagreements. There was a polling station, for instance, where the EC, for some strange reasons, they are taking the decision to hold the elections in a church, an enclosed space in the church premises where it was taking place. And so there was a bit of a protest from some of those who had gathered there. Eventually, the regional EC officer had to go over and instructed that they move it out of the church and take it outside as well. And so that is also another incident that happened. Earlier in the morning also, there was another center where some individuals had gone, they were wearing some attire that appeared they were coming to perform some form of security function, and that also drew some disagreement from the main security agencies that were also present at that particular instance. And so that also resulted in a bit of clash here and there. But we know that the visit by the security heads, the IGP, you mentioned earlier, Alfred, the defense and the interior ministers have also been going around to try and make sure that they are assessing how things are playing out at the various stations. I heard the defense minister make the point quite strongly, Dr. Edward Obama make the point that they do not want this to play out like we've seen play out at so West Wogon, where a whole commission of inquiry had to take place and look into the matters that transpired over there. I think the point generally being made is that when we have elections after the main elections, even if it's a stronghold of the main opposition party or the governing party, it always tends to be competitive, and we have lots of violence taking place. This time around, the election that is taking place is not a by-election like we ordinarily have it. We're just trying to complete a coalition process because some votes from some specific stations are outstanding. But unfortunately, we are seeing some of these incidents of violence playing out once again.
And there was another incident involving Chris Lloyd Nia-Samoa. Chris Lloyd Nia-Samoa is the deputy national organizer of the NPP. And in fact, that also very chaotic and quite unfortunate with what we captured. In fact, this is a video that's gone viral on social media. So please, we do not own the video. This is a video that's gone viral on social media, which we're just showing you to also put matters in context when it comes to the violence that and the chaotic scenes that has characterized this election in the Ablekuma North constituency. Take a look at this involving the deputy national organizer of the NPP. So this is the one involving Chris Nia-Samoa, who is the deputy national organizer of the NPP, and some individuals there, some thugs who we saw in there involved in that video, and unfortunate incidents we saw in at that particular polling station. And let's just put it on record. This video is by Deck 36. That's a blogger who posted this video, and it's gone viral on social media. So we do not own this video originally, but just to also put it in context about the violence that has characterized this process right from the morning up until now. We're keeping an eye on how things are playing out in that constituency. We have our strong men on the ground. Eric Mawuna is there as well. Joseph Alogbe Gold Armstrong is there for us as well, together with the rest of the team. So stay with us here on your Election Command Center. We're going to be connecting with them shortly. But Kemini, this is why the matters fall directly on the lap of the persons that you have right around you, is it not, Kem? Because we knew that this was going to happen, at least based on the violence that characterized December 7, the counting and the collation, the declaration process. In fact, the Electoral Commission had to nullify the declaration of Rerun Logistics as MP-elect because they said that declaration was done in duress or under duress. And then we saw the violence and the chaotic situation that also characterized the attempt to recollate and declare. And so clearly, you and I sitting back could just project that this was going to happen. But the scale at which was going to happen,
absolutely,
certainly wouldn't have known. But the videos we're showing are quite
that
concerning.
I couldn't have guessed, even if it was given the rest of our lifetimes. And it begs the question whether or not we are learning our lessons after going through such a thorough process in 2024. This one was left hanging. But let's take the conversation now to my guests here on this side with me. Alfred and Joshua, thank you so much for taking us through the numbers and some of the, some of the facts and figures that have come along with this exercise. With me here on this side are Richard Kumado, who's a security analyst. We also have next to him Musa Dankwa. Musa Dankwa is Executive Director for Global Info Analytics. He's got all the numbers covered. And with only about 1 hour and some minutes, about 6 minutes to the countdown, it's important we have our numbers people here as well to share their thoughts with us. I'll head on to Zoom also, where I have Professor Enoch Enchi, political commentator. I also have Professor Smart Sapon, also a political commentator. Gentlemen, thank you so much as well for joining us. Thank you here in the studio as well for your time. I'll start off with those in the studio. And Richard, I'll come to you, right? The situation we are seeing now, Alfred, puts the picture right when he says we expected things to be heated, but to be this violent seems like exceptional of a process. How do you see how things have played out so far?
I think the police had a positioning problem, the initial stages of the election. I don't know why the police were thinking the politicians were going to behave themselves, and they grant them a lot of privileges and leverage, and that created a problem for them. Once it heated up and they realized they made a mistake, they reorganized themselves, and voters are having the opportunity to vote again. But I think generally our elections are becoming too violent, and I don't think it's serving the interest of anybody.
I see. We'll talk a bit more about how things have been handled, but I'll take your initial thoughts as well, Mr. Dankwa.
I'm disappointed. I didn't expect, after many years and lessons learned, apparently, we haven't learned anything. And I agree with Mr. Kumado that sometimes the police give too much respect to the politicians when they come around. Once you are in the field as police officer, you are in charge. You may be sergeant, but your position on the day is higher than that of the politician. You are in charge. So, and I think sometimes they feel intimidated. And it's typical of many Ghanaians. When they see a big man come around, then they quiet themselves and they think, oh, big men are here. Absolutely not. Do your job, and they can't fire you for doing your job.
Which is what should have happened from the very beginning. Yes. But within the picture of when we see politicians, we seem to check what should be our duty in respect of the police. I'll come back and then find out how you place that in the circumstance of today, right? But let's head on to Zoom now. Professor Enchi, we had the 2024 elections. We know what took place in Ablekuma North and a few of the other constituencies that had very contested, hotly contested elections. You would think that we would have learned our lessons. What do you think about what has happened? Did we learn any lessons at all?
Thank you very much, and greetings to our listeners and viewers all over the world. I don't think we've learned any lesson from the past. Talk about West Wuogon, Ayawaso, talk about other places that we had violence. This is just a rerun, not even a by-election, just a rerun. And if you look at events leading to this and the violence that is coming on, our democracy is still young. And I must state that violence is always local. It has a face and a name. So sometimes it doesn't even go away easily. So we have to avoid violence. If you look at what is happening there, the mixed signals from other political parties, the individuals who are not supposed to be there during elections. If you are not from that constituency, why are you there during elections? And why do you provoke other people? Why do you go there with pepper sprays? Why? I don't know. There are many whys. And it's because we have not learned a lesson. And life is not like the classroom. Life is such that unless you learn a lesson, life will continue to push you down. And anytime you get down, if you don't pick something from the ground and learn from it, you continue to have the same problem recurring. So we need to guard against this. Violence, our forefathers, the blood of our forefathers are whispering, peace within. We need peace. And the way things are going, we are also having an incoming Akwatia by-elections. This is just rerun of 19 polling stations, which contains just 6,839 eligible voters. All of them might not even show up to vote. And look at the violence being perpetrated there. So I think that we need to learn a big lesson as a country. You know, we don't need to have violence during elections. Our elections do not deserve any violence because we need civility over aggression.
I see. Prof. Smasapo, let's bring you into the conversation now. I mean, is this symptomatic of a neck-and-neck election, or there could be more to why we saw things or continue to see things degenerate in this election?
Well, I think it is partly because of the current situation. But largely, I agree with earlier speakers. And we are all in this country, and we know that we have not learned many lessons as a people, especially when it comes to election. I don't see how come politicians who are interested in the concept of politics think that violence should be made essential part of our politicking. And it's year in, year out. Recently, in the 2024 elections, we recounted places with thugs invading the... In fact, we are currently here where we are, largely because of some of these things. Some thugs went, disrupted the whole coalition process, and that's why we are here. Let's go do rerun, and the same guys are in there, those provoking others, those not provoking others. In fact, the invasion of the constituency by members who don't belong to that constituency, and who are also not going there with any clear intent, but going to perhaps cause some distraction and all those things, signifies the fact that we haven't learned any lesson as a people. But let's use this opportunity to urge them that violence has no place in politics. We are redefining the entire concept of politics here in Ghana. And people actually train people. It's in recent times that we don't hear. But you remember Azoka, blah, blah, Delta Force, all those people. They train them and they make it feel like they are supposed to be an integral part of our politics. And our security men in uniform also give way for those tags to operate. All right. So the earlier speaker would say it took them some time to organize. Yeah, we all saw that, especially in the videos you have shown. If police in uniform were present, how come some of these things degenerated to the point that we saw before we saw them acting? Please, we can do better. We can do better.
I see, Prof. Let's bring into our chat now Usman Ayariga. He is CEO of the NYA. He's also been monitoring the election for the NDC. You're welcome. My apologies. He's not the one I have in the studio, but I know. My apologies. I will properly introduce you, Hamza Suhini, and I should have known that from the get-go. But because my producers had given me a different name, I thought about something else. But Hamza Suhini is here, and he would tell us exactly why it would appear. Because Hamza, you're joining the conversation at a very crucial point, right? Why it would appear that in the 2024 election, it was the NDC that was saying, oh, the NPP people are using the police against us, and they've done that. And then today in the rerun, we see a flip of the conversation. When we hear some of the constituents talk and people on the ground, they are also saying the NDC is using this, the NDC is using that. What can you say in response to that?
I think that, good afternoon to my senior brothers in the studio, and also to your cherished viewers and your good staff. You see, I think that the answer is there in the open, because we've all been monitoring the elections since this morning. And apart from the unfortunate incident that involved one police officer and that of the Joy FM reporter, we cannot see that national security operatives or Ghana Police Service operational or personnel are engaged in any way intended to undermine the credibility of this election. What happened, especially in the case of Ayawase Wagon, was entirely different from what we are experiencing today. In the case of Wagon, Ayawase West Wagon, we're dealing with identified thugs in national security vehicles who were protected under the cloak of state apparatus to operate. And indeed, when the commission was even instituted to investigate the proceedings, we all listened and watched on national television accounts that were given by those who ordered these individuals. So that we cannot begin to compare the two situations. What is happening today is clearly unfortunate. But the reality is that, look, there is some measure of progress. We can do more. If the NDC wanted to play the same rules that were handed with, in the case of Ayawase West Wagon, I'm not sure it would have been here. The discussion would have been totally different this morning. But we have been engaged in a way intended to calm down on our supporters and ensure that we give the security apparatus the needed support to be able to conduct the elections peacefully. Albeit there are skirmishes. And we are not happy about it. We are not excited about the skirmishes. But one thing is certain. We can all continue to hazard our guesses as to whether indeed these are members of the National Democratic Congress or not. Nobody so far has been able to indicate that these are members of the National Democratic Congress. And in the
no, but Hamza, is that the card we are playing? You know that the NDC sent people there, people who necessarily are not constituents.
Yes.
Is it a lie?
It is true. That is why I'm saying that. You see, but you cannot also say with certainty that these are individuals who are members of the National Democratic Congress. I monitored all the media houses. None is able to say that.
So the people causing the mayhem are not members of the...
I am not saying it is possible that they might be members of the National Democratic Congress or not. Okay. But until we are able to establish with certainty, it will be disingenuous to conclude, simply seated here, that these are members of the National Democratic Congress. Because we know how political parties function. It is possible that these are even people who are funded by our opponents intended to give us this desired effect that we are all looking at. It is possible. So until we establish that, it is a disingenuous position to stake that these are members of the National Democratic Congress. And truly, it is also possible that they are truly members of the National Democratic Congress. We are not running away from that. But I can assure you that the security agencies are up to the task. They will do their investigations. And at the end of the day, if anybody is found culpable, as far as that particular conduct is concerned, the NDC officials and the government of the day will not intervene in a way intended to undermine the rules of engagements as far as our democratic processes are concerned. That assurance I can give you seated here.
I see. Richard, let's look at the situation since it began, right? Where was the security lapse in the plan to secure the election, in the entire security plan? Where was the lapse?
Okay, so around 3 p.m. yesterday, we had hints and some few conversations that some level of disruption is going to take place. So some guys are going to come there and disrupt the election. The IGP is aware, the security agencies are aware. What really happened was that positioning was right, but they have a strategic decision to permit politicians to get into the zone. And once you allow them to get into the zone, these are some of the results you are going to get. I was expecting the police officers to know that all the Ablekumas and all the Okankwes are hotspots when it comes to elections in this country. 2024 election, we have similar issues at that particular place. When you were deployed into the place, call off the place and create a safer zone for voters to vote, so you can have a voter safety and make sure that politicians do not get into the inner perimeters when they have nothing doing there. Yet, my brothers in the police allowed it. And that was the initial stages. I think communication was a problem, coordination was a problem. But when it was realized that their back was against the wall, they came back to the fore. And you can see they have put up a show. And it should be a lesson for young police officers who are deployed to manage some of these elections. If I was the one leading the team, knowing very well that Methodist Church has been a contestable position, I wouldn't have allowed key politicians who have nothing doing at that particular place to come into the inner perimeter.
I mean, but could it have been known that Methodist Church in Odoko was a very contestable?
Yeah, even within the 19 police stations we have, 4 of them are very troublesome one. They are part of the stubborn academy.
Okay.
Methodist is one, Sakama is one, Bintu is one, plus one other place. And they are very much aware. I don't know what really happened to my brothers in uniform at the early stages of the election. If I was leading the team, I would have created a buffer zone. And even if Hamza is the one who appeared and it's not Dr. Tanko, I wouldn't have allowed him to get into the inner perimeters. You need to have clearance to get into the inner perimeters. And once they allow them, by giving them that respect, I don't know what they think politicians are going to behave themselves. They will not. So don't allow them to get into the inner perimeters where they have no clearance and they have nothing doing there. And you realize that voting was taking place until troublesome politicians got there with all their troubles and all their, and they created a problem for the place. It could be a test case for Yohonu, knowing very well that this is his first election and people are watching him. And one of the accusations from the Electoral Commission against Yohonu is that he wasn't providing security for the coalition. And this must be a case he must pass. And I'm happy he has come to the fore. Going forward, we should not allow politicians to dictate the pace. It has to be security officers who know what they are doing and have a proper understanding of the job.
Hamza, I see you nodding a lot to some of the things that Richard is saying with regards to not allowing unaccredited people, including politicians, to enter the inner perimeters. But you people were there.
We were, but
Why?
As a law-abiding person, I made sure that I never went close any of the inner perimeters because I understand that when it comes to elections, even the mere presence of known faces is likely to degenerate into something else. And so, as a matter of principle and in strict adherence to democratic principles, I made sure that I did not get anywhere closer to any inner perimeter. And see, that is why I agree entirely with him. And there are certain things also we take for granted. Sometimes even days like this, your appearance is very critical. You don't dress as a politically exposed person as though you are going to war. That in itself is an indirect communication of preparedness to engage in ways that are not acceptable as far as our democracy is concerned. And so as politicians, we must begin to manifest our democratic principles, even in the way we dress and appear for such occasions. It is very, very important. And you see, that is the reason why I agree with him. Because for a moment, I was wondering, how come in the first place that the Honorable Hawa Kumsen managed to pass through that security buffer and even had in her possession a pepper spray? Because that pepper spray could have been used on even polling agents who are there to monitor the process. So what kind of due diligence was done? What kind of searches did they carry out to ensure that people do not get into the inner perimeters with what we call, I don't want to use the word weapons, but with substances that are injurious to human health.
I see. So I mean, this substance that Hawa Yakubu is said to have sprayed, we believe, or we are told it was pepper spray. Could we go with that instead of calling it just pepper spray?
That's why I'm a bit reluctant. He says he's the security person. He says it qualifies as a weapon because I know.
No. I'm just saying that's what we're doing on this desk.
Yes.
That we believe the substance that she sprayed is pepper spray.
It could even be more injurious than pepper spray.
It could be more injurious.
Yes.
That is what we have heard.
Yes.
So it's a substance that we believe. But you see, then it brings to the table the question around what exactly is the relationship between politicians and our security personnel or our security people, right? Musa, you already told us that you think that they show too much respect. Could it be much more than that? Because, I mean, too much respect is not enough for you to break the law for a politician.
I think also we've seen politicians interfere in some policing. And sometimes they even call to threaten you through your bosses. So when people are performing their duties, they are mindful. They want to secure their jobs. They don't want to be sacked. And I've seen, in fact, instances where somebody is doing his job, policing job, the politician comes there, she gets control over, and then she gets angry, she calls somebody at the top. All this doesn't help. I mean, it puts fear in people who are doing their job. And you take away their power to really work on their own. But they feel like if they do anything that you're not happy with, then the next call will be to IGP, they'll call his regional commander, and then the district commander, and you see him, it's been happening. And I think we should stop doing that. Those politicians must stop doing that. Allow these guys to work. As simple as that.
And you put them in check because, can you imagine, if I stand at a position, then I take a position like Odoko, the Methodist Church, where there has been these issues, and I take a position, I'm going to give an order that it's likely this number of politicians are going to come. Let's create a buffer zone for them. Create a buffer zone for the media people to put the cameras on them when they misbehave. If Hamza gets to the place, I walk to Hamza and say, my name is Richard Kumado. Hamza, what role do you play in the NDC and why you are here? Do you know what? You can only observe from the other side. Please, I'm doing my work. And if you disobey and you cross this line, I'll sort you out. Sorting you out means that even if you get to the president, I'll tell the president that your brother Hamza came here and misbehaved. And that is why ABCD happened. That was the training we were giving. And it gave us the leverage to do the work in a manner that we do not have problem. Today, many of the young boys are afraid because you have political police, protocol police, and professional police. And they are afraid because politicians threaten them openly. And they also allow them thinking that these are human beings who will behave themselves. And they will not. So I agree with Dankwa Musa that I will not. And I can't stand it. Some of these things, me, Richard Kumado, you lie. No matter who you are, you have to go back. And if you don't go back, whether you are Hawa Kumsi, you are NDC, Dr. Tanku, or whoever, we call them a meeting and say that, hey guys, this is what we are seeing on the ground, and this is ABCD. If you have an issue, you talk to me. You don't go against any of the rules here, and it works. So IGP Yohonu must send people to the front line who have confidence and courage in dealing with politicians. Other than that, they overrun some of these boys and they'll create problems. And guess what? As law enforcement officers and you guys as politicians, we can deliberately create the problem for you guys and allow you guys to misbehave, and it become NDC MPP issue, and you guys will battle it out in the media, and we don't care who wins and who loses. So all NDC people and all MPP listening to me, we can deliberately allow you guys to misbehave, and we'll pretend as if we are doing the work, and we'll allow you guys to go.
Is that a strategy that
yeah, we can do it as law enforcement officers, because you know why? We teach our families proper safety. And when politicians will not listen and they keep on flouting the rules, we'll allow them to misbehave themselves. And guess what? You have attended all the best schools in the world, have all the PhDs and all the doctorates. You are now proving to the whole world that when it comes to elections, a simple election, this is the outcome you are producing. And you say you are a politician and we should respect you in this country with this kind of conduct. I don't think you are doing this country a service, and that is why I have a serious issues against politicians who misbehave and who doesn't want to play by the rules.
Hamza, I'll come to you so that you take a bite of that. Let's go on to Zoom so our guests on Zoom can as well take a bite and unpack this particular subject for us. And Professor Smasapon, I'm coming to you with that. Feel free to take a bite of where we are, but I'll take you back a little, right? Because I do want to unpack this as much as possible. Why it would appear once we flip the coin and the other side is showing, then the side on the bottom, and look at this in respect of the parties, right? The side on the bottom now thinks that those on the top, or the party in government, is now controlling the police so much so that they can use our security operatives against them in an election like this. What do you think would be at play here, Prof?
Well, I mean, not much different from what has been said. The police have been given professional training. And on occasions like this, we do require from them very professional conduct. Professional conduct doesn't mean perhaps or disrespecting a certain big man. You don't need to disrespect the big man, but you can politely be firm on the training you have been given. In fact, the assumption should not be that the big man coming has received the same training that you have received. And it is your duty post It is not the duty post of that big man. So once it is your duty post, and we have securities at our various institutions, and we see how they try to do their work respectfully. I mean, he's not disrespecting you, but he is still making sure that the assignment given to him by his commander is carried out irrespective of who the person is. So we can combine professionalism with the respect, the Ghanaian respect and the Ghanaian attitude that we have. We can combine. It doesn't mean let's throw away all the police training we have received, the crowd control training we have received. All the training we have received should be put away because a big man is present or because we want to perhaps behave like we are respectful or we don't bend the rules because of who is coming. And I think that the security institution that we have, they are becoming notorious for this type of behavior. We are all speaking like this because of the trend. It's becoming quite a formal, it's becoming acceptable. We can't accept this, but gradually it is becoming acceptable. The behavior of the police, the behavior of some of the security institutions change with who is in power. And we have observed this for almost all this while under our Fourth Republic. And we are talking about it on this platform because we do not want this trend to continue. Ghana must have at least a security institution that is focused on the training they receive, that is focused on delivering professionalism irrespective of who is present or who is not present. My brother Kumado said sometimes if they want to allow misbehavior, they can just pretend not to have seen them misbehaving. But I mean, at the end of the day, the weaker would suffer if that situation occurs. The weaker will suffer. The stronger will bully his way through and met out perhaps some injury on the weaker one. And that is why the institution called the police or other security institutions are there to make sure through their professionalism, through their training, they can normalize the situation, they can bring sanity and control the situation. Seriously, if they are listening to us, we are saying that it's becoming one thing too many, and we do not want that trend to continue. If the society will be driven by where power is, then the weaker ones in the system are largely going to suffer. One day you put the entire police training aside, your entire professionalism aside, and you will carry out an instruction that you yourself know before you and your God and your training, you know that this is not an instruction I should carry. But you just carry it out irrespective of who is going to suffer because power has changed or because you think you want to please a certain big man. We are pleading with the police institution especially. This is a test case. I mean, we can allow this, but it tells us of how more unprepared or unalert they could be if there is a bigger election. Don't forget, Ekwetia is on the way, somewhere around the corner. And if this attitude gets to Ekwetia, this is only 19 polling stations. Ekwetia have over 100 polling stations. It means we are going to see maybe times 10 of what we are seeing, and it may degenerate. All right, so we are pleading with them. We never expected things to happen this way. So we keep pleading with them that they should let professionalism lead. And then the professionalism can be balanced with the respect you may want to give to the big man. But to substitute your professionalism and your training for the presence of a big man, that one unanimously, I think we would all have to speak against as Ghanaians, because the escalated version will not help us.
Very well. We'll end it here temporarily because, and Professor Entry, I'm going to come to you again so you take your bites at this. But we're getting some action on the ground, and Alfred and Blair will take us there. Alfred, what are we hearing?
We go straight to the North Odoko polling station, North Odoko 2 polling station. That's where we're hearing some chaos that's erupted at the Church of Pentecost, North Odoko polling station 2, following a confrontation between police officers and some youth in the community. That is the information we're getting right now. And this chaotic situation we've been talking about keeps happening, not in the same location that we've been talking about, but now it's spreading to other parts of the constituency. First, we talked about what happened in the Methodist polling station. Now we're talking about this particular incident as well at the Church of Pentecost. We want to show you exactly what happened a few minutes ago. Take a look. So what you're seeing right now is the confrontation between the youth in the community and also some personnel of the Ghana Police Service. As we speak, the situation has been brought under control temporarily, but the video tells it all. The tempest that fled, that's, you saw one of the young persons there pushing a personnel of the Ghana Police Service and the Form Police Unit, and then that attracted the attention of the other personnel who were there, and it degenerated into almost what you describe as full-blown confrontation. And then these young people we're seeing in there, and we don't know exactly what led to this chaotic situation and this confrontation we're seeing between these young people in this community, specifically where the Church of Pentecost polling station, that's the North Odoko Church of Pentecost polling station 2 is located. But this is the confrontation between the young people in this video and also personnel of the Ghana Police Service, and some persons who were also at the location then stepped in to be able to calm tempers. But this is a characteristic of the kind of violence or the chaos that we've seen in other parts of the constituency, the 19 polling stations where this election is taking place today. You see the police officer there who is leading the team, warning one of the young men who was involved in this fracas, essentially asking that they calm down, but that did not go down well, and these young people still stepping up and, as it were, having this confrontation with the personnel of the Ghana Police Service located at the Church of Pentecost North Odoko 2 polling station. There are a number of polling stations located at the Church of Pentecost. This specific one is where this chaos happened. And Joseph, now let's put these matters in context, because the chaos we're seeing has a direct connection, or there's a nexus between the chaos and the numbers at these polling stations, is it not? Let's just get into the specifics in there and find out the voter population in all of these 19 polling stations and zero in these areas where there's been this chaotic situation so far.
I mean, what we are seeing play out first and foremost is the initial start of the polls, and we just have a little over 30 minutes to the close of polls, I must indicate. The violence that was taking place were mainly in the areas where there were large numbers, but gradually we are seeing it playing it out in areas with low numbers as well. So let me just start with where you left off. The Church of Pentecost North Odoko 2, not significant at all. You have just 67 registered voters there. So it's very unfortunate that that incident is happening at that particular station, because it's not the numbers that is playing out there. But the other two incidents that we've seen play out there, and I'm going to walk you through that to show you the areas where those incidents have occurred as well. First is the Methodist Church Odoko 1, that is the 6th highest by way of voter population, 464. That is where the incident involving Mavis Hawakumsin, the former Fisheries Minister and Member of Parliament, that is where that particular incident took place over there. Again, the Pentecost Church Mount Zion Assembly, the second highest, 635 registered voters, is where the incident that occurred involving the journalist who was slapped by the police officer. That police officer has also been interdicted. We know that is where that incident also happened. So in terms of the high numbers, the highest number
in
that
fact,
we have...
we're hearing as well that the Lost Pentecostal Church, Kwashibo, which is the 4th on the list, is where the Deputy National Organizer of the NPP, that's Lord Asamoah, that incident we just recalled as well took place. So it falls within the context that same numbers that
we're talking about. But in terms of the high numbers, there's the Article School Complex at Odoko, where there are 645 votes at stake there. There's also the second being the Pentecost Church, Mount Zion Assembly, 635 votes. The DVLA office, Awushi, Adamami, you have 613 votes. Then the Lord's Pentecostal Church at Kwashibu, where Alfred just made reference to, 563 votes. Then Roman Catholic Church, Buzia Junction, Odoko, the station 1 is 538 votes. The Methodist Church, Odoko 1, which I made reference to, as where the incident involving the former Fisheries Minister, Mavis Hawakumsin, took place, you have 464 votes up for grabs. Then there is also the Bethel Baptist Church at Sakaman, 429 votes at stake. So these are in the top 7 where you have the most votes at stake in terms of the 6,000 votes out of the 19 polling stations that we are dealing with. I'm going to look at the others that have lower numbers, and so we are still within the 400 ranges, but eventually I'm going to go closer to those that are less than 50 eventually. So the number 8, we have the God First International School at Dakuman, 428. The Living Spring Day Nursery at Kwashibu, 428. Then you have the Ashedu Jedu Memorial School at Awoshi, 418. Pentecost Church, Trinebua, number 2, 412. Then St. John the Baptist Catholic Church at Odoko, having 341. The Radiant Way Preparatory School at North Odoko, 275. The Light of Gospel Miracle Chapel at Trinebua, that is 188. Then the last slide by way of the numbers that we have the Church of Pentecost, North Odoko, number 4, 137. The MTTD, Odoko Divisional Station, Odoko 1, 113. And the Presby Church, Odoko, the Station 4 over there, you have 112. And the Church of Pentecost, North Odoko 2, where we just have that incident that Godwin will share that video with you a short while ago. Just 67 votes there, but you also see it playing down. And the final one being a South Odoko 4 and 5 school, Odoko being 57. So largely, what we've seen play out has to do with areas with a large numbers. But as the day has been going on, as we are getting closer to the end of the post, we've seen it taking place now at even areas with lesser numbers. And so it's not just about where the numbers are this time around, it's just generally about the tensions that are playing out. And it all has potentially an impact on what time polls will close in those areas, because mind you, the rules that we generally operate by is that when people are in the queue, we allow them to finish voting before the close of polls.
And that is if there are going to be persons in the queue, because this violence has a direct impact on voter turnout.
Yes.
And already Musa Dankwa had projected that it was going to be low voter turnout because one, it's not election day itself. It's not also a holiday. People are going to work, and then also the momentum and the enthusiasm for people to come out, as compared to election day, obviously will be different than this. So already there were all of those factors that was going to influence or has influenced voter turnout. Then we have this violent or the chaotic situation as well, which is a disincentive for people to step out to go and vote. So that's the fundamental issue here that we've been looking at. And stay with us here on your Election Command Center. We're on the ground to bring you up to speed with everything that is happening in the Ablekuma North constituency. There's 19 polling stations. The numbers tell a story. The chaos tells a story. We're on the ground to bring you everything as it plays out. We're going to take a quick detour and segue into something relevant and significant that happened on the floor of Parliament earlier today. There were just about 45 members of Parliament in the chamber some few minutes ago. The Minister in charge of Defense, Dr. Edward Omanebuama, gave a very important update on the presidential jet. And he has indicated that the presidential jet was unavailable on Thursday, the 22nd of May, 2025, when the Vice President, Professor Nana Joe Nopokwajiman, returned to Ghana. It has been undergoing a 24-monthly 1,600 flight hour inspection in France since the 11th of March, 2025. And essentially, after the series of postponement, they've now completed, and it's expected back on the 31st of July. This is what the minister said. Take a look.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Defense whether the presidential jet was unavailable, restricted, or assigned other duties at the time that the Vice President returned to Ghana aboard the private jet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Vincent Eko Asifua seeks to know if the presidential jet was unavailable, restricted, or assigned other duties at the time the Vice President returned to Ghana aboard a private jet. The presidential jet, Falcon 900 EX Easy Registration Number 9G EXE, was unavailable on Thursday, 22nd May 2025, when the Vice President returned to Ghana. The aircraft has been undergoing a 24-monthly or 1,600 flight hour inspection in France since 11th March 2025. After a series of postponements of when the jet was to return to Ghana due to risky, multifocal, massive defects identified and being worked on, the inspection is expected to be completed by 31st July 2025. In conclusion, the presidential jet was unavailable on Thursday, 22nd May 2025, when the Vice President returned to Ghana. Thank you.
When you check paragraph 2 of the Minister's answer, which states that after a series of postponements of when the jet was returned to Ghana due to risky, multifocal, massive defects identified and being worked on, I want to ask the Minister, what is the nature of that multifocal, massive defect? Or if you can throw more light on the categories of that defect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I decided to keep the answer brief because I didn't want to go too much into the details of the brief. But for the benefit of your guest house, there is corrosion in the air intake plug receptacle of the second engine of the aircraft, intermittent tripping of the starter generator of the second engine. There's a need to install a new turbo fan, and being more specific, the fuel tank is also corroded. The left-hand feeder tank corroded, right-hand feeder tank corroded, left-hand center wing tank heavily corroded, right-hand center wing tank heavily corroded. The turbo fan also heavily corroded. Thank you very much.
I think for some time now we've decided to limit supplementary questions to one.
Right, Honorable Speaker, this one I will crave.
Except what we've agreed upon will not work.
I will crave for your indulgence.
Yes.
This is an important.
Yes.
This is an important matter.
Deputy Whip.
These defects that you outlined, does it have anything to do with the previous administration's inability to follow the maintenance protocol? Because I remember that before relax. I remember that at a point in time, excuse me,
Honorable,
at a point in time,
Honorable Minister,
you mentioned
Honorable
that the private jet
I think you've asked the question.
Is now serviceable, and
you have asked the question. So, Honorable Minister, your answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, almost 15 years old. And if you check the various delays that it has suffered, as in when it goes for maintenance, repair, or overhaul. If they indicate that it's supposed to arrive on a particular date, in 2020, there was no delay. In 2021, no delay. But between 2022 and 2023, as a result of extra work that they had to do on it, it delayed for 2.5 months. 2024, 2 months. 2025, coincidentally, this is the 4th month because it left on 11th of March, and today is 11th July. It's been 4 months now. What I can say is, rather than situate it within the context of MPP administration, NDC administration, let us look at it as a corroded aircraft that requires massive works. Initially, when the aircraft left the shores of Ghana on the 11th, the indicative date was to return in 2 weeks. 4 months on, just this morning, I have received additional information that even the end of month cannot be sustained. And so we should be expecting it beyond the end of this month. What that means is that it will be going beyond 4 months. Most importantly is, this is an aircraft that doesn't just service the executive, it services the legislature, sometimes other arms of government, and sometimes different institutions in the country. This is a state in which it is some parts corroded, other parts heavily corroded. That is what we have before us. I plead that we don't situate it within MPP, NDC discourse. Thank you.
You said even the dates that you have provided on the other paper advertised that the inspection is expected to be completed by the 31st of July 2025. So if this date is not feasible, what is the tentative date that we should be expecting it? And within this period, is it the case that the president will be checking a jet anytime he wants to do an international travel, or what other arrangement is being done?
Yes. The information came only this morning because I wanted to check again whether the 31st date that had been given was going to be sustained. They are unable to indicate exactly when it will be returning, and all efforts are being exerted to ensure that we are able to have it in good time. So I do not want to guess a date, and that would not be feasible. So let us wait for the technical people who are working on it in France to complete all the necessary checks, heal the aircraft as much as they can. But the reality is that it's an old aircraft, 15 years now. Thank you. On the aspect of how the president is going to be traveling, the president has traveled on some occasions with a CASA. We are aware that sometimes he travels with a CASA. So let's leave that also to the decision of the Air Force and also the presidency to decide how movement of the president, other arms of government that hitherto would have made use of the presidential jet will be traveling. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the current state of the presidential jet, if I'm to summarize, is an aircraft that is 15 years old almost, that has massive multifocal corrosion, including very important parts of the machine. This is an air asset of the Air Force that carries not just the president, not just the executive, but sometimes the legislature, sometimes other arms of government, and sometimes other institutions. These defects, we are trying to fix them, but they keep on identifying new defects as they fix them. And one serious aspect of the identification is that when they realized that the turbofan was heavily corroded and it required replacement, the company did not have readily available spare. This has deeper implication. Normally, like all technologies, over time, when you do not have many of that in circulation, companies don't produce many of such spares. But after a series of negotiations, a spare was received, and that has been installed successfully. No one can predict going forward if other spares also get dysfunctional, whether we are going to be able to have others for replacement. Thank you very much.
The Minister for Defense, when the forward-based operation FOB project started by the previous government in Nalergo will be completed. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The forward operating base at Nalergo is one of 15 forward operating bases, FOBs, being constructed by the Ministry of Defense for the Ghana Armed Forces in northern part of the country. The contract for the FOBs was signed in March 2021. Mezers Paramount Project Management Services is the main contractor. The FOBs are located at Tamale, Wa, Bolga, Jirapa, Tuna, Tumu, Navio, Bumpurugu, Bazoa, Hamile, Bole, Dollar Power, Bimbila, Saboba, and Nalergu. Work was scheduled to be completed in December 2023. However, as of December 2024, the overall status of the project was approximately 55%. It has improved from 55% to 60% currently. Progress of completion and or status of individual FOBs ranges from 5% Dollar Power to a 98% Jirapa. FOB Nalergo currently stands at 30%. It is important to note that due to operational risks and non-availability of funds, in April 2024, the Ministry of Defense agreed with the contractor to prioritize the completion for FOBs, namely Bazoa, Hamile, Drapa, and Tum. As of December 2024, our payables due the contractors stand at $17,188,451.20, less other contractual charges such as interest on delayed payment and other claims from the contractor. This has contributed to the stored works including the Nalerigu FOB. Intervention. Currently, government has expedited action and ensured that verification of the payables has been completed. Most importantly, under the Big Push agenda, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, is leading the charge for the Ministry of Defense to assess funding to complete all the FOBs under the Big Push arrangement. And if this is done, we hope that the FOBs that were to be completed by December 2023 will all be completed, including that of Nalerigu, by the second quarter of 2027. Thank you.
Any supplementary question?
The Speaker, I don't have any supplementary question. I just want to thank you and thank the Minister for the response. Thank you very much.
Very well. Honourable members, on this note, on your behalf, I thank the Minister sincerely for attending upon the House to respond to questions. Honourable Minister, thank you very much.
This is some exclusive detail coming through from Parliament. The Minister in charge of Defence, Dr. Edward Omanebo there. This is exclusive to us here at TV3 earlier, and just give you that information about the presidential jet. The Minister has just given detail that was unavailable on Thursday, the 22nd of May, 2025, when the Vice President, Professor Nana Jeno Pokuajiman, returned to Ghana. It has been undergoing a 24-monthly, that's 2 years, 1,600 flight hour inspection in France since 11th of March, 2025. So that's actually what the status of this presidential jet is. And you'll recall that this is a matter that we've been staying the steam on right after the President, John Dramani Mahama, was sworn into office. It became a matter of conversation as to why there was a usage of the private jet of Ibrahim Mahama. But then again, all of these matters now, we have clarity because the Minister in charge of Defense has just indicated that after a series of postponements of when the jet was to return to Ghana, the inspection is expected to be completed by 31st July 2025. That is the information. And then also we're getting to know that the Ghana's presidential jet was grounded in France due to severe corrosion. And the Minister gave that detail. You'll find more of this on 3news.com. So make some time and visit 3news.com. But we're going to stay the steam on this particular development regarding the presidential jet in our subsequent bulletins here on TV3 and across all media journal platforms. But you're still live here on your Election Command Center. This is the continuous coverage of the elections in the Ablekuma North constituency. We had to just take a quick detour because it was important to put this particular issue out there and address the matters in context. But we're still keeping an eye on how things are playing out in the Ablekuma North constituency, the 19 polling stations where election is taking place as we speak, fraught with the chaotic situation as we're seeing right now. And before we went to Parliament, Joseph Akable was just getting into the context in terms of the numbers and how that also connects to the chaos that we have seen play out since morning. And we're also just getting information that the police has just also increased their presence at the Church of Pentecost, the Odoko, North Odoko polling station 2, where we showed that confrontation between the young people, a group of young people, and then also the police personnel who had been stationed at that polling station. We understand there's been reinforcement to be able to address the confrontation that we captured earlier on television. But when we look at the matters as it played out, before today, the Electoral Commission conducted a pre-collation at the Greater Accra Regional Office yesterday that involved the recollation of 262 polling station results in the Ablekuma North constituency. How did that play out, and how does that also connect to how we are seeing things play out today?
I mean, in terms of the outcome, we know that the NPP is leading by some 48 votes. It's just a very slight lead, if you could put it that way, because the numbers at stake from the 19 polling stations that we have are in excess of 6,000 votes. And so 262 collated, like you did indicate, the MPP leading by just 48, 6,839 votes are at stake. And what this simply means is that they can even flip it with just a single station where voting is taking place. And the numbers that we've shown you, most of the stations have in excess of 50. The lowest is just around 67. And so what that tells you is that all the NDC needs to do is just pick one polling station, and then they are either at par or beyond the NPP. And so that is how come this is playing out to be very, very crucial. But Alfred, there's one issue that has come up quite strongly, has to do with why the two main political parties are considering this to be a big deal for them and why they are trying to contest this election in such an important manner. And the point that we have to do with this particular graph that we've shown a number of times as we build up to the close of polls, and we'll touch base with our correspondents across the various stations that we have, is Alfred, is to the effect that the numbers, it's not going to make any difference in terms of how Parliament operates. And so this is purely a fight for the bragging rights. For the NDC, it's a determination to win the seat for the first time since 1996. The MPP also determined to show that, yes, this is the party's stronghold, and so the party can retain this seat when the party wants to. Because you see from Parliament that there are 276 seats in Parliament. The NDC currently has 183, whereas the MPP has 87. It is 87 because we've taken out that of Akwetia, where the member of Parliament died not too long ago. And so that brings the MPP number to 87. And we have identified 2 seats as being vacant. And so one is that of Akwetia, and the other being Ablekuma. No, that will be settled. We have the independent candidates being 4 in Parliament. And we know that those 4 individuals have decided to do business with the NDC as well. And so the NDC already has the 2/3. They need 184 to get the 2/3. But the only difference perhaps some may make is that, well, if the NDC wins this seat, they can count on their own members, card-bearing members of the NDC MPs in Parliament to form the 2/3. But beyond that, really, it doesn't change anything significantly in terms of the parliamentary makeup, which comes back to the point that this is a pure battle for the bragging rights that is at stake at this point.
If you look at the pictures of a quorum, you need just 92. The NDC has the numbers. But then again, you've seen those who are looking at the numbers game also throw out, for instance, if they were looking at a constitutional amendment, for instance, they need 184. Right?
Yes.
That's where...
Yes, that is how come they just have to fall on the independent candidates that they already have. So in the event they get one of these 2 here, then it means that they can fall on their own members.
Without the
independent candidates. But we've seen so far since January 7 instances where they are nowhere near this number at all.
Absolutely.
I mean, so
that is turning up in Parliament.
Exactly. So the point being made is that, well, if they pick it up, they get there on their own strength. But if they don't, they can fall on the independent candidate that they have. But for the MPP, if they get one more, it really doesn't change their fortune significantly.
But if you also take into consideration the fact that they are doing business on the floor of the House, now numerical strength for the NDC is 187, essentially, because you are adding the 4 independent candidates who have all declared their intentions to do business with the NDC. And one person that we thought was going to do otherwise was Kwame Asare A+, but then again, he decided to do business with the NDC. So yes, goes down to the bragging rights, but then beyond the bragging rights as well, we look at the constituency where it's interesting. Even if you go by the MPP's narrative that they won this seat or this constituency on 7 December 2024 with 414 vote difference. That is a clear departure from how the trends have been since 1996 that the party has won. And I wanted to flip to that because that also tells a story. Because right from the year 2000, the NDC has come nowhere closer. The closest they came was in sometime in 2012 when they got just about 39% on the average of the valid vote cast. But now we're seeing them close the gap so much. In fact, the candidate for the MPP, Naneke Freya, who contested in 2016, look at the gap. In 2016, she won that
66.8%.
66.8%. The nominal value there is about over 54,000 of the valid vote cast. Then, fast forward to 2024, we're talking about numbers below 40,000 even.
Yes, I mean, from if the narrative of the MPP is anything to go by. I mean, but the point being made is the fact that it's going to be competitive this time around, and it's no surprise that when they took out those 19 stations, the numbers have dropped now significantly to just 48. So that is what the number that they are working with, Alfred.
Let's hold on a bit for me, Joseph, and we're crossing over straight to the Odoko Church of Pentecost, where we earlier showed you the chaos that erupted between that confrontation that ensued between the youth, some youth in the community, and then also personnel of the Ghana Police Service deployed to the Odoko, the Church of Pentecost polling station. And my colleague Godwin Asideba is there for us, monitoring the events as it plays out. We earlier indicated there's been some reinforcement in the area to be able to address the situation as it played out in the Church of Pentecost. That's Odoko, North Odoko, the Church of Pentecost polling station 2. That is not the only area we've seen violence play out in the Ablekuma North constituency, quite unfortunately. But many of the security analysts who have been watching how things are played out in that constituency ahead of today are not surprised about how things are playing out. Fundamental question is what the police has been doing. What's the security strategy to address this? Because we are getting into a very sensitive period right now in the election in Ablekuma North. We're just 2 minutes away from polls officially closing. But then again, that will depend on how many people are in the queue as of 5 p.m. But this is a period, a crucial one for security, because we've seen a lot of violence characterize the coalition and also the declaration. And Gordon Asideba is there right now. Gordon, what's there?
And you can clearly see that the video that will be displayed on the screen have this police official here who was trying to stop these individuals to overtake the barricade and be able to make their way into the other side. For what reason they really wanted to go to the other side, we really can't tell. But it actually brought everything into a standstill, and all of this portion of the road had heavy traffic. But clearly you can see some police officials who are leaving towards the barricade point, and they were sent in to ensure that the chaos that had erupted here a few minutes back would be brought to an end. A few minutes right after the whole incident happened as well, a team from the military was also sent in. It was really a situation that wasn't being able to be curtailed by some of the police officials here. Really a tough time, if I should describe it. But at the moment, calm has been restored here, and you can clearly see that this portion is really empty. But a few minutes before this hour, you could clearly see quite a number of people who are around here, which actually got attention from a number of people. These individuals, we can't really tell if they have been arrested or not, because after the other team was deployed in here to curtail the situation, some of them took to their heels, but some insisted that they were still going to go to the right venue where the voting process is ongoing, I should say. But at this point here at Ablekuma North, the Pentecost North 2 polling station, things have come to calm at the moment. The situation which was about to destroy the process, if I should say, have all been resolved after the military team was deployed to this premises to ensure that everything will be curtailed. But this police official who is right here was the individual who had a hand-on confrontation with these individuals who were trying to make their way into the premises. Now, from this point to where the voting is taking place is about 2 minutes walk, which is not really far from here. But I must really commend the police officials, because they really did everything possible to ensure that the individuals wouldn't make their way to where the voting process is happening, to disrupt the whole process, if I should say. My name is Gordon Asiba, reporting from Ablekuma North, and as and when things unfold, we'll definitely be bringing you updates. You can clearly hear the snouts and also other vehicles that are being sent in due to what police officials are picking on grounds here. When you head towards where the whole process is ongoing, you will see that a lot of people have come to the premises, some who don't really look peaceful, if I should say. The police has also been smart enough to send some of their officials there who have barricaded the entire center where the whole voting process is ongoing. It's few minutes to 5 where voting will be ending, and counting is going to begin as soon as possible. So all the officials who were here to ensure that everything is being brought as a standstill have all been deployed to the exact center where the exercise is taking place to ensure that when counting begins, things wouldn't get out of hand. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye. We have our cameras dotted at all corners to ensure that we don't get to miss anything that happens here when counting begins. And my name is Godwin Asideba, stationed here to definitely bring you up to speed with all the happenings here in Ablekuma North.
And Godwin, appreciate you for this very important update there. Godwin Asideba is in the Ablekuma North constituency, specifically the Church of Pentecost. That is the Church of Pentecost Odoko North Odoko polling station 2, where we witnessed some confrontation between a group of young people in the community and the police personnel who had been deployed there. The situation has been brought under control. Calm has been restored. Polls have officially closed. It's just some 2 minutes after 5 p.m. as we speak right now. So polls have officially closed. We're expecting the sorting to take place and then the collation and then eventually the declaration. This is a crucial period in this election exercise where we normally would see some chaos or violence characterizes 3 phases after 5 p.m. The sorting, the collation, and the eventual declaration. You recall, there had been a declaration in this constituency. Rerun Logistics was declared, but the Electoral Commission nullified that declaration because they assessed the videos and all of that situation that characterized the period of the declaration. They say that their returning officer declared Rerun Logistics MP-elect on the 9th of December 2024 under duress. So they didn't recognize that. Today, there is another opportunity for them to do this. Fundamental question is if the security strategy in place would ensure that this takes place, especially because of the violence and the chaos that we've seen right from morning up until now. And Kemini, this is why I bring you in on this conversation, as now that we've seen polls officially close and how this security concern is going to play out for the next hours ahead of us.
Indeed. Let me take that conversation straight to Zoom. Professor Enoch Enchik has been quiet for a little bit. Prof, I'll take your thoughts first on the situation at the Pentecost Church polling station in North Odoko, where we understand that some military deployment was done to keep the situation. Let's give it a bit of context, because the defense minister early on had, mentioned that we wouldn't deploy military until we felt the need to do so if the police couldn't handle the situation. Do we then digest this as the police failed in their duty at that particular police station?
It appears so. Thank you once again. It appears so that the police needed reinforcement because the numbers there were not enough to deter individuals who were trying to be violent or deviant at the polling stations. So all over the world that is done. When the situation escalates, we bring the military in to calm matters. So I think that was in order. But I will talk quickly about what happened in Parliament, because Alfred went there to Parliament with the Minister of Defense talking about the presidential jet, and then end with the violence because the election finally has ended. So we are waiting for the sorting, collation, declaration of the winner, and then there will be peace in the neighborhood. All those who came to Ablekuma to make noise and cause commotion are going back. And I began by saying that violence is always local because the local people know each other. So if you involve yourself into violence, they know you. And some people might come after you after the visitors who came in there to campaign have left. That is why it is not good for anybody in the local area to involve yourself in this kind of violence. See, the problem we have in Africa is that if you look at Ibrahim Traore, he's been there for just 2.5 years, just over 2 years. And Air Burkina is the only independent airline in the region, sub-region now. 10 airlines for Burkina Faso. And Ghana, we are struggling with one for even our president. This is a really sad situation for me. I think that we need to do more. Before His Excellency John Dramani Mahama leave office, I want to see Ghana always coming back. With the gold board, the money that we are making, we should be able to have our own airlines and eat our own foods when we are traveling to other countries. It is our identity. If Burkina have been able to get 10 airlines independently funded from their own country. Why can't Ghana do the same? We have more resources than Burkina Faso. So I'm urging the government to look at that area because it does not befit our status as a country that our president don't even have a befitting airline that he can use to travel all over the world to champion the cause of our country, Ghana, the country that we all love. Now, having said that, the start of this election wasn't Hawakum Singh or any other person, but it was a Queer Free and then a Rabna Obeng. If you look at what has happened there, there are a lot of positions, there are a lot of correlations, there are a lot of relationships. The problem started with the Electoral Commission. I'm glad that both political parties have seen the Electoral Commission to be unfit for its purpose. Because look at what happened at Ablekuma. The same thing happened at Akwetia. The same thing happened at Begro. The same thing happened at Nsawam. Some are even still at the court. As at now, it took a long time for them to even declare the presidential final results. When we had problems with the parliamentary, the presidential was done and dusted. And yet we didn't have the final figures. So if you look at what is going on with the Electoral Commission, what happened at Ablekuma North? Radna Obeng, yes, she was declared, and people said that she shouldn't have even come back to the declaration because she was declared already. But when she came back and whatever happened, and then we saw that pink sheets were missing, and some came in with their phone and said that we have copies of the results from the pink sheets. They show the soft copy. They asked them to show the hard copies, and the return officers could not show the hard copies. So you can't go and buy Weche with a soft copy of 20 or 200 Ghana cedis note and say that I have the soft copy here, so I'm going to use it to buy Weche. You need the hard copy of the money. So we never had the hard copies. Then the same Electoral Commission went to Parliament and said that, no, we are not going to rerun. And then turned around to say that we are going to run. Then MPP said that we are not going to contest. Now, behind they were contesting because monies were given. We realized that a former vice presidential candidate gave some money. And people were there, including Hawa Kumsi, campaigning. If you go to a campaign ground, a polling station with a pepper spray in your pocket, that is intentional. That is intentional, meaning you are ready for any violence. So all these things, you see, we as a Ghanaians, we need that peaceful country, but we cannot allow our democracy to be a mirage. And if you don't take care about some of these pockets of violence, it will degenerate into something extremely violent that one day we cannot stand. And that is why we all have to guard against this. I've heard some people saying that because it is profitable to have violence during elections, that is why a lot of people are engaged in these attacks and fighting and other things. We should not make it profitable. Violence should not be made profitable in our young democracy because we are too young in our democracy. We picked democracy from other countries. And the way things are going, we need to stop this violence because this is just rerun. We are going to have by-elections. What will happen if we have other elections again? We have to stop this now.
I see. Professor Nchi, just hang in there a little bit for us. I'll move on to Professor Sapon now. Prof, it is almost ironic that we are seeing the military on the ground. And I say this because in the 2024 election, when the NDC was in opposition, they had vehemently disagreed with having the military on the ground. That's whatever was happening. How do you feel about the situation today?
Well, I think the military is part of our security architecture. And the arrangement has always been that if there is a challenge with the police, they come in to give some support. And so military presence in our elections shouldn't be new, shouldn't be something that we wouldn't welcome. And clearly, as we saw from morning to even recent one, we can see that the police may need some support. And most importantly, around this time, when polling is closing, counting will begin, declaration and all those things, I seriously was going to recommend that military moves in. And I was personally glad when I heard from your reporters that military have started moving in. After all, the signs are on the wall. And if the military doesn't come in with some extra force or support, these guys we are seeing there who are pushing policemen as we saw, and I mean, do not even care uniform men's presence, would misbehave if the military doesn't come in. So for me, it is timely. And it was supposed to be the case in 2024 election, irrespective of political parties and how they rejected that suggestion. And you and I know that, well, depending on where you sit, if you sit in opposition, you see men in uniform as agents of the one in government. And if you are in government, you see the men in uniform as working for you. But on some isolated cases, we have seen men in uniform, working for the general good, not necessarily for the government in power. And we want to plead with those who have been sent to go and give support to the police, to go and act in the general good of all of us. So as for last year and the reaction of politicians to the involvement of military, you and I knew that it was largely politics. And the idea that when somebody is in opposition, he doesn't trust men in uniform, he thinks they may be working in favor of the one in government. And today, NDC is in government. I'm not sure they would have any problem with any man in uniform because their mind tells them that the people in uniform will be working for them. But that is the politics. But sincerely, right here on the grounds, as we can see, if we don't get military involvement, I'm sure things are likely to degenerate. And the little signs on the wall suggest to all of us that we really need them now. It's 5 o'clock.
I see.
And they must take possession of those areas to secure the votes of the people.
Very well, Prof. Let's come back in studio, and I'll take the opportunity to reintroduce my guest. To my very far right is Hamza Suhini. He's a lawyer and speaks for the NDC. And in the middle with us now is Ebenezer Nimako Nyako. As you can see, Mr. Musa Danko has taken leave of us, but Ebenezer is a data analyst. He's also founder of EN Analytics. And then next to me is Richard Kumado, who's a security expert. Richard, which is where I come in with you, right? I know Hamza thought I was coming to him, but let me deal with you first, right? It would appear there is some level of agreement with the presence of the military at the North Odoko polling station, the Pentecost Church polling station number 2. You are a security person. Is this a good precedence we are setting?
If you go back to 2024, largely the elections were manned by the Ghana Police Service. There were isolated cases where you have few military officers here and there. I don't know the security reason why the military were deployed to that particular police station. But I am confident that the police have what it takes to man this particular election and to do what is right. What I suspect is that at the Collation Center, because that became a reason why we are having the rerun today, you will see some level of military officers around, and you are also likely to see the officers from the National Security Secretariat around to create something like a buffer, because there has to be like 3 buffers around the Collation Center, where you have to create a room for those with the ballot boxes to get in there, those with the pink sheet to also get in there. Then those who have nothing doing there must be stopped from getting in there. But even that, I still believe that the police have what it takes to man this particular election. And I can see the politics in there, but because we are not politicians, what I can say as a professional is that I have so much confidence in the police that we have not even deployed the striking force to this particular election. We have not deployed the striking force. The Buffalo unit, the SWAT team has not been deployed. The counter-terrorism unit has not been deployed. My brother Raymond Adolphine has come from Boko to town. And when Raymond gets to the ground, you will know he has appeared. And I don't think this election is about the capacity of Raymond. And I don't think why people are panicking when it comes to some of these things. What is at stake is that politicians have taken this country for granted, and it is a high time we say to them, take a backstage and let the professionals run the country.
I'm hoping at some point in this our conversation or coverage would get to where we are able to proffer some solutions on how to break that relationship that gives the politicians some leverage over our security services. In the meantime, I'm happy to announce that our correspondents on the ground are reporting that about some 6 polling stations, sorting and counting has begun. I'm sure Alfred and Joseph will take us through the numbers, but we know sorting and counting has begun at the St. John the Baptist polling station, Atiko Methodist Church, where the incident took place earlier today, MTTD Odoko Divisional Police Station, Radiant Way Preparatory School Polling Station, and God First International in Dakuman polling station as well. Church of Pentecost, North Odoko, number 2 as well. We know that counting is underway there. Again, Alfred and Joseph will bring us the numbers. But Hamza, you know, this situation, I mean, we can talk about the turnaround in events and how the NDC is comfortable today to take people on the ground. But while you take a bite of that, particularly of interest to me, is as counting has begun, how is it looking for you from where you sit?
I think that, first of all, we are hopeful. That is the reason why we decided to go into the election in the first place. But as Democrats, we always know that elections are either going to go your way or go the way of your opponent. So, but we are still hopeful. We are very optimistic. But if at the end of the day, the good people of the Ablekuma North constituency feel otherwise, we would have no option than to respect that verdict. But let me state emphatically that there is no turnaround as far as the NDC's position when it comes to military presence in our democratic process is concerned. What we've always said, even before the 2024 election, was the fact that when it comes to the manning of polling stations, military personnel should not be seen anywhere near these polling stations because their mere presence alone sends wrong signals. But if there is consensus as to their presence at a particular polling station, then all political parties must be consulted and we can take the decision together with the Electoral Commission to ensure that the necessary buttons are pressed for them to be brought to that particular polling station to ensure peace and sanity. So there's no departure. And I know as a matter of fact that at a point in time, the parliamentary candidate of the New Patriotic Party in Ablekuma North was actually the one impressing upon the government to ensure that the military personnel are brought to that particular polling station for, if you like, to sanitize the situation there. So clearly, there's absolutely nothing untoward in terms of the decision to deploy them, and it does not reflect a situation where the NDC appears to be unprincipled when it comes to our position.
I mean, I mean, you're saying that you heard our correspondent that the presence of the military not only dispersed the unruly crowd, but it essentially everyone who was there dispersed because
absolutely.
The military
so
was
maybe
there.
That is the reason why the parliamentary candidate of the NPP made that call, because she is a candidate, she's contesting in that election, and at that material moment, maybe she felt that the only way to get the crowd to disperse was simply to make a passionate appeal to the security agencies.
You are telling me that it was really because Ekwia made a call, but not because the NDC wanted to, the NDC government wanted to.
No, the NDC government is not involved directly in this election. What is happening is that the Electoral Commission is the authority mandated in law to provide security as far as this whole process is concerned. So they have interfaced with our military institutions and also to a very large extent the Ghana Police Service to ensure that the polls are protected. So I do not see the need for us to bring in government at this particular point in time. But what we witnessed in the case of Ayahuasca West Wagon went beyond our normal security agencies to the point that we're relying on national security outfit, people who were dressed in uniforms that we never experienced under the Fourth Republic. So these raised serious question marks. And that was the reason why the NDC complained in that election. And you see, I don't know why as a republic we take delight in pretending that everything is right when things are not right. It was the main reason why in opposition the NDC complained bitterly about the conduct of security agencies in Ayahuasca West Wagon. Because look, as political parties, we have different layers of support. And so there are many of our supporters out there who may be thinking that the state institutions would not ensure justice considering the number of people who were assaulted as far as electoral violence is concerned, and many also have lost their lives. So if we create that impression that the state is not interested, and anytime there's a change of government, if you are not careful, you are going to have reprisal attacks. That would be outside the control of even the executive at the time. And so we must be, and that was the reason why we complained bitterly about the West Wagon. Because the NDC has presided over elections. When President Mahama presided over the 2016 election, we did not witness things of this nature. But when Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and the NPP took over, we went down the drain, and we just didn't stop there. On live TV, party hoodlums who attacked the sanctity of our judiciary, judges had to run for their lives in Kumasi. Many of them ended up being recruited into the national security outfit and our military system and also the Ghana police architecture. So that is where the problem starts. Today, in this country, under the last administration, we had members of parliament, party functionaries, boasting about the number of people they succeeded in getting recruited to our security agencies. And we found nothing wrong with it as political parties. And that is where it starts. That's why you go to the polling station and the police officers are standing there being helpless. Because for all you know, the person they are supposed to put in check is the one who influenced the processes for them to get recruited into the service.
And you think that's the root cause?
Yes, let us go to the root causes of some of these things and ensure that when it comes to the recruitment into our security agencies, we do not take it lightly. We saw how it was handled under President Jerry John Rawlings of blessed memory. We saw how it was handled under President John Evans Atta Mills. But you and I know that when the NPP eventually came into office, at a point people were selling jobs for recruitment into the military architecture of this country.
No, but we have also been made to understand, and I haven't heard or seen any contestation from the NDC, that this protocol recruitment is not just the NPP that enjoyed the protocol recruitment. So it is not only because
have you heard any
the Akufo-Addo administration
whether
came
under
into office?
Whether under President Mills, under President Mahama, or under President Jerry Rawlings, have you heard any NDC appointee claiming and boasting that they have recruited people into the Ghana Armed Forces?
We haven't heard boasting. It doesn't mean we never heard stories of protocol.
That is why I'm telling you that sometimes the optics.
And Richard is here, right?
When I was going to the BNI, we were 4,000 that started the process. After 3 years of background checks, they pick only 4 of us under President Rawlings. You don't even need to know President Rawlings. You don't need to know anybody.
So
and that is what makes some of us an asset today to this nation. And that is why we cry when we see how they bastardize the BNI with people who have no business being there. Today you go into the police, you have protocol police, political police, and professional police. And you know at the vetting, when a member of the vetting committee said to Omanye Boama that the fact that I grill you doesn't mean that when I come for protocol, don't give it to me. You remember?
Absolutely.
The chairman said, oh, we don't do protocol. They are lying.
But
that's the point Hamza is saying. That's the point Hamza is making, that they must stop it. If you don't stop it, you tie the hands of these boys you see at the gate who are not doing it properly.
Kumado, the point also is that let us be honest. We have seen the NDC handle recruitments in the past into Ghana Armed Forces and that of the Ghana Police Service. We've seen it under President Rawlings. We witnessed it under President Mills. We witnessed it under John Dramani Mahama. At no point in time was it a concern about partisan infiltration into these services under these presidents that I've mentioned.
Yeah, that one is true.
That is the reality, but it caught the attention of the Republic. When Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo became president and Dr. Mahamudu became his vice president, and the MPP took over the reins of governance. Because we all saw non-partisan operatives given clearance to infiltrate as far as these security agencies are concerned. So let us not pretend that what we are going through is something that was started in under NDC administration. The MPP led us here, and we must situate the blame forcefully. That is why we are at this stage.
I see. Well, when I come back, I want us to reference the case of the Timbila recruitment scandal and how it relates to now. Because, you see, I want us to be clear with what we tell our viewers, but we'll come back to that in the third and speak to Eben as well on the numbers that we are expecting. Alfred, what's going on?
So we have some results coming through. These are results declared by the officers manning the various polling stations as we are here on your election command center monitoring the situation on the ground. This is the Church of Pentecost North Odoko polling station 4. I indicated to you that that Church of Pentecost has a number of polling stations. The chaos and the confrontation we saw between the police officers and the young people that was in the polling station 2. This time we have the results of the Church of Pentecost North Odoko polling station 4. George Queening is our man on the ground. He is connecting with me live right now to give us an update on what's happening there. But just to give you some context and a full picture of the eligible voters at this
Church of Pentecost polling station 4. Joseph Akable is we're going to connect shortly. We'll get you the full, that's the total registered eligible voters in the Church of Pentecost polling station 4, where we understand that the declaration has been made already. Just some few minutes ago, we'll tell you which one of the two, that's either Rabna Obing or Nanekia Free, won this particular this polling station. That is the Church of Pentecost North Odoko 4. Results are trickling in thick and fast right now, and let's go to the polling stations, Joseph, and clearly give us the total of the eligible voters and registered in that polling station shortly, and let's connect to George Quening on the ground. George, tell us what's happening where you are.
The Church of Pentecost North Odoko 2, and the counting is over, and so the results have been declared. So this very polling station, we have 67 total voters, and I want to give you the result as it stands now. So out of the 67 voters, just 33 of them voted, and the MPP had 15 and the NDC had 18, and so the NDC won in this very polling station. And I want to engage Ibi Bright, who is the Tema Mayor and also NDC parliamentary candidate for the 2024 general elections. And she's been here since morning. She's monitored this very elections. And I'm sure her expectations have been met, I'm sure.
Well, yes. I mean, to a large extent, you know. I still hold that if we had original, results, we wouldn't have had to go through the stress just to prove the same point. So we're glad that it's clear. And then we can all rest. And the people of Ablekuma North will have representation in Parliament. Representation that is capable and is how would I say, determined. Because she's fought so hard to play that role for them. And so for their sake, we're also determined to support her.
We are just privy to these two polling stations, and so there are more to come. So you cannot just, rely on these two and say that it's a victory for the NDC.
Yes, I was primarily responsible for this polling stations, but I've had oversight over a few as well. We have to support each other because, you need many more eyes and many legs on the field. So we've done a bit of that. I mean, we have a good network of information, so we're sure about the wind all across the constituency. So we're very confident.
So if you win this, it will be 84 seats in Parliament. You have more than the MPP. Why would you still want to wrestle power with them?
I don't think that representation in Parliament should be relegated to some ego trip about numbers. It's about the individual constituencies that are represented there, and they all deserve service that is optimum. Each and every one of them, whether you were first to go in, whether you've been there for long, whatever it is. I mean, there's nothing like that where representation is. And I think that people need to understand that. NDC representation today is important. And the representation by a capable person is also important. And for me, Ablekuma North couldn't do better than Irabna at this time. And so she must be there for them. It doesn't matter who else is there, they're not there for Ablekuma North. And so for each seat is an individual situation, and it must be looked at like that.
So you monitor it, but there seems to be some sort of voter apathy here, because this very place is 67 and only 33 came out to vote. And so the apathy really came into play this time around.
Well, generally, at times like this, you don't expect turnout to be even better than it was. I think that, yes,
thank you very much, George Quening. At the Church of Pentecost North Odoko, Church of Pentecost North Odoko 4 polling station. That's the results we have. Eligible voters registered for that polling station 67. Out of that, only 33 came out to vote today. And out of that 33, 18 went to Irabna Obin of the NDC, and then 15 to Nanekia Efree of the MPP. So the NDC won this polling station. That is the Church of Pentecost North Odoko 4 with a 3 votes increase difference. Let's go straight to the MTTD, Odoko MTTD polling station 1. Evelyn Tengma is there for us. There's been the sorting, the collation, and declaration as well. Evelyn, tell us what's happening where you are.
Alfred, as you rightly said, the counting is over here at the MTTD polling station here, and out of 113 voters who were expected to cast their ballots here, we had 48 people voting at the end of the polls. And out of this result, we have Irabina Obin of the NDC obtaining 20 votes, while the NPP, Ekia Efriye, had 27 votes. And so the EC official has just announced it, and they are currently sealing the box where they'll be taking us to the collation center. And so we have a few, of course, supporters who are still hanging around, and of course, they kind of interacting with each other and trying to compare other results from other polling stations to see how their candidates are faring. And we also have a lot of policemen also here who are still here stationed here, and of course, because the ballot box is still here, and so they are still here in their numbers as well. So basically, that is what is happening here, Alfred.
Great detail there, Evelyn. Appreciate you for this. So that is the information from the MTTD, that is the Odoko MTTD polling station 1. The results as declared. Eligible voters registered for that polling station was 113. 113 eligible voters. And guess what? We were talking about the low voter turnout, which the likes of Musa Dankwa predicted ahead of today, that, well, the momentum is down, the motivation to come out to vote is down, but then again, the violence that has characterized this entire process was also a major demotivating factor as well. So we're seeing, just based on the numbers, 48 people out of the 113 valid eligible voters for that polling station came out to vote. And out of the 48, Irabna Obing polled 20. And Nana Ekia Efriye 27. And a sport ballot 1. So that effectively means that Nana Ekia Efriye won this MTTD polling station 1 with 7 vote difference in her, let's say, to working for her in her own good. But then if you strike it and juxtapose what we just put out earlier and what happened at the Church of Pentecost polling station 4, and also what we are seeing now in the MTTD polling station 1, Irabna Obin won with a vote of 3 difference. And then also we're seeing this one with Ekia Efriye winning with a margin of 7. Bear in mind that no doubt this is a constituency the MPP has won over the period. It is their stronghold. The NDC staged a strong comeback, a very, very impressive showing in the 2024 elections. Out of these 19 polling stations up for grabs today, there are a number of them as that stronghold within the constituency. So in the constituency itself, they are marking off constituency. The MPP has a stronghold as well. But the 19 polling stations, you find a few of them as well in both MPP and NDC strongholds within the constituencies. So it's not a surprise that we see this results playing out as we're seeing it right now.
Absolutely.
There's some information as well.
And I just want to add also, Alfred, that we also see Ekia Efriye with a 48-point lead or head start from the 262. So while you're putting that together, let's include that to give the context of how things could be. But Alfred, there's not to see on ground.
There's more. In fact, we're receiving the results flowing in thick and fast right now. Let's go to Noble Crosby Annan, who is of constituency right now. Crosby, tell us where you are and what is happening as we speak.
Well, Alfred, so this is the Teko polling station. It is one of the 19 polling stations that just ended the entire electoral process here. The Ablekuma the expectation was that some 645 electors would come to this polling station to come and vote. But the turnout, I should say, was a little bit on the low. At the end of the entire process, voting and counting, we have a winner, a clear winner. And I'm talking about Madame Chris, we told 77 votes out of the total votes cast, as well as the NDC candidate one, and 29 out of the votes that were cast. There were no rejected ballots. here in the Technical School. There were a few persons.
Right. So, Noble Crosby, appreciate you for this update. So, the Atiko polling station 1, and from what we're hearing right now, the Atiko polling station 1, the details have just come through as well. The NPP, that is Naneke Free Poll, 77 of the valid vote cast, and then the NDC, Irana Obin, 129. This is Atiko polling station, Atiko 1 polling station as we're having it now. In fact, if you look at the registered eligible voters in the Atiko polling station, it's actually one of the highest that we have been talking about. The Atiko polling station, the registered voters there, and what to look out for as well. They have 645 eligible voters in the Atiko polling station, Atiko School Complex polling station. Out of the 645 eligible voters at the Atiko polling station, guess what? This is the result as we have it. NPP's Naneke Free 77. NDC's Irabna Obin 129. If you're adding it up, it's just about just beyond 300. In fact, as we're saying now, it's a little over 200. As a matter of fact, now 200 out of the 645 eligible voters in the Atiko School Complex. That is a huge number that did not turn out to vote. So the low voter turnout, as was projected, is playing out strongly, Kemeni, as we're saying right now, and at least the 10 polling stations out of the 19 that we have. Stay with us because our dashboard has captured the 10 polling station results out of the 19, and it's showing a very, very interesting picture. But Kemeni, they were saying the results as we earlier projected that there was going to be a low voter turnout, and that's been confirmed by the numbers that we are seeing right now. The violence, the demotivating factor, and the fact that today not being really a holiday, people had to still go about their work, and then having to see as well the momentum not being so high as we saw on election day. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook. So for those of you who are driving right now, listening to us on 3FM 92.7, this is your election command center. This is it. The low voter turnout has been confirmed by the numbers, is it not?
Absolutely, indeed. 645, we are seeing only about 206 turnout. We still have about over 430 who didn't. And I wonder what Eben thinks about that. Eben, will your per your projections, is this expected to be worse as we hear the numbers? Because this 645 Atiko complex school complex polling station is the highest we're seeing amongst the 19 polling stations, and even that, over 400 people didn't turn up.
Yeah, so it is expected. The main reason is that I think the NPP lost the opportunity to really make use of this election. Okay. The reason is that in most advanced countries, when it comes to midterm elections, it is a referendum on the government in power. So this is the time to test whether the anger that was directed against the NPP, how are the populists trying to assimilate or viewing the New Patriotic Party currently. So they should have gone full throttle in this election, campaign seriously, encourage their members, and then test the response. That gives them an opportunity to say, okay, we lost by these margins in 2024, but we have improved. It means that the sentiment against the party is easing, and it gives you the power to plan and then to move forward.
Do you think they missed that opportunity?
They missed that opportunity. Because of that conflicting signals that they send to the electorate. And that is what we are seeing in the outcomes of the turnout. Okay, how do you explain that you are talking about 1/3 averagely? Okay, 30% turnout. It should be within, let's say, even 40% is okay. But when a polling station is doing 30%, it means that the members themselves, those who belong to NPP and those who are members and those who associate themselves, I mean, they were not clear on the path that they should take. And so that's what I say, that I think the NPP has lost a very big opportunity.
All right, so you expect that the apathy numbers that we are getting, the very low numbers that we are getting, will be worse, right, as we go about receiving the results?
I think it will permeate through the entire
19 polling stations.
Yes, because Rabna just needed to make an average of 3 votes per constituency to win the elections.
Is that the case?
Yes, because the NPP was leading by 48
points. Yes.
And if there are 19, polling stations, on average, if she can make 3 votes per constituency, she wins the elections. And currently, she's doing more than 3 per constituency.
But you see, the flip side of what you are saying is then that the apathy won the NDC the election, which is something they have rejected in the past. Hamza, I'll have you react to that, but let's go over to the other side.
If I can speak 1 minute on that.
On that, okay.
You see, I think the statement that our members, NPP members, did not come to vote is not entirely true.
Okay.
What it means is that the electorate is expanding. The middle of the electorate is expanding. So it is not in the case where you say that there are people who vote for the NPP who are not members of the NPP. And that's the key difference. People vote for the NPP not because they are members of the NPP, but because maybe they like the policies. And so people did not come because now the middle, which is the independent, is expanding. And so they can change at any time. So what it means is that this year they can be with you, the following year they can be with somebody else. And that is what we are witnessing.
So when you say that Irabna needed only 3 votes per polling station to win, it means that this rerun is an easier contest for Irabna than it is for a free.
Definitely. And based on the numbers that are coming in.
And your own projections.
And in fact, my projection was a toss-up. A close call.
I see.
Okay.
A close call in favor of who?
A close call, it was like 50-50.
50-50.
Yes.
I see. Very well. Let's go to the gentleman on the other side now, because we have received results from 11 out of the 19 polling stations. The question is whether or not the projections we are hearing on this side of the studio reflect what we are seeing. Gentlemen, what are we looking at?
As a matter of fact, it may just be the right projections as we're seeing playing out. Because as you indicated, Kemeni, we have 11 out of the 19 polling station results here on the Your Election Command Center. Joseph Akable. Joseph, let's get to the magic wall right now and walk us through exactly how the picture is looking like as we speak.
I mean, people simply want to know who is in the lead at this point in time. Let's just take them directly to that. At this point in time, the NDC is leading by 164 votes. And this is out of 11 out of the 19 polling stations. Just 58% of the polling stations completed so far.
164?
164.
In favor of the
NDC. Okay. These are results that we've confirmed from the pink sheets that have been published at the centers where the collation has taken place. And we have to indicate that in terms of the remaining stations, then 8 remaining stations, the fact of the matter is that the votes totaling out of those 8 stations are far in excess of 164. Precisely. And so what that tells you is that at this point in time, the NDC candidate is leading by 164 votes, but there are still more votes available. And so if she is to win, it means that the performance she's displaying in the 11 stations, she has to continue with that performance in the other 8 stations.
Absolutely.
Then we expect a victory to take place. On the other hand, if she fails to replicate that same performance, then things could change because it's just a gap of 164. 3 or 4 of those stations, depending on the turnout. And already we know that the turnout is not looking too good. True. And so depending on how the turnout plays out, 3 stations could close down, gap down quickly unless she's able to maintain that performance. And so the updates that we can give to our viewers at this point in time and our listeners on 3FM is that out of 11 polling stations, 11 out of the 19 stations, that is 58% of the results out so far, the NDC candidate, Irabna Obin, is leading by 164 votes.
And it's a very important context you put to the numbers as we're seeing right now, because Irabna Obin came into the contest today with a deficit of 48.
48, yes.
In favor of Naneke Free.
Yes.
Now, she was strong, knowing that she's been a former member of parliament before that. What we're seeing right now, it clearly tells your story. But this 164 votes, with the voter turnout as we have seen right now playing out, it's a fundamental concern that has been raised as to whether there will be enough to overturn and then also have it flipped in her favor. But you see this, that there are so far 281 polling stations as far as we do know, a total of 281. If the numbers we're seeing from this 11 out of the 19 is anything to go by, we have so far some 273 thereabout polling stations results fully as captured here with 8 remaining. The 8, we're going to run through the numbers to see the total eligible voters in those 8 the polling stations and as to how that plays out as well. There's one that has come through right now as well, which is the God First polling station in the Ablekuma North constituency. That went in favor of Ablekuma Free. But if you're looking at the margins of victory for both candidates, you can understand why Rabina Obeng is saying this increase in her favor of 164. Because let's look at the one that had over 645, about 645 eligible voters.
The article.
School complex. 645, you had just a little over 200 voters turning up, and Rabina Obeng polling over 100 of them, and then Ablekuma just about 77.
In fact, earlier in the day when we did the analysis on the voter turnout, we made a point that it will come down to that voter turnout. The reason being that we know for a fact that whenever by-elections takes place, the voter turnout goes down. We also said that historically, if you do a longer spread from 1992 to 2024, Ablekuma North generally, they tend to do a little better than the national average. So the point that we made is that because it is a stronghold of the NPP, what it means is that if any 10 people vote and the NPP gets 7 and the NDC gets 3, it means that if less than 10 fails to show up, logically you can project soundly that the NPP is likely to lose more than the NDC. And the challenge again, which Kemini and the guests have discussed over and over, has to do with the fact that the NPP has not been consistent on whether they want to participate in this election or not. And that is why we are making the point that with what we've seen so far, the Ablekuma Free would have to improve her performance in terms of the remaining 8 stations. If she's not able to change the trend and improve her performance and maintains the current performance, then the NPP may have allowed the NDC to make history.
And Joseph, that's why you heard her make the call around 1:30 p.m. when they addressed the press on the chaos that had erupted right from the beginning of the polls till around 1:30 p.m. thereabout. She, after condemning the violence, then went on to call her supporters to come out and vote. Now, at that point, the violence had already happened. The chaos had taken place, which was a demotivation for them to step out to vote. As to whether that call made any significant impact to get her voters or her supporters to come out and vote is one question that the answer would only be given in the next couple of hours ahead of us when we have the full picture of the 8 polling station results left and who is going to win this constituency. Is it Rabina Obeng of the NDC or Ablekuma Free of the MPP? But for now, as Joseph has just stated clearly, Rabina Obeng is in the lead with 11 polling station results. It's a difference of 164 votes.
And we have to emphasize, very important emphasis, is that the outstanding votes from the 8 stations far exceed 164. And so for her path to victory is to repeat the performance that she's displaying in the stations that we've recorded 11 so far. The path to victory for the MPP candidate is she has to perform much better because the voter turnout, we've seen it already, it's not any significant. And so the turnout is not going to change. What they voted is what they voted. And so the results outcome is what she has to improve in order to change her fortunes.
Let's see. And let's go straight to a conversation right now. And Kemini, this picture also sends a certain signal of how things are going to play out, is it not?
Absolutely. And gentlemen, I was hoping you would tell us which 8 polling stations we are expecting so that I can start to do the permutations of how this could go, as if I know the numbers. But thank you so much. Thank you so much for bringing that to us. Let me take what you have just revealed to us to Hamza, because his skin is in the game, Hamza. It's looking good for your skin in the game because our projection is that she's already in 164 lead over the NPP candidate. It must be good news. But listen, they're saying that the path to victory is only if she's able to replicate her performance in the 11 polling stations so far. Is that possible?
It is, because the information I have shows that the NDC can, at this moment, confidently declare that we have won the Ablekuma North elections because we are done with our coalition. And I can say with all confidence that Ablekuma North too has joined the throne.
I see.
It has turned green. But you see,
those are your projections. We'll wait for the Electoral Commission to make a formal announcement. You know that is the right thing to do.
Yes, I do. But you see, you need to appreciate you need to appreciate the National Democratic Congress that we are dealing with. It is not the NDC of old. We've taken time, at least about 8 years, if you like 16 years, because 8 years with President Mills and Mahama as Vice President, then another 4 years with President Mahama, no, another 8 years in opposition, so in about 16 years. We've taken time to rebuild this political party, to rebrand it. And that was spearheaded by His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama in the last 8 years. So they should not think, especially the NPP, that as a political party, we are still hooked to the old ways of doing things. This is a new party that is determined to ensure that we hold on to power for a very long time. And in doing so, I can assure you that this is not a party that is going to take for granted the confidence of the Ghanaian people. At every step of the way, we would ensure that we place the national interest over and beyond that of our partisan objectives. And that is why we are beginning to see these numbers. And places that were hitherto NPP strongholds, they must get prepared because we are going beyond the barriers of stronghold as a political party. And we are well positioned to ensuring that we give them the toughest election even when it comes 2028. The NDC is a party that is built now in line with modern trends. And we are more than convinced that for the NPP to be able to compete effectively with us, then they need to go back to the drawing board and get along with modernity so that we can engage as equals. But as it stands now, they must be, I'm sure, what's the name of their party head office? Where is it located?
The NPP party head office.
Yes, because I know they will be excited because the General Secretary, I'm pretty much convinced, dreaded an opportunity or a situation where the NPP would have won the election because that would have been the end of his tenure, even before they go to Congress. So you see that kind of confusion that played out, even on the grounds, was largely influenced by the mixed statements and actions that the NPP manifested since the Electoral Commission announced the decision to rerun many of these polling stations, specifically the 19 polling stations. Look, I mean, as for us, the numbers are good. We are convinced that the good people of Ablekuma North have given us, once again, another resounding victory. In as much as the turnout is not something we are all proud of, but we went in there, put in our very best, even in the way the election, because the time was very short. But that notwithstanding,
I see.
The NDC has demonstrated once more that it still has the confidence of the Ghanaian people, especially confidence of places that were hitherto strongholds of the New Patriotic Party. And that journey has just begun with the 2024 general election. And we hope and we are committed to ensuring we continue on the trend, even in subsequent elections.
Hamza, I'll say again, the announcement of victory will be made by the Electoral Commission at the end of counting, indeed, and collation today. But also because you mentioned the NPP a lot and made reference to their party head office and the General Secretary, I'm obliged to mention that here at Media General, we continue to create the opportunity for the NPP to have the chance to come in and respond to issues such as this when platforms of this nature are created. It has been the NPP's choice to stay away from our programs, our shows, our news programs as well. But we will continue to create that opportunity. That said, it comes to you, Eben. You thought that this would be a toss-up. Based on our projections here at Media General, it would seem that we have a lead favoring the NDC. But as you heard, Joseph, that it has to be a clear path for Irabna so that at the end of today, we can say that Irabna is the leader. Otherwise, Ekwia is also giving her a run for her money. Is she able to, based on your projections again, is she able to maintain this performance in the rest of the 8 polling stations we are expecting?
Well, I think for now, the projections, the actual projections are the numbers that are coming in. Okay, so as the numbers come in, then you just look at what is the number telling you. And I begin to see that for the NDC, I think they have been able to overturn the deficit. And I think 164, even though it's not that big, the reason why it's a toss-up is that you are looking at a constituency with 121,000 registered voters. So if it comes down to less than 500, when you go to certain districts or regions or states in the US, it's an automatic rerun.
Eben, I'm going to come back to you
Okay.
so you tell us a bit more about the numbers. But I want you to use the projections of the numbers that are coming in so far in your analysis.
Okay.
Alfred, we're hearing of a very disturbing incident.
Rightly so, Kamini. There's been reports of some sporadic shooting ongoing around the Radiant Way polling station. That is information coming through right now. And Portia Gabon is my colleague on the ground right now. That is information we're hearing here on the Election Command Center. There's been reports of sporadic shooting ongoing around the Radiant Way polling station. Let's cross over there right now, give you a feel of exactly what's happening as we speak. It's a very troubling situation right now, and Portia Gabo, who is on the ground for us in the Radiant Way polling station, is joining us on the telephone. Portia, thank you. First of all, let me establish, I hope you are at a safe location. Hello, Portia. Hello, Portia, can you hear us? And this is a troubling development, as we're seeing playing out at the Radiant Way polling center, where the sporadic gunshots have been recorded. Portia is there for us. Portia, let me establish exact. I hope you are in a safe location where you are at the moment.
Exactly, Alfred. I'm far away from the people. I am at the location.
Great. This is refreshing to hear. But tell us exactly what happened. This video that we're just watching right now.
So immediately after voting and then the counting process, all we heard was sporadic gunshots being fired all around, and many people were scared and standing there. It started once again. As I speak to you, I don't know whether they are jubilant supporters or it's just an individual who is just shooting like that. We've seen such of sporadic shooting in the past week, and the harmful effect that it has got. And it's currently ongoing. I cannot establish who is doing this currently, but we are safe at a safe spot as we speak now.
And I still hear it at the background. It hasn't stopped as we speak, correct?
It hasn't stopped that as we speak, Alfred. The person just started and just keeps sporadically. And I'm just wondering why the person is doing that as we speak.
I see. But then any indication of the police personnel deployed at that particular polling station, at least trying to alert or identify this person?
As I speak to you, the location at the Radiant Way station, so they've all left. There's no security personnel here.
That's troubling. And just to also now take the opportunity, Portia, appreciate you for this. And please keep safe where you are. And as the Ghana Police Services is watching right now, they have to be alerted of what is happening at the Radiant Way polling station in Ablekuma North. Right now, the sporadic gunshots, and even while Portia Gabo, who is our colleague on the ground, was talking to us on the phone, we could hear clearly on the background the sporadic gunshots even though she's far away from the location, we could capture it clearly. And that's what you're saying right now. And the Ghana Police Service, we understand the personnel who are deployed to the Radiant Way polling station have left the location as we speak. And so that's where the concern is. If the Ghana Police Service is watching us right now, kindly address and respond to this matter as quickly as possible. We've seen, and Kemeni, I saw you raise concern about the children in that video we just captured in there, and people running towards this location when others are running away from the location. The security agencies have to be on the ground as we speak, even though we understand that the collation has ended there, and then also the entire results put together. Now, but based on what has just happened right now with the sporadic gunshots, which you understand is ongoing as we speak, there's no reason why the police should not be present there, is it not?
And very key is what Portia has said, that it's unclear whether those sounds, first of all, are coming from guns, but they do, of course, sound like, gunshots, right? Mm-hmm. But we haven't been able to establish that as of yet. Our reporter makes that clear. She also makes it clear, Alfred, that we don't know if it's out of jubilation or this is targeted to scare people off. The reasons behind the sounds we are hearing, we don't know. We don't even know if it is a recording on a loudspeaker, but that is what we are reporting. It appears that there are sporadic sounds we suspect are gunshot sounds, guns being shot in the neighborhood where Radiant Way Preparatory School polling station is. Very disturbing. And I'm glad to hear that Portia is safe where she is. Perhaps, Alfred, at this time, I'll bring in Richard Kumado here on what we are picking up on the ground, just before we come back to you, and then you give us some more numbers. Richard, what's your readings into what we're seeing?
We expected it. Knowing what I know, I was expecting something such as that. And I'm also expecting the police to be on alert. And I'm also aware that the police are determined that coalition will be done in an atmosphere of full security. And I wouldn't be surprised if the police multiply the numbers or have a combination of police, military, and the boys from the National Security Secretariat at the coalition center, making sure that we have this coalition once and for all. What is also important is that if people get into these areas and shoot guns, then it's also proper that the Ghana Police Service must get to these places to ensure that there's safety for everybody. But it's a disturbing situation we are facing today. I wasn't expecting to hear this at the end of the process. Hamza, you're smiling. Are you starting to hear information on what may be going on at this time?
Oh, no, apart from the fact that the coalition processes has ended as far as we are concerned, and the NDC has been declared. But unfortunately, what is going on is condemnable. It is an information we picked up even yesterday when we went to the constituency. We had information as a political party to the effect that the NPP were readying up to do something like this, especially after the declaration when it is clear.
That is the intelligence.
Yes, that was the intelligence we gathered. But of course, you know that the National Democratic Congress, that clearly is in a comfortable lead, would not
Hamza,
be
why do you put me in the center? I don't know. At this time, we have made clear that we don't even know where
we had an issue with one of the polling stations.
From.
When we had an issue with one of the polling stations, people were quick to conclude that these were NDC people who went to attack Howard Kumsen. Why are we finding it so difficult to accept and agree around this table once again that what is happening now could have only been influenced by the New Patriotic Party? What would be the NDC's interest in disrupting something that they are leading? And like I'm telling you, it is not made up. It was part of the security briefing we had yesterday. And we knew that they were planning something like this. And simply because I don't want to expose your station to many other liabilities is the reason why I'm refraining from even mentioning names of those who made promises to their so-called Blue Army guards to engage in acts in clear violation of our electoral process and also our constitutional provisions. So this is not surprising, but I can assure you that the security agencies are well aware and anticipated something like this.
Right.
The most important thing is how to protect the lives of our
Hamza,
citizens who are caught within that particular enclave.
Let's run it back a little bit. I can understand that the NDC may have picked up intelligence, But it's also our duty here, because we haven't verified your intelligence.
Yes.
I cannot allow you to only say that and then leave it as it is.
I respect that.
Which is why we have to draw you back in and remind you that we cannot accept what you're saying until we have verified it.
Yes,
and so that is the information from the NDC that they picked up, whatever intelligence it is unverified information as far as your consumption is concerned. And we should, make that clear as
Absolutely.
well. So it's not as though I do not want you to say what you want to say, but I have to do my job and do it well. Can we agree on that?
No, I do not. I don't, in principle, I don't disagree with you. That's the more reason why I said that I do not want to expose you to liabilities, because I'm very careful when it comes to my choice of words, especially in relation to that particular intel that we picked as a political party. But I also owe it a duty to our listeners to let them understand that this is not something that we did not anticipate as a political party, because our intel is solid. And I can assure you that this was anticipated. And we picked that intel. And that is the reason why I'm resisting the temptation of throwing out names.
He's still saying it again.
That's why I'm resisting
that. Say to him that he picked information and not intelligence.
Unconfirmed.
I thought you have warned him.
It's not information. You see, Kumado, it's not information.
Unconfirmed, right?
But this
as
is
far
information.
as we are concerned,
you know
as
a matter of fact is that as a political party, we also have our intelligence unit.
Not to say that
we have our intelligence unit. And sometimes if you need to hire even the services of retired police officers or army generals
or FBI
to be of help to you when it comes to the operations of a political party.
So you have your
and I can tell you that this was the intelligence that was picked up by the party. And those who are within that neighborhood, it is important for them to at least find places that are far away from the gunshot. But I can assure them that the police and military are more than able to deal with the situation. This was anticipated, and we will ensure that we protect the lives and properties of those people who are unfortunately caught up within that unfortunate zone. But I would expect us to use same energy, even more, in condemning this kind of lawless act, especially when we started. What we witnessed in the morning had to do with slapping. In some cases, that was the most severe we witnessed, or in headbutting. That was it. Now we are dealing with gunshots. And that is the reason why, even as politicians, we must demonstrate that responsibility. When Howard Kumsen led tax and they killed one of the NDC sympathizers in the last election, we were quiet as a republic. We went mute on it. One of them has been maimed. An NDC constituency secretary died because of the brutalities instigated by the Honorable Howard Kumsen. So if you have many of these things etched in the conscience of the people, be rest assured that indirectly you are emboldening the people not to have confidence in our electoral process and to try to take the laws into their own hands. And that is the challenge the NDC is having to deal with now in government, because we are at a crossroad. We are bestriding a threshold. On one hand, we have the responsibility of fulfilling the aspirations of our supporters. And on another hand, we are entrusted with the responsibility of ensuring peace and security in the country. So, and I can say that we are doing it so beautifully for now. But the reality is that let us not make the work difficult for ourselves as politicians. Because there would undoubtedly be members of the NDC who will not understand why Dr. Omane Boama or Muntaka Mubarak would be using the police or army to ensure their arrest. Because they feel that their party is in power. But I know the government we are dealing with. I know the president who is in charge, and I can say with certainty and confidence that when it comes to upholding the rule of law, he does so without being concerned about partisan coloration. But as political actors, we ourselves must demonstrate that responsibility in our public utterances and engagement.
Very well.
And that was what Howard Kumsen lacked.
Indeed, Hamza, let's go have some updates. But before I hand over to the gentleman on the magic wall, I do want to say again that per the reports we have received, our reporter tells us that there have been what appears to be sporadic gunshots. And that's because she's unable to confirm at this point whether or not those sounds are coming from a gun or guns or actual gunshot sounds. But it was enough to disperse the crowd that was there at the time. She also tells us that it's unclear why it is being heard wherever she is at the Radiant Way Preparatory School. And that's because they all had to seek shelter upon hearing it. She will let us know what happened in terms of whether or not those were actual gunshots, sounds that she heard, and who or why that took place as well. When we come back on this side, we'll go over to Zoom and pick thoughts from our professors joining us remotely. In the meantime, gentlemen, we're hearing that we have some 3 more polling station results coming in, or is it 4?
In fact, not more than that. We have just 3 polling station results outstanding. We have 16 out of the 19 polling station results captured on our magic wall right behind us. So follow us closely. Joseph, how does the picture look like?
I mean, earlier when we gave you the story, we told you that the NDC candidate was leading by 164. At the time, we had results for 11 stations. We now have results for 16. And she has extended the lead from 164 to 210.
Interesting.
164 to 210.
Let's stay on this
3
figure.
stations outstanding.
Let's stay on this figure, 210. That is what the NDC's Irabna Albin is leading with.
Yeah.
You recall that the evolution from 11 to 16 was very interesting.
Yeah.
After the
time we got to 15, yes. Interestingly, the gap had gone down.
To 96.
Yes. But when we added the 16th station to it, then it changed the mathematics for us and now resulted in the 210. And so that is why it is important to emphasize at every point in time that it depends on what stations the results are coming from and what the numbers look like, whether it looks like what is happening already in the past or whether it's taking a different form, and that will determine what is going to happen. Now we know the 3 stations that we don't have the results for at this point in time.
What are those?
And so there's the Presby Church, Odoko, number 4, the Pentecost Church, number 2, and the Pentecost Church, Trineboa. What we are going to do is that we're going to stay here a bit. We'll go to Kemini. When we return from Kemini, I'm going to now take you to those 3 stations and tell you the total registered voters from those 3 stations and put it side by side by the results that we have so far. But the point that we have to emphasize is that what we did indicate when we were at 11 was about the fact that Irabna Albin's path to victory is to maintain her performance, because we know that the voter turnout will remain the same. And she has been able to do that so far with 3 stations left to go. She's leading by 210 votes, with the MPP's Nana Ekuye-Free trailing there. The 3 stations, I must emphasize, what I'm looking at so far, there are lots of votes there. When we go to the desk and come back, I'll go through those numbers for you as well.
But whether or not those lots of eligible voters there would have an impact or a difference clearly is dependent on the voter turnout.
Absolutely.
As to whether these numbers we're seeing there matches the numbers who turn out to vote today. It's a very, very
so far we are not nearing
50%.
So far we are not doing 50% for the various stations. We are doing under 50%. And so that will tell you that if Nana Ekuye-Free wants to change the dynamics as things are playing out now, she needs to put up a super performance in those 3 outstanding stations.
And if those 3 actually fall within the demographic of the NPP stronghold in the constituency as well. So that's instructive. But it's also very important to put into context that this is the first time since the constituency was created that the any NDC candidate has crossed the 30,000 nominal figure value for a candidate in any parliamentary election in the Ablekuma North constituency. This is the first time. In fact, let's backtrack into 2016 when Nana Ekuye-Free contested as the MP, and she won.
Yeah.
She won in 2016 with over 54,000 of the valid vote cast, as against Sally Amaki of the NDC at the time, who polled just 26,813. Fast forward to 2020, Sheila Bartels, who defeated Nana Ekuye-Free at the primaries, then won the constituency with same margin, 54,000 and over. And then the NDC candidate, Winifred Mensah at the time, won with 20. In fact, she lost to 29,704. So this is the first time we have seen any candidate of the NDC in Ablekuma North cross the 30,000 mark.
And you know, those who will respond to you by saying that, well, this one is because we are voting 19 and the voter turnout is poor. You know what you have to point them to is the fact that the MPP's own report in terms of the outcome of the initial elections plus the 19, they said they were leading by around
414.
So that actually tells you that the constituency, like other constituencies that we saw turn around, like Domeko Abenya, generally their vote performance was very poor. And so, yes, we can attribute what is happening to the turnout, but it also tells you that the constituency was behaving like other constituencies. And so we are building up closely to the final 19 that we need, and we are going to have some more confirmation coming from at the Electoral Commission Collation Center, where that collation is taking place, Alfred.
Absolutely, and that's where we're going right now. Judith Brown is our colleague on the ground at the Constituency Collation Center to give us an idea of exactly how things are shaping up as we speak. Judith, what's going on where you are?
EC head office right here in Accra, and if you can see in the feed, of course, a number of police officers are arriving in batches. You can see them driving in with their cars. As we speak, most media houses are still outside of the collation room. We have not been allowed entry by the police service. Although we have word that some media houses are in the collation center. We've been speaking to them for hours and they're still not allowing us in. A lot of media houses are still outside, awaiting their command to be able to enter the collation center. But as we speak, a lot of people are massing up. We're seeing them come in bit by bit. Some supporters are already here at the collation center, most of them not being allowed entry. You can see the police officer speaking to some of the supporters, party supporters that are trying to enter the collation center. They are being told not to enter. It seems they are a bit of conflicting instructions from the police service, because at the other side of the collation center, that's the entrance, they are not allowing anyone to enter, and they are telling everyone to come to the back. They come to the back and they are also being told they cannot enter. And so it seems that a number of people are frustrated, including we media personnel right here at the collation center. You can see them armed. That's the Ghana Police Service. They're armed, they're ready for action. It's past 5 p.m. In fact, it's 6:18 and collation should be beginning very soon, but we're yet to be allowed into the collation center due to what we know, or what they term as orders from above. And so currently, there's still a bit of confusion and frustration from some supporters who are trying to enter the collation center but are not being allowed by the police service. You can see them exchanging words currently. Earlier, some policemen were brought here. Even some policemen who were brought in batches were not allowed to enter earlier, and it's still the situation right here at the collation center. They're finally being allowed to enter after a few minutes of talking and convincing. They don't seem too happy, but they are being allowed entry now, and it seems every car is being stopped, cross-checked, questions asked before they are either allowed entry or not. And so this is the situation right here at the collation center. We do not know when an order would come from above to allow the media personnel in, but as I said earlier, we know that we've had word of some other media stations that have been allowed in the collation center, and we do not understand why the others, including ourselves, are not being allowed yet. We can see some members from the prisons service, the Ghana Police Service as well. Buses coming in, more cars coming in. And so, we're still here at the collation center. More and more supporters are walking to the entrance. And as of now, no one has been allowed entry. We know this has been A bit of a high-stakes election today, marred with pockets of violence at various polling centers right here. We're currently seeing the prison service being allowed entry.
And Judith Brown there for us. That is the Constituency Collation Center in the Ablekuma North constituency. She's going to be there for us every step of the way. So stay with us here on your Election Command Center. We're live on 3FM 92.7. That location where Judith Brown is where the action will take place in the next few minutes, and we'll get to know the official declaration of who has won this constituency by the Electoral Commission. So stay with us. We're live there, as you just seen, and you're seeing right now the police is readying the place. There's heavy security presence. Joseph, for what we're learning right now, it's not just the police that has been deployed there. We have some personnel of the military and also the Ghana Prison Service. So the security arrangement there is crack solid, as we're saying there in that particular location. That's the Constituency Collation Center at the Ablekuma North constituency. So stay with us. We have eyes on that constituency constantly to give you updates as it unfolds. But we have some updates for you on our magic wall. The numbers coming in and trickling in thick and fast, and the picture is looking clearer and complete, is it not?
Well, it depends on how you want to look at it. But we're making a point earlier about the importance of knowing which stations are outstanding.
True.
And that could give you a sense of what we should look out for and whether we should be expectant of a trend emerging. I want to just inform you that one of the outstanding stations has as many as 635 registered voters.
And which station is this?
That is the Pentecost Church Mount Zion Assembly. 635 registered voters. I want you to look up there. Tell me the difference.
The difference that the NDC's Irabna Obeng is leading with, after 17 polling station results out of the 19, is 216. So that's increased from the initial we just put out there.
Yeah.
So she's increased her margin of victory as at now 17, and the emphasis is on 17 out of the 19 polling stations. Irabna Obeng is leading with a difference of 216 votes. Now, the emphasis that you put in terms of the contextual analysis of that particular polling station, 635. Then I'm also going to backtrack a bit and look at what happened at the Article complex, the school complex. That had a valid vote. That's
I think about 645.
645
that's the highest.
of registered voters there.
Yeah.
That's actually one of the highest.
Yeah.
There's another one that's higher than Article, right? But look at the voter turnout there. 206 people turn up to vote over there.
So it comes back to the same point that if we are looking at 635, then it means that give or take we may do, if we do very well, we may do maybe 300.
True.
Just to be conservative,
Absolutely.
300. We may do 300, which means that you have still 335 votes that will not be accounted for. And let me now give you another information.
Tell me.
The other outstanding station as well, that is the Pentecost, the church, Sheneboa 2. There are 412 registered voters there as well.
That's also a high number, is it not?
High number.
It's actually in the first top 10.
The top 10. It's part of the top 10 as well.
In terms of the numbers in that constituency.
And so the fact of the matter is that there are enough votes in terms of registered voters in those two centers to overturn 216. But the point that you keep reminding all of us is about the fact that the turnout. And so if we are looking at the conservative number of maybe 300, they do very well. 300 show up to vote. And the 412, also we say maybe 200 also turn up to vote. That puts us as well 300.
Absolutely.
It's still enough to overturn.
That's important because you see, if the turnout, give or take, and we keep making reference to what we have seen play out at least since the counting and declaration began. Polling stations that had over 600 registered voters, eligible voters to vote. We've seen the highest being 206. That is at the Article School Complex. So if there's anything to go by, look, we just have to put matters, juxtapose what we have seen with what we are yet to see. The two polling stations, let's put it on record, have enough eligible voters to overturn this 216 votes that the NDC's Irabna Obeng is leading with. But all of that depends on how many people came out to vote. But these 2 polling stations, shortly, we're going to get the results because we understand the sorting is almost done. In these 2 polling stations, outstanding. So we're going to get the full picture shortly to give you an idea. And just to put it on record as well, that what we're telling you are all the provisional
results.
Provisional.
Yes.
Awaiting the Electoral Commission's official declaration. The provisional results, as we are putting out on this dashboard, gives us the provisional picture. Awaiting the Electoral Commission's official declaration of who the MP-elect is for the Ablekuma North constituency.
And the emphasis is that the 2 outstanding stations, they have more than enough votes to turn around the margin. But we are saying that is a conservative extrapolation to make because of the poor voter turnout that we have seen so far. And so the path to victory still remains the same. We expect that Erabna Oben, if she wants to win, she has to perform in a similar manner as she has been performing so far. Nana Ekuafrie, she tends to improve in some centers, and in some areas too, she's not doing too well. So a bit of inconsistency in her performance. And so if she wants to double up and turn things around with those 2 centers, then she has to have a bit more of a great, consistent performance. And so the message that we are putting across to Kemini and the team at the other side is that, look, well, things are looking the way they are looking. 17, the NDC is leading by 216 votes. 2 stations outstanding. The 2 stations, the numbers there, registered voters, the first station has 635. The second station has 412. But it all boils down to the turnout once again.
And the numbers are going to come down as we speak. But then again, based on the historical context as we've seen, I referenced what happened in 2016 and 2020. And I also just got this derivative that also paints a certain picture that even prior to today, after the pre-collation yesterday by the Electoral Commission, Erabna Oben had already crossed the 30,000 mark.
Yes.
She came into today with 32,464. As against Nana Ekuafrie with
who was nowhere near the 40,000, depending on the performance that the MPP generally puts out there.
Absolutely.
And so even if you go by the MPP's own narrative of about 400 votes, the fact of the matter is that the NDC had improved its performance in December in this particular constituency.
And it also stands to reason that whoever is going to win this constituency at the end of the day, in the next few hours, maybe the next 30, 45 minutes, or maybe an hour ahead of us, is going to win with just a slim margin. That's without contest. The slim margin of victory.
I don't think
is
any
what
of
we're
them
going
will
to see.
mind.
Absolutely.
A victory is
even
a victory.
If it's just 1 or 2.
A victory is a victory.
Absolutely.
A victory is a victory.
Absolutely. Kemini, what? This clearly tells
so
the picture,
gentlemen,
is it not?
we're now waiting on the 2 Pentecost churches, right?
Yeah.
Pentecost Church, Mount Zion Assembly.
Yes.
And then Pentecost Church, Trinebois.
Number 2. 412 votes there.
The churches will be deciding tonight.
Absolutely. Church of Pentecost.
But I mean, I see where this is going. I wonder what Eben thinks, right? Because from the trend that you have shown us, 635 on 412, large number, right?
But the voter turnout, is the big problem.
I know, but you saw the same situation with the polling station that has 645, right?
Complex.
The Article polling station. We saw what the trend of 30%, how it went, right? Erabna got 124 thereabout, and then Ekuafrie got 77. And so if that trend is to follow for the 412-635, the 2 Pentecost churches, we are looking at a night for Erabna.
That is all
projection,
things being
right?
All things being equal, yeah.
All things being equal.
And that's why I was making a point earlier, Alfred and Kemini, about how inconsistent Nana Ekuafrie's performance has been so far. I mean, when we started at 11, when we got to 14, she had improved her numbers, and that of the NDC candidate had actually dropped. But when we just add 1 more station, her performance just went back to the trend before. And so is that inconsistent performance that is playing out by the numbers?
At 15 polling stations, Kemini, we saw a difference of 94.
Yeah.
Down
from the previous
she had closed in the margin.
64, yeah.
Absolutely. So then we inched it up to the 17 polling station results. Now we're seeing some 216. That tells you a story, is it not? Look at the trends from 11 to 15 and now 17.
You know, and I wonder what Eben thinks about this, because remember, Eben at the beginning had said his personal projections were that it was going to be a toss-up. It could go any other way. But with what we are seeing now, the question is, does Ekwe Free have an actual pathway to winning?
Yes.
And how easy would it be for her to flip it?
Yes, she does, but it will be very difficult. And because she is swimming against the tide of the turnout and her own inconsistent performance. And I mean, the political analysts have already attributed the turnout mainly to the MPP's own conduct by way of whether to participate in this particular election or not. And so, if she has anything to do, and you earlier made the point that she was appealing to people to come out.
Absolutely, that's around 1:30 p.m.
Yeah.
But as to how her inconsistent performance we have seen can be directly connected to the party's own inconsistent position. As well as one to look out
I would not say that, because then again, you have taken us through the historical trend.
Absolutely.
We've looked at 2012, 2016, 2024, 2020 and 2024.
Absolutely.
And we've seen clearly that the MPP numbers have been going down. It's not doing well.
True. But if you look at 2016, she won with higher numbers as against Sheila Bartels, but within the same 56,000.
Yeah.
She won with 56,484 thereabout. Sheila Bartels won with the same 56,000 but about 14. So there was just a slight drop in the nominal figures when it comes to the victory for the MPP in that constituency in the 2020 elections. Fast forward to 2024, clearly, even if we're going with the narrative of the MPP that they won in 2024, December 7, with 414 votes difference, it tells you that the NDC closed the gap so much.
Significantly.
And that much that for the first time, we have seen their candidate go beyond the 30,000 mark to now inching towards 34, 35,000. That's instructive because it paints a different picture from the trends that we have seen right from 1996 up until now. The highest that we saw the NDC put up a performance in this Ablekuma North constituency was about 38% in 2012. That's the highest they had come prior to 2024. Now we are seeing this particular performance. And you recall Musa Dankwa put this Ablekuma North constituency in the same bracket as the Domkwabenya constituency. High numbers when it comes to registered voters, and that we saw what happened in the Domkwabenya constituency. There was a flip, but with a very, very narrow margin of victory as well, which was contested. But then again, the Electoral Commission stood on their grounds on what happened there.
You know, one thing I'm curious about, I would want to see the voter turnout today put together with that of December 7, 2024, so that we compare to the historical trends in terms of Ablekuma North and the general national average as well, so that we can safely decide whether the general outcome is simply because people did not show up to vote in that particular constituency, where sometimes they tend to show up in their numbers or not. And that would explain to us what is happening to the fortunes of the NPP. But definitely, the NPP as a party at this point in time, looking at two being outstanding and knowing the numbers from there, and the possibility of what the turnout could be, should not be too happy this evening.
And the question is, just for the benefit of analysis, if the party doesn't win, that's the MPP doesn't win, will the national executives of the party wholly take blame for this because of their earlier position of not contesting in this election as a party? That's the question, because as we speak, we have not seen any of the national executives of the party, that's the MPP, on the ground. We've seen some bigwigs of the party, and there. Yesterday, Kennedy Japan was there. A number of the flag bearer hopefuls thronged the place. In fact, we saw as well Brian Champon as well. He was there with the likes of Dennis Miracles Abuaje when they addressed the press earlier today. But we haven't seen any national executive. But for the NDC, we've seen Fifi Avikwete and the others there. We understand a couple of days ago, the chairman was there as well, Johnson Esedun Ketia. So that's the narrative that you also want to look at in terms of the analysis as to how things play out, especially for the MPP. Kevin?
Absolutely, and those are fair questions you ask of the executives of the NPP, because winning the election falls squarely at their doorstep. But as we have seen, they have shown a disinterest in this, except for the candidates running in this rerun election. Let's take what we have seen so far. And Eben, I'll come to you, but let's take it so far to Zoom. The two professors are over Zoom, Professor Enoch Entry and Professor Smart Sapon. Prof. Smart Sapon, I'll start with you. Very salient question that Alfred has asked, that should this night go against Ekwe Efriye, who is to blame?
And I will not rule out the boycott by the party. But, I mean, it will also be maybe the tides have changed in favor of my sister Rabna. In terms of campaign messaging, she would have very little work to do because the performance of the government will speak for her. And usually the wave of electorates would go in favor of the one who is in government. There is this balance that will say that as we speak now, Rabna's government is in power, and they may feel strongly that, judging the situation, Rabna perhaps may be the one that may bring something home because she has a government in power. Again, what may work for Rabna would be because, I mean, like I said, generally, campaign messaging is all, and generally those things would have gone in a favor. As for the NPP candidate, yeah, she knew from day one that she needed to do her best under the circumstance because largely it was going to favor Rabna. And what perhaps might have worsened her case would be the boycott from her party. I was thinking that, yes, the initial boycott was because they were going to pursue the situation in court. But right after court's ruling, I was expecting a turnaround to say, yes, we wanted to boycott because of A, B, and C, but court says we should go. So all MPP people rise up, let's go to Ablekuma or whatsoever. So that would have added something to the turnout at least, and would have perhaps brought us to a different picture, even though, like I said earlier, the tide was going to favor Rabna more than Nanekuya. But I mean, we can't rule out the boycott by the party. I am advising that as a political party, you are an election-reading machine. Parties should bear that one in mind. There shouldn't be elections that you would opt to participate or opt to boycott under no circumstance. There are some historians who say that the decision by the NPP to boycott 1992 was bad, even though some have said it is good. But, I mean, taking into account those who said it was bad, perhaps they have a point. Perhaps the party would have been more active in the 90s than it became in the early 2000s and in recent times. So as for me, my advice would be that if you are an election-reading machine, a political party of the stature of the NPP, under no circumstance should you choose the option of boycott of an election. After all, that's what you exist for. It is.
Well, it would appear we lost that connection to Prof. I do hope that I have Professor Enoch Enchi on. Because, Prof, I want to ask you, should it happen that in the next hour or so there is an announcement that endorses our projection that indeed Ekwia lost the election?
It's not only about the outcome or the going to be, but it gives you an opportunity to awaken them.
Indeed, Prof. It seems you are in and out of the connection for some...
What it means is that they would have needed this as a dress rehearsal for Akwetia, and unfortunately they kind of missed it. So my advice: don't pull out of elections, irrespective of the likely outcome. You can use it as a dress rehearsal and activate the party. I think that will be my advice to the NPP.
Very well. Professor Entry, I'll bring you in now, and I'll go back to the question I was asking earlier about whether or not, if indeed tonight Ekwia loses, it further complicates the already shaky pedestal or shaky table that the executive sits at this time. Remember that the executives, there have been calls for an overhaul of the executive structure of the MPP for the 2024 election. Now, should this be a loss by the time the Electoral Commission announces official figures? Well, is it likely, or does it have the ability to further complicate the situation at hand for the NPP executives? Oh, it would appear to have lost him there. Professor Smasapo, I'll come back to you so you have a bite of this. But let's get into the studio now and speak to my guests who are here. Richard, I'll start off with you. What do you think?
No, I think if the projections we are seeing